Go! Run! Looking at the group of teachers and students behind them, armed with chainsaws and drills, Chen-Chi and the dark youth took off running. Then they realized that although this delivery room was narrow, it was quite long. They kept running forward but never reached the end, though giant eggs appeared one after another. However, Chen-Chi and the dark youth had no time to deal with the giant eggs now. That's Zhu Weifeng's younger brother. Chen-Chi saw familiar faces on the giant eggs again, and after a while, he even saw half of Wu Furen's face appear on top of one of the giant eggs. Sure enough, all the parasites who were killed would appear here. The two ran wildly, when suddenly their expressions changed drastically, as the old nurse Xiao Huiyun, still bleeding profusely, had appeared in front of them again. Because her neck had been split by an axe, she had lost a lot of blood and had shriveled up, looking like a skeleton covered in a layer of skin. But this did not affect her mobility in the slightest, she was still agile. Xiao Huiyun's appearance instantly put Chen-Chi and the dark youth in a predicament, caught between two fires. The room was already narrow, making it impossible to bypass her. The two had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. There was no time for maneuvering now, the two could only confront her head-on. Soon, Xiao Huiyun had 2 more axe marks on her body and was pricked several times by Chen-Chi, one needle even piercing her head, causing her to writhe on the ground in pain. But Chen-Chi and the dark youth were not doing well either. The dark youth had an injured leg and could no longer run at full speed. Chen-Chi's arm had taken a punch, and one of his hands was fractured, making it useless, so he had to switch to his other hand to hold the syringe. The dark youth's emotions were stable, however, and he said, "You run quickly. I'll try to buy you some time." Chen-Chi said nothing unnecessary and continued forward alone, but after only a few steps, as he passed a giant egg, it exploded with a bang, and a person burst out, tackling Chen-Chi to the ground. The person was still connected by an umbilical cord, covered in a foul-smelling, curry-like liquid, and clung tightly to Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi found it difficult to break free and could only hold the syringe in his left hand, wildly stabbing the person. He specifically aimed for the head and the back of the heart, and soon the curry person stopped moving. But by the time Chen-Chi laboriously pushed him away, the teachers and students behind had already rushed over, and in a short while, they had both Chen-Chi and the dark youth under control. Jinghai Medical College, in front of the female dormitory, a group of stray dogs had gathered at this time. 3 or 4 stray dogs formed a pincer movement, leading the way. The Dog King, possessed by Dabing, commanded from the rear. After Dabing entered Jinghai Medical College, he went to the place where Chen-Chi had climbed over the wall before, using it as a starting point to explore the possible routes Chen-Chi might have taken. Both sides are female dormitories. Biscuit can't go in, so he can only go forward. This road leads to the end. A left turn goes to the male dormitory, which he probably wouldn't go to, so it must be a right turn. Dabing pondered, barking occasionally to guide his subordinates. He originally couldn't speak dog language, but after possessing a dog, he inexplicably found that he could. Soon, the group of stray dogs arrived near the laboratory. Dabing displayed a rare cautiousness at this moment. He didn't approach the laboratory but instead sent other dogs to explore. Several stray dogs ran up, wandered around, and then returned to report, barking excitedly around Dabing. The laboratory lights are off, but the door is open? And there's a dog lying on the ground inside? Dabing knew that the unconscious dog must be his own dog, Dabing, but he was worried and wanted to rush in to check. However, he immediately stopped this impulse, knowing there might be danger. So he gave orders, telling several stray dogs to drag the golden retriever out of the laboratory. Within the illusion, Chen-Chi was pressed down on a hospital bed by a group of teachers and students, and someone was injecting something into his body. "Teacher Xia, the patient's drug resistance is too strong, it's not working," the female student responsible for the injection said somewhat helplessly. Xiao Huiyun had now applied a yellow, curry-like substance to several of her wounds, which had successfully stopped the bleeding. She said sharply, "Increase the dosage." "But, it's already double the dosage," then 5 times, 10 times. A group of teachers and students immediately continued to inject an unknown liquid into Chen-Chi, but Chen-Chi still felt nothing. However, he deliberately pretended to pass out, closing his eyes. This way, he could at least suffer less, otherwise, these people wouldn't know when they would stop injecting him. Sure enough, after Chen-Chi pretended to faint, these people stopped injecting him. But someone checked his breathing and said, "The patient is still breathing." Xia Huiyan's voice came again, "Put him on a vacuum ventilator." Chen-Chi immediately felt something placed over his mouth and nose, and his breathing instantly became difficult. He couldn't get any air. He even felt that the ventilator was sucking air out of his lungs. He could only hold his breath, biding his time to find an opportunity to counterattack. There were too many people around now, it wasn't a good time. Xia Huiyun then ordered, "Send him to the Taipingjian morgue." Chen-Chi was stunned. "Your school also has a Taipingjian morgue?" The next moment, he felt the hospital bed he was lying on being pushed and moved. After a while, the number of people around him noticeably decreased. There was only the sound of the hospital bed wheels sliding and the footsteps of two people. And Chen-Chi was already at his limit, holding his breath to the extreme. So he quietly opened his eyes a crack and found that he was being pushed deeper into the delivery room. This long, narrow room, filled with giant eggs, was called the delivery room by the parasites. From the looks of it, the Taipingjian morgue was at the end of the delivery room. At this time, there was only one male teacher and one female student beside him. The teacher was leading the way with a flashlight, and the student was responsible for pushing the hospital bed from behind. Chen-Chi did not choose to immediately burst out and fight the two. Firstly, he had just left the original spot, and if he started fighting, the other teachers and students would hear the commotion and quickly rush to help. Secondly, one of his hands was fractured, and his syringe had been confiscated, severely reducing his combat effectiveness, so he might not be able to win. Thirdly, his original planned exploration route was to continue deeper along the delivery room. Now, he was still exploring the original route, and someone was pushing him along. Why not? He just quietly moved the corner of his mouth and bit a hole in the sealed rubber ring of the vacuum ventilator. Chen-Chi discovered that in the illusion, he felt as if Gong Shui had possessed him. His teeth had been greatly strengthened, and with a gentle bite, he bit through the rubber seal. It was the same when he bit the giant egg before. He hadn't even used much force, and the incredibly tough giant egg membrane broke. As the rubber ring was bitten through, air with a putrid smell poured in from outside, yet Chen-Chi felt exceptionally comfortable. His body resumed breathing, and he immediately relaxed. He could finally comfortably continue to play dead. However, he would still occasionally narrow his eyes to observe the surroundings. He found that along the way, the delivery room was relatively empty, and the number of giant eggs was not large. It seemed that only a very small number of parasites needed to be resurrected, and there weren't many people capable of killing parasites. After a moment, the sound of footsteps in the hospital bed wheels suddenly stopped simultaneously. Chen-Chi felt a soft light shining down from above. At the end of the delivery room, a wall also appeared, with a door on it. However, beyond the door, the lights were bright and clear, looking clean and tidy, forming a stark contrast with the bloody decay and cramped darkness on this side of the door. Is this the Taipingjian morgue? Chen-Chi wondered. We're here. The teacher leading the way directly inserted his finger into the keyhole, twisted it hard, and the door opened. Then he instructed the student, "Put the patient into corpse storage cabinet number 9, and remember to lock it." But, the female student hesitated. "Didn't we say that only patients confirmed to be stable with no heartbeat or breathing can be stored in the corpse storage cabinet?" The teacher shook his head. "He's different. Director Xia just consulted with the dean and learned that he had been here before. He's a VIP here, and corpse storage cabinet number 9 was even custom-made for him." Chen-Chi's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. What did it mean? Had he been here before? And did he have a dedicated storage cabinet here, custom-made for his corpse? He had no memory of these things. If this person wasn't talking nonsense, then all of this must have happened during the period of his lost memories. Then he heard the teacher say, "Moreover, he's only temporarily stored here. Someone will come to pick him up later." Chen-Chi was very curious, but fortunately, the female student spoke for him, asking, "Who?" Don't pry into things that don't concern you. Then why are you even talking? Chen Qi cursed inwardly. The female student dared not ask further. She wrapped her arms around Chen Qi, preparing to drag him into the Taipingjian morgue. No matter how thin Chen Qi was, he was still an adult male of 1.8 meters. Yet, the seemingly delicate female student lifted him directly by holding him under his armpits. Then she removed the vacuum respirator from his face and reached out to check for his breath. Chen Qi immediately held his breath. But the next moment, the female student seemed to notice a gap in the respirator. She let out a soft "oh," and leaned down to listen to Chen Qi's heartbeat. Chen Qi understood that he had no choice but to resist now. But with one hand fractured and useless, relying on only one hand against two enemies, he really had no chance of winning. So, he could only use his strongest weapon. Taking advantage of the female student leaning down, he lunged forward and bit her shoulder. The female student instantly turned pale, screaming in agony without end. Chen Qi heard her scream so terribly that he thought she was faking it, but when he stood firm and saw the huge wound on the female student's shoulder where a chunk was missing and her shoulder strap had been bitten off, he was also startled. No, he just bit her casually. Why was there such a large wound? Is possessing the dog so invincible? At this moment, the male teacher reacted very quickly, wrapping his arm around Chen Qi's neck from behind. Choking me? I see you haven't learned your lesson. Chen Qi turned his head and bit the male teacher's biceps. Ah! The male teacher reacted as if he had been electrocuted, pulling his hand away so quickly that Chen Qi couldn't even react, clutching his arm and hopping in pain. A chunk of flesh was missing from his arm, exposing the stark white bone. Chen Qi was stunned again at the sight. He subconsciously licked his lips. His mouth was empty, so where did that large chunk of flesh from the guy's arm go? Ha! He suddenly discovered with surprise that his continuously aching right hand no longer hurt. He moved his right hand and found that his fractured hand had recovered at some point. This is too strong. Am I possessed by howling celestial dog or something? Chen Qi imagined himself as a dog, let out a roar, opened his mouth, and pounced towards the female student. The female student screamed repeatedly, completely devoid of fighting spirit, and was chased all over the place. The male teacher also turned pale with fright, clutching his arm and running wildly, not even daring to look back. At this moment, Chen Qi felt like a god of war. Unfortunately, he only inherited the dog's biting force, not its speed. Watching the pair of teacher and student run far away, Chen Qi could only turn back to the Taipingjian morgue. He had previously been convinced that the laboratory must contain a way to leave the illusion, but after exploring from the laboratory all the way to the delivery room, he still hadn't found a way out. And now, this Taipingjian morgue might be his last hope. Chen Qi used a hospital bed to block the door of the Taipingjian morgue, to prevent it from locking automatically, then stepped inside. As soon as he entered the Taipingjian morgue, Chen Qi immediately felt like he was home. The bright lights, clean white tiles, and fresh air were a world apart from the delivery room outside. The Taipingjian morgue was very large, with storage cabinets covering all four walls. Each storage cabinet was marked with a number. However, some storage cabinets were locked, while others were not. There were also some very special storage cabinets, whose appearance differed from the others, making them easily distinguishable among the many. For example, storage cabinet No. 9. Among a sea of grayish-white storage cabinets, it stood out, being a vibrant red. Is this cabinet exclusively mine? Chen Qi walked over to observe it. The cabinet was locked, and he tried to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. Although the entire Taipingjian morgue was large, he could see to the end of it at a glance. This time, there was no door leading to the next scene. Chen Qi had placed his hope of escaping the illusion here, but he found that apart from the storage cabinets on all four walls, there was nothing else in the Taipingjian morgue. Could the source of the illusion be in one of the storage cabinets? He had no choice but to open and check the storage cabinets, though he could only inspect those that were unlocked. The storage cabinets with lower numbers and those with special designs were mostly locked.
Chen Shi casually opened an unlocked ordinary storage cabinet. Inside was the body of a boy. His face was serene, his complexion rosy, as if he were sleeping. Chen Shi checked the inside of the cabinet, found nothing, and had to continue checking the next storage cabinet. One by one, he opened the storage cabinets, and one by one, corpses appeared before him, until he opened a cabinet and saw Wu Furen inside, and he couldn't help but be slightly startled. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen another Wu Furen in the delivery room outside. That Wu Furen was wrapped in a giant egg, with only half her head exposed above the egg. Why were there two Wu Furen? Chen Shi suppressed his doubts and continued to search the other storage cabinets. Soon, he found Zhu Weifeng's younger brother in one of the cabinets. And then, he found a specially designed storage cabinet. Although it was locked, a part of the front of this luxurious storage cabinet had a transparent glass panel, allowing him to see inside. When Chen Shi looked through the glass, he saw Sun Xuecha lying quietly inside. Can all the parasites be found as corpses here? Can the pork vendor, Dr. Zhao, and Mom's corpse be found too? Chen Shi sped up his inspection of the remaining storage cabinets. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped into the Taipingjian morgue, a sleeping soul in the outside world quietly reawakened. Outside the wall of Jinghai Medical College, in Dabing's car, Chen Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, slowly opened his eyes. He immediately pushed the door open and got out. Zhu Weifeng and the others gathered outside the car saw Chen Shi and their faces lit up with pleasant surprise. "Biscuit, you're back. We were all so worried. By the way, did Dabing not come back with you?" Everyone saw Dabing's body still lying motionless in the car and quickly asked. Chen Shi looked anxious. "Dabing was trapped trying to save me. I need to go in and save him now." With that, he was about to climb over the wall into the medical college. "Wait, we'll go with you." Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shui quickly followed. Chen Shi stopped, turned to look, and said, "Bread, you come along too. It's a good chance to see what your derived food ability is." Suanan didn't immediately agree, but instead asked, "What happened?" "No time to explain, I'll tell you on the way." Chen Shi looked anxious. "If we're late, Dabing will be in danger." Zhu Weifeng also grew anxious. "Then let's go quickly." Seeing Suanan still rooted to the spot, Chen Shi reassured her, "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here. My ghost face cookie hasn't been used yet. This time, I mainly want to test Bread's ability to derive food." Out of trust in Chen Shi, Suanan, though hesitant, still nodded. But as soon as she took a step, she was pulled back by the person behind her. "Wait!" Coffee stopped everyone. Her sharp gaze scrutinized Chen Shi from head to toe, as if to see through him. "What's wrong, Coffee?" Zhu Weifeng asked, puzzled. Coffee didn't say much. She turned and rummaged through Dabing's car. A moment later, holding the snacks Dabing prepared for the dog, she said to Chen Shi, "Tell me what this is." Coffee's actions immediately made Zhu Weifeng and the others understand her intention, and their gazes collectively focused on Chen Shi. They could all see what Coffee was holding, a piece of bright red oral mucosa covered with tangled capillaries, with scattered pimples filled with turbid pus. Of course, to ordinary people, this was just an unremarkable piece of pork jerky. Chen Shi's gaze fell on that piece of pork jerky, and he retorted, "Are you testing me?" "Yes, that's right." Coffee nodded. "What a pity, I was too greedy. I wanted to catch all of you in one net." Chen Shi's smile became sinister, and he instantly dropped his disguise. He suddenly took a running start, leaped, and flipped over the wall. Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shui immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If Coffee hadn't been quick-witted, they would have been led into a trap by the parasites. Zhu Weifeng said, still scared, "Is Biscuit completely controlled by the Nightmare Eater?" Coffee shook her head, "Not necessarily. If he had completely become a parasite, he could have disguised himself and dealt with us slowly. Why would he rush into the medical college? His urgency most likely means he wants to prevent Biscuit from regaining control of his body. Then what do we do now?" Gan Shui quickly asked.
Although he usually liked to bicker with Coffee, at critical moments, he instinctively relied on Coffee's decisions.
Follow him. Ah. Wouldn't that be playing right into his hands? Proceed with caution. The few of us will go in together. Remember not to be reckless.
Maintain your distance from him and just confirm his movements.
Coffee sighed.
She knew that entering the medical college now would be extremely dangerous, but she also knew that if the Nightmare Eater controlled Chun-Chi's body and entered the medical college at this moment, it would only put Chun-Chi and Dabing in greater danger. If they did nothing, they might truly lose two teammates.
Suonen, at this moment, did not hesitate and decisively said, "Let's go." Coffee looked at her. "Bread, this time, we might really have to rely on you."
Of the three derived foods the team currently possessed, Chun-Chi and Dabing were both out of contact, and only Suonen's derived food could
still be used.
Suonen nodded, and the group climbed over the wall and entered Jinghai Medical College.
Outside the laboratory, Dabing, directing a few dogs, finally managed to drag the golden retriever out of the laboratory.
Not long after leaving the laboratory entrance, the unconscious golden retriever suddenly woke up. It looked around, saw the stray dog Dabing was possessing, and immediately wagged its tail, happily approaching. Seeing the golden retriever like this, Dabing, human, knew that this was not Chun-Chi, but his own Dabing, dog.
As expected of my dog, it recognizes me even when I become a dog.
Dabing felt quite pleased.
However, the next second, the golden retriever started to nudge its nose towards Dabing's rear.
"Hey! What the F?" Dabing's bark scared the golden retriever away, and at the same time, he wondered, where's Biscuit? Where did he go? His consciousness isn't in the dog.
Did he return to his main body?
As he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a person running quickly, approaching him.
Dabing saw the approaching person, and a look of joy appeared on his dog face, letting out a bark, "Woof! It's Biscuit!"
Biscuit's consciousness has returned to his own body.
Dabing was overjoyed.
Before he could say anything, Chun-Chi, who had rushed over, picked him up. The incident happened so suddenly that Dabing hadn't reacted yet. A nearby stray dog, seeing the dog king captured, immediately pounced to bite Chun-Chi, but was kicked aside by Chun-Chi. At this point, Dabing had already realized something was wrong.
He glanced with his dog eyes and saw Juefeng rapidly running towards them from around the corner ahead. "Woof woof!"
Dabing struggled and barked furiously, but was still carried by Chun-Chi all the way into the laboratory. Juefeng watched helplessly as the dog Dabing was possessing was taken into the laboratory, but he was too late to stop him. Just as he was about to chase into the laboratory, Coffee, who had caught up, quickly called out to him.
"Be careful! There might be danger inside."
The laboratory door was wide open, and inside was a thick darkness, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. Coffee took out her portable coffee cup, opened it, and took a sip.
Immediately, her entire thought process became active. She first asked Suonen, "Are there any other exits to the laboratory?" Suonen pointed to one side, "There's a back door over there." Coffee immediately arranged, "Juefeng, you go guard the back door." "Okay." Juefeng responded and sped off.
Coffee quickly scanned her surroundings, searching for all information and clues, finally pausing on the golden retriever for a moment, and said, "Gon Shui, take off your clothes."
"Gon Shui, huh?" Inside the Taepingjian morgue, in the illusion.
Chun-Chi had already opened all the unlocked corpse storage cabinets, but he didn't see his mother's or Dr.
Zhao's bodies.
He frowned deeply, gradually understanding. It seems only people who are completely parasites will have their bodies appear in the Taepingjian morgue. For example, Juefeng's younger brother and Wu Foren have both completed the parasitism process. As for Chun-Chi's mother, she hadn't been completely parasites during their last meeting, and had even briefly escaped the Nightmare Eater's control, which is why her body couldn't be found here.
So, does this mean Sun Gu has also been completely parasites? The bodies of domain-level parasites might all be stored in locked cabinets.
Similarly, among the locked cabinets, there should also be levels. Most look no different from ordinary cabinets, just with an added lock, but some cabinets are clearly much more luxurious.
Especially my cabinet.
Chen Shi looked at his exclusive No.
9 corpse storage cabinet, filled with immense curiosity. What exactly was inside the cabinet? It couldn't possibly contain his body, could it? However, compared to his curiosity about cabinet No. 9, Chen Shi was more anxious about how to leave this illusion. He had searched all the unlocked corpse storage cabinets, but still hadn't found a way to escape the illusion. Just then, a ghostly figure appeared silently beside Chen Shi. Chen Shi was startled, instinctively retreating in caution. When he saw the figure clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw himself. Or rather, someone who looked exactly like him. The person's lips curved into a strange smile. Do you want to know what's in cabinet No. 9?
Many authors don't write author's notes when their books are listed, but I have to, because I'm verbose. This book will be listed tomorrow at 10 a.m., possibly a minute or two late. At that time, 10,000 words will be updated at once. If the initial subscription exceeds 2,000, 2 more chapters will be added. Please support the initial subscriptions, continuous reading, and monthly votes. I should be considered an author who likes to transform, or rather, an author who courts death, never delving deeply into one genre, changing genres with each book. My first book, No One Can Stop My Losing Streak, was an invincible-type novel, followed by Evolving from Clones, a sci-fi upgrade and monster-slaying novel, and my last book, I Cultivate Immortality by Length, was a light-hearted, joyful xianxia novel. This time, the leap is even greater, as I've started to challenge the food novel genre. Fortunately, I've always courted death but never died, and my results have improved with each book. But this time, I really didn't intend to court death. The idea for this book, Eating Fear, came to me at the beginning of last year, but when I started writing this time, I didn't plan to write Eating Fear. Not for any other reason, but simply because I lacked confidence. I wasn't confident in my writing ability, didn't have the confidence to write it well, and didn't want to waste this idea. I originally planned to write 1 or 2 more books, improve myself, and then start Eating Fear. However, the beginning of the Happy Family Cultivation novel I spent a month preparing was mercilessly rejected by the editor, a thorough rejection. What kind of garbage is this? So I gritted my teeth. Alright, editor, let me show you my imagination. Thus, Eating Fear met everyone earlier than expected. Facts have proven that my current writing level is indeed very difficult to control this book, and I have made many mistakes, big and small. So far, I will be more careful later. This point is also directly reflected in the data. The data for this book is very good in all aspects, whether it's the number of favorites, monthly votes, comments, or recommendation tickets. It's quite good among books of the same period. Only the most important continuous reading count, which has been decreasing instead of increasing since more than half a month ago, completely inconsistent with my number of favorites. So I have a premonition that tomorrow's initial subscription data might not look too good. However, no matter what, having written this far, the results of this book have completely exceeded my expectations, having received all the recommendations available during the new book period. The second strong recommendation, the Megaphone, and Sanjiang, which were previously out of reach, have all been received this time. It feels great. This is inseparable from the support of all my brothers and sisters for this book. Thank you all for your continuous reading, voting, and donations. I have no way to repay you, so first, I'll give you 3 loud kowtows, dong dong dong. I just feel a bit ashamed towards my chief editor, Wutong. He fought for recommendations for me when my first round of recommendations crashed, read my book closely, patiently discussed plots and ideas with me, helped me revise inappropriate recommendation entries. He gave me a lot of comfort and encouragement. It can be said that he had high hopes for me. But I didn't live up to them, receiving so many recommendations, yet my performance declined instead. I know many readers are hoarding chapters, and I sincerely ask everyone to support an initial subscription to make my initial subscription data look better, otherwise, I really won't have the face to meet Boss Wutong, crying. I also know that the continuous reading experience of my book might not be very good, which leads to many readers hoarding chapters, and even after it's listed, many readers will probably choose to accumulate a wave before reading. However, the continuous subscription data after listing is also very important. Poor continuous subscriptions will lead to not being able to get subsequent recommendations, and even affect full attendance bonuses. My previous book, I Cultivate Immortality by Length, despite having excellent results with an average of 4,000 subscriptions, never made it onto the best-selling selection list because of poor continuous subscriptions. From the beginning to the end, it never received a major recommendation, which was truly tragic. So I earnestly asked the godfathers who are hoarding chapters to enable automatic continuous subscriptions. You can always trust the character of me, this struggling author. You don't have to worry about me abandoning the book. My previous 3 books had initial subscriptions of 370, 220, and 650 respectively, and I completed them all normally. This book is definitely much better than my previous 3 books, so I will certainly write it carefully like a treasure. There's no possibility of abandonment. Additionally, for brothers who don't want to top up, you can also go to the welfare center to watch ads. There are 50 free chapter cards daily, which can subscribe to 10,000 words, enough to follow 2 books. Even if you subscribe with free chapter cards, the author can still receive royalties. Every day, I just casually tap a few times while brushing my teeth. By the time I finish brushing, I've got my 50 points. As for what the ads showed, I didn't even look. Now, let's talk about updates. Readers who came from my previous old books should know that I'm used to releasing 10 chapters on the first day of listing, but this time there's a slight surprise. When I started this book, I had about 60 to 70,000 words saved, but halfway through, I felt there were significant problems with the later drafts, so I spent every day revising them. Later, I found that revising was useless, so I directly rewrote them, which resulted in all my saved drafts becoming discarded drafts. Roughly from the plot around the time of discharge from the hospital, I've been writing and publishing in real time. So this time, I can't do 10 chapters on listing, but I will try to update more later. Although I write slowly, I sleep little. Finally, thanks to my editor, Wutong, and thanks to all the readers who read my book. I love you all. Thanks to Brother Quark 2021 for always tipping me, and to many familiar names, Xiaohei Wuda, Munyan Lu Sha, Mudong Qinxi, Peng Xianai Tuche Bei Zhuang Fei Sanshimi, Zhao Fan Jiishi. All of you followed and supported me from my old books. Thank you. Chen Shi looked at the guy who suddenly appeared. Although the other party looked exactly like him, he instinctively felt wary and on guard. His eyes darkened. Are you the Nightmare Eater hiding inside my body? The Nightmare Eater. Chen Shi smiled. You haven't answered me yet. Do you want to know what's in cabinet No. 9? No. Why deceive yourself? I do want to know, but I don't want to hear it from you. Before he finished speaking, Chen Shi suddenly attacked, throwing a punch fiercely at the Nightmare Eater. Their positions were inherently hostile, and this guy even wanted to parasitize him. Chen Shi didn't think there was anything good to say to him. Attempting to get information from an enemy's mouth? What an enemy voluntarily reveals must be what he wants you to know. One must never be led by the nose. Bang! Chen Shi easily knocked the Nightmare Eater to the ground with one punch. He rushed up and punched left and right, hitting with every blow. Soon, the Nightmare Eater was bruised and swollen, his face a mess. Chen Shi frowned. The opponent was unexpectedly weak. Compared to Xiao Huiyun or other students he encountered in the illusion, there was no comparison. Those guys were full of strength, but this Nightmare Eater seemed to suffer from muscle weakness, a living replica of his weakest self. Even though he was badly beaten, the Nightmare Eater still smiled. Are you curious why I'm so weak? Our Nightmare clan, like you humans, are born weak. The only way to become stronger is to merge with you humans. Otherwise, in the real world, we can't even pick up a piece of paper. Sun Xueqiao did say that Nightmare Eaters had no physical form and were extremely fragile in their early stages, needing to parasitize and then feed on strange foods to begin growing. And those powerful Nightmare Eaters all appeared in the form of parasites, meaning they had already merged with humans. On this point, the Nightmare Eater was not lying. Of course, Sun Xueqiao also specifically emphasized that the Nightmare Eater's most powerful ability was to bewitch people's hearts. Chen Shi's eyes were cold.
Are you telling me this to make me lower my guard? You're so useless. It seems you haven't gained any growth from me. What, was there an accident during the process of parasitizing me? Did the fusion fail?
Clearly, he and the Nightmare Eater had not begun to fuse, otherwise they should have appeared as one entity in this illusion. At the very least, they should have been conjoined twins or something. But now they were clearly two distinct individuals.
Although for unknown reasons, the Nightmare Eater's parasitism of him must have gone wrong. The Nightmare Eater shook his head. Why use the word parasitize? You have too many prejudices against us. Why can't it be seen as us cooperating with each other? Our Nightmare Clan and you humans are a match made in heaven.
When you and I merge, I gain a body that can walk in the world, and you can break the shackles of weak flesh and blood.
This is clearly a win-win situation. Shut up!
Chen Shi swung his fist again, smashing it hard into the Nightmare Eater's face. The Nightmare Eater still offered no resistance, muttering to himself, "You don't understand our Nightmare Clan.
We can coexist, we can cohabit. Go tell that to my mother, you bastard."
Chen Shi stood up and stepped on the Nightmare Eater's face, repeatedly grinding his shoe sole over his own identical face. He had never imagined that his own face could be so repulsive.
Cough, cough.
Blood flowed from the Nightmare Eater's nose and mouth, making him cough. Yet, he always wore a strange smile. "You can kill me, but it won't change anything.
I will still revive. You can never get rid of me."
His tone was seductive. "Why not cooperate with me? You help me achieve what I want, and I will naturally help you achieve what you want."
But,
Chen Shi sneered, "What I want most is for you all to die.
You bastards, you all deserve to die."
Chen Shi lifted the Nightmare Eater with one hand, pressed him against the Taipingjian morgue cabinet, and choked his frail neck.
"I want to see if you really can't die."
As Chen Shi's grip tightened, the Nightmare Eater's face turned red, and his breathing became noticeably heavy, like a broken bellows. He still grinned, "But we already exist."
The strong adapt to the environment. When you can't change the established facts, you should learn to accept coexisting with us.
If you don't cooperate with me, you can't even leave this illusion and will only be trapped here until you die.
Don't you understand? I came here to save you. We are one. If you die, I will die too.
Similarly, if you don't die, I won't die.
If you want to kill me, you have to kill yourself first. Chen Shi's eyes turned cold, and he directly twisted his neck.
The world instantly fell silent. The Nightmare Eater's corpse slipped to the ground and dissipated like a wisp of smoke. But what followed was a sudden weakness. Chen Shi felt as if something was draining his vitality. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He leaned against a Taipingjian morgue cabinet, took a few deep breaths, and then recovered. Then he saw the Nightmare Eater, who had just died, reappear beside him, completely unharmed.
I told you already, we are one. Killing me is just consuming yourself.
The seductive meaning in the Nightmare Eater's tone grew stronger. Actually, you said one thing wrong. We haven't not merged. I already merged with a part of you.
Jinghai Medical College, outside the laboratory.
Gan Shui, following Coffee's instructions, took off his jacket, wrapped one sleeve tightly around his arm, and handed the other sleeve to Coffee. In this way, the jacket acted as a rope, and Gan Shui was as if being led by Coffee with a rope. The two kept the maximum distance. Gan Shui walked in front, Coffee followed behind, like walking a dog. As they walked, they also engaged in meaningless conversation. As they walked, approaching the laboratory entrance, Gan Shui, who was talking nonsense, suddenly stopped. Not only did his talking stop, but his footsteps also halted. After a pause, he began to move forward unconsciously. Coffee quickly tugged at the clothes in her hand, and Suanin nearby also hurried forward to help. The two of them pulled together, and finally managed to pull Gan Shui back. At this moment, Gan Shui had closed his eyes, his face blank, but he quickly sobered up, with a hint of confusion in his eyes.
What did you see? Coffee asked. I saw the lit laboratory, and Dabing. And many corpses. And then? Were there other people? Did Daebing say anything? I didn't see anyone else.
Gonshui shook his head. Daebing just saw me and hadn't had time to come over and talk to me before you pulled me back. Coffee pondered, then took out her phone to contact Juefeng. Go to the car and carry Daebing's body over.
I'll have Gonshui go with you.
She took a few steps forward, poured a line of coffee on the concrete ground, and said, currently, it seems that crossing this line will reveal another scene, possibly something like an illusion. But as long as the body is pulled out of this range, one can escape.
The illusion. Biscuit and Daebing are clearly trapped in the illusion.
The method to save them is simple: pull their bodies out of the illusion area.
Gonshui suddenly understood, so that's why you asked us to bring Daebing's body over?
Daebing entered by possessing a dog, but as long as Daebing's main body was brought over, it might still be able to carry his
consciousness out. Suonen frowned. What about Biscuit? Daebing was easy to deal with because his body was outside.
But Chen Qi's body had already been controlled by the Nightmare Eater and entered deep into the laboratory. If they crossed the line, they would also be pulled into the illusion.
How could they get Chen Qi's body out of the laboratory? That's where Daebing comes in.
Coffee pointed to several stray dogs nearby. These dogs are not affected by the illusion, and only Daebing can command these dogs.
Inside the Taepingjian morgue, the Nightmare Eater was still chattering in Chen Qi's ear. Chen Qi couldn't help but clench his fists, but he eventually calmed down. Wasting energy once was enough. The Nightmare Eater was right about one thing: he really couldn't do anything to the Nightmare Eater. Killing him again would only make himself weaker. Still, I need to think about how to get out.
Although the Nightmare Eater said that only by cooperating with him could I escape the illusion, his words should only be taken with a grain of salt. There must be a way to escape the illusion, I just haven't found it yet. Just then, the Taepingjian morgue door suddenly became noisy, as Xia Huiyun arrived with a group of teachers and students. They pushed the door and rushed into the Taepingjian morgue, but when they saw the two Chen Qis, they all froze. The next moment, everyone, including Xia Huiyun, humbly bowed their heads in unison.
The Nightmare Eater waved his hand, and said lightly, "You may leave. Do not disturb me." All the teachers and students silently exited the Taepingjian morgue, waiting outside in neat formation. Chen Qi's pupils constricted.
This Nightmare Eater who had parasitized him seemed weaker than any of the teachers and students in the group. Yet, he could make all the parasites submit to him and obey his instructions.
If other parasites didn't submit to his strength, then it must be to his identity. Clearly, within the Nightmare clan, there were also different ranks. The Nightmare Eater pointed to the crowd outside and said proudly, "Do you see these people outside?
They would all die for me without hesitation. The Nightmare clan member controlling your mother is merely the lowest existence in our clan. With just one command from me, it can self-destruct, allowing your mother to return to normal.
Provided you agree to cooperate with me." Chen Qi scoffed, "Now you admit its control and not coexistence?" The Nightmare Eater said without reservation, "Ordinary people like your mother originally
had no right to coexist with our Nightmare clan.
Their only value to us is to be used to influence you."
Speaking of this, the Nightmare Eater's emotions began to become agitated. "But you are different.
You are the most special one among all humans.
You don't know how great your potential truly is. And I am also the most noble existence among the Nightmare clan, possessing potential unmatched by other Nightmare clan members." His tone suddenly rose. "But look at your current predicament.
Your strength is insignificant, and you are trapped in an illusion, unable to escape. What's more, you can only watch your mother and friends become slaves of our Nightmare clan, powerless to do anything. And look at me, noble as I am, I can only barely survive within you, unable to gain any growth, so weak as to be you can e.g. We two, both exceptionally talented, both down and out and miserable, are you willing to accept this?"
The Nightmare Eater suddenly took a step forward, his voice almost a roar, as if trying to force his will into Chen Qi's mind. "I am not willing.
That's why I stand here, offering all my sincerity to move you.
The reason we are both so down and out is simply because you refuse to cooperate with me.
the key to changing all of this lies in your single thought. Chen-Chi, let us join forces. As long as we merge, what in this world can we not achieve? Saving your mother and son Xuechao, helping your companions reclaim their families, and even overthrowing this world, all will be as easy as turning over one's hand. As he spoke, the Nightmare Eater couldn't help but clench his fists, swinging them involuntarily in front of his chest in sync with his tone. His chest heaved violently with excitement, and his eyes burned with an almost fanatical fire, as if he were delivering an impassioned speech. Chen-Chi quietly watched the Nightmare Eater's performance. He had to admit, this guy was indeed eloquent and very good at stirring people's emotions. He scoffed, "Is your Nightmare Clan's innate ability just to brag? But no matter how much you talk, I can't possibly hand over control of my body to you. You don't have to worry about that. I said I want to coexist with you, and that's not empty talk. Out of respect for a genius like you, I can share control of the body with you." The Nightmare Eater looked confident. "Next, I will show my greatest sincerity." Speaking of this, the Nightmare Eater pointed to the wall full of tapingjian, morgue, cabinets. These cabinets actually contain the humanity stripped from you humans. Humanity? Chen-Chi's eyes flickered, and he instantly understood many things. So, those patients in the illusion were the humanity of the parasites? And during the parasitism process, the awakening of humanity would hinder the progress of parasitism, which is why Xia Huiyun and these teachers and students would rescue the awakened patients. Only by completely losing humanity could one be fully controlled by the Nightmare Eater. This also explained why he saw Wu Foran and Zhu Weifeng's brother both in the delivery room and in the tapingjian, morgue, at the same time, because they were reviving in the delivery room, and their humanity was stored in the tapingjian, morgue. The Nightmare Eater nodded, "Exactly. When humans are invaded by our Nightmare Clan, a trace of humanity is stripped away, becoming the patients you see in the illusion. As time passes, their humanity will gradually drain away, transferring to the patient until they completely lose their humanity. And at this point, we will seal away the patients who carry their complete humanity and send them to the tapingjian, morgue." Speaking of this, the Nightmare Eater quickly walked to tapingjian, morgue, cabinet No. 9, reached out and opened the lock on it, saying, "And you, Chen-Chi, your humanity was once stored here. Because you are too special, we specifically created such a cabinet for you to store a part of your original humanity." With that, the Nightmare Eater suddenly pulled open tapingjian, morgue, cabinet No. 9. Chen-Chi looked into the cabinet and saw another version of himself lying quietly inside. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was just a phantom. The Nightmare Eater blew a breath into the cabinet, and the phantom instantly vanished without a trace, like stardust dissolving into darkness. "It's just that later, your humanity was merged with me." The smile on the Nightmare Eater's face became more unrestrained. "That's why I said, I already merged with a part of you. Even if you don't merge with me, your humanity will gradually drain towards me. When you completely lose your humanity, you will eventually choose to merge with me in pursuit of power. Everything I'm doing now is just to accelerate this inevitable process. Merging with me is your inescapable destiny. Dabing, you're awake." "That's great." Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shui high-fived in celebration. It had taken them a great deal of effort to get Dabing's body over the wall and to the front of the laboratory. Then, following Coffee's method, they sent the unconscious Dabing into the illusion area, dragged him out, and Dabing immediately regained consciousness. "Dabing, did you see Biscuit?" Coffee asked urgently. Dabing shook his head. "When I went in, I saw a group of teachers and students with axes and chainsaws, looking murderous and heading deep into the laboratory. They might have gone to deal with Biscuit." Suanen urged, "Quickly control the dogs to drag Biscuit out." Coffee also said, "Biscuit's body should be in the laboratory. Now only you can save him." Upon hearing this, Dabing sprang to his feet, quickly possessed the scrawniest stray dog, and then commanded the other stray dogs and his own golden retriever to go into the laboratory and drag someone out. A pack of stray dogs rushed into the laboratory and found Chen-Chi, who was already in a coma. The dogs bit his clothes and laboriously dragged him out.
At this moment, Chen Shi's slender body once again proved advantageous. When he was at his thinnest, he was only 51 kilograms. He had gained a little weight in the past few days, now weighing just over 110 pounds, so a few dogs working together could just about drag him. If he were any heavier, they would have to find more stray dogs. At the same time, Chen Shi and the illusion faced the Nightmare Eater, a little lost in thought.
Is my humanity fading?
Chen Shi felt nothing about this. One thing he was certain of was that he absolutely could not fully trust anything the Nightmare Eater said. A clever lie is 1 part falsehood mixed with 9 parts truth.
When you're unsure what's true and what's false, never believe it easily and throw yourself into disarray.
The Nightmare Eater reined in the false smile on its face, its tone suddenly becoming low and urgent. Actually, not only part of your humanity, but also that missing memory of yours, has been integrated by me. Only by merging with me can you retrieve that memory. Only then can your humanity stop fading. And because of this, after merging, you will possess complete humanity and have no need to worry about being controlled by me. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. What are you still hesitating about? What other concerns do you have? Do you even have a choice? The Nightmare Eater pressed closer, its eyes like torches, staring intently at Chen Shi, like a beast eyeing its prey, discerning weaknesses and seeking
an opportunity. Chen Shi met the Nightmare Eater's gaze calmly. If what the Nightmare Eater said was true, he indeed had no choice.
It seemed no matter what he chose, he couldn't escape the fate of merging with the Nightmare Eater.
But was that really true? Chen Shi reviewed all of the Nightmare Eater's actions after its appearance in the Taipingjian morgue.
First, it showed weakness, displaying its smallness to make Chen Shi lower his guard. Then, it provoked Chen Shi to kill it, proving its life and death bond with Chen Shi, forcing Chen Shi to accept its existence. Later, it commanded other parasites, demonstrating its extraordinary nature and showing its value. And it lured him with benefits, using an impassioned speech to move Chen Shi and clarify the pros and cons. Finally, it revealed that it had integrated Chen Shi's humanity, playing this trump card to leave Chen Shi with no choice at all. At the same time, it changed its attitude, using a strong, high-pressure stance to force Chen Shi to compromise immediately. One link connected to another, each step carefully designed to continuously lower Chen Shi's psychological expectations. Perhaps at first Chen Shi thought about eliminating the Nightmare Eater, but now he could only hope not to be completely controlled after merging. Oh, I forgot to tell you, all your companions have also been tricked into the illusion by me, so your choice also determines their fate. The Nightmare Eater's gaze was sharp, its tone filled with heavy pressure. Make your choice.
Either merge with me, unleash our talents, and gain unimaginable power. Or be trapped and die in this illusion, ending your pathetic and miserable life.
The Nightmare Eater had a look of complete confidence, as if it had already foreseen Chen Shi's choice.
You can refuse, but every day in the future you will face the same choice. Chen Shi. Can you refuse me forever?
Chen Shi showed a thoughtful expression, seemingly seriously considering the Nightmare Eater's proposal, and slowly began to speak. Actually, I've been thinking.
The Nightmare Eater perked up its ears, its eyes overflowing with anticipation. What if I eat you?
Before the words had even faded, Chen Shi suddenly attacked, grabbing the Nightmare Eater with one hand. This time, he didn't throw punches or kicks, instead, he opened his mouth and bit down.
The Taipingjian morgue immediately echoed with the Nightmare Eater's screams.
The composure of its previous confidence was gone, replaced only by a face full of pain and distortion.
Chen Shi, you'll regret this. Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Don't even think about it. Chen Shi sneered, don't you want to merge with me? Why don't you want to now?
He bit down mouthful after mouthful, feeling no substance in his mouth, yet the Nightmare Eater's body was continuously disintegrating and dissipating in large chunks. And the feeling of weakness that the Nightmare Eater's revival had brought him was disappearing with it, his depleted vitality was being replenished. Outside the Taipingjian morgue, the teachers and students went collectively insane at this moment, much like the frenzied food protectors when Chen Shi ate high-grade food. They rushed in desperately, wanting to stop Chen Shi, wanting to save the Nightmare Eater from Chen Shi's mouth.
Someone raised an axe, someone picked up an electric drill, someone brandished a machete. These weapons attacked Chun-Chi like a storm, causing him constant excruciating pain all over his body. But Chun-Chi's body also became as bizarre as the parasites at this moment. Even if he were split in half, he would not immediately lose consciousness and vitality. He ignored everything, stubbornly tearing at the nightmare eater. His body shattered repeatedly, and repeatedly reformed, nourished by his gnawing. In its last moments before disappearing, the nightmare eater's face twisted into a mocking sneer. Look at yourself now, can't you feel your humanity fading? You're hardly human now. I'll wait for the day your humanity is lost, and you willingly merge with me. Chun-Chi was unconcerned. I'm just a little crazy. Isn't madness also a form of humanity? In the blink of an eye, the nightmare eater was completely devoured by Chun-Chi. But the anger of the teachers and students surrounding Chun-Chi did not subside. They continued to attack him frantically. Chun-Chi also went mad. He bit anyone he caught. Only by continuously fighting to sustain himself could he avoid being beaten to death directly. But just then, the scene before his eyes suddenly became covered by a misty white veil, and he seemed to be drawn out of this scene. As he looked around somewhat dazedly, he realized that the surrounding scenery had imperceptibly changed. He was back at the entrance of the laboratory, surrounded by a circle of stray dogs and his teammates. However, his teammates all had stern faces, and their gazes towards him were wary. Tell me, what is this? Don Shui pulled out a handful of small snacks and placed them in front of Chun-Chi, asking. Chun-Chi frowned, can you move this pile of sheep droppings further away? What is this stuff? It's not bayberries, is it? It's Maltesers. That's great. Biscuit, you're finally back. Juefeng and the others were overjoyed, and Dabing even came over and gave Chun-Chi a bear hug. Seeing his teammates again, Chun-Chi felt exceptionally relieved. He hadn't expected that what was only supposed to be a reconnaissance mission with the dogs tonight would turn into so many events. However, now was not the time to celebrate. Chun-Chi urged, let's go quickly, this is not a place to linger. He didn't know if the teachers and students he encountered in the illusion had any connection to their real-world counterparts. If so, those teachers and students might already be on their way to apprehend them. Chun-Chi quickly got up and ran with his teammates towards the wall they had come from, but a shadow still hung over his heart. He remained skeptical of everything the nightmare eater had said, but undeniably, he couldn't be completely unaffected. He also didn't believe that eating that fellow in the illusion would completely get rid of the nightmare eater. As he left, Chun-Chi looked back one last time at the dark, cavernous laboratory. The illusion was formed around the laboratory, and high-grade wild food often existed in dangerous places. He was 80% sure that the high-grade wild food was hidden in the laboratory. However, entering the laboratory would immediately draw one into the illusion, and without going in, there was no way to get the high-grade wild food. This problem seemed unsolvable. It seems that to get high-grade wild food, I must first break the illusion. There must be a way, I just haven't found it yet. Chun-Chi and his group ran frantically. Juefeng, who was leading the way, suddenly slammed on the brakes, warning, careful, there's someone ahead. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows beneath a large tree ahead. Xia Huiyun. Chun-Chi recognized the person at a glance. There was no other way, this old nurse had left too deep an impression on him in the illusion. Slightly different from the illusion, the real-world Xia Huiyun was in casual clothes, and her makeup wasn't as exquisite as in the illusion, but what remained the same was the dauntingly large syringe in her hand. Chun-Chi noticed that her body looked somewhat shriveled, and there was a large scar on her neck, though the bleeding had stopped. Behind Xia Huiyun were Bianzihan, the dermatologist, the ophthalmologist, the female student Chun-Chi had bitten. Faces they had seen in the illusion emerged one by one. Bianzihan's head was now split into 4 parts, the female student was missing a piece of her shoulder, and many people had injuries on their bodies. Those were all from being bitten by Chun-Chi in the illusion. Sure enough, the illusion and reality are connected. The injuries sustained in the illusion also manifested in reality. However, these injuries were clearly weakened when brought into reality, otherwise, Bianzihan's head wouldn't have just been split into 4, but he would have died instantly.
And Chen Qi himself had actually sustained many injuries in the illusion, even having his body shattered at one point, but he recovered through his frenzied gnawing.
Now back in reality, he was completely unharmed.
Feeling the hateful gazes of these parasites directed at him, Chen Qi easily guessed the truth. These people probably hated him to the bone and had come here early to wait for him, because he had eaten the nightmare eater right in front of these Xiaozi, filial son. As expected of an S-class contaminated area, so many parasites can gather even late at night. Dabing felt a strange excitement, patting the golden retriever's head. Get ready to fight, Dabing. Coffee and the others all had solemn expressions, knowing that a big battle was inevitable. This was their first time facing so many parasites at once. If they had come during the day, the number of parasites would have been even greater. At least 2 of the parasites recorded in the data were not here.
Let me try this time. Suanan volunteered.
Okay, it's a good chance to test the effect of your derived food. Everyone nodded, knowing that with Dabing's and Chen Qi's derived food as backup, even if Suanan's ability didn't work, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. The parasites, led by Xiao Huiyun, charged towards Chen Qi and the others, each one beginning to reveal their true forms. Xiao Huiyun's body instantly swelled to more than twice its original size, and the syringe in her hand also grew accordingly.
Several more hands extended from her back, each holding a different medical instrument.
There were scalpels, tissue scissors, hemostats, probes. Dian Zihan roared, his skin turning inside out, revealing the other side covered in yellow adipose tissue. The other parasites each displayed their unique abilities, transforming into bizarre and strange appearances. At this moment, Suanan pulled out a small mini croissant and swallowed it whole. The next instant, a giant bread suddenly appeared out of thin air.
Xiao Huiyun, who was at the forefront, was directly enveloped by the bread.
The bread's outer shell was incredibly hard, looking dry and rough, like an indestructible giant shield, sealing her inside and restricting her movements. Swish, swish, swish. One large bread after another appeared, trapping all the parasites. The size of the bread would also adapt to the target's body size. Xiao Huiyun was large, so the bread encasing her was also exceptionally huge. Inside each bread, constant knocking and banging sounds could be heard, but for a time, no one could break out.
Awesome! Everyone marveled at the power of Suanan's ability.
It seemed to have no offensive power, but its functionality was simply too strong, applicable in almost any situation. However, now was not the time for exclamations. Coffee called out, and everyone moved forward at full speed, bypassing the large breads and rushing towards the nearby wall. Soon after, a grating friction sound came from behind them. Chen Qi and the others glanced back, seeing the old nurse, Xiao Huiyun, wielding various instruments, forcefully opening a window in the large bread.
Whoosh! A syringe shot out, locking onto Chen Qi.
It was clear that the old nurse hated Chen Qi immensely, choosing him as her target among so many people.
Again!
Chen Qi cursed inwardly. In the illusion, he had suffered from this flying needle attack, which hurt so much he wanted to amputate his limb.
This flying needle was fast, accurate, and vicious.
Chen Qi saw that he couldn't dodge it, so he could only try to shift his body to avoid vital points. But just then, he suddenly felt his surroundings darken. He was enveloped by something. All around him was a soft, porous structure, like a sponge, but outside the sponge was an iron-like hard shell.
I'm trapped in a bread? Chen Qi instantly understood that Suanan was using bread to protect him. Thump!
A loud bang echoed, and Chen Qi only felt the bread shake slightly.
A sharp needle pierced through the bread's outer shell, embedding about an inch deep.
The next instant, the large bread encasing him suddenly vanished, and the syringe stuck in the bread fell to the ground with it. Chen Qi picked up the syringe and ran off.
A divine item.
This syringe was a good thing. He had used it in the illusion, and it was always effective. No matter if it was a person or a ghost, one jab would make them squeal like a pig. He just didn't know if it would have the same effect in reality as it did in the illusion. Juefeng was the fastest, leading the way over the wall. With him assisting from above, Coffee and Suanan also quickly scaled the wall. Soon, their group was all outside the wall. By this time, Suanin's derivative food ability had expired, and Xiao Huiyun and the other parasites had escaped their confinement.
Quickly start the car. Don't get caught in the domain later, or the car won't be able to move. Dabing's car was parked outside the wall.
Chen Shi, the 6 of them, and one dog crammed into the car.
Dabing stepped on the gas and sped off.
At this point, they didn't care about overloading, nor did they have time to go get Coffee's car on the other side of the road. The car drove onto the main road, making turns at every bend, weaving and winding for over 10 minutes without stopping, before the tension in everyone's hearts slowly relaxed. Only Suanin's small face remained pale.
I'm really lucky to be alive.
She couldn't imagine that she had been living in such a dangerous environment for over a month. If she had known earlier, she would have been scared into dropping out of school.
Coffee exclaimed, Bread's ability is too versatile. It can control enemies and protect teammates.
It saved us from a major battle. Chen Shi, having been inside the large bread, also agreed, the internal structure of the large bread is soft, providing excellent protection for teammates inside. When used to control enemies, it also acts as a force dampener, making it difficult for those inside to exert force and violently break free.
After some discussion, everyone gave the ability a name, Bread Cocoon.
Derivative food could be said to be their strongest combat power currently, a
one-time ultimate move. Currently, everyone's ultimate moves in the team were clear.
Chen Shi's control appetite, Suanin's bread cocoon, Juefeng's extreme speed state, Gonshui's emetic poison gas, and Dabing's canine demonic transformation.
Chen Shi couldn't help but ask curiously, Coffee, what is your derivative food ability? He had only ever heard that Coffee's
derivative food had no combat effectiveness, but he truly didn't understand its specific function.
Juefeng answered for her, it should be considered absolute rationality.
After eating the derivative food, she becomes an emotionless machine, unaffected by emotions, with absolute focus and calmness. Coffee's expression changed slightly, her eyes dimming, and she said with some self-mockery,
What absolute rationality? It's just not like a human, that's all.
At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly raised the large syringe in his hand. The syringe was shrinking at a visible rate, and in a blink of an eye, it had shrunk to only 1/3 of its original size. However, the current size of the syringe was consistent with what Chen Shi had seen in the illusion. Chen Shi thoughtfully said, It seems this syringe has a special connection with Xiao Huiyun, perhaps even being one with her. Previously, the syringe had grown in size along with Xiao Huiyun's body. Now that it was separated from Xiao Huiyun, it had returned to its original size.
I wonder if Xiao Huiyun can track this syringe.
The safest option would, of course, be to discard the syringe, but Chen Shi was somewhat reluctant. This syringe was indeed very useful. Coffee said, You can find a hidden place to hide it, and install a camera, then observe for a period to see if anyone comes looking for it.
Chen Shi nodded, realizing that was the only way. Dabing, who was driving, asked, Where are we going now?
Chen Shi thought for a moment and said, Let's go to my house.
I'll give you directions.
Everyone else immediately turned their gaze to Chen Shi upon hearing this. They knew that the house Chen Shi spoke of was not his current residence, but his original home. Chen Shi had just mentioned today that he planned to use his mother as a test subject and feed her wild food.
Are you planning to do it tonight? Juefeng asked.
Chen Shi nodded. She goes to work during the day, so she's only home at night.
All right, let's go then.
We're all here, and our firepower is sufficient.
Let's act early and see the results.
The navigation indicated that the journey to Chen Shi's house would take about half an hour. On the way, Chen Shi and the others began to exchange stories of their experiences inside and outside Jinghai Medical College.
First, Coffee recounted their experiences.
There wasn't much to say, really. They spent most of their time waiting outside the wall until the nightmare eater controlled Chen Shi's body and began to lure them into the medical college. Chen Shi also secretly felt fortunate upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had chosen to truthfully disclose the problems he had, otherwise, his teammates, unprepared, might have fallen into the trap. Of course, it was also thanks to Coffee's vigilance.
I need to be more careful when using the human-dog fusion ability in the future, Chunshi thought to himself. Wait. Chunshi suddenly remembered something. Are you saying that the nightmare eater inside me only started acting long after I entered the medical college? Juefeng recalled, that's right. When Dabing went in to find you, almost an hour had passed, and he woke up less than half an hour after Dabing went in. Chunshi felt he was vaguely grasping something. Why didn't the nightmare eater act earlier? Why wait until then? And it wasn't his first time trying the human-dog fusion ability. Why had the nightmare eater never come out before? Over an hour. What was I doing in the illusion at that time? Chunshi calculated the time in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Taepingjian, morgue. At that time, I had just entered the Taepingjian, morgue. Chunshi suddenly realized that the nightmare eater had only awakened after he entered the Taepingjian, morgue. Clearly, there was something special about the Taepingjian, morgue. What Taepingjian, morgue? Everyone in the car asked curiously. Chunshi then told his teammates about his experiences in the illusion, and as they listened, their expressions became wonderfully varied. The illusionary world in Chenshi's description was absurd and bizarre, fantastical, like a dream. But many things subtly corresponded to reality. When they heard Chunshi dominating in there with just his mouth, Juefeng couldn't help but tease, Biscuit, you can be called Little Gon Shui from now on. Gon Shui self-deprecatingly said, I don't have that ability. I should be called Little Biscuit. Until the end, when Chunshi spoke of his encounter with the nightmare eater in the illusion, Juefeng and the others fell silent. They knew about Chunshi's situation, having a ticking time bomb buried in his body, which they originally thought might never explode. But if what the nightmare eater said about humanity was true, then it was equivalent to having lit the fuse of that bomb. The explosion would only be a matter of time. The car was quiet for a moment, then Coffee said, what he said might not be true. You don't need to worry too much. Chunshi, however, was very open-minded and said indifferently, I know. Even if it's true, it's not a matter of a day or two. If my humanity were to drain away in a short time, then why would the nightmare eater be in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to just wait patiently? Coffee nodded, that's right. However, to verify whether what he said is true or false, we will pay close attention to your changes. She used her phone to meticulously record all of Chunshi's experiences in the illusion. Chunshi's journey into the illusion had too many things to explore, and much information needed to be verified one by one later. At this moment, Dabing slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a stop. We're here. Looking at the familiar gate of the residential complex in front of him, Chunshi felt a mix of emotions. 3 days ago, at this same time and place, he had fled in a panic, filled with anger and fear. But now that he was back, his mindset was completely different. No longer fearful, he was even a little expectant. However, when Chunshi opened the door to his home with his teammates, he was slightly stunned. The sight that greeted him was one of chaos. The shoe cabinet in the entryway was broken, shoes were scattered all over the floor, there were scratch marks all over the walls, and the wallpaper had been torn into shreds. This was clearly the damage caused when his mother and the nightmare eater inside her fought for control of her body. Everything seemed to be frozen on the night Chunshi had fled. Chunshi quickly walked into the house, turned on the lights, and searched each room, but he didn't see his mother anywhere. He hadn't expected to find nothing. But his mother had already become a parasite, so it was impossible to judge her whereabouts using conventional logic. She might be in some corner of the city, his mother might be looking everywhere for her son. After searching the house for a while and finding no useful clues, Coffee suggested, let's go to the property management office and check the surveillance footage. So, the group went to the property management's surveillance room. The security guard on the night shift was fast asleep on the desk. After being woken up, he was clearly unhappy, but when he saw that Chunshi and his group were numerous, his mood immediately stabilized. He very cooperatively retrieved the surveillance footage from the 2 elevators in Chunshi's building. Chunshi rewound the surveillance footage to the early hours of 3 days ago, shortly after he had fled from his home. The surveillance footage showed Dr.
Zhao in a white coat entering the elevator shortly after Chen Shi left.
A moment later, Dr. Zhao and Chen Shi's mother left together in the elevator. However, to Chen Shi's surprise, there was another person in the elevator. It was a little girl, probably less than 10 years old, wearing a school uniform, carrying a backpack, and with 2 braids, looking very cute. This little girl had entered the elevator with Chen Shi's mother and Dr. Zhao, and she had also exited the elevator with them. During that time, Dr. Zhao had even touched the girl's head. Chen Shi's eyes widened. This girl hadn't come with Dr. Zhao. Judging from the looks of it, she had come out of his house. That night, there was someone else in his house? Chen Shi carefully recalled that his house had 3 bedrooms. That day, he had been in his parents' master bedroom and had returned to his own room. The only room he hadn't gone to was the remaining guest room. That room was only used occasionally when guests came to the house, and it was usually empty. And that night, the door to the guest room seemed to have been closed. In that case, this little girl had been in the guest room that night. Judging by her clothes and age, she should be a primary school student. Is she a student in mom's class? Chen Shi's mother was a primary school teacher, but usually, it was unlikely that she would bring a child from her class home to spend the night. But at that time, his mother was clearly not in a normal state. Chen Shi and the others quickly dragged the elevator surveillance footage, and found that after that, Chen Shi's mother's figure never appeared in the surveillance footage of the 2 elevators. After leaving that night, she never came back? Chen Shi also had the security guard retrieve the surveillance footage inside the residential complex. The last shot of his mother was when she got into the hospital ambulance with the little girl and Dr. Zhao. The group left the surveillance room. Chen Shi frowned the whole time. He hadn't expected his mother to disappear. This disrupted his plan. Only by feeding his mother wild food while she hadn't been completely parasitized was it possible to temporarily awaken her consciousness. If the parasitism was completely completed, wild food would probably be useless. And as an ordinary person, it wouldn't take Chen Shi's mother too long to complete the entire parasitism process. Biscuit, what are you planning to do? Gan Shui asked, do you want to change the test subject? Zhu Weifeng said, although I really want to sign up my brother, he has been completely parasitized. Coffee didn't say anything, just shook her head gently. Dabing said, my old man might still be saved, but he was torn apart by my Dabing dog last time, and he shouldn't have been resurrected yet. Chen Shi kept his head down in thought, and suddenly said, what do you think about using Dr. Zhao as a test subject? Zhu Weifeng and the others were all stunned. It's possible, he doesn't seem to be completely parasitized either, so he meets the conditions. It could also be seen from the previous chat records between Wu Furen and Dr. Zhao that Wu Furen had been supervising Dr. Zhao's meals until recently, which meant that Dr. Zhao had not been completely parasitized at least. Chen Shi's decision was also made after careful consideration. First of all, his mother had left home with Dr. Zhao, so Dr. Zhao probably knew the whereabouts of his mother, and he would also know about the little girl's situation. Secondly, it was for the memory he had lost. To find out whether everything the Nightmare Eater said was true or false, he had to retrieve that memory. And the Nightmare Eater claimed that that memory had been fused by it. If it wasn't lying, then Chen Shi wouldn't be able to retrieve that memory even if he ate the advanced wild food from Jinghai Medical College. This put everything in a dead cycle. So, he had no choice but to settle for Dr. Zhao. After all, Dr. Zhao had sent him to Jinghai Medical College, so he should know something. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Dr. Zhao was the most cost-effective test subject. After Chen Shi expressed his thoughts, his teammates all expressed their understanding. Do you know Dr. Zhao's home address? Zhu Weifeng asked. Chen Shi nodded. He had previously obtained Wu Furen's mobile phone, and the delivery and online shopping software in it had detailed delivery addresses. Coffee was still as decisive as ever, and said, "Go now?"
Chen Shi was about to agree when suddenly a burst of dizziness struck, and he swayed, about to fall down. Zhu Feng and Gan Shui next to him quickly supported him.
"What's wrong with you? Why does your face suddenly look so bad?"
Chen Shi gasped for a few breaths, calmed down for a moment, and then weakly said, "The nightmare eater has revived in my body." He had experienced this familiar feeling of weakness once in the illusion. When the nightmare eater revived after he killed it for the first time, he had the same feeling.
"Sure enough, it's not so easy to get rid of that guy."
Coffee shook her head and said, "You should go back and rest first in this state, and we'll talk about dealing with Dr.
Zhao tomorrow."
The teammates helped Chen Shi into the car. Chen Shi ate 2 more portions of wild food on the way, and the weakness in his body was restored. But the mental weakness did not diminish, and he was still in a state of depression. Afterwards, Chen Shi lay in the car to rest, but his teammates were not idle. They first went to Dabing's shop and removed the camera in his shop. Then, they ran to the rented house where Zhu Feng had previously lived, installed the camera, and left Xia Huiyun's syringe in the rented house. This was to observe whether Xia Huiyun could track the syringe. By this time, it was almost dawn, and everyone was more or less tired, so they didn't go back to their respective homes, but all came to Coffee's villa to rest.
Several people lay sprawled on Coffee's soft sofa.
Although Chen Shi was mentally exhausted, his mind still couldn't calm down, and he couldn't help thinking about things.
Thinking about his experience in the illusion tonight, thinking about his mother's disappearance, thinking about the identity of the little girl in the elevator. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "What do you think? Is everything I encountered tonight an illusion or a real existence?"
Su Anan rarely spoke, saying, "Our school's laboratory isn't that big, and it's not connected to any other rooms."
Dabing also said, "The doggies didn't see any corpses when they entered the laboratory either." "I know that.
All the signs indicate that I entered an illusion, but the people I injured in the illusion were indeed injured in reality.
And many things can be found corresponding to reality." Zhu Feng suddenly realized, "I understand.
It's similar to being poisoned by eating mushrooms. I was poisoned by eating mushrooms before, and I saw frogs and doggies coming to help me, and a robot cat took out a syringe from its pocket to give me an injection, but they were actually nurses and doctors. That is to say, some of the hallucinations have real counterparts, and some of them are
imagined by you out of thin air."
Chen Shi shook his head. "It's not that simple. Those parasites weren't in the laboratory at the time, so why would they be injured by me?
And if they were all in the laboratory, shouldn't it be me who had the accident?"
Coffee guessed, "I feel that this illusion is built on the basis of reality, and has an invisible connection with reality, so when you do something in the illusion, reality will be affected accordingly." Chen Shi nodded. "That's the only way to explain it for now, but I don't know if the delivery room and Taipingjian morgue I saw in the illusion are real places, or some kind of symbol."
"The delivery room is the
resurrection point of the parasites, and the Taipingjian morgue stores humanity."
"The latter is okay, humanity is something that cannot be seen or touched, but the resurrection point should have a corresponding real location, right?"
"Unless the parasites can grow flesh and blood from the
illusion and resurrect."
At this time, Coffee took out her mobile phone and said, "Of course, there is another possibility. Whether it is a patient, Taipingjian, morgue, or delivery room, they are all your hallucinations, they do not exist, and everything you see there is meaningless."
"It's very simple to verify this."
Coffee swiped her phone, looking through Chen Shi's self-reported experiences that she had recorded.
"Before.
You mentioned before that you had an exchange with a patient who claimed to be Du Yuxuan, a freshman at Jinghai Normal University. We can investigate her. If she really exists, then that can explain a lot of things." Chen Shi said, "Then, by the way, pay attention to the pork vendor. He was killed by me and 2 officials in the delivery room.
Let's see if this will affect his subsequent resurrection.
Also, try to contact the officials through the group owner to verify whether the 2 people I saw were from them."
Coffee nodded, stood up and said, "You all go and rest, I will arrange these things.
Especially you, Biscuit, take care of
your energy, and you will have to give Dr. Jiao food therapy tonight.
Everyone looked tired, only Coffee was full of energy, like a perpetual motion machine. Chen Shi slept for an exceptionally long and deep time, only waking up around 2 p.m. After a full 9 hours of sleep, his spirit finally recovered, and the previous feeling of weakness was gone.
Chen Shi went to the living room and found only Coffee there, so he asked, "Did they all go to grind for high-grade food?" Coffee nodded and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "We're still planning to give Dr. Jiao food therapy tonight. Are you up for it?" "No problem." Chen Shi made an okay gesture. "Has there been any progress on the other investigations?" Coffee handed him her phone. "This is Du Yuxuan's information. There is indeed a freshman named Du Yuxuan at Jinghai Normal University. See if she's the same person you saw?"
Chen Shi zoomed in on the ID photo on the phone, carefully identified it, and nodded, "It's her.
This Du Yuxuan is currently attending Jinghai Normal University normally and hasn't shown any abnormalities.
As for whether she's a parasite, it's currently unknown, and I don't plan to verify it. I'm preparing to hand this matter over to the professionals." Chen Shi's gaze shifted slightly.
"Professionals? Are you referring to, that's right?"
"I conveyed your experience in the illusion to the official personnel through Momo. They want to arrange a time to talk with us in person."
"When?" "I've been waiting for you to wake up." "Then let's go."
The two wasted no time and immediately drove off. About 20 minutes later, the car drove into an area of unfinished buildings. The surroundings were desolate and remote, with weeds growing everywhere. Chen Shi didn't find a single wild food item along the way, which was enough to show that there was no human presence here at all. They parked the car, and Coffee took out her phone to send a message. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, an off-road vehicle drove up and stopped beside them. A young woman, dressed in a sharp black tight-fitting outfit, tall but somewhat gaunt, jumped out of the driver's seat. One hand remained on the holster at her waist, and her eyes held vigilance.
Chen Shi and Coffee observed the woman and then looked at the off-road vehicle behind her.
The off-road vehicle's windows were covered with reflective film, preventing them from seeing if there were other people inside. Chen Shi and Coffee also got out of the car, but both hid behind it, using the car as cover.
The woman called out, "Are you from Momo?" Coffee replied, "That's right. Let's begin identity verification."
With that, Coffee reached out and placed the already prepared wax apple on the hood of the car. The woman answered immediately, "It looks a bit like hemorrhoids, but it has many tumors and it wiggles."
Coffee clapped, "You passed. Now it's your turn."
The woman also took out the bizarre food she had prepared and specifically said, "Let the person next to you answer."
Chen Shi looked at the yellow object in the box in the woman's hand and asked with some uncertainty, "Is it what I think it is?" "Speak." "Excrement? And it's runny?"
"You passed too."
The woman nodded. "This is the honey I just bought."
After mutually verifying each other's odd food consumer identities, both sides visibly relaxed, and the woman's hand finally moved away from her holster.
Coffee proactively asked, "What should I call you?" The woman, "Just call me Chile."
Chen Shi and Coffee exchanged glances.
Had their group's habit of using codenames spread to the officials? Or did Momo plagiarize the official rules? "I'm Coffee, and he's Biscuit." After a brief introduction, Chile went straight to the point, taking out her phone and pulling up 2 photos, asking Chen Shi, "Are these the people you saw in the illusion?" The photos showed the Bai Zhuang and dark youth who had fought alongside Chen Shi earlier. Chen Shi nodded, "That's right." Chile said, "They are indeed our people.
They went missing 4 nights ago while exploring Jinghai Medical College. However, according to the tracking devices implanted in them, they were transferred 3 days ago and are no longer at Jinghai Medical College."
"Are you sure?" Chen Shi pressed, "Where were they transferred to?" "We tracked their location and found that they were transferred to the A grade. Contaminated area, Jinghai Paradise, 3 days ago." "Amusement park?"
As a native of Jinghai City, Chen Shi naturally knew Jinghai Paradise. It was the largest amusement park in Jinghai City, always doing good business, and even attracting a large number of out-of-town tourists on holidays. It didn't seem strange for such a high-traffic place to become a contaminated area. Chili coughed, "I haven't finished yet. Just today, they were transferred to Jinquan Elementary School." Chen-Chi was slightly startled and asked, "What level of contaminated area is Jinquan Elementary School?" "Unknown." Chili shook her head. "In fact, before today, we didn't even know it was a contaminated area." Chen-Chi remained outwardly calm, but what he didn't say was that his mother was a teacher at Jinquan Elementary School. Mom's workplace is actually a contaminated area, so was she parasitized at the hospital or at the school? Another doubt arose in Chen-Chi's mind. There was still one thing he didn't understand, so he asked, "Why are they being transferred so frequently?" "It's probably to speed up the parasitism process. My two companions are odd food consumers, and the Nightmare Clan will pay special attention to them. Constantly transferring them to different contaminated areas should be to allow them to absorb more terrifying energy, so they can quickly merge with the Nightmare Clan within them." Chili explained, although Jinghai Medical College is an S-grade contaminated area with dense terrifying energy, the number of parasites there is also large, so the energy might be spread thin. Chen-Chi nodded. This explanation was reasonable. The high-grade contamination source, buttercake, was indeed kept separately in Sun Xuecha's ward to speed up Sun Xuecha's parasitism process. However, hearing familiar terms like odd food consumer and parasites from Chili's mouth, Chen-Chi and Coffee couldn't help but exchange glances, both understanding what the other wanted to say. The terms used by the officials were exactly the same as the names they had coined in their group. These terms were all self-created within their group. Could it be that Momo had culturally exported to the officials? Coffee asked doubtfully, "You know their location, but you haven't launched a rescue operation?" Chili sighed lightly and said, "The team stationed here in Jinghai City is just a scout team, with only a few people in total. Their main task is to investigate the source of contamination in Jinghai City. Now that team members have had an accident, we are severely short-handed and have already applied for support from higher-ups. I'm just afraid that by the time the support arrives, we'll have missed the golden rescue. Period." Chen-Chi frowned, "The officials are so short on people?" Chili said without hesitation, "Indeed, we are short on people. As you know, in the face of this disaster, even well-trained elite troops can hardly play any role. Once they enter a contaminated area, their perception is still affected. Only odd food consumers like us have the power to resist. Moreover, the main forces are currently concentrated in Kongning City, where the contamination is more severe and the impact is worse. Jinghai City, at least on the surface, can still maintain normalcy, so its priority can only be lower. Unless we can find the source of contamination." At this point, Chili's gaze swept over Chen-Chi and Coffee a few times, and she said, "If you want to join us, I can introduce you. There will generally be no problems. It's a formal establishment with excellent benefits. However, you will have to obey the organization's arrangements in the future and may be sent to support other regions." Coffee laughed, "Although the establishment is tempting, I still have billions of assets to manage." Chen-Chi also spread his hands. "If you had told me 2 months ago about a formal establishment, even if you transferred me to guard a tower at sea, I would have considered it. But now, I have more important things to do." He was staying in Jinghai City to save his mother and couldn't accept being transferred by the higher-ups. Chili looked a little regretful. "Even if we can't be comrades, we can cooperate. In fact, the reason I asked to meet you this time was to seek your help. We plan to rescue our 2 companions soon. The golden rescue period is 7 days, and now there are only 3 days left. I hope you can help." Coffee and Chen-Chi were both a bit disappointed. They originally thought that by connecting with the officials, they could use their power to deal with the parasites. Unexpectedly, it was the officials who asked them for help first. Coffee said, "We still need to go back and discuss this with our other companions." "Of course." Chili nodded and added, "If you are willing to help, we can provide you with some support and assistance." "Such as?" Chen-Chi asked with a slight interest. More confidential information, and some reasonable privileges and conveniences on a legal level.
Not enough, add more.
Chile smiled slightly, then let's add our official friendship.
Okay, friendship is priceless.
We will consider it carefully.
Chen-Chi nodded. By the way, we have a small operation tonight that might cause some commotion. Can we experience the privileges and conveniences you mentioned?
Chili didn't hesitate and immediately took out her phone. Add me as a friend, send me the time, location, and of the operation, and I'll arrange the rest.
Straightforward.
Chen-Chi added Chili as a friend, and then he and Coffee left the unfinished buildings. On the way, Coffee said somewhat strangely, "You seem a bit tempted."
When talking to a smart person like Coffee, one only needs to hint.
Chen-Chi said, "My mom is a teacher at Jingquan Elementary School."
Coffee showed a look of sudden understanding. You think your mom might be at Jingquan Elementary School? Chen-Chi nodded, there's only a certain possibility.
I've noticed that parasites seem to like gathering in contaminated areas.
We can ask Dr. Zhao about the specifics tonight. And I always feel that my mom's disappearance might be related to that little girl. That little girl was wearing Jingquan Elementary School's uniform.
If his mother was at Jingquan Elementary School, then Chen-Chi would have to go there no matter what. It would be better to agree to the officials and do them a favor, which could also get them more benefits.
That works.
Coffee said admiringly, this way, we can also get free help from official personnel, which is like having a few more helpers.
You can't say that.
It's mutual help, you see.
They help us, and we are helping them.
This is friendship. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all members of the Jinghai foraging group, except for the group leader, gathered. After preparing and bringing their weapons, the group made their way to Dr.
Zhao's residential complex. Building 7, Unit 2, Apartment 1402, this is it, we're here.
Zhuweifeng, dressed in a yellow writer uniform and carrying a delivery order, stood at Dr. Zhao's doorstep. Chen-Chi and the others hid in the nearby stairwell. Dabing, you're the main force this time. Get ready for battle, Coffee instructed.
Dabing nodded.
Currently, only he and Chen-Chi possessed derivative food, and Chen-Chi's ability to control appetite wasn't very effective in this environment.
Let's begin.
Zhuweifeng knocked on Dr.
Zhao's door. Thump, thump, thump.
As the knocking sound echoed, Chen-Chi and the others, hiding nearby, subconsciously held their breath, their hearts tightening. After a few seconds with no response, Zhuweifeng quickened his knocking.
Thump, thump, thump. Who is it? Finally, Dr.
Zhao's voice came from behind the door.
Delivery.
Zhuweifeng shouted at the top of his lungs.
Did you get it wrong? I didn't order any delivery. The address written is your home. Zhuweifeng looked up at the door number. 1402, that's correct, isn't it, Mr. Zhao?
Gan Shui in the stairwell tightened his grip on his large hammer. If Dr. Zhao didn't cooperate, they would have to resort to forced measures. But thankfully, at that moment, the door creaked open.
The moment Dr. Zhao appeared, Zhuweifeng wasted no words.
The hand hidden beneath the delivery bag suddenly thrust out. In his hand, he held a giant syringe as thick as an arm. This syringe, which belonged to Xia Huiyun, had been left in the rental house for a day, and no one had come to retrieve it. Before coming here, they had made a detour to pick up this syringe. As the syringe pierced Dr.
Zhao's abdomen, a blood-curdling scream was heard.
Upon hearing that sound, Chen-Chi knew that this large syringe was as potent as it had been in the illusion. This scream seemed to be the bugle call for Chen-Chi and the others to charge. Chen-Chi, Dabing, and Gan Shui, armed with their weapons, rushed towards Dr.
Zhao's home.
Zhuweifeng kicked open the entrance door, chased after him, and violently jabbed him with the syringe, causing Dr.
Zhao to wail repeatedly.
Gan Shui swung his large hammer, smashing it into Dr.
Zhao's chest and knocking him to the ground. Dabing's dog leash directly wrapped around Dr. Zhao's shoulders, preventing him from getting up. Chen Shi, meanwhile, pulled out a can of wild 8 treasure porridge and poured it into Dr. Zhao's mouth. Coffee and Suanan, who were at the very back, were responsible for closing the door behind them. Chen Shi and the others stormed into the house like a group of thugs, unleashing a combo attack on Dr. Zhao. At this moment, Dr. Zhao showed no abnormalities. He looked gentle, weak, and helpless. He was curled up on the ground, trembling, in so much pain that he resembled a shrimp, and was still being force-fed. This was the power of the large syringe's preemptive control, using extreme pain to control the opponent, making it difficult for them to retaliate for a short period. Chen Shi had gone to great lengths to ensure Dr. Zhao ate properly. He specifically chose the wild 8 treasure porridge, which he had found with great difficulty, as this liquid food was easier to swallow. However, even with this can of 8 treasure porridge poured into his mouth, Dr. Zhao stubbornly refused to swallow, even attempting to spit it out. Eat it! Chen Shi directly inverted the entire 8 treasure porridge can into his mouth, then pulled his hair to prevent him from turning his head. And at this moment, the abnormalities on Dr. Zhao's body finally began to manifest. One side of his temple split open, revealing a vivid red gash, and the 2 tentacles Chen Shi had seen before emerged. The 2 small eyes on those tentacles stared at Chen Shi, and one could actually feel the rage within them. Dr. Zhao's other temple also split open simultaneously, but what emerged was not a tentacle, but teeth and a tongue. It was actually a mouth. That mouth cursed, "You humans, you deserve to die. I was just a little bit away from succeeding, ruining my plans. You all go to hell." He hadn't even finished speaking when he was suddenly interrupted. Chen Shi directly stuffed a wild large meat zongzi into this mouth of his. "You eat too." The mouth on his temple extended a coral-like tongue, attempting to push out the meat zongzi, but Chen Shi grabbed a baguette and shoved it in. "Eat, all of you eat it. Swallow it." He lifted his foot and stomped hard on the bottom of the 8 treasure porridge can, forcing the entire tin can into Dr. Zhao's mouth. Juefeng was still continuously injecting Dr. Zhao, but at this point, both of Dr. Zhao's mouths were stuffed, preventing him from even screaming. Only the small eyes on those 2 tentacles erupted with emotions of hatred and pain. Chen Shi grabbed those 2 tentacles and forcibly ripped them off, and immediately, a yellow, curry-like liquid flowed from the broken ends of the tentacles. At this moment, countless cracks, one after another, suddenly began to appear on Dr. Zhao's body. From these cracks, various organs protruded: tentacles, tongues, eyeballs, mouths. These organs were all connected to Dr. Zhao's body by flesh-colored tissues resembling tentacles. Those tentacles began to grow wildly, and the attached ear organs also grew larger accordingly. The cracks on Dr. Zhao's body also expanded, but only Dr. Zhao's body itself did not enlarge. This resulted in Dr. Zhao's entire body being submerged by tentacles and organs, turning him into a monster covered in organs. Not a single piece of his original skin was visible, only his head still retained his original appearance. As Dr. Zhao underwent this mutation, the chandelier in his home flickered violently, and the television screen, which had been playing, turned into static, indicating that his domain had already expanded. Chen Shi and the others were forced back by Dr. Zhao's mutation. They couldn't help but retreat, unless they wanted to be entangled by those thick tentacles. Dr. Zhao flipped over and stood up. He no longer had legs, he was supported by those powerful tentacles and the organs attached to them. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of tentacles swept towards Juefeng, who stood at the very front. The organs on them performed different actions: mouths opened wide to bite, tongues directly tried to bore into Juefeng's orifices, and tentacles were responsible for coiling. Chen Shi and Gan Shui quickly pulled Juefeng back, and at the same time, a golden retriever rushed forward, rapidly tearing and breaking dozens of tentacles.
It turned out that Dabing had already consumed his derivative food and was controlling the golden retriever to join the fight. Initially, they had hoped to save Dabing's derivative food by relying on the controlling ability of the large syringe, but now it seemed it was still not enough. The golden retriever and Dr. Zhao became entangled in a fierce battle. The organs on those tentacles were insidious, attacking from all angles, making defense extremely difficult. Seeing this, Dabing ate another bitten hot dog, and the next moment, his consciousness entered the golden retriever's body. He had wanted to try this for a long time, simultaneously consuming derivative food and exclusive food to see if their effects could be superimposed. It was clearly proven to be possible. The golden retriever, controlled by Dabing, became much more agile in combat, its attacks more effective, and its evasions more timely. Human intelligence was clearly superior to that of a dog. The golden retriever instantly gained the upper hand, pinning Dr. Zhao to the ground and continuously tearing at him. However, although the tentacles were constantly being torn, it seemed to have little effect on Dr. Zhao. Chen Qi and the others understood clearly that the golden retriever wouldn't be able to defeat Dr. Zhao anytime soon, and the effect of the derivative food was very short-lived. In a while, the situation would likely reverse. Chen Qi, frustrated, prepared to open the door to lure the monster out, bringing the battlefield outside where his ghost face cookies could then be effective. But just then, Dabing's dog paw slapped Dr. Zhao's mouth, and the next moment, Dr. Zhao suddenly began to vomit wildly. He ate the wild food. Chen Qi was pleasantly surprised, watching Dr. Zhao vomit out a large amount of black substance. Immediately, Dr. Zhao seemed to become somewhat listless, the vitality of his tentacles noticeably decreased, and a distorted expression began to appear on his face. "Quick," he hissed, "quick, save, where is my mom?" Chen Qi demanded. "School, save her, girl." Dr. Zhao was about to say something else when suddenly his two tentacles stretched over and directly tore his mouth. The mouth on his temple cursed, "Shut up." Dr. Zhao's face became even more painful, constantly twisting, sometimes struggling, sometimes enraged, as if he was fiercely battling the nightmare eater within him for control of his body. His entire body's tentacles also began to fight each other, constantly tearing and gnawing at themselves. Chen Qi quickly threw pieces of wild food to Dabing, shouting, "Dabing, help him. Increase his food intake." This is where the difference between humans and dogs became apparent. Dabing, controlling the golden retriever, instantly understood Chen Qi's meaning and frantically stuffed the wild food into Dr. Zhao's mouth. Because his paws were too large and difficult to maneuver, Dabing even thought of using his mouth and tongue. Compared to before, the feeding difficulty was much lower now, because Dr. Zhao had regained partial control of his body. When the wild food was delivered to Dr. Zhao's mouth, he could at least occasionally swallow it voluntarily. Even if he ate one bite out of 10 fed, it was enough. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door came from behind Chen Qi and his team. The Food Protection Squad had arrived. The facts proved that the Food Protection Squad was fair and just, even if the one eating wild food was a parasite, they treated them equally. Fortunately, Dr. Zhao's security door was quite sturdy, so there was no need to worry about anyone breaking in for a while. Dr. Zhao's mouth was torn, and the wild food in his mouth continuously leaked out from both sides of his cheeks. However, some of it did get eaten, and soon he began to vomit frantically again. This time, even more black substance was expelled than before. The effect was also very obvious. Originally, Dr. Zhao's tentacles were fighting each other, and it was clear that one side had an overwhelming advantage, with about 90% of the tentacles bullying the remaining 10%. As he continuously vomited the black substance, this ratio changed to 70% fighting 30%. This could roughly be interpreted as Dr. Zhao regaining 30% of his body's control from the nightmare eater. However, this seemed to be the limit. Even after eating more wild food, Dr. Zhao did not vomit more black substance, and his control over his body remained at only 30%. Combined with the Nightmare Eater's previous words, it was not difficult to deduce that Dr. Zhao was already critically ill, having reached the late stage of parasites, and even eating more wild food would not restore more of his sanity. He shouted indistinctly, "Stop feeding!" Dabing immediately stopped feeding. Before Chen Qi and his team could ask, Dr. Zhao volunteered. A girl was taken hostage by the Nightmare Clan. Before he could finish speaking, a tentacle with a huge tongue forcibly shoved into Dr. Zhao's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Fortunately, before Chen Qi and his team could step forward to help, another mouth growing on a tentacle continued, "At Jingquan Elementary School, you must save her." Rip! Another tentacle forcibly tore this mouth from its body. In Dr. Zhao's situation of fighting himself, Chen Qi and his team, even if they wanted to help, had no way to intervene. Seeing this, Chen Qi could only shout, "Get to the point. I know I need to save her, then what? Is my mother there? What exactly happened to me at Jinghai Medical College? Your mother is with her. Her ability is very important, she can." At this moment, Dabing's derived food ability suddenly failed, and the giant golden retriever instantly shrunk. Dabing could only control the golden retriever to retreat to the rear. Without the golden retriever's suppression, Dr. Zhao flipped over and forcibly rushed towards the balcony. "Damn it, finish your sentence before you leave." Gan Shui angrily threw the hammer in his hand at Dr. Zhao's retreating figure. Juefeng also rushed over, repeatedly stabbing with a syringe, but none of this stopped Dr. Zhao's actions. With a loud crash, Dr. Zhao shattered the balcony window glass and leaped out, intending to jump down. But at the last moment, Dr. Zhao used the 30% of tentacles he controlled to desperately cling to the windowsill, and a large mouth with fangs shouted, "She can find and identify people like us." After speaking, the tentacles clinging to the windowsill were all torn off. Ultimately, he was powerless against the Nightmare Eater within him and plunged downwards. Chen Qi rushed to the windowsill and looked down, watching Dr. Zhao continuously fall, still full of questions that he had no time to ask. However, there was also a faint sense of strangeness in his heart. He had thought Dr. Zhao would be like a dying person in a TV show giving a dying wish, where the most important thing is not said before death. But he didn't expect Dr. Zhao, after all those twists and turns, actually managed to convey the main information clearly. Just then, Dr. Zhao's voice suddenly came from beside him, "Stay away from the Taipingjian morgue." Chen Qi was startled, caught off guard. Following the sound, he saw that a tentacle torn from Dr. Zhao had fallen on the balcony floor, and the voice came from a mouth growing on it. After saying this tentacle, along with the mouth on it, dissolved into a pool of viscous liquid. At the same time, a muffled thud came from below. Dr. Zhao fell heavily to the ground, splattering into a messy puddle. But immediately after, this puddle of goo rose from the ground and rushed into the shadows, out of Chen Qi and his team's sight. "Should we chase?" Juefeng was eager to try. "This is the 14th floor, and there are food protection squad members blocking the door outside. By the time you get down, he'll be long gone." Coffee rolled her eyes at him. Dabing shook his head regretfully. "I didn't dare use my full strength just now, afraid I'd kill him. I didn't expect him to get away." Chen Qi frowned, completely ignoring what his teammates were saying, his mind replaying the phrase "stay away from the Taipingjian morgue." Stay away from the Taipingjian morgue? But I've already been to the Taipingjian morgue. Why stay away? What happens if you've been there? These questions were destined to remain unanswered, and thinking about them would only lead to unconfirmed speculations. Chen Qi could only force himself to stop thinking and focus on the present. Suanan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "That girl must be saved." Seeing everyone's gaze focused on her, Suanan explained, "Otherwise, we will all be in great danger." Everyone nodded. "That's more like something you'd say." Coffee also agreed, "Indeed, she must be saved.
Obviously, that little girl is also an odd food consumer. Dr. Zhao's description of her ability was very vague, saying, she can find and identify people like us. I don't know how she finds and identifies, but people like us obviously includes us odd food consumers, and parasites like Dr. Zhao himself. Think about it, a person who can find both odd food consumers and parasites can play a huge role in either camp. If her ability is used by the Nightmare Eater, it will be a huge threat to all of us. Jinghai City might even have no place for us. Coffee clarified the stakes involved, then looked at Chen Shi. Biscuit, what do you think? When should we act? Chen Shi was slightly startled, then nodded. Tonight it is. Whether to save people or not, he couldn't avoid going to Jinquan school this time. Whether for his mother, or to assist in rescuing the two official personnel, and to save this little girl, he had to go to Jinquan school. If this operation succeeded, it seemed to be a triple win. What magic does this Jinquan school hold? Why do all things coincidentally point there? Chen Shi frowned, always feeling something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He shook his head, took out his phone, and dialed Chili's number. Chili's crisp voice came from the other end. How is it, have you made up your mind? Chen Shi didn't waste words and went straight to the point. We can help, but we need to add one more condition to what we discussed before. What? We want weapons, firearms. This was what Chen Shi wanted most. Without their derived food, their combat power was still too weak. They could only engage in close combat with parasites using cold weapons like knives, spears, and clubs, which had limited lethality and high risk. Especially Coffee and Suanan, the two female team members, let alone offense, even their basic self-preservation abilities were severely lacking. Chili was silent for a moment, then said, when you act with us, we can temporarily provide weapons, but directly giving you weapons, I can't make that decision. Chen Shi interrupted forcefully, then you go ask someone who can make the decision. Chili continued, generally, firearms can only deal with the lowest level parasites and are not very useful against domain level parasites, unless they are heavy weapons or bombs, but neither of those can be given to you, unless you are willing to join the organization. Chen Shi understood the implication, so, ordinary firearms can be given to us? They mainly wanted weapons for self-defense, and ordinary firearms were enough. They weren't going to besiege a city. Moreover, even heavy weapons, while able to kill ordinary domain-level parasites, could not prevent their resurrection. Chile offered, we can first provide you with pistols and ammunition. For other weapons, I need time to apply to my superiors. Chen Shi was not satisfied with this and directly handed the phone to Coffee to negotiate. Coffee opened with a bang, there are 6 of us. We want 2 tanks and 4 armed helicopters, exactly 1 for each of us. Chili paused for more than 10 seconds before saying, that's not a sincere offer. Coffee smiled, and that's not a sincere offer from you either. So, after some bargaining between the two, the terms were settled. In addition to pistols, they could also receive rifles and grenade supplies from the officials. And when acting together with official personnel, they could use heavy weapons under the guidance and supervision of the official personnel. Coffee was still not entirely satisfied with this offer. If she had more time and let Chili stew for a couple of days, she could have secured more. However, they were pressed for time, they had to act tonight. Coffee directly said to Chili on the phone, then let's act tonight. Where do we meet? Chili was surprised, tonight? So urgent? Yes, any problem? I don't like to procrastinate. It's possible, but for a temporary mission, I might not be able to gather many people on my side. Coffee smiled, we're actually going to Jinquan school this time to save someone. Coffee then explained about the little girl. She believed that Chile, as an official, would definitely understand how important that little girl's ability was. To be realistic, the little girl's rescue priority was far above her 2 teammates. Chili was silent for a long time after hearing this, then said with a heavy tone, I understand. Given that, it really can't be delayed for even a day. I'll try to call for more help. You all set off immediately. I'll send a location, and we'll meet there. Coffee reminded her, I know you're in a hurry, but don't just rush. We always need a plan. I'll send you a photo of the girl later. She's currently known to be a student at Jinquan School, and her Chinese teacher should be Zheng Qing. You should confirm her identity first. When it came to checking on people, the officials were definitely the most efficient. Chili also calmed down. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Then see you later. Remember to bring the equipment you promised us. To avoid negative connotations, Jinquan Elementary School will be changed to Jinquan School in subsequent chapters. Hanging up the phone, Coffee sent the little girl's photo to Chile. This photo was taken from surveillance footage, and it showed not only the little girl but also Dr. Zhao and Chen Chi's mother. While Coffee and Chile were on the phone, Gong Shui and the others had already thrown all the wild food left by Dr. Zhao in the living room downstairs. With Dr. Zhao, the eater, and the wild food gone, the food guardians gathered at the door naturally dispersed. Chen Chi and the others successfully went downstairs and got into the car. Coffee started the car and said, "This operation carries a certain risk. You can first consider if you can be of use before deciding whether to participate. Originally, I planned to wait outside, but this time we have guns. I've practiced shooting before, so I should be able to contribute some combat power." Coffee spoke very subtly, but everyone understood her meaning. If they couldn't help, they shouldn't just get in the way, as they might become a burden. After all, without derivative food, most of them only had the combat power of ordinary people. Juefeng said, "Biscuit, can I borrow this syringe? I feel like this thing suits me well. With this syringe, I can at least be of some use." His speed was fast, and he could rush up, give an injection, and then run, which indeed made good use of the syringe's advantage. Chen Chi naturally had no objection to this. Although the syringe was powerful, it couldn't really bring out his strength advantage. Dabing stated, "I can possess a dog to scout the way. As long as I don't encounter that kind of illusion again, it'll be fine." Don Shui also gritted his teeth and said, "I also have strength. If I'm really pushed, I can even bite people." Now it seemed that only Suonen had no special skills. Coffee comforted her, "Bread, why don't you wait for us outside?" "It's fine." Suonen shook her head, "Give me a gun." Coffee was slightly surprised, "Are you sure? Have you practiced shooting?" "Sort of," Suonen said, "I practiced target shooting during military training before, and they said I was pretty accurate." Chen Chi and his group arrived at the agreed location with Chile. This time, Chile was already waiting there. Besides Chile, there was also a lean middle-aged man in camouflage. Chile introduced him, "He is Soft Candy." It was somewhat strange for a grown man to be called Soft Candy, but this was certainly a name derived from his exclusive food. Seeing that the officials only sent 2 people in total, Chen Chi felt it was a bit of a joke. If the little girl's ability had no significant limitations when used, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a strategic-level ability. Coffee said discontentedly, "Didn't you say you'd call people, and only one came?" Chile helplessly replied, "We are already short-staffed, and you were in such a hurry. Everyone else has temporary missions, so it's already good that we could bring one person." After a brief introduction, Chile carried a box from the car. "These are the supplies you need. Take them." Chen Chi leaned over to look and frowned, "Is that all? Time is short, and there are many things to do. Our equipment is also limited." "Just make do with these for now, and we'll supplement them later," Chile said. Chen Chi couldn't help but question, "By the way, are you really from the official side? Short-staffed and limited equipment? What do you actually have?" Chile smiled apologetically, "Special times, please understand." Coffee took a pistol from the box, loaded it with bullets, and tried the feel of it in her hand. Then she turned around and asked, "This pistol is light and feels good. Bread, why don't you try it?" Suonen shook her head, her gaze falling on the rifle in Soft Candy's hand, and said, "I want a rifle. I used this kind for target shooting in military training. I haven't used a pistol." Hearing Suonen's words, it was hard not to question her shooting skills, but since the other team members also had no shooting experience, the only rifle in the box was eventually given to Suonen.
Next, Chili began to share intelligence with Chen Shi and the others. The girl's identity has been confirmed.
Her name is Lin Ning, a third-grade student at Jingquan School.
She is a left-behind child, with parents working out of town, and she lives with her grandparents. Just now, we sent people to Lin Ning's house to confirm, and she was not home. Her family said she had been going to her teacher's house for tutoring these past few days and wouldn't come home at night to sleep. And the teacher who tutors her is precisely Zhang Qin, the Chinese language teacher you mentioned. Combining your intelligence, we suspect that Lin Ning, like my two teammates, is being controlled at Jingquan School, undergoing deep contamination to accelerate the parasites process.
Coffee frowned. You mean Lin Ning has also been parasitized? If so, can her ability still be used?
Chili shook her head. There has never been any evidence to prove that odd food consumers lose their original abilities after being parasitized. Chen Shi was puzzled, but since she's been parasitized, it means she's already been contaminated by eating fear. In her eyes, she shouldn't be able to see the abnormality of food.
Even if you rescue her, there's no way to remove the contamination from her body, right?
Soft Candy, who was behind Chili, stepped forward and said, "Recent preliminary experiments on our teammates in other regions have confirmed that once humans are parasitized, there is a golden rescue period. 7 days for odd food consumers and about 3 days for ordinary people. Once the nightmare eater enters their bodies, it absorbs the contaminants within them as nutrients. As long as the parasitism process is interrupted within the golden rescue period, not only can the nightmare eater be killed, but the contamination can also be largely cleared.
This is also the only method we currently have to completely kill the nightmare eater." Chen Shi and his teammates exchanged glances.
Gaining useful new intelligence somewhat eased their dissatisfaction with the officials. Now we can only hope that Lin Ning has not been parasitized for more than 7 days and is still within the golden rescue period. Chili repeatedly urged everyone, the primary goal of this operation is to rescue Lin Ning, followed by rescuing my 2 teammates. We hope you can cooperate with us to complete the mission. Chen Shi nodded casually, but in his heart, no matter how important Lin Ning was, she could not be more important than his mother. His first goal this time was still his mother. He had also brought a lot of wild food and would feed it to his mother if he had the chance. Additionally, this trip to Jingquan School had another purpose, to search for high-grade wild food. Such a severely contaminated area usually had at least one piece of high-grade wild food present. The high-grade wild food at Jinghai Medical College was too difficult to obtain. There was no chance unless the illusion could be broken. It was better to find a way to eat the high-grade wild food at Jingquan School and complete the qualitative change of his ability first. Chen Shi and his group drove to the side of Jingquan School. Parking the car against the wall and using it as a step, they easily climbed over the fence. The campus was completely dark at night, excessively quiet, to the point of being a bit frightening. At a glance, the entire school seemed to have only the guardhouse lit up.
Ding ding ding.
A clear bell suddenly rang in the silent campus. The bell was crisp and melodious. After it rang for a while, a female student's voice came from the campus broadcast, "Students, class time has arrived. Please quickly return to your classrooms to prepare for class." Chen Shi and the others were all unnerved by the sudden bell.
Why is the class bell ringing so late at night? Soft Candy snorted, playing tricks.
No matter who rang the bell, anyone still in the school at this hour, besides the security guard, should only be parasites.
Chili directed, "Let's go into the teaching building first." Jingquan School was not large, and the layout of the entire school was clear at a glance.
They were currently standing on the circular plastic track, next to the basketball court, and further ahead were the playground and the flag-raising platform. Therefore, looking across, it was very flat and open, with no one in sight. The only place where people might be hidden was the teaching building behind the flag-raising platform.
Chen Shi and his group quickly moved towards the teaching building. They passed the flag-raising platform and finally reached the first-floor lobby of the teaching building.
Chili turned on her flashlight, shone it around, and confirmed no one was there. Just as she was about to continue, Chen Shi called out to her. He took Chili's flashlight and aimed the beam at the wall of honor on the first floor.
In the Outstanding Teachers section, several teachers' photos were displayed, with their names below. Chen Qi's mother, Zhang Qin, was prominently listed. Chen Qi knew his mother best and knew that she actually had no great ambition in her career. Overall, she was a rather laid-back person who would only do her part of the job and would neither work herself to death nor curry favor with her superiors. It was quite strange that she could be rated as an outstanding teacher. Of course, this wasn't why he called out to his teammates. He moved the flashlight beam to the right, landing on the Outstanding Students section next to it. Only 3 photos were posted in this section. The first was a little girl, with the name Lin Ning written below. The second and third were a Bai Zhuang and a dark youth respectively. The two looked at least in their 20s, they had nothing to do with elementary school students. Chili and Soft Candy showed obvious shock on their faces when they saw the 2 photos. These 2 were their missing teammates, and also the 2 official personnel Chen Qi had encountered in the Jinghai Medical College illusion before. At this point, not just them, but everyone saw that something was wrong. Just then, the lights above their heads suddenly came on. The dim yellow light seemed insufficient to illuminate the entire hall, and the corners remained in complete darkness. Chen Qi and the others vigilantly looked around. Suddenly, they turned their heads and found that at the entrance of the hall behind them, a person had appeared at some unknown time. It was a bald man, who looked about 40 years old. His photo was also in the Outstanding Teachers section. He was the dean of the school. His appearance also perfectly matched Chen Qi's stereotype of a dean. He scolded, "Which class are you students from? The class bell has rung, why aren't you in class? Go to hell." Soft Candy raised the rifle in his hand, ready to let the dean experience the truth, but he pulled the trigger for a long time, and there was no sound. He looked down and found that the rifle in his hand had become a broom at some point. "What did you say?" The bald man's face changed, his eyes burning with anger. He stepped forward, grabbed Soft Candy, and lifted him up. It was as if Soft Candy was not an adult man, but a 7 or 8-year-old child. At the same time, a sharp steel pen appeared in his hand, which he directly plunged into Soft Candy's eye. Accompanied by a scream, the pen pierced into Soft Candy's body. "Expelled!" the bald dean roared, pulling out the pen. Soft Candy's body immediately fell straight to the ground, no longer making any sound. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone seemed to be scared silly. Their weapons became useless, and the dean had displayed superhuman combat power, appearing invincible. "Go!" Coffee made an instant decision. Facing an invincible enemy, fleeing was, of course, the most correct course of action. However, at this moment, Chili roared and charged forward. Coffee could understand Chili's impulsiveness at this moment. After all, a comrade in arms who had shared life and death with her had fallen in front of her. But her charge caused Dabing, who was already hesitant about whether to go, to also roar and charge forward. Juefeng saw this and thought, well, since his brothers were going, he had to go too. Gan Shui, however, was much more rational. He rushed forward, trying to pull Juefeng and Dabing away. Juefeng and Dabing seemed to have lost their minds, frantically swinging their weapons and smashing the dean. Gan Shui couldn't pull the 2 of them away at all. Coffee weakly called out for a retreat a few times, but the situation was no longer something she could control. She pulled Suanan, unsure whether to leave or join the fight, and then turned her head to see Chen Qi still standing there blankly. "Biscuit!" Coffee called out, thinking Chen Qi was scared silly. Chen Qi suddenly came to his senses, a strange look on his face. The scene he witnessed was, after the dean appeared, Soft Candy raised his rifle and aimed it at the dean, pulling the trigger several times at the empty space, and then was stabbed to death by the dean's pen. Why didn't Soft Candy fire? Couldn't he find the trigger? Then an even stranger scene appeared. Juefeng clearly held a large syringe, but instead of using the needle to stab, he rushed forward and used the syringe as a club, wildly smashing the dean. Chili clearly held a rifle, but didn't fire, instead using the butt of the gun to smash people. The pistols in Dabing and Gan Shui's hands also didn't fire. Dabing used his as a brick, and Gan Shui even threw his gun away directly. What's wrong with them? Are they caught in an illusion? Why am I fine?
Chen Qi's first reaction was that, like before at Jinghai Medical College, they had fallen into an illusion. But he also felt it was somewhat different. Previously, entering an illusion had a distinct feeling, and many things couldn't be brought into the illusion. But this time, everyone's weapons were still there. Chen Qi reached into his pocket and found his ghost face cookie was also still there. It was clearly evident that his perception differed from that of the others. This doesn't look like an illusion, it's more like localized cognitive distortion. Except for him, the weapons in everyone else's eyes seemed to have become useless objects with no lethality. Go! Now was clearly not the time to investigate this. Chen Qi rushed forward, wanting to pull Juefeng and the others away. As for Chile, he would save her if he could, but if she truly refused to leave, he could only respect her fate. The dean endured the storm-like onslaught from the few people, standing motionlessly like a rock. His gaze roamed across their faces, seemingly picking his next target. Chen Qi grabbed Juefeng. With him and Gan Shui pulling hard, Juefeng was immediately pulled backward, stumbling. The syringe in his hand swung empty, heading towards Chile, who was standing right next to him. Chile reacted extremely quickly at this moment, twisting to the side and dodging it. This action, which seemed normal to others, made Chen Qi's eyelids twitch. He didn't know what the large syringe in Juefeng's hand had turned into in the eyes of others, but it was clearly a harmless tool. But in his eyes, the needle of the large syringe had just been about to scratch Chile when Chile dodged it at the last second. She can see it too? As soon as this thought popped into Chen Qi's mind, the next moment, the dean's pen stabbed out again, forcefully piercing through Chile's skull, then pulling out, blood gushing like a spring. You are also expelled. Chile's body immediately fell down as well. Chen Qi pulled Dabing back. At this point, Juefeng and Dabing also seemed to have been sobered up a bit by Chile's death, no longer charging forward like madmen. Chen Qi immediately took the pistol from Dabing's hand, preparing to fire a shot at the dean. He wanted to see what their reaction would be if he fired a shot in front of Dabing and the others. Could it break the cognitive distortion? But at this moment, the dean's gaze fell on Chen Qi's face, and he said, "Are you the new teacher? These are all students from your class, right? Discipline them well." After speaking, he turned and left, not pursuing the matter further. He just came, killed 2 people, and then turned and left? Let's leave quickly. Coffee urged immediately. Juefeng and the other 2 tried to leave, but found Chen Qi standing still. Chen Qi turned to look at the wall of honor and found that his photo had appeared in the Outstanding Teachers section at some point. And next to it, the Outstanding Students section, which originally only had 3 photos, now included photos of Coffee, Juefeng, Ganshui, Dabing, Suanan, and also Chile and Soft Candy. However, at this moment, the photos of Chile and Soft Candy were rapidly disappearing, leaving no trace in the blink of an eye. Chen Qi took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at the dean's back. Everything was too chaotic, and too coincidental. Before, he just subconsciously felt that something was strange, but couldn't put his finger on it. But Chile's dodge just now seemed to ring an alarm bell in his mind. Everything seemed normal, yet everything was a little strange. For example, Chile, a well-trained official combatant, would she suddenly lose her temper and fight desperately with an enemy without a weapon? Yes, this could barely be explained by deep camaraderie. But why did Dabing and Juefeng also attack like they had lost their minds? They weren't even familiar with the official duo. However, Dabing was already prone to impulsive re-shui, and Juefeng was very loyal, so this could also be barely explained. The officials were so concerned about Lin Ning, that little girl, yet only 2 people were dispatched in the end. Wasn't that too childish? This could also be barely explained by insufficient manpower and time constraints. Including Chile's dodge later, including the dean mistaking Chen Qi for a schoolteacher and letting them leave, all these things could barely find reasonable explanations. But when everything needs to be barely explained, it's already unexplainable. Chen Qi felt that he couldn't just let things develop according to the arrangements. He had to do something counterintuitive. Like firing a gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A hole appeared in the clothing on the dean's back.
He paused slightly in his steps, then continued walking forward. Bang, bang, bang.
Chen Shi emptied the magazine directly, causing the dean's body to shake a few times, but it didn't make him stop or turn around. And his teammates beside him seemed to have completely failed to notice that he had fired so many shots, nor could they hear the continuous gunshots. Just like that, the dean's figure disappeared step by step into the darkness outside the teaching building.
Chen Shi's heart also fell into darkness. Who could he still trust? Were his teammates merely experiencing cognitive distortion? Dabing in Zhu Weifeng's behavior was clearly abnormal.
Chili and Soft Candy, this official duo, were also not right.
If Chili and Soft Candy both had problems, then the person responsible for contacting them, would he also have problems?
Chen Shi's first meeting with Chili was under Coffee's guidance, and Coffee claimed to have contacted the officials through Momo. Thinking of this, Chen Shi pulled out his phone, only to find that it had no signal.
Domain? Or something else?
At this moment, Coffee urged, "Biscuit, let's go, let's leave here first."
Chen Shi nodded, took a few steps forward, and said, "My phone has no signal." "Can I borrow your phone, Sister Coffee?"
Suanan, beside him, casually pulled out her phone. "Use mine."
This small action alone made Suanan instantly suspicious in Chen Shi's eyes.
Chen Shi glanced at it and shook his head. "You also have no signal." After speaking, he turned and went to the bodies of Chili and Soft Candy, searching them. Chen Shi fumbled around on both of them, finding nothing on Soft Candy, but he did find a phone on Chili. However, this phone was very unusual, a model Chen Shi had never seen before, thicker and heavier than the mainstream phones of today. Chen Shi studied it for a bit and found that the phone didn't have a fingerprint unlock function at all. It required both a password and facial recognition to unlock. Unable to unlock the phone, Chen Shi didn't discard it but kept it with him.
At this moment, no possible clue could be given up.
Are these two guys really dead? Chen Shi's gaze swept back and forth over Chili and Soft Candy.
Chili had evaded Zhu Weifeng's syringe at the last moment before she died. Could someone with such a strong survival instinct really die so easily?
Chen Shi said to Zhu Weifeng, "Brother Zhu Weifeng, let me use that thing in your hand."
Zhu Weifeng was a bit confused. "What do you want this feather duster for?"
Chen Shi didn't explain much, but Zhu Weifeng still handed over the item in his hand. However, Chen Shi glanced at the gleaming needle and carefully avoided it, gripping the syringe barrel instead. His cautious demeanor appeared somewhat strange to the others.
Subsequently, Chen Shi's actions could no longer be described as merely strange in the eyes of Coffee and the others.
Chen Shi was seen taking the feather duster and poking the two corpses on the ground repeatedly.
Zhu Weifeng couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Biscuit, what kind of grudge is this? You were teammates for a while, how can you desecrate their bodies?" Chen Shi didn't say anything.
In his eyes, he was just using the needle of the large syringe to prick the two corpses a few times, ensuring they were truly dead. Coffee reminded him with a worried look, "Biscuit, be careful of losing your humanity." Chen Shi paused, reflected on his actions briefly, and felt there wasn't much of a problem. However, when he met the gazes of his teammates, he always felt there was a hint of wariness towards him in their eyes, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After pricking them a few times and seeing no movement from the two corpses, Chen Shi finally stopped.
He abandoned the bulky rifle on Soft Candy and took a pistol from Chili's body.
Zhu Weifeng didn't ask for the syringe back, so Chen Shi held the syringe in his left hand and the pistol in his right, allowing for both long-range and close-quarters combat. With weapons in hand, he finally caught up with his teammates and walked towards the corridor on the first floor of the hall.
"What do we do next?" Zhu Weifeng asked. "The two officials are dead, should we still go rescue that girl?"
"Of course, we have to try. This is also for our own safety," Coffee said without hesitation, "but before that, let's figure out how to get out of this illusion." Chen Shi was slightly startled, then understood after a moment's thought. What he perceived as localized cognitive distortion, Coffee and the others saw as their weapons suddenly turning into other things, leading them to believe they had fallen into an illusion.
Gan Shui said, "So, that means the two officials might not be dead?"
"They only died in the illusion, but might still be alive in reality."
Zhu Weifeng agreed, "Possibly."
Previously, when the parasites in the illusion were killed, they were only injured but not dead outside. Coffee said, "We are not like the parasites, we still need to protect ourselves. Based on previous experience, you can only escape an illusion by leaving its range, but that means leaving it in reality, not within the illusion itself." Chen-Shi remained silent, walking at the very end of the team, quietly observing everyone in the group. Currently, it seemed that all teammates except Gan Shui had some suspicious aspects, more or less. Gan Shui appeared the most normal, but among a group of abnormal people, the only one who seemed normal might also be the biggest problem. Coffee turned to Chen-Shi and said, "Biscuit, you are the only one among us who has truly experienced an illusion. Do you have any thoughts?" Although Dabing and Gan Shui had briefly entered illusions before, they only stayed for a short while. Only Chen-Shi could be said to have explored an illusion. Chen-Shi pondered for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward quickly, moving abruptly closer to Zhuefeng, who was nearest to him. The large syringe in his hand also moved with him, thrusting forward, the gleaming needle less than 10 centimeters from Zhuefeng. Chen-Shi observed Zhuefeng's reaction and found that he didn't instinctively flinch or dodge, and his eyes and expression showed no abnormalities. He must really be experiencing sensory distortion, not faking it. Chen-Shi breathed a slight sigh of relief. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I feel this might not necessarily be an illusion." Facing his teammates' confused gazes, Chen-Shi raised the syringe in his hand. "In your eyes, this is a feather duster, but in my eyes, it is still a syringe. Are you saying you haven't been affected by the illusion?" I said, "This isn't necessarily an illusion, it could just be localized cognitive distortion. Your cognition has been distorted, but mine hasn't." At this point, Chen-Shi smiled, "If you don't believe me, someone can let me give them a shot." The others exchanged glances. Gan Shui gritted his teeth and rolled up his sleeve. "Let me try." Dabing gave a thumbs up. "Gan, are you serious?" Chen-Shi didn't stand on ceremony. Giving a shot to a limb, aside from a bit of pain, wouldn't have much of an impact, and it would mostly recover quickly. So he raised the needle and plunged it into Gan Shui's arm. The needle pierced Gan Shui's skin, but Gan Shui's expression didn't change. "Did you prick me?" "I don't feel anything." Chen-Shi looked puzzled, adding a bit more force to his hand, and the needle penetrated further, deeper. But Gan Shui still shook his head. "No pain, no feeling." At this, the expressions on Chen-Shi and his teammates' faces became subtle. "That's impossible." Chen-Shi couldn't understand. If the large syringe had no killing power, why did Chili dodge it earlier? Could it be that I'm really hallucinating? Everyone else is normal, and only I'm abnormal? His teammates all expressed concern about Chen-Shi's mental state, feeling that while they were only caught in a normal illusion, Chen-Shi was trapped even deeper than them. "Alright, don't think about that. Whether it's an illusion or cognitive distortion, we just need to find a way to escape the influence." Coffee clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Let's first figure out how to leave." Chen-Shi suppressed the doubts in his heart and analyzed, if it's localized cognitive distortion, it shouldn't restrict our range of movement. We can just walk out and leave this area. If it's truly an illusion, then we're in trouble. Coffee suggested, "Then let's follow Biscuit's method for now, treat this as cognitive distortion, and leave the teaching building first." All anomalies began when we entered the teaching building. If it's just cognitive distortion, we should be able to break free from the influence simply by leaving the teaching building. Then let's go. The group had just entered the teaching building hall and now turned to walk back out. However, looking out from the teaching building now, the visibility outside had dropped by several levels. When they arrived, it was also pitch black, but there was still a faint moonlight, allowing them to vaguely see the surroundings. Now, they couldn't see anything at all. It was literally so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. "Get the flashlights." Chen-Shi remembered that Chile and the other person still had flashlights. "What flashlight?" "They've all turned into electric razors," Zhuefeng said, holding a flashlight and pressing the switch on it. Immediately, a blinding beam of light shot out, illuminating his face. But Zhuefeng faced the strong light without even blinking. "No, can't you see the light?" "What light?" This thing just buzzes when you press the switch. As he spoke, Juefeng took the flashlight and held it to his chin, and soon enough, he actually shaved his beard clean. This made Chen Shi even more bewildered, making him doubt his teammates, and even more, himself.
Use your phones for light. Don't phones have flashlights? Coffee said.
So everyone took out their phones and turned on their flashlights.
Chen Shi, meanwhile, took the flashlight. Give it to me, I can see.
He waved the flashlight around the playground, which was empty, without a single person. The dean was also nowhere to be seen.
The group huddled together and walked into the darkness outside. As soon as they entered the dark area, the flashlights on Coffee and the others' phones immediately seemed insufficient.
The light was too weak, and the illuminated area was small, incomparable to a proper flashlight. Moreover, this darkness was like a layer of light-absorbing gauze, filtering and devouring the light from their phones, causing them to only be able to see a small area directly in front of them, and they couldn't even see their feet when they looked down. Only the flashlight in Chen Shi's hand could pierce through the darkness and illuminate the path ahead, but only he could see it. So Chen Shi had to take on the role of leading the way, with the others following behind him. Soon, they walked to a spot dozens of meters away from the teaching building. Any further and they would reach the flag-raising platform. But Chen Shi knew that the sensory distortion had not disappeared. Because the light from the flashlight in his hand was still only visible to him. Coffee's voice came from behind him, "My pistol still looks like a pencil case.
Let's keep moving forward and see if it recovers once we leave Jinquan School."
Chen Shi thought the same, so he called out, "Stay close to me."
We're moving towards the gate now.
At this point, there was no need to climb walls. Heading straight for the main gate was the quickest and most convenient option. If the lone security guard at the gate dared to block their way, they would simply take him down. Everyone shared similar thoughts. They would rather fight the parasites head-on than continue groping in this unknown darkness. At this moment, Gan Shui's slightly nervous voice came from behind. Something just passed by. Chen Shi quickly swept his flashlight around behind him, finding nothing, but then his pupils constricted. "Where's bread?"
"Ah. Is bread gone?"
The few of them huddled together, the light from their 4 phones converging to illuminate their faces. Coffee, Gan Shui, Juefeng, Dabing, only bread was missing. "I was just holding her hand a moment ago, how could she?"
Coffee frowned. Chen Shi decided immediately, "Let's get out first. Only when we are free from the influence will we have a chance to save her." Coffee nodded. "From now on, we'll each hold hands and not let go, so we don't get separated."
Chen Shi held the flashlight in one hand and the large syringe in the other. He had already tucked his pistol into his waistband and truly couldn't free up another hand, so he said to Gan Shui behind him, "You can hold onto my clothes." So Gan Shui held onto Chen Shi's coattail, followed by Coffee, Dabing, and Juefeng in order, forming a line of 5 people, like playing eagle catching chicks. Chen Shi appropriately sped up, jogging towards the school gate, with his teammates closely following his steps. In the quiet night, on the empty campus, the footsteps of the 5 people sounded exceptionally clear, chaotic yet orderly, following a distinct rhythm. Suddenly, Chen Shi's flashlight beam caught something flashing by. He immediately slammed to a halt, shouting, "Stop!" As he stopped, his teammates behind him also halted their steps. Chen Shi swept his flashlight around ahead, but couldn't find the fleeting shadow he had just seen. So he instinctively continued to step forward, but at a slower pace, while simultaneously turning his head and shining the flashlight behind him. As he did, a chill spread from his heart, as if freezing his spine, and then rapidly extended to his brain. There was no one behind him. So who was holding my coattail? Chen Shi spun around abruptly, and his clear footsteps immediately echoed on the playground, thud-thud. Then, he heard 4 distinct footsteps, varying in weight and chaotic yet orderly, coming one after another from behind him. Thud-thud, thud-thud, thud-thud-thud. Upon hearing the 4 sets of footsteps, Chen Shi's scalp tingled. So the ones following him just now weren't his teammates? When did his teammates disappear? And the guy gripping his clothes? Chen Shi reached a hand behind him to where his clothes were being held. He felt a chillingly cold, small hand, covered in a slimy, slippery layer. He didn't know what this ghost-like thing was, but trying a jab with a needle couldn't be wrong. So he thrust a needle backward with a flick of his wrist. He immediately felt his clothes loosen, as if released. Chen Shi immediately broke into a sprint, running straight towards the school gate not far away. But then he heard 4 sets of chaotic footsteps behind him. Those things were chasing him. Chen Shi sprinted at full speed, and just as the school's retractable gate was within reach, the dim light in the security room suddenly brightened. A face was reflected behind the light blue glass. It wasn't the security guard, but the dean who had appeared before. He opened the window and shouted at Chen Shi, "The students are waiting for you to teach." Chen Shi ignored him completely. He leaped, grabbed the iron frame above the retractable gate, and successfully climbed over. He was out. He had arrived outside the school. Chen Shi didn't dare to stop. He ran wildly, but he couldn't see any difference between inside and outside the campus. After all, his perception hadn't been distorted. The flashlight was still a flashlight, and the syringe was still a syringe. I should be out of the abnormal range, right? Chen Shi wasn't very sure, but luckily, he hadn't run far when he saw several snack stalls by the roadside. He shone his flashlight directly onto one of the stall owners' faces. Normally, he should have been met with a string of curses. But no one paid him any mind. Chen Shi directly picked up the syringe and jabbed it into a stall owner's thigh. The stall owner turned to look at him and cursed, "Are you crazy? Why are you poking me with a feather duster? How could this be?" Chen Shi couldn't understand. He had run a whole street away from the school, yet he still hadn't escaped the range of distorted cognition. Why were people outside the school also affected? Or was it that the effect of this distorted cognition was following him? Or perhaps only my perception is affected. Maybe what I'm holding is indeed a feather duster and a razor? Chen Shi pondered what to do next. He took out his phone and saw that it finally had a signal. He quickly opened WeChat, ready to message Momo. Those 2 official personnel were clearly problematic. Chen Shi still wasn't sure if Chile and her companion were connected by Momo for coffee. But when he opened the group chat, he looked at the date of the most recent message, which was still stuck on the evening of September 10th, meaning before they entered Jinghai Medical College, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Had no one in the group spoken for over a day? This was quite unusual because the group was usually lively, especially Zhuifeng and Dabing, who were very keen on sharing. Chen Shi tapped his phone and sent a message in the group. "Biscuit at Momo, we encountered danger at Jinquan School, and all group members are missing. Can you find someone to support us? Biscuit, has Coffee ever asked you for the contact information of official personnel?" Although he didn't know if Momo was trustworthy, at this point, he could only try his luck and see. Chen Shi anxiously waited for Momo's reply, but just then, he heard that series of chaotic footsteps again. The next moment, his clothes were suddenly gripped again. Immediately after, a great force came from behind. That invisible hand lifted him by his clothes. Chen Shi felt like a weight hanging from a scale. No matter how much he struggled and swayed, he couldn't break free. That hand just carried him, walking all the way towards Jinquan School. And no matter how much Chen Shi shouted, the people around him seemed not to notice him, not finding it strange at all that a person was suspended in midair. Chen Shi held the syringe, preparing to blindly jab backward, but before he could make a move, the hand gripping him suddenly began to spin with force, making Chen Shi feel like he was on a giant pendulum ride at an amusement park, swaying him dizzy and disoriented. The thing holding him suddenly sped up, essentially making Chen Shi experience a roller coaster and a giant pendulum ride at the same time. Soon, he was too dizzy to see anything clearly, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself once again in the first-floor lobby of the teaching building. Chen Shi, enduring the dizziness, struggled to his feet and sat leaning against the wall. He patted his pockets and found his phone was still on him. Including his ghost face cookie, large syringe, pistol, and flashlight, none of his equipment was missing. He took out his phone and looked at it, finding that there was no signal again, and he hadn't received a reply from Momo. He rested for a moment, and as the nausea and dizziness gradually subsided, Chen Shi began to contemplate his experiences tonight. The 2 official people are dead, my teammates are missing, and I'm the only one left. He hadn't felt this sense of helplessness for a long time. Even when he was alone in the illusion of the medical college before, he knew his teammates would find a way to save him. But this time, his teammates were waiting for him to save them. However, being alone at this moment also allowed him to cast aside all external distractions, no longer having to doubt his teammates or himself, and he could calmly review and think. There's actually nothing for me to fear now. If those ghostly things wanted to kill me, they would have long done so. They don't kill me, yet they seem unwilling to let me leave Jinquan School, so they must need me to do something here. What's so special about Jinquan School? This made She think of the various coincidences before. All sorts of things happening recently had been guiding him to Jinquan School. When exactly did it start? Shi looked at his phone. It was now the early morning of September 12th. Yesterday, which was the early morning of September 11th, after he came out of the medical college, he went home. Because he hadn't found his mother, he went to check surveillance footage, then discovered the existence of the little girl Lin Ning and pinpointed Dr. Zhao. It was Shi himself who suggested going to find Dr. Zhao, but it was Coffee who first suggested checking the surveillance footage. Of course, this idea was very reasonable and didn't necessarily mean Coffee had a problem. Even if she hadn't suggested it, Shi might have thought of it himself. Because my mom was missing, plus my mom and Lin Ning were both teachers and students at Jinquan School, I had already subconsciously thought of coming to Jinquan School to find my mom. So, did everything start from then? Afterward, Shi woke up from a sleep and was pulled by Coffee to meet Shile, and then he had the idea of cooperating with the officials to explore Jinquan School. This meeting turned the subconscious thought of exploring Jinquan School into a clear intention for Shi. This matter was also pushed by Coffee, and Shi now realized there was another very unreasonable point. Contacting and even establishing cooperation with officials could be said to be a major event affecting everyone, yet only he and Coffee went to meet Shile. No one else participated, they only learned the news afterward. Logically, Coffee wasn't someone so inconsiderate. After that, it was time to meet Dr. Zhao. The information obtained from Dr. Zhao's mouth that evening directly turned Shi's idea of exploring Jinquan School into something he had to do, and something urgent. When Dr. Zhao fell from the building earlier, despite the difficulty, he dramatically revealed all the key information, which made me feel something was off. Everything that happened yesterday, one link after another, felt like an invisible hand pushing me, making me have to come to Jinquan School. And Coffee played a crucial role at several key points. Having gone to such lengths to lure me here, if the goal isn't achieved, they surely won't let me go, right? Shi's thoughts were gradually becoming clearer. After arriving at this teaching building, the dean appeared, killed Chile and her companion, but let them go. Just now, he ran away and was caught back, then thrown back to the first floor of this teaching building. The darkness and danger outside the teaching building were all preventing him from leaving. It looks like they want me to stay in this teaching building? According to normal development, I should now be exploring the teaching building, looking for my mom and Lin Ning. Now I also need to add finding my teammates. At present, he seemed to have no other choice. Shi, holding his flashlight, walked deeper into the corridor on the first floor of the teaching building. After a few steps, he saw a room with a sign that read Broadcast Station. Thinking of the sudden school bell that rang earlier, Shi pushed the door open and entered. There was no one in the broadcast station, only a few computers and broadcasting equipment. Shi walked to the table and saw several newspapers on it, mostly school newspapers. He casually picked one up and saw a notice prominently displayed on the front page, following notification from higher authorities, to cooperate with the city's upcoming citywide joint fire drill. All schools in the city will be on holiday for 3 days starting September 10th, with normal teaching resuming on September 13th. Shi was stunned, so it was actually holiday period now? All schools, wouldn't that include Jinghai Medical College? This notice was very strange, very unreasonable, like an excuse for a holiday. Shi noticed many unreasonable things from this notice. This seems to be the work of the official, fabricating a perfunctory reason for a 3-day citywide school holiday, but what is the purpose? Shi noted these clues but did not waste too much time thinking about it. He searched the broadcast station once, found nothing else of value, and after walking a few steps out of the broadcast station, he saw the stairs leading to the second floor.
Should I continue exploring the first floor, or go directly upstairs? Generally speaking, the more the enemy wants him to do something, the less he should do it. Now there was no other way, he could only grit his teeth and explore the teaching building, with the goal of rescuing his teammates and finding a way to leave. Chen-Shi thought for a moment and decided to go directly to the place most likely to have problems. Based on past experience, the most dangerous place in a contaminated area is often also the most likely place to find high-grade wild food. If he could eat the high-grade wild food from Jinquan School, perhaps all the anomalies would dissipate. Lin Ning, is this little girl real, or just bait to lure me in? Or does she exist, but doesn't possess such special abilities? Chen-Shi remembered Chile saying that Lin Ning was a third-grade student. Although he didn't know if it was true or false, she seemed to be about that age. So he decided to check a few third-grade classrooms first. The first floor was basically all first and second-grade classrooms. The teaching building had 4 floors in total, and Chen-Shi estimated that the third-grade classrooms should be on the second or third floor. Chen-Shi came to the second floor, looked left and right, and found that the second floor was half second-grade and half third-grade classrooms. He walked towards the third-grade classrooms, and before he even reached the door, he heard a loud sound of reading. 3. Eat on time, don't be picky, don't waste food, start a clean plate campaign with me. 4. Eat more frequently, replenish food in a timely manner, and never let your stomach be idle. 5. Do not snatch food, eat in an orderly manner, eat politely, and distribute food according to identity level. 6. Do not judge food by appearance. Moldy, rotten, and spoiled food can still be eaten. Strive to be a net altar emissary. Chen-Shi listened carefully for a while, his face strange. What was all this about? He walked towards the classroom from which the reading sound came and finally arrived at the door of classroom 302. He glanced into the classroom and his heart immediately filled with joy. He found his teammates. Or rather, 4 of the 7 students who were reading in the classroom were his teammates. Coffee, Gonshui, Zhuifeng, and Dabing were all there, but Suanin was nowhere to be seen. He also recognized the other 3 students, the little girl named Lin Ning, and the Bai Zhuang youth and dark youth who had fought alongside him in the Jinghai Medical College illusion. However, this time, the Bai Zhuang youth and dark youth were completely different from last time. Last time they were lying in the morgue, with only a white cloth covering them. This time, both were fully armed, even with guns and other weapons on their bodies. What I saw last time must have been just their humanity in the illusion, what I'm seeing now is their true selves. Chen-Shi carefully observed the state of everyone, and couldn't help but worry. Their eyes were dull, and they were mechanically reading strange books. He glanced towards the podium and saw a young female teacher standing there. Chen-Shi had one hand on the pistol at his waist and the other gripping the large syringe, ready to act at any moment. The female teacher saw him and said happily, "You must be the new substitute teacher today, right? You haven't come, so I had to let them have their evening reading class first, reading the 20 rules of eating etiquette. Now that you're here, I'll be leaving. Please teach them well, the children are all eager to learn." After speaking, the female teacher turned and went upstairs. Chen-Shi walked into the classroom, then suddenly stopped, his eyes scanning the classroom, a look of surprise appearing on his face. He sensed high-grade wild food. His food detection ability had taken effect, sensing the presence of high-grade wild food within this very classroom. But unlike before, this time the sensation was hazy, as if separated by a barrier, preventing him from precisely pinpointing the location of the high-grade wild food. That powerful attraction also seemed to be partially isolated, causing its pull on him to be greatly diminished. It's in this classroom, where is it hidden? He looked left, right, up, and down, but found nothing. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even when he didn't have food detection ability, he could be attracted by a pancake 100 meters away. But this time, he knew the high-grade wild food was in this small classroom, yet he couldn't pinpoint it. He could only suppress the doubt and agitation in his heart and save his teammates first. Gan Shui? Dabing? Chen-Shi called out a few times, but no one responded. He reached out and pushed Zhuifeng, but it still didn't interrupt his reading. Finally, he had to cover Zhuifeng's mouth to make him stop.
but as soon as he let go, Zhu Weifeng would continue to read aloud. At this moment, Chunqi inadvertently noticed a red object on the back of Zhu Weifeng's hand. He leaned in to look, and it was a small red flower, or more accurately, an incomplete small red flower, missing a corner. But upon closer inspection, one could see that the small red flower was growing, gradually becoming complete at a slow speed. Chunqi thought for a moment, then covered Zhu Weifeng's mouth again, and observed the small red flower on his hand, immediately noticing that it had stopped growing. Chunqi quickly checked the hands of the others and found that his teammates all had an incomplete small red flower on their hands, while Lin Ning had 2 on the back of her hand. And the dark youth and Bai Zhuang youth had the most small red flowers on their hands, almost 3. So, the longer they read, the more small red flowers they get, and they stop growing when they stop reading. Chunqi didn't know what these small red flowers meant, but he instinctively knew they weren't a good thing.
Should I knock them out, or feed them wild food?
Chunqi took out the wild food he carried with him, chose a wild honey date, and put it into the Bai Zhuang youth's mouth.
To be safe, he still didn't experiment with his teammates first.
The Bai Zhuang youth's reading was immediately interrupted, but he subconsciously tried to spit out the honey date in his mouth. Chunqi quickly covered his mouth, forcing him to swallow.
When he fed Dr.
Zhao before, Chunqi realized that forcing someone to eat was not a simple task. If he put it in their mouth and they didn't want to swallow, there wasn't much he could do.
Maybe only liquid food or drinks would be easier to manage.
But Chunqi didn't have any wild liquid food or drinks on hand, so he could only force feed them. In the end, Chunqi was so desperate that he had to use the barrel of his pistol to poke the Bai Zhuang youth's throat. Only then, with great difficulty, did the Bai Zhuang youth swallow the wild food. The next moment, the Bai Zhuang youth suddenly vomited violently, spewing out a pool of black substance. Then the confused expression on his face quickly receded, and his eyes instantly became vigilant. It worked! Chunqi's eyes lit up, and he prepared to do the same, force-feeding wild food to his teammates.
Who are you?
The Bai Zhuang youth stood up and asked warily.
You don't recognize me?
Chunqi was startled, then understood. What he saw in the illusion was only the other party's humanity, and the person himself didn't have those memories. Just then, clear footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Chunqi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly motioned for him to sit down. The Bai Zhuang youth reacted quickly, sat upright, picked up a book, his eyes becoming dull, and started reading along with the rhythm of the others. Chunqi looked back and saw that it was the bald dean. Upon seeing the dean again, Chunqi looked indifferent. He had figured it out, since these people wouldn't kill him and had other intentions for him, it meant he was invincible here.
He didn't need to be afraid of anyone.
The dean didn't bother with Chunqi and walked directly to the dark youth. The dark youth suddenly stood up, slapped the back of his hand on his forehead, and 3 small red flowers appeared on his forehead, while the small red flowers on the back of his hand were gone. All 3 of these small red flowers were complete, with no missing parts. The dean said, "Excellent students who collect 3 small red flowers can be flag bearers.
This is a great honor."
After speaking, he turned and left, and the dark youth followed him out of the classroom. Once the 2 left, the Bai Zhuang youth immediately put down his book and pulled out a mobile phone. Chunqi saw that the phone was identical to the one he had found on Chile. "Don't look, there's no signal," Chunqi said.
"Come over and help quickly."
As he spoke, he took out another piece of wild food and put it into Dabing's mouth.
"Who exactly are you? Why didn't that parasites just now catch you?"
The Bai Zhuang youth still asked warily, though it was clear his hostility towards Chunqi had greatly diminished.
"You just need to know that if I hadn't saved you, you would have gone to raise the flag with your teammates."
Chunqi threw him a piece of wild food. "Help me feed it to them. Once they eat this, they will regain consciousness." But just then, the classroom's speaker suddenly played a soothing musical chime.
"Class dismissed."
All the students in the classrooms stood up in unison and ran out of the classrooms. Chunqi only had time to hold down Dabing and forcefully stuff wild enoki mushrooms into his mouth. The Bai Zhuang youth quickly came over to help, and working together, they finally succeeded in feeding him.
After Dabing ate the wild food and went through a bout of vomiting, he finally regained consciousness. He saw Chun-Chi and was immediately delighted. "Biscuit. Let's go, no time to talk, come out with me first." Chen-Chi didn't waste words, stood up, and ran out of the classroom. He still had to find a way to rescue his other teammates. As soon as he exited the classroom, he looked down through the corridor railing and saw the brightly lit sports field, where many people had already gathered below the flag-raising platform. There were Chen-Chi's other 3 teammates, the little girl Lin Ning, and teachers Chen-Chi had seen and hadn't seen. However, Chen-Chi's mother Zhang Qin and Suanan were not seen. On the flag-raising platform, there were only the dean and the dark youth. The flag-raising ceremony begins. At the dean's command, the dark youth stood beneath the flagpole, put one end of the rope around his neck, and then pulled the rope with both hands. The rope tightened quickly, constricting his neck, and then slowly ascended, lifting him up little by little. He kept pulling the rope, constantly raising himself higher and higher, until he reached the top of the flagpole, using his own body as the flag. So, the flag bearer is just hoisting himself up like a flag? Is this what happens after collecting 3 small red flowers, where the 3 flowers converge at the top and one directly ascends? Chen-Chi looked at the dark youth fluttering in the wind at the top of the flagpole, feeling an indescribable strangeness. However, Bai Zhuang, his comrade, saw this scene with a calm expression and said, "It's fine, he won't die. We'll go rescue him after everyone leaves." Chen-Chi nodded, then suddenly remembered something and turned to go back into the classroom. His expression instantly changed because he suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the hidden advanced wild food in the classroom. How could the advanced wild food suddenly disappear? It seems to have vanished right after the class bell rang. At that time, Chen-Chi was busy holding down Dabing to feed him, so he didn't notice the change. Could the advanced wild food be on someone, and they carried it out? Chen-Chi pondered for a moment and quickly locked onto the most suspicious candidate, Lin Ning. Before, there were 7 people in the classroom besides him. Now, Bai Zhuang and Dabing were with him. Gong Shui, Coffee, and Zhu Weifeng had come with him, and he hadn't sensed any advanced wild food on them before. And the dark youth was currently hanging on the flagpole. So, after eliminating the others, the most suspicious one left was the little girl, Lin Ning. I must find a way to get the advanced wild food from her. Not only to resolve the current anomaly but also for him to continue improving his abilities in the future. Chen-Chi didn't know if that vague sensation he had just experienced counted as him having discovered the advanced wild food. If it did, he wouldn't be able to find other advanced wild food until he consumed it. Bai Zhuang then spoke, "Although I'm very grateful that you saved me, I'm still very curious about your identity." Chen-Chi didn't answer him directly but asked, "Are you with the authorities?" Bai Zhuang nodded, "You can call me Jia Chuan." "Then do you know chili and soft candy?" Chen-Chi had some doubts about chili and soft candy's official status, unsure if they were fake officials or true officials who had been corrupted. Therefore, he also harbored some suspicion towards Jia Chuan, who claimed to be official and used the same type of phone as chili. "You've seen them?" Jia Chuan's spirit lifted. "They are my comrades, but they went missing while exploring Jinghai Medical College." Chen-Chi was stunned. "Weren't you and the guy on the flagpole the ones who went missing?" Jia Chuan's face flushed slightly. Chili and soft candy were the first to go missing. Afterwards, Lamian, the dark guy on the flagpole, and I, along with a few other comrades, entered Jinghai Medical College together to rescue chili and soft candy. As a result, Lamian and I also got trapped. The other teammates should have escaped. Chen-Chi showed a look of realization. So, chili and soft candy were the first batch of official personnel to go missing in Jinghai Medical College, and Jia Chuan and Lamian were the second batch. It seemed that chili and soft candy had already been controlled by the Nightmare Clan, which was why they cooperated with the Nightmare Clan to lure him to Jinquan School. Chen-Chi thought for a moment, took out Chili's phone, and asked, "Can you unlock this?" "This is Chili's phone?" Jia Chuan quickly took it. "Where did you get it?" "Her body is in the hall downstairs," Chen-Chi explained. "But you don't need to worry, she should be able to revive." "Have they already been controlled by the Nightmare Clan?" Jia Chuan shook his head and sighed. Counting the time, it's indeed about right.
The two of them went missing on September 3rd, and Lamian and I were trapped on September 6th. Actually, Lamian and I were originally unable to hold on, but somehow, in the early hours of yesterday, we suddenly became clear-headed for a while and broke free from the Nightmare Clan's control, which
interrupted the parasitism process. Early yesterday morning?
Chen Shi knew it must have been his doing. When he explored the hospital late yesterday night, he awakened their humanity and even led them to resist the parasite's control.
So, you two are currently not being parasitized? Chen Shi asked. Probably not.
Yesterday, our self-awareness was clear, and our will to resist was overflowing.
We directly killed the Nightmare Eater in its early parasitic stage within us. The Nightmare Clan probably hasn't had time to parasitize new Nightmare Eaters into our bodies yet.
Jia Chuan's tone carried a hint of pride, as if he believed he had broken free from the Nightmare Clan's control entirely through his iron-like will. As he spoke, he actually managed to unlock Chili's phone.
This is a special phone we use during operations. I can open it with a special password, but what do you want to know? Jia Chuan asked. I want to see the chat.
Chen Shi didn't explain much, just extended his hand towards Jia Chuan. Jia Chuan hesitated for a moment but still handed the phone to Chen Shi. Chili's WeChat chat was very clean, she likely had a habit of regularly clearing it.
This made a familiar avatar stand out among the few remaining messages. As expected, she was directly contacting Coffee. Chen Shi tapped on their chat box and only saw a photo and a message sent by Coffee. The photo was of several wax apples, and the message contained only 2 words, hemorrhoids. This also resolved another of Chen Shi's doubts, how Chili had passed the test of the strange food during their first meeting. Chen Shi also found a file on Chili's phone, Jinghai City Contaminated Area Investigation Report. He directly transferred this file to his own phone via Bluetooth. Afterwards, he did not return Chili's phone to Jia Chuan but kept it on him, while also asking somewhat confusedly, Dabing, when were you infected? Dabing shook his head blankly. If he hadn't spat out a large amount of black substance when he ate the wild food just now, he wouldn't have known he was infected. Chen Shi estimated it happened sometime yesterday. He wasn't sure if Dabing had only been infected before or already parasitized. However, now was not the time to study these carefully. At least for a short period after eating the wild food, Dabing would not be affected again. Dabing suddenly asked, Biscuit, have you seen my dog? Chen Shi was startled. No. By the way, when did it go missing? Dabing scratched his head. I just can't remember. Chen Shi reassured him, it should be fine. We'll talk about it after we get out. The top priority now is to awaken our teammates and leave this place. For now, you two hide in the empty classroom nearby so no one sees you. Come out to help me after the class bell rings, Chen Shi roughly explained his plan. He intended to act after class started and everyone returned to their classrooms. Right now, there were people downstairs, including the dean and those teachers of unknown strength, who would definitely stop him. Dabing and Jia Chuan both cooperatively hid in the adjacent classroom, while Chen Shi directly sat in classroom 302, quietly waiting for the students to return for class. Bored, he opened the Jinghai City Contaminated Area Investigation Report he had just obtained from Chili's phone and quickly browsed through it. This report documented the exploration and summary of various contaminated areas in Jinghai City by an official odd food consumer team composed of Chili, Soft Candy, Jia Chuan, and others. One thing Chili hadn't lied about was that they were indeed a scout team, tasked with finding the source of the contamination in Jinghai City. The official strategy was currently to find the source first, then concentrate their efforts to solve the contamination from its origin. This team would conduct a preliminary exploration of contaminated areas and then rate them. However, to Chen Shi's surprise, their rating standard wasn't primarily based on the level of danger or the number of parasites, but rather on the anomalous phenomena. Different degrees of contamination could produce different anomalous phenomena. Based on these phenomena, the level of a contamination source in an area could be inferred. What the authorities truly cared about was the level of the contamination source,
using it to find the true source of the contamination.
S-level contaminated area can construct a true illusion and establish illusion rules.
Contaminated areas rated at this level are all potential sources of contamination.
A-level contaminated area can construct a true illusion.
B-level contaminated area can distort partial cognition, possessing extremely strong concealment abilities, comes with ignore and rationalize cognitive modification, making everyone unconsciously ignore or deem reasonable the anomalies in the area, often making it difficult to detect anomalies
in that area. C-level contaminated area can distort partial cognition. D-level contaminated area, guarded by multiple domain-level parasites. E-level contaminated area, guarded by at least one domain-level parasite.
Looking at these 6 grading standards, Chen Qi quickly classified the contaminated areas he had visited.
So, it seems Jingquan School could be B-level or C-level.
B-level is more likely because the official team previously overlooked this area.
Is Jingyi affiliated hospital D-level? Counting Dr.
Zhao, Sun Gu, and the others, there are indeed several domain-level guardians. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched, it might also be E-level.
But is Jinghai Medical College rated S-level? Not A-level? According to the information recorded, rule-based illusions were quite overbearing.
The entire illusion was built upon certain rules, and once certain rules were violated, it could lead to quite severe consequences. The illusion Chen Qi experienced was more like a normal true illusion of an A-level contaminated area.
This type of illusion was generally constructed based on the local scenery. For example, if the contaminated area was a hospital, then the illusion would generally have a hospital background.
Moreover, the parasites within the contaminated area would all become NPCs in the illusion, and events occurring within the illusion would directly affect reality. The information also did not record how to break the illusion, only stating that one could leave the illusion by physically exiting the affected area. Such a grading standard, in Chen Qi's eyes, could actually be viewed from a different perspective. The so-called contamination sources, to me, are wild food. This grading standard is more like the self-preservation abilities possessed by different levels of wild food. Chen Qi now understood that illusions, or cognitive distortions, were merely higher-level wild food engaging in self-defense. For advanced wild food of A level or higher, if one didn't break the illusions they constructed, one wouldn't even be qualified to see them, let alone think about eating them. B-level and C-level wild food also required overcoming cognitive distortion to be eaten. But does this cognitive distortion not affect me? Chen Qi discovered the problem. His teammates were all affected by cognitive distortion, but he was not.
He had previously suspected that his own cognition was flawed, but after clearing his mind and thinking about it, if it could truly distort his cognition, wouldn't he have been manipulated obediently long ago? Then why would the Nightmare Clan go to such great lengths with him? It can't affect me, so it affects the people around me, and then through the cognitive differences between them and me, it applies psychological suggestion to me, making me doubt myself?
This had indeed troubled him at one point, but now his goal was very clear. Next, as long as I find the advanced wild food on Linning, I can directly start eating. This Jinghai City Contaminated Area Investigation Report feels more like an advanced wild food eating guide to me. At this moment, the class bell he had been waiting for finally rang. The class bell had rung a while ago, but Chen Qi didn't see anyone return to the classroom.
Are these students skipping class?
Chen Qi got up and went to the corridor, looking downstairs, and was immediately dumbfounded.
Physical education?
A large lamp on the side of the flag-raising platform was lit, illuminating the entire sports field and track as bright as day.
He saw his 3 teammates and Lin Ning running on the rubber track.
Zhu Feng was leading the pack, sprinting at the very front, looking as if he was about to win a championship. And at the finish line of the track, stood a burly male teacher, holding a small notebook and jotting something down. He should be the physical education teacher in charge of this class. He could see that the teachers who had been gathered under the flag-raising platform had dispersed. The flag-raising platform was empty, with only the figure hanging on the flagpole still wriggling occasionally.
Can't wait any longer.
Chen Qi called out Dabing and Zhao Chuan, who were beside him, preparing to take the initiative.
Let's go down and rescue that guy hanging on the flagpole first. We'll have an extra hand. Let's go.
Chen Shi led the two directly downstairs to the first floor lobby and found that the bodies of chili and soft candy had been cleaned up at some point. They rushed out of the teaching building and headed straight for the flag-raising platform. Taking advantage of no one being around, the three pulled the rope, and in a short while, they lowered Lamian. At this moment, Lamian's eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he scrambled up and walked towards the teaching building, neither fast nor slow. Zhechuan grabbed him and asked, "Where are you going?"
Taipingjian, morgue. Lamian answered mechanically, still wanting to continue walking into the teaching building. Taipingjian, morgue? Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. There's a Taipingjian, morgue, here too? He couldn't help but recall Dr. Zhao's last words, stay away from the Taipingjian, morgue. However, after experiencing so many so-called coincidences, Chen Shi was already doubting whether this statement was true or false. Don't talk nonsense with him, just feed him. Chen Shi commanded. Zhechuan was also decisive. He pried open his comrade's mouth and directly jammed it with a gun barrel, though in his eyes, the gun barrel was actually a pencil case. Meanwhile, Dabing, who was beside him, stuffed the prepared wild food into Lamian's mouth. Zhechuan diligently learned the experience Chen Shi imparted, using the gun barrel to force the food directly down Lamian's throat. This trick worked quite well. In a short while, Lamian opened his mouth and spat out a large puddle of black substance. Lamian's eyes gradually recovered from their daze to clarity. He looked at Zhechuan in front of him, dazed, wanting to say something, but Chen Shi directly pulled him up. No time to talk much. Later, the three of you will cooperate with me to feed the wild food to those 4 people running on the track. That physical education teacher will definitely stop us. Your perceptions are distorted, so you can't exert combat power, so try to leave the combat part to me. You just focus on feeding. After speaking, Chen Shi took off some of the equipment from Zhechuan and Lamian, put it on himself, and led the way, running towards the rubber track. Just then, Zhuweifeng finished a lap and passed the finish line, and the physical education teacher shouted, "Good job, student. You can be the flag bearer once you've run 10 laps." Chen Shi's heart stirred, knowing that all the courses in the school were certainly not as simple as they appeared on the surface, implying some kind of deep guidance. After class, one had to go to the flag raising, hang on the flagpole for a period, and then transfer to the Taipingjian, morgue. It felt similar to what he had seen in the Jinghai Medical College illusion before. It seemed that after a series of processes, once humanity was completely lost, the complete humanity would be directly sent to the Taipingjian, morgue. Could it be that attending class and flag raising were processes of stripping away humanity? In any case, for the safety of Zhuweifeng and the others, they had to interrupt this physical education class and not let them continue running. As soon as Chen Shi and his 3 teammates entered the track, they were noticed by the physical education teacher, who frowned and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Chen Shi smiled and negotiated, "I want to give them an extra lesson. Can I take up some of your physical education class time?" "What? Class could be more important than physical education? Math, Chinese, English, all of you stand aside." The physical education teacher said unhappily. "I teach eating." Cough, so it's the eating class teacher, my apologies, my apologies. The physical education teacher instantly became polite. Eating is the only main subject, much more important than my physical education class. But at this moment, the physical education teacher's gaze suddenly lingered on Lamian. His expression changed, and he scolded, "Aren't you this year's flag bearer? You haven't even been air-dried. Who let you come down? Do you still want to go to the Taipingjian, morgue?" With that, he reached out to grab Lamian. Chen Shi flashed to block him and said to the others behind him, "You guys hurry." Dabing and the other 2 sprinted towards Gonshui, who was actually the closest to them, but this guy ran too fast, so the 3 of them couldn't catch up and could only wait for him to run the next lap to intercept him from the front. The physical education teacher's expression turned cold, his eyes became sharp, and just as he was about to say something, Chen Shi had already raised his rifle and started shooting. Bang bang bang! A series of bullets entered the physical education teacher's body, instantly tearing his intestines apart.
At this point, the physical education teacher finally began to show abnormalities, his ruptured abdomen directly everted, and his rotten large and small intestines extended out, spreading throughout his body. However, Chen Shi had no patience to watch him transform. Eat a grenade. He bit off the pin of a hand grenade and threw it directly into the physical education teacher's stomach. Then he turned and ran. He sprinted at top speed, finally diving onto the grass inside the track, followed by a loud explosion behind him. Chen Shi looked back. The physical education teacher's body had been blown into two halves, the lower half no longer moving, but the upper half was still crawling with difficulty on the ground. Chen Shi rushed over and shot him in the head a few more times, blowing his head open, finally losing his vitality. This physical education teacher should be a family-level parasites, so firearms could still be effective. But against a domain level, it probably wouldn't work. Like Dr. Zhao before, he fell from the 14th floor and still got up and ran. And the dean of Jingquan School, who had previously taken an entire handgun magazine of bullets from Chen Shi without any reaction, was undoubtedly a domain-level parasites. At this moment, Dabing and the others had already pinned down Gong Shui and fed him wild food. A group of people were now rushing towards coffee. Chen Shi was somewhat wary of coffee. He was inclined to believe that coffee had done those things because she was controlled by the Nightmare Clan. But if coffee was contaminated or even parasitized on the same day as Dabing and Zhuifeng, why were her symptoms much more obvious than the others? Zhuifeng and the others at most had some behaviors affected, which they might not even realize themselves, but coffee had truly colluded with the enemy. Nevertheless, it was best to feed coffee the wild food first. At this moment, Zhuifeng had already run another lap. Chen Shi rushed forward, hugged him by the waist, pulled out the wild food, and force-fed him. "What are you doing?" Amidst a roar, teachers walked out of the teaching building one after another. "Monster spawning, hurry up!" Dabing shouted, pulling the newly awakened Gong Shui to help Chen Shi. "I'll leave this to you guys, I'm going to grab Lin Ning." Chen Shi looked up at the little girl running slowest on the track. He had just contacted several teammates in sequence and no longer sensed high-level wild food, which further indicated that the high-level wild food was on Lin Ning. Chen Shi quickly rushed towards her, and sure enough, as soon as he entered the 5-meter radius around Lin Ning, that faint attraction reappeared. He picked Lin Ning up with one hand and scanned her body, not finding anything that looked like food. The weather was already hot, and Lin Ning's clothes were very simple, just a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. A quick glance showed that if it wasn't seen, it basically wasn't there. Chen Shi also found it inconvenient to search thoroughly, but fortunately, at this moment, coffee had been successfully force-fed. She knelt on the ground, vomiting wildly, expelling more black substance than anyone else. Chen Shi carried Lin Ning to Coffee's side and asked, "How do you feel?" Coffee, her face pale, shook her head, "Almost threw up my stomach, but my mind feels much clearer. Help me search her body and see if there's any food hidden on her." At this moment, the dean had already led people to quickly approach, and there was no time to ask too many questions. Chen Shi placed Lin Ning on the ground. Coffee carefully searched Lin Ning's body and clothes pockets, while Dabing led the awakened Zhuifeng and others to quickly converge on Chen Shi. Facing a group of parasites, even with weapons in hand, their cognitive distortion prevented them from exerting their power. Currently, it seemed only Chen Shi could exert combat power. Chen Shi glanced around. A total of 7 or 8 teachers had walked out of the teaching building. If they were all parasites, Chen Shi alone, relying on the firearms and a few grenades he had, would not be very effective even if his firepower was exhausted. And Ghostface Cookie was the same. In the current situation, Ghostface Cookie couldn't exert much power. They had to quickly eat the high-level wild food on Lin Ning to eliminate cognitive distortion and restore their teammates' combat power. Of course, the most crucial thing was the qualitative change in ability after eating high-level wild food 3 times. That was the most likely hope to turn the tide. However, after Coffee searched repeatedly, she shook her head. She has nothing on her. What Chen Shi least wanted to happen still happened. In fact, he had implicitly had this worry for a long time. If the high-level wild food was just in Lin Ning's pocket, there was no reason he wouldn't have found it. His food detection ability should have accurately locked onto it by now. But this time, the detected wild food was blurry. as if something was isolating it. Chen Shi looked at the dazed and confused little girl, and a guess surfaced in his mind. The high-level wild food, it wouldn't be inside her body, would it? Or rather, she is the high-level wild food. As soon as this possibility came to mind, Chen Shi's heart immediately pounded. Whichever of these two possibilities was the truth, it was forcing him to make a crazy choice. Killing people? Or eating people? For Chen Shi, the former was clearly more acceptable. But Lin Ning was still just a child. You guys feed her wild food, I'll buy some time, Chen Shi instructed, then picked up his gun and fired wildly at the approaching teachers. He could only hope that the high-grade wild food had been eaten by Lin Ning. But this possibility was slim, at least so far. Chen Shi hadn't seen a second person who could eat wild food, let alone high-grade wild food. Chen Shi fired his gun while widening the distance between himself and his teammates, hoping to draw away the parasites. However, the parasites seemed to ignore Chen Shi. Even though Chen Shi shot several of them into sieves, they still approached the direction of his teammates with clear objectives. Chen Shi, helpless, could only throw another grenade. Bang! With a loud explosion and scattering fragments, the grenade's blast finally slowed the parasite's advance slightly. However, the bald Dean bore the brunt of the grenade's explosion head-on. His body was a bloody mess, rotten flesh mixed with fresh blood dripped like jam, exposing the bones of his thighs and chest, yet he still walked steadily, continuing to approach Lin Ning and the others. Scatter! Coffee shouted, directing everyone to run in different directions. By this time, they had successfully fed the wild food to Lin Ning. She, too, began to vomit, expelling a large amount of black substance. Lin Ning looked around in confusion, seeing unfamiliar faces all around her, and those monsters shot into bloody messes by firearms. A look of fear involuntarily appeared on her face. Chen Shi had been observing Lin Ning's reaction. Seeing her vomit black substance, he immediately knew that the high-grade wild food could not have been eaten by her. She would vomit even after eating ordinary wild food, so how could she eat high-grade wild food? So there were still only those two possibilities. Either the high-grade wild food was hidden inside her, or she was the high-grade wild food. Juefeng, carrying Lin Ning on his back, quickly ran to Chen Shi's side and asked, "What do we do now?" What to do? Cut open Lin Ning's stomach and look for high-grade wild food. If there was none, then eat her. This was the most logical approach. But could Chen Shi do that? Could he bring himself to do it? First, retreat, climb over the wall to the outside, and when we get to a crowded place, I'll use the ghost face cookie against them. This was the only method Chen Shi could think of. Retreat! Climb the wall and run! Juefeng shouted at the top of his lungs. They were already at the plastic track. Retreating further would bring them to the wall. The group scattered and ran towards the wall, with Chen Shi bringing up the rear, continuing to lay down suppressing fire on the enemies to cover the others' retreat. But before they had run a few steps, they saw figures emerging from the shadows of the trees along the wall behind them. Holy crap, why did my old man revive so quickly? Daving cursed, looking at one of the middle-aged men who bore some resemblance to him. Your dad revived slowly. Look at my younger brother, he died just a few days ago and he's already alive, Juefeng said with a grave expression, looking at a young man who emerged from the shadows. It was the parasites who had been torn apart by Daving in the market earlier, and also Juefeng's biological younger brother. It had been less than 4 days since that day, meaning he had completed his revival within 4 days. Normally, this process would take more than 10 days. Gan Shui trembled all over, his entire body as if struck by lightning, standing motionless, his gaze fixed on a slightly plump middle-aged woman who had suddenly appeared. Wife, when did you? His eyes instantly blurred, and he choked, unable to speak. There were more than a dozen of these suddenly appearing parasites, including Chen Shi's relatives and Jia Chuan's comrades. Coffee's gaze searched among them, her eyes incredibly complex, both painful and with a hint of subtle anticipation. However, she seemed not to have found the figure she wanted to see, and she couldn't help but lose herself for a moment. Damn Nightmare Clan! Chen Shi sighed inwardly. Sun Xuecha was right, the Nightmare Clan were best at bewitching people's hearts, skilled at attacking the most vulnerable and sensitive parts of the human heart. Even knowing this was the Nightmare Clan's trick,
what could he do? Chen Shi still couldn't help but search for his mother's figure among these suddenly appearing parasites. Upon seeing that familiar face in the crowd, seeing the kind smile on that face, Chen Shi's heart involuntarily clenched. Then he aimed his gun at his mother. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the magazine directly. He had originally prepared a lot of wild food to feed his mother this time, but in the current situation, there was definitely no chance. Family-level parasites, when swept from top to bottom by a rifle, would be reduced to a bloody mess and essentially go to revive on the spot. Therefore, before Chen Shi's mother could even utter a word, she was sent directly back to the revival point by Chen Shi. Biscuit, give my old man a burst too. Dabing shouted. My brother, I'll trouble you too, Zhu Weifeng sighed. This was not their first time facing the threat of family members. They clearly knew what was the most correct thing to do. Sending their family members to revive was the best way to deal with them. It protected themselves, and if the family members were not fully parasitized, it could also delay their parasitism progress. After all, during the revival process, the parasitism progress could not advance. Chen Shi didn't mind helping them clean house, but at this moment, the dean, leading a group of teachers, suddenly accelerated and charged over. Chen Shi could only retreat while suppressing them with firepower. Now, they didn't lack equipment, what they lacked were people who could use the equipment. Attacked from both front and back, Chen Shi was a bit overwhelmed. Most of the parasites that suddenly appeared from behind were family level, although not particularly strong, they directly cut off their retreat. This made Chen Shi and their plan to climb the wall and escape impossible to implement smoothly. As the parasites from front and back continuously closed in, constantly encircling them and compressing their activity space, everyone, even if they couldn't use weapons, had to throw themselves into the fight. One by one, they picked up what they considered useless weapons and charged forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the approaching monsters. Chen Shi could only prioritize attacking the closest parasites, but unfortunately, he had not received shooting training, and his aim was indeed a bit off. Bullets fired rarely hit vital points. Domain-level parasites like the dean, even if shot in the head, would only pause for a moment, and then their flesh would wriggle and regenerate after a while. Other family-level parasites would require at least several more shots to vital points to send them to revive. Ah! A scream came, and the official personnel Lamian was grabbed by the neck by the dean, who lifted him up. Wriggling flesh continuously extended from the dean's body, like tiny, blood-colored eels, drilling into Lamian's mouth and nose. Then, like throwing trash, he threw Lamian to the ground. Lamian twisted and rolled on the ground, and vine-like flesh tendrils continuously grew from within him. Those tendrils wrapped around him, quickly forming a giant cocoon of flesh and blood. On the other side, Zhu Weifeng and the others, fighting the parasites with useless weapons while enduring cognitive impairment, were also in perilous situations. Especially Gan Shui, who had not yet recovered from his wife's parasitism, was already covered in injuries and almost disemboweled by his own wife. Watching these scenes, Chen Shi knew they had reached the brink of desperation. He looked at the little girl Lin Ning, who was by his side, and a thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. How about I take a bite and see? Maybe she's not human at all, but a high-grade wild food that has taken human form. Didn't they say high-grade wild food is very good at disguising itself? Just take a bite, and you'll know, won't you? A bite won't kill anyone. These voices echoed in Chen Shi's mind, like the whispers of a demon, constantly trying to tempt him into the abyss. Damn it! Chen Shi slapped himself hard. How could I have such a thought? He knew very well that Lin Ning was not some wild food spirit, she was a living, breathing human being. Those thoughts in his head were nothing more than an attempt to find an excuse to break his own bottom line. He wanted to save his teammates, turn the tide, and blow up all these parasites, nightmare eaters, or whatever they were. And eating Lin Ning might give him such an ability. But doing something like that would also break his bottom line as a human being. In that case, would he still be considered human? Would he still have his humanity? Humanity. Chen Shi was startled. Was this a sign of his humanity eroding? In the past, he would never have had such a thought. Hold the line, hold on to humanity. Chen Shi constantly warned himself. He began to be vigilant, suspecting that once his humanity was lost, the nightmare eater within him would seize the opportunity.
But as the situation continued to worsen, the pressure he faced would only grow.
Could he hold his ground? Could he just watch his teammates fall one by one?
Just then, Coffee, not far from Chun-Chi, seemed to remember something and took out a sugar cube from her pocket. After a slight hesitation, she swallowed the sugar cube. The next moment, all emotions vanished from her eyes, her face as indifferent as a sculpture. She pulled out the pistol from her waist, and with a casual shot, hit a schoolteacher who was about to bite Zhu Weifeng. A headshot, blood splattered all over Zhu Weifeng's face. Zhu Weifeng was almost scared to death. If that bullet had been off by a few centimeters, he would have been the one with a headshot.
Bang!
Coffee raised her hand and fired another shot, hitting a parasite dozens of meters away, rescuing Dabing who was being chased.
Bang!
This shot hit Gan Shui's wife, turning her head into a rotten tomato.
3 consecutive shots, all headshots.
Chen-Chi noticed something different. Coffee's derivative food ability was far from as weak as she claimed, on the contrary, it was very strong. First, she had broken free from the influence of cognitive distortion. Secondly, in this state of absolute rationality and absolute focus, she seemed to be able to achieve perfect aim with firearms, hitting whatever she aimed at. These enhancements were probably something Coffee herself hadn't discovered. But this wasn't the most abnormal thing. What truly made Chen-Chi feel incredible was that the 3 parasites hit by Coffee's shots lay motionless on the ground afterward. It was known that even if Chen-Chi used a more powerful rifle and shot a family-level parasite in the head, he couldn't kill them with a single shot. He often had to follow up with more shots to kill them. But Coffee could achieve a one-shot kill with a pistol, which meant that in her current state, her attacks had an additional damage bonus against parasites. Indeed, how could such a weak ultimate move exist?
Coffee's ultimate move is too strong.
Seeing Coffee continuously kill multiple parasites, the dean's face, however, showed a strange smile. And Chen-Chi suddenly sniffed, catching a faint, elusive scent.
So fragrant.
The scent of food, somewhat familiar. Chen-Chi frowned, feeling like he had smelled this scent somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered, in Coffee's car. In that Cayenne, he had smelled the exact same scent.
Coffee transformed into a ruthless killing machine, her pistol hitting whatever she aimed at, and as gunshots continuously rang out, one parasite after another fell. This also greatly reduced the pressure on Chen-Chi and the others.
As parasites fell one by one, the aroma of food that Chen-Chi smelled grew even stronger.
He couldn't help but wonder, was the aroma coming from the parasites that had been killed? But that didn't make sense.
It wasn't the first time Chen-Chi had participated in killing parasites. Before, he had killed Zhu Weifeng's younger brother and the pork vendor in the market, then Wu Foran at the hospital, and just now he had even killed his own mother and several other parasites, but he had never smelled this aroma. Why did only the parasites killed by Coffee emit this tempting aroma? The last time he smelled this aroma was also in Coffee's car. Could it be that she had killed a parasite in her car before? Thinking of this, Chen-Chi already understood something. The only parasites who could enter Coffee's car would have to be her family, right? Chen-Chi had known for a long time that Coffee's family was also parasitized, but he didn't know exactly who, nor had he heard her mention it. It wasn't difficult to deduce that Coffee and her parasitized family had had a conflict in that Cayenne car, and Coffee had eaten the derivative food to counterattack and kill that parasite. Because of this, that special aroma lingered in the car. And that car might also carry some unpleasant memories for Coffee, which was why she left it idle in the garage to collect dust. After Chen-Chi drove it once, she also asked him not to touch that car again. However, what was strange was that today all their parasite family members appeared, even those who had died just a few days ago were resurrected here, so why hadn't Coffee's parasite family appeared? While pondering these questions, Chen-Chi also wasn't idle, fully outputting with his rifle. Chen-Chi noticed that Coffee never fired at the dean. It wasn't until only one bullet was left in her gun that she aimed at the dean and pulled the trigger. Bang! This bullet still accurately hit the dean's glabella, but the dean didn't die immediately like the other parasites, only a bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he stumbled to the ground, letting out a painful roar. But after a while, he got back up again. Chen Qi and Zhu Weifeng exchanged glances, both seeing the unusualness of it. Even when he took the full force of a grenade earlier, the dean was blown to pieces but didn't utter a sound. But now, just one shot could make the dean fall to the ground and scream. However, there was no time to think about it now. Chen Qi immediately handed over his pistol to Coffee. Coffee was the main damage dealer now, so her firepower couldn't be cut off. But as soon as Coffee took the pistol, emotions suddenly returned to her eyes, and her face showed expression. Chen Qi understood that the effect of the derivative food had ended. At this moment, Coffee looked at her hands, and the expression on her face became complicated and strange. Fear, regret, panic, helplessness. Chen Qi had never seen any of these expressions on the usually calm Coffee's face, but now these expressions, these emotions, filled her entire face without concealment, overflowing in her eyes. During the process of using the derivative food just now, she seemed to have discovered some she hadn't noticed before. Or rather, it confirmed the worries she had always held in her heart. Her gaze swept over the parasites she had shot and killed, finally landing on the dean, with a glimmer of hopeful inquiry in her eyes. She had already realized something, but she hoped her guess was wrong, so much so that she was flustered and hoped to get the answer she wanted from the enemy. The bloody hole on the dean's head was still gushing blood, but a slight smile appeared on his face. "That's right, your ability is very powerful, it can directly harm our Nightmare Clan's true form." Zhu Weifeng and the others showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder a pistol wielded by Coffee unleashed such powerful force. They only attacked the parasites' physical bodies, while Coffee, after eating the derivative food, could directly attack the formless, intangible Nightmare Eater true form hidden within the physical body. Chen Qi also had a new hypothesis about the source of the aroma. Did that aroma only appear when the Nightmare Eater true form hidden inside the parasite's body was harmed? Perhaps it was like how humans bleed and have a metallic smell when injured. Nightmare Eaters might also produce something similar to blood when injured, emitting an odor that only he could smell. But why did he think it was the aroma of food? Could it be he could eat it? A fountain pen suddenly appeared in the dean's hand. He played with the pen, a sneer on his lips, his blood-splattered face clearly showing a hint of mockery, and said, "So much so that the Nightmare Clan members killed by you don't even have a chance to resurrect." As soon as these words came out, Gan Shuwei and Dabing's expressions changed drastically. Because Gan Shuwei's wife and Dabing's father had both died by Coffee's gun. Only Zhu Weifeng's younger brother was shot dead by Chen Qi. But at this moment, the one whose expression changed the most was Coffee herself. All the complex emotions on her face were replaced by a single emotion, despair. Deep despair, despair that drowned reason and permeated her bones. In an instant, she was utterly disheartened. Her heart was as if a hole had been poked in it, and all her beautiful attachments to this world slipped down like sand in an hourglass, falling through that hole in her heart, into the Taepingjian morgue below. A seemingly illusory portal suddenly appeared on the lawn. The sign hanging on the door read Taepingjian morgue in 3 characters. Through that transparent glass door, Chen Qi saw the familiar rows of corpse storage cabinets inside. And within them, he seemed to see another Coffee appearing, gradually solidifying from a faint, ethereal shadow. Coffee's humanity was rapidly draining away at an unnatural speed. Chen Qi wanted to do something, wanted to rush in and bring the Coffee from the Taepingjian morgue out, but Dr. Zhao's words, "Stay away from the Taepingjian morgue," echoed in his ears. Was that a warning, or a misdirection? Or did the Nightmare Clan lure me here just to make me enter the Taepingjian morgue? Creak! Creak! Chen Qi suddenly heard the sound of bones and joints twisting. He turned his head and saw Coffee's limbs twisting at an angle beyond human limits, her entire skeleton piercing through her skin, seemingly about to burst out from the flesh. Sure enough, Coffee wasn't just contaminated, she had already been parasitized. And the key to resisting parasitism lay in humanity. The rapid loss of humanity, coupled with self-abandonment of resistance, loss of survival instinct and a fighting spirit, would infinitely accelerate this process. Before Chen Qi and the others could react, Coffee suddenly raised the pistol in her hand and aimed it at her temple.
Bang, bang, bang.
Amidst a series of gunshots, her head was pierced by bullets, and her body, which had just begun to mutate, slumped powerlessly. The illusory tapingian, Morg, also disappeared with her.
Coffee's arm, elongated due to mutation, hung down.
Her small shoulder bag, which she always carried, slid down her arm and landed right at Chen Shi's feet. Chen Shi was only a few steps away from Coffee, and the warm, fresh blood sprayed from Coffee's head splattered all over his face. His eyes were blank, and he mechanically picked up the shoulder bag from the ground. Inside was a small thermos always filled with coffee, and besides that, only her phone and wallet. He lit up the phone screen and saw a lock screen background that was a group photo. Coffee's face was beaming with a happy smile he had never seen before, and a little boy of only 6 or 7 years old sat on her lap, wearing a birthday hat, also with a joyful smile on his face. Chen Shi's mind was blank, he had no idea what he was thinking. He only felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. First his mother, then son Xueqiao, and now Coffee. What was going to happen? Who would be next? When would it end? Chen Shi's eyes lost focus, and he suddenly darted out, like a beast hunting by instinct, grabbing Lin Ning beside him. Ignoring the girl's fear and pleading, he opened his mouth to bite down. At this moment, a voice kept ringing in his heart. Eat her. Eating her can reverse everything. Sacrifice just her, and everyone can be saved. Eat. But suddenly, the girl was forcefully snatched from his hands, and then he was punched. Juefeng held the girl, glaring angrily, and demanded, "What are you doing?" Chen Shi was slightly stunned. At this moment, the voice in his heart was still ringing, "Eat, hurry and eat." He suddenly understood that it wasn't his inner monologue, it was the Nightmare Eater's voice. As Chen Shi realized this, the Nightmare Eater's voice abruptly stopped. "Don't do anything you'll regret," Juefeng warned. Chen Shi nodded. The more the Nightmare Eater wanted him to do something, the more it meant it was wrong. "Brother Juefeng, take her and leave first," Chen Shi said decisively. Since Lin Ning carried the source of contamination, whether eating her or sending her away, it would allow them to escape the influence of cognitive distortion. Juefeng didn't hesitate. He carried Lin Ning on his back and rushed towards the nearest wall, preparing to climb over and leave. But before he had run a few steps, Chen Shi suddenly heard a series of familiar footsteps. Immediately after, Juefeng was lifted by something unknown and directly thrown back. It was that thing again. Chen Shi frowned. Before, when he ran out of Jingquan school, he was also caught and brought back by this invisible thing. Not letting Lin Ning leave, is this forcing me to eat her? The remaining parasites quickly gathered and charged towards Chen Shi and the others. Just then, gunshots suddenly rang out in the distance. With a few bangs, several parasites were hit consecutively. Chen Shi followed the gunshots and found Suanen in a corner in the direction of the teaching building, holding a gun with both hands, and a golden retriever wagging its tail beside her. Chen Shi was stunned. He had always thought Suanen was already controlled by the parasites, but he didn't expect Suanen to be able to support them at the critical moment. And she wasn't bragging, her marksmanship was indeed accurate. But why could she use a gun? Was she not affected by cognitive distortion? Chen Shi had always thought that the range of cognitive distortion was very wide, so much so that he couldn't escape it even when he ran outside the school. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Chen Shi's eyes flickered slightly, and he said to Juefeng, "Brother Juefeng, take Lin Ning to Bread's side." He wanted to see what would happen if Lin Ning, this source of contamination, was sent to Suanen's side. Would Suanen's gun still be usable then? Would their side return to normal? Chen Shi vaguely felt he had grasped something important. Perhaps his previous suspicion was correct, the source of cognitive distortion was not Lin Ning, but something else. Juefeng picked up Lin Ning and rushed towards Suanen. Chen Shi threw his last grenade towards the dean's direction, while intently observing behind Juefeng. He was trying to find that invisible monster. Chen Shi knew that his cognition hadn't been distorted, so the monster wasn't relying on cognitive distortion for its invisibility, it inherently possessed the ability to be invisible. Although the large lights next to the flag-raising platform were bright enough, he still turned on his flashlight and shone it behind Zhu Weifeng. Suddenly, he caught a slight distortion of light and shadow in one spot, and immediately rushed over, sweeping that area with gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, a figure flashed by, then hid itself again. Chen Shi barely managed to see that it seemed to be a monster with spiny skin, likely possessing a camouflage ability to blend into its surroundings, much like a chameleon. Under Chen Shi's cover, Zhu Weifeng successfully brought Lin Ning to rendezvous with Suanan. But immediately after, Suanan's gun stopped firing. Evidently, when Lin Ning went over, she brought the cognitive distortion with her. Yet, on Chen Shi's side, Gong Shui and Dabing's cognitive distortion effects hadn't disappeared. In their eyes, firearms and other weapons were still useless. How could this be? Lin Ning being able to bring the cognitive distortion with her indicated that she was indeed the source of pollution, but if the source of pollution had left, why hadn't Chen Shi and the others escaped the influence? Before Chen Shi could ponder further, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Don't struggle in vain. There are only two paths before you, eat that girl, or merge with me. This nightmare eater could now freely converse with him. Chen Shi knew that something had changed during his last trip to Jinghai Medical College. The nightmare eater used to be like a prisoner, completely suppressed, unable to even poke its head out. Chen Shi coldly responded in his mind, is there any difference between these two choices? You went to great lengths, lured me here, and step by step applied pressure on me, all to make me fall into despair like coffee, right? To make me break my bottom line in despair, forcing me to eat people? To make me abandon my humanity? Recalling the events of this evening, first, the decisive killing of Chile and the other person to pressure him, then alienating and capturing his teammates, leaving him isolated and helpless, followed by staging the appearance of his family, and finally, igniting the despair in Coffee's heart, forcing her to mutate. And the purpose of all this was to continuously pressure Chen Shi, making him watch his loved ones and friends encounter hardship and despair, even die before him, while he was powerless. However, not everything could proceed according to the Nightmare Clan's plan, there were always some unexpected occurrences. For instance, Chen Shi had been suspicious of Chile from the beginning, he had once escaped the school, and Suanan had unexpectedly broken free from control. Also, the appearance of Chen Shi's mother didn't cause too much of an impact on Chen Shi, he chose to open fire directly. The Nightmare Clan were adept at manipulating hearts, but they were not human after all, so how could they fully understand the human heart? Of course, if not for Zhu Weifeng's final intervention, Chen Shi might have already made a grave mistake. With its intentions exposed, the Nightmare Eater remained composed, you have no way out. If we wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Allowing you and your companions to live until now is already my greatest sincerity. On this point, the Nightmare Eater was not wrong, if the Nightmare Clan merely wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. Chen Shi responded in his mind, that's why I'm even more curious, what kind of magic do I possess that makes you value me so much? To control my soul and body, you truly aren't afraid of trouble. The Nightmare Eater's tone was low, you'll know if you try it. Eat that girl, and you'll know your ability. If you're unwilling to cooperate, I can tell you what will happen next. All of your companions will become containers for my Nightmare Clan, one by one. I will make them mutate into monsters in front of you, including that girl. By then, you'll know that even if you don't eat her, you can't change her fate. But if you eat her, you can change your own fate and the fate of your other companions. Chen Shi scoffed, why are you suddenly spouting so much nonsense? This isn't like you. I'm just giving you one last chance to choose. The Nightmare Eater said no more. Chen Shi knew that the Nightmare Eater had been hiding before, waiting for him to lose focus to deliver a fatal blow. Now, it wouldn't come out and say so much nonsense without a reason. It definitely had some motive. Just as I started thinking about the source of cognitive distortion, the Nightmare Eater suddenly started talking. Is it afraid I'll discover something? Chen Shi retreated, widening the distance between himself and the dean and other parasites, while continuing his earlier thoughts. Lin Ning indeed carries a source of pollution that can distort cognition. According to the Jinghai City Pollution Zone Investigation Report, a source of pollution capable of distorting cognition is either B class or C class.
Her range of influence is limited. After she went to Suanen side, Dabing, Gonshui, and the others should have been out of the range of influence. But they weren't. What does this mean? After a brief thought, Chen-Chi already had a guess. There was another source of pollution. All along, his thinking had fallen into a misconception, subconsciously believing there was only one source of pollution, or rather, only one C-class or higher source of pollution. But it now seemed there were at least two. And the other source of pollution was probably on him. Chen-Chi recalled how when he had escaped Jinquan school before, the effect of cognitive distortion had always followed him, even affecting the street vendor outside. So Lin Ning and I each carry a C-class or higher source of pollution. No wonder Zhuifeng and the others have always been in a state of distorted cognition. Zhuifeng and the others were either with Chen-Chi or Lin Ning the entire time, so they naturally couldn't escape the influence. But if I have a source of pollution on me, why can't my food detection ability sense it? Chen-Chi didn't know the answer, but he also couldn't detect the exact location of the pollution source on Lin Ning, so this possibility couldn't be ruled out. So the question was, where exactly was the source of pollution on him? It wouldn't be hidden inside my body too, would it? Chen-Chi suddenly remembered a detail. When he escaped the school and was captured back, none of his equipment was missing. Including his derived food, the ghost face cookie, and other weapons, as well as his flashlight, wild food, and other items, nothing had been taken away. At the time, Chen-Chi was a bit puzzled, and recalling it now, he was still puzzled. If the Nightmare Eater's goal was to constantly pressure him, shouldn't it try to reduce his combat power as much as possible? Why would it leave the ghost face cookie and other weapons for him? This means there's something on me they don't want to take. Chen-Chi's thoughts suddenly became clear. Something on him at that time was the source of pollution. If they only took other things but left one item, it would definitely arouse his suspicion, so they simply left everything for him. It seems the source of pollution on me is very likely B-class. Chen-Chi recalled the description of B-class pollution zones in the data, capable of distorting partial cognition, possessing extremely strong concealment abilities. It even came with being ignored and rationalization characteristics, making people disregard its existence. Chen-Chi began to check his equipment. The ghost face cookie can be ruled out, and those wild foods I brought, they're almost all used to feed people now, and my phone isn't possible. After a final filtering, only 3 suspicious items remained: the flashlight, the large syringe, and the pistol. The pistol is indeed a real pistol, and it's already been given to Coffee. As for the flashlight and the large syringe, without a doubt, the most suspicious item was definitely the large syringe. The flashlight is at least a real flashlight in my hand, but the large syringe is not necessarily. This large syringe was semi-voluntarily given to him by Xia Huiyun when he was at Jinghai Medical College. Thinking about it now, Xia Huiyun's actions at the time were also a bit strange. Moreover, this large syringe was also inconsistent in his hand, which was very problematic. Chen-Chi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If the large syringe was indeed the problem, wouldn't it mean that when he escaped Jinghai Medical College, the Nightmare Eaters were already planning all of this? He thought about possibly carrying a high-level source of pollution with cognitive distortion abilities the whole time, leaving the medical college with his teammates, going home together, and then going to deal with Dr. Zhao together. His teammates might have been unknowingly polluted. They might even have been unknowingly parasites. Especially staying with high-level wild food could accelerate the parasitism progress and degree of pollution. At that time, Sun Xuecha was in the same room as the cream cake, and the cream cake did not have the ability to affect cognition, indicating that it was more than one level lower than the source of pollution he carried. The impact of the two on people certainly couldn't be compared. Fortunately, they had left the large syringe in Zhu Weifeng's rented house for a long time. If they had carried it with them all along, his teammates would have been affected even more deeply. Is it or isn't it? Chen-Chi picked up the large syringe he had been carrying. His food detection ability couldn't detect any abnormalities, and his junk collecting ability also failed to convert it into high-level wild food.
Either it meant he guessed wrong, or it meant his ability level wasn't high enough to detect and convert this level of pollution source. After all, this might be the highest level of pollution source he had encountered up close so far. But whether it was real or fake, he'd know if he took a bite. Chen Shi opened his mouth and bit into the large syringe in his hand. Compared to making him eat a girl, eating the large syringe was definitely much easier to accept. "You're crazy. You can't digest it, stop quickly." The nightmare eater's frantic roar immediately echoed in Chen Shi's mind. "If you want to die, don't take me with you. You don't have enough ability, you'll really die if you can't digest it, I'm not lying. Please, stop quickly." Hearing the nightmare eater's voice, Chen Shi smiled slightly in his heart and responded, "It seems I guessed correctly. Don't eat it, I'll let you go." The nightmare eater said helplessly, "I don't want to die. But I don't trust you." Chen Shi didn't hesitate, taking a bite. The next moment, the large syringe in his hand turned into a string of bright red, tempting tanghulu. "It really is it." The large syringe in Chen Shi's hand, just as he had guessed, was actually a B-grade contamination source. Not only could it distort the perception of those around it, but it could also conceal itself, masquerading as a large syringe. Chen Shi's food detection ability, which had only been strengthened twice, was not enough to see through its disguise. It wasn't until Chen Shi took a bite that everything changed. Its foraging ability activated for the first time in an active rather than passive form, forcibly transforming this contamination source, which was too high level for him, into a high-grade wild food. A string of candied hawthorns, roughly the same size as the large syringe, appeared in his hand. It was strung on a bamboo skewer, with 4 apple-sized fruits, all coated in a thick layer of red rock candy. Chen Shi was overjoyed, and the pathological craving for high-grade wild food within him was uncontrollably stirred up again. And it was far more intense than any previous time. Chen Shi's first bite had landed squarely on one of the fruits, breaking through the hard rock candy surface and reaching the pinkish fruit inside. Although the fruit inside was apple-sized, it seemed to taste like hawthorn, but a giant hawthorn about the size of an apple. Upon tasting it, the sweetness of the rock candy mixed with the sourness of the hawthorn, creating a perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor. However, with that single bite, it was no exaggeration to say that the situation changed dramatically. First, the continuous cognitive distortion effect was instantly broken. Gong Shui, Dabing, and Jia Chuan suddenly found that their weapons had returned to normal. Next, the hatred of all the parasites in the field was drawn towards him. Originally, the targets of these parasites were not Chen Shi, but his teammates, but at this moment, they all changed direction and rushed towards Chen Shi. At the same time, in places Chen Shi couldn't see, around Jingquan School, in the residential buildings, housing estates, and self-built houses, people who had been sound asleep in the dead of night suddenly woke up. Chen Shi had 2 previous experiences of eating high-grade wild food and knew that such food was extremely strange, so he had already prepared. He directly pulled a large fruit off the bamboo skewer and held it in his hand, biting into it like an apple. As he ate, he also forcefully stabbed his own thigh with the bamboo skewer. He used the pain to prevent himself from succumbing to the deliciousness of the high-grade wild food. Facts proved that this move of his was very necessary. Even with the constant stinging pain from his thigh, he still almost succumbed and lost himself in it. He had no choice but to bite his own lip hard, using the metallic taste of blood in his mouth to dilute the food's deliciousness. The fresh blood in his mouth, as he chewed, mingled with the red rock candy, making it impossible to distinguish between sugar water and blood, forming a unique and novel taste. The rock candy coating the fruit was hard and brittle, it had to be chewed thoroughly before it could be swallowed. As he ate, he raised his gun and swept it across the charging parasites. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Soon, gunshots continuously rang out from all directions, and Dabing, Gong Shui, and the others rallied, turning their grief and indignation into strength, and throwing themselves into the battle. On the other side, Suanan and Zhu Weifeng left Lin Ning in place and quickly ran over to provide support. After moving a certain distance away from Lin Ning, both of them also broke free from the influence of cognitive distortion. Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic gunshots, the whistling of bullets, and the impact sounds when they struck objects intertwined into a chaotic symphony of violence.
When only Chen Shi was firing, the firepower was severely insufficient. When so many people fired together, the power of thermal weapons finally became apparent. Moreover, Suanan and Zhachuan's marksmanship was far better than his, with higher accuracy and a greater likelihood of hitting vital points. Ordinary family-level parasites were constantly knocked down and killed under such dense firepower, with only domain-level parasites able to advance against the suppressive fire. However, even strong individuals like the Dean were inevitably affected, their bodies repeatedly riddled with holes, severely impeding their movement speed. And during this process, Chen Shi had already eaten the first fruit and was now gnawing on the second. By the time he had eaten half of the fruit in a few bites, the situation in the field gradually became clear. Only the Dean and 2 teachers remained alive, while all other parasites had been killed. These 3 were clearly domain-level parasites, with the Dean being the strongest. However, by this point, Chen Shi and his team's firepower was also basically exhausted. Their weapons and ammunition mainly came from what Chili and the other person had provided, and those 2, being controlled by Nightmare Eater, were already stingy. Later, with the weapons and ammunition carried by Zhachuan and Lamian, they managed to hold out until now. Most of the weapons and ammunition were initially concentrated on Chen Shi, but after such a long period of combat, his ammunition had also run out. Chen Shi threw aside his empty rifle, focused entirely on eating, and remained on high alert. He knew that there was still an invisible parasites that had not appeared. The Dean and the 2 teachers, plus that invisible guy, that's only 4 domain-level parasites? It felt like the configuration for a D-grade contamination zone. In a D-grade contamination zone, there would be multiple domain-level parasites guarding it. However, Jinquan School was at least a C-grade, or even B-grade, contamination zone. There couldn't be hidden forces, could there? No sooner had Chen Shi thought this than he saw several figures emerge from the teaching building. However, upon seeing the appearance of these individuals, Chen Shi was startled. It was the group from Jinghai Medical College, a group of teachers and students led by Xiao Huiyun. Sure enough, everything we've encountered today is merely an extension of Jinghai Medical College. An S-grade contamination zone is not that easy to escape. Ever since they entered Jinghai Medical College, they had never truly gotten away. Layer upon layer of pressure, layer upon layer of burden, and this group led by Xiao Huiyun appeared last, originally intended to be the final crushing blow. However, none of them had anticipated that Chen Shi would discover the truth about the large syringe, thus giving him a second option besides eating Lin Ning. There's no other way. The only hope rests with me. With his teammates out of ammunition and the enemy's numbers suddenly surging, Chen Shi knew that the candied hawthorns in his hand were the only key to possibly turning the tide. His eyes showed determination as he quickly crammed the remaining 1/3 of a candied hawthorn into his mouth. This was equivalent to stuffing in 1/3 of an apple coated in hard rock candy. Chen Shi chewed twice quickly, forcibly swallowing the fruit along with the crushed rock candy. The fragments of rock candy, like hard pebbles, scraped against his esophagus, causing waves of stinging pain. Before he had completely swallowed this, he was already continuing to gnaw on the next fruit. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind. Eat. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his clothes tighten, and a massive force abruptly struck, as if to lift him up. That invisible guy finally appeared. By this time, with 2 candied hawthorns down his throat, Chen Shi felt a burning sensation in his stomach. His eyes were fierce, and his reaction was swift. As he was lifted, he forcibly twisted his body and embraced the thing that was lifting him. Without a word, he took a bite. A bloody taste mixed with a sweet aroma spread in his mouth. This familiar food scent was exactly the same as what he had smelled in the coffee cart. The monster cried out in pain and threw Chen Shi away. Chen Shi crashed heavily onto the grass, sliding 2 meters, his entire body aching, his arms and face covered in stinging abrasions. He ignored it all, not even bothering to get up, and picked up the 3rd fruit to continue gnawing. At this moment, nothing could stop him from eating. However, as he gnawed on this 3rd fruit, Chen Shi experienced a feeling of fullness he hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't just his stomach feeling full, but his entire body feeling saturated. He felt bloated, as if he ate any more, he would explode. Nightmare Eater's voice rang out again. I told you you couldn't digest it, stop now, there's still time.
If you keep eating, you'll only have two outcomes: either you die, or you're assimilated by the food source and become a source of contamination.
Fuck you.
Chen Shi retorted in his mind, but his mouth didn't stop for a second.
He had no choice, he had to eat it, even if it killed him.
The invisible monster, bitten by Chen Shi, was exposed by the blood flowing from its body.
It was about to rush over to stop Chen Shi from eating, but at that moment, a figure lunged forward and held it tightly.
Zhu Weifeng clung to the monster like a plaster, refusing to let go no matter how the monster thrashed. Immediately after, Gan Shui and Daving also rushed over, and together with Zhu Weifeng, they used their harmless weapons and their fragile flesh and blood bodies to firmly block the invisible monster.
And at this moment, with every bite Chen Shi took, he felt as if he was forcibly pouring more water into an already full container. Every bite was exceptionally difficult to eat, and with every bite swallowed, he felt as if his body could explode at any moment. But, seeing his teammates' efforts, seeing his teammates struggling under the monster's hands, his eyes turned red, and his gaze became increasingly fierce. He endured his physical discomfort, his expression distorted, as ferocious as a vengeful spirit. And the candied hawthorn in his hand was his greatest enemy. Damn it, you lunatic! Nightmare Eater couldn't help but curse, "It's my bad luck to be stuck with you." After a single curse, Nightmare Eater fell silent.
Chen Shi swallowed bite after bite, forcibly, until his body was stretched to its limit, and something seemed to burst through his body. A section of bone emerged from his left shoulder. In an instant, Chen Shi felt the pressure inside his body significantly lessen, as if a bottle filled to the brim and about to burst suddenly had a hole poked in it, and the immense pressure instantly found an outlet.
This caused his eating speed to instantly return to its peak, even faster than before.
The third candied hawthorn was devoured by him in 3 bites.
In return, the bone in his left shoulder grew rapidly, transforming into a hand bone in the blink of an eye.
Chen Shi now had a third arm, but it had no flesh and blood, only stark white bone. Chen Shi grabbed the last candied hawthorn, just about to eat it, when suddenly the sound of countless footsteps like 1,000 armies came from outside. Figures scaled the surrounding walls like dumplings falling into a pot, one after another, and the retractable gate at the school entrance was directly breached, with people surging in like a tide. The food protection squad had arrived. And at this moment, the parasites led by Xia Huiyun also reached Chen Shi. Xia Huiyun lifted Chen Shi with one hand, but Chen Shi ignored her and continued to gnaw on the candied hawthorn in his hand. He took a bite, consuming nearly half of the candied hawthorn, and Xia Huiyun reached out to snatch the remaining large half from his hand. Chen Shi directly bit her hand, severing half of her palm. As that half palm entered his mouth, it seemed to lose its physical form, becoming pure energy, mixing with the candied hawthorn in his mouth, and surprisingly, it felt incredibly well-matched. It made the candied hawthorn easier to swallow and greatly relieved the pressure inside his body.
Chen Shi's eyes lit up. He found the perfect snack to go with his drink.
Taking this bite, Chen Shi found the feeling of eating and drinking in the illusion. Before, in the laboratory illusion of Jinghai Medical College, he relied on his mouth to not only eat the Nightmare Eater, but also survive the siege of a group of parasites, and finally retreat completely.
Now that familiar feeling is back. And it's in reality.
Chen Shi suddenly understood that he might have successfully completed the qualitative change in his ability. Although the sugar gourd in his hand was not finished, and there was only half a piece left, the advanced wild food he had eaten this time actually exceeded the standard. So, without complete feeding, he was able to complete the qualitative change in his ability in advance. It seems that after my ability has undergone a qualitative change, it has the same effect as coffee's ultimate move. After eating derivative food, coffee can directly attack the main body of Nightmare Eater. After Chen Shi's ability has undergone a qualitative change, he can directly tear and eat Nightmare Eater. Chen Shi's eyes were red, like a beast forced into a desperate situation, and he began to fight back frantically. He suddenly opened his mouth and gnawed at Xia Huiyun's old face.
Xia Huiyun was shocked.
Just now, Chen Shi bit off half of her palm, and the piercing pain went straight into her soul. Now, seeing Chen Shi pouncing with his big mouth open, it seemed like he was going to swallow her head in one bite. She suddenly threw Chen Shi out, and then her body swelled instantly, and several hands grew out of her back, each holding different medical instruments. She threw those medical devices like hidden weapons, scalpels, tissue scissors, hemostatic forceps, probes. One by one, the medical devices shot out rapidly and jaw into Chun-Chi's body. Severe pain came from all parts of Chun-Chi's body, and blood instantly stained his light-colored t-shirt red, but he still rushed forward regardless, leaping towards Xiao Huiyun. Xiao Huiyun dodged to the side, but exposed the female student behind her to Chun-Chi's attack range. This female student was also an old acquaintance. Last time, Chen-Chi bit her shoulder in the illusion. This time, Chen-Chi threw her to the ground. Before she could react, Chen-Chi had already bitten her snow-white neck. She cried out in pain, and countless finger-length, fine tentacles emerged from the wound torn from her neck. What enoki mushrooms! Chen-Chi grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. The taste was not bad, but he always felt that this delicate female college student was not as good as Xiao Huiyun, the old henchman. This is probably the difference between ordinary parasites and domain-level parasites. The female student kept resisting, and her body kept undergoing various mutations, but it was useless. Chen-Chi ate the tentacles if they grew, and Chen-Chi ate the eyes if they grew. Wherever there was a mutation, he would eat it. Anyway, everything he ate was energy. After a few bites, he suddenly found that the wounds on his body that Xiao Huiyun had jawed out no longer hurt. While swallowing the anomalies, he pulled out the scissors, probes, and other things jaw into his body one by one, and the wounds quickly stopped bleeding and healed. And the female student in Chen-Chi's hand, obviously Chen-Chi was just constantly gnawing at the various anomalies growing on her body, and did not cause any damage to her body, but she could be seen visibly weakening. All of this sounds slow, but in reality it only happened in a moment. Chen-Chi was still holding most of the candied haws in his hand, not that he couldn't eat it, but that he was waiting. Waiting for the food protecting team to get close. Feeling the vibration of the ground, the surrounding food protecting team approached quickly like a beast tide. Chen-Chi finally took another bite of the candied haws. Now there was only a small bite left of the candied haws in his hand. Chen-Chi didn't eat it, but put it in his pocket. Now is not the time. Once the candied haws are eaten, the food protecting team will disperse, and he needs these food protecting teams. At this time, Xiao Huiyun suddenly made a surprise attack. A large syringe that Chen-Chi was familiar with appeared in her hand. Or rather, hers is the real big syringe. What Chen-Chi got before was just a fake, disguised by the source of pollution. Seeing Xiao Huiyun raise the syringe and jaw it over, Chen-Chi hugged the female student and rolled over, using the female student's body to block the needle. Several twisted, slender arms of Xiao Huiyun stretched out from behind, hugging Chen-Chi and the female student together. Chen-Chi threw away the female student in his arms who could no longer move, grabbed one of Xiao Huiyun's twisted strange hands and started gnawing on it. After a few bites, Xiao Huiyun let go in pain. But Chen-Chi refused to let go and pounced on Xiao Huiyun again. Xiao Huiyun pulled out the syringe and was about to give Chen-Chi a shot, but Chen-Chi had already bitten the syringe in one bite. Crunch! The big syringe was directly bitten out of a gap by him. Chen-Chi guessed right, this big syringe was indeed also a part of Xiao Huiyun. Crunch, crunch! Chen-Chi's upper and lower jaws opened and closed quickly, and he bit the big syringe into two pieces in a few bites. Then he turned his target, hugged the huge Xiao Huiyun, climbed on her body, and turned to her back in a blink of an eye. I eat. Xiao Huiyun had 8 strange tentacle-like arms growing behind her. Chen-Chi grabbed one and started gnawing on it like grilled squid. With one bite, he could directly bite off a tentacle, causing Xiao Huiyun to jump up and down in anger, and the other arms grabbed at Chen-Chi one after another. The slender nails were like blades, bloodstains that were so deep that bones could be seen on Chen-Chi's body. But Chen-Chi didn't care, as if he couldn't feel the pain, and there was only madness in his eyes. The injuries he suffered could be recovered with 2 bites. Get injured, eat, recover, get injured again, eat again, recover again. Sustain war with war. As long as his mouth doesn't stop, he doesn't have to worry about his injuries. As long as he's not afraid of pain. After experiencing all kinds of things recently, the physical pain is no longer something unbearable for him. In a short while, all 8 arms behind Xiao Huiyun were bitten off by Chen Shi, and he attacked the old nurse's back of the head. Xiao Huiyun suddenly lowered her head turned 180 degrees directly, and said with a painful face, "If you kill me, she will also die." "She is innocent." Chen Shi knew that she was talking about the real Xiao Huiyun, the host who was parasites. "Then go to die." Chen Shi tore off one of her arms in one bite. However, at this time, all the other parasites also surrounded him. Dean, Dian Zihan, dermatologist. One by one, the domain-level parasites surrounded Chen Shi. Dean grabbed Chen Shi from Xiao Huiyun's body. "You want to replace her?" Chen Shi's eyes turned cold. He changed his target, and tore off half of Dean's arm in one bite. "Don't eat." At this time, the voice of Nightmare Eater sounded after a long absence. "Look at what you have become. I can't stand it anymore if you eat anymore." Chen Shi was stunned. Before he had time to look at his appearance, he felt the ground tremble violently. The surging food protecting team finally arrived. They rushed towards the surrounded Chen Shi regardless of everything, with ferocious expressions, eager eyes with hatred, wishing they could cut open Chen Shi's stomach and take out the candied haws. That's about it. Chen Shi sent the ghost face biscuit that he had prepared long ago into his mouth. The next moment, in Chen Shi's eyes, an arrow appeared above the heads of all the food protectors around him. To Chen Shi's surprise, some of the parasites surrounding him also had arrow marks on their heads. Chen Shi had only used the ability of the ghost face biscuit once before, and it was still in the farmer's market. At that time, arrow marks appeared on the heads of everyone in the farmer's market, including the dogs, and even the pig-headed babies summoned by Pork Vendor were no exception. But only Pork Vendor himself did not have an arrow on his head. So Chen Shi always thought that the ability to control appetite was ineffective against parasites. But now it proves that it seems to be only ineffective against domain-level parasites. Go! Eat! With a thought from Chen Shi, the arrows on the heads of those food protectors were pulled by him and pointed to all the parasites. And the arrows on the heads of those ordinary parasites were pointed at the domain-level parasites by him. So those food protectors who came for Chen Shi all changed their targets. In the next instant, Xiao Huiyun and others were immediately submerged in the surging crowd. Chen Shi then took out the last small piece of candied haws and ate it slowly. On the other side, Juefeng, Dabing, Gonshui and Zhechuan were fighting with the invisible monster, or rather, being abused unilaterally. Bare-handed, only Zhechuan had some fighting power. Zhechuan took out a string of fried potatoes from his pocket and ate it. He rushed up and pressed his hands on the invisible monster's body, and a sizzling frying sound rang out. A smell of meat quickly poured out. When he took his hand away, 2 palm prints were left on the invisible monster's body, covered with dense blisters, and the skin was fried. This is the fried hand ability mastered by Zhechuan after the qualitative change in his ability. I have only seen people going into the oil pot with their bare hands, but I have never seen anyone with an oil pot on their hands. It was by relying on Zhechuan's fried hand ability that Juefeng and others were barely able to entangle with the invisible monster until now. Bang, bang. A burst of gunfire sounded, and Suanan didn't know when she had brought Jin Mao over and fired a few shots at the invisible monster. Juefeng said in surprise, "How do you still have bullets?" Suanan pointed to Lamian not far away. "I took it from him." While others were busy fighting, Suanan didn't know when she sneaked to Lamian, who was wrapped in a meat cocoon, rescued him, and took away the ammunition from Lamian's body. With Suanan's firepower support, they temporarily forced the invisible monster back. The few people huddled together, looking at the dense crowd stacked together not far away, and Chen Shi who was running towards them, with expressions of astonishment and worry on their faces. Is Dabing okay? He doesn't look okay. Suanan subconsciously raised her gun and aimed it at Chen Shi. Because Chen Shi at this time looked a bit unlike a human. A third hand grew out of his shoulder, and there was also a faint bulge protruding from his right shoulder, as if something was about to break through the skin and drill out. And on his back, intertwined flesh and blood substances like vines were intertwined, vaguely forming the outline of a human torso.
Looking at him like this, is a person going to grow out of his back?
Chen-Chi didn't notice the changes behind him, only the hand on his left shoulder.
But even if he could see it, he wouldn't regret his eating actions just now.
As a person, one should eat when it's time to eat. The most important thing is to feel satisfied and to have fresh food.
If it weren't for me, you would have exploded by now.
The Nightmare Eater's enraged voice echoed in Chen-Chi's mind again. I only shared less than 20% of your humanity with you. How could you go so crazy?
Wasn't it you guys who forced it? Isn't this what you wanted?
The Nightmare Clan constantly pressured him from all sides, and it would be false to say it had no impact on Chen-Chi. The unrestrained eating just now also released a lot of the pent-up frustration in his heart. However, at this moment, lumps the size of fingers began to swell on Chen-Chi's body, then quickly burst, releasing a series of blood mists. I told you long ago that you couldn't digest that candied hawthorn skewer. If you hadn't eaten it all, you might still have had hope, but now you have no way out, the Nightmare Eater said coldly. Although he couldn't see the changes on his back, Chen-Chi felt a distinct abnormality after eating the last bite of the candied hawthorn skewer. That feeling of being bloated all over appeared again, accompanied by an indescribable craving. Additionally, he noticed that his flesh and blood were somewhat out of control, seemingly becoming softer and softer. He was already thin, so his skin and flesh should have been tightly attached to his bones. But now, when he lightly flicked his arm, he could see ripples like water waves spreading across his skin and flesh. It was as if he was about to melt. Moreover, the derivative food that should have appeared after eating high-grade wild food was nowhere to be seen this time. He opened his palm and looked several times but didn't see any new ghost face cookies appear. It must be because my body can't digest the candied hawthorn skewer, which is why no derivative food appeared. The Nightmare Eater was right, it was still too difficult for him to digest a B-grade pollution source at this time. Blood mist continuously erupted from his body, and his flesh and blood began to drip like melting candles. Chen-Chi gradually felt his thoughts becoming sluggish. The Nightmare Eater's voice sounded again, merge with me, this is the only way you can survive. Otherwise, you will be assimilated, become a mobile pollution source, and lose your consciousness forever. Chen-Chi responded, then you would die too, right? It's not a loss to take one down with me before I die. So you would rather die than merge with me? Chen-Chi did not answer the Nightmare Eater directly but instead retorted, last time in the Taepingjian morgue, you deliberately came out to say those useless words to stall for time, didn't you? The Nightmare Eater fell silent. Chen-Chi continued, although I don't know what your purpose is, it seems you still succeeded. Previously, even when Chen-Chi's consciousness possessed a dog, the Nightmare Eater couldn't even pop out for a moment. It wasn't until Chen-Chi's consciousness entered the Taepingjian morgue that he found an opportunity to come out. And now, the Nightmare Eater could directly converse with him, even claiming to have taken less than 20% of his humanity. While it was unknown if this was true or false, it at least showed that the Nightmare Eater was becoming more and more free within his body, which was not a good sign. And all the changes clearly started from the last time he entered the Taepingjian morgue. However, the Nightmare Eater's ultimate goal was clearly not yet achieved, otherwise, why would he design this series of subsequent events? Just then, Juefeng quickly ran up and tentatively asked, Biscuit, are you alright? Chen-Chi nodded slightly, still okay. Are you sure? Juefeng said, pointing to Chen-Chi's back. Chen-Chi turned his head to look at his back and fell silent upon seeing the torso that was taking shape. It really didn't look too good. However, he still comforted, it's fine, my consciousness is still very clear. After speaking, he glanced at the invisible monster not far away. Immediately, that indescribable craving surged in his heart again, just like wanting to drink water after eating something salty, he now really wanted to eat monsters. Chen-Chi shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the invisible monster. At this moment, the invisible monster was injured in multiple places all over its body. Although they were only superficial wounds, the injured areas had lost their ability to blend into the environment, effectively disabling its invisibility. Chen-Chi finally saw the full appearance of this monster. This was also a parasite, but it looked quite strange, having already deviated from a human form, resembling more a human-shaped centipede with lizard skin. It had 8 legs and 2 exceptionally long arms. Its 8 legs wore different shoes, and when it walked, they moved together, as if the footsteps of 4 people were sounding simultaneously. And when its upper body stood upright and it raised its 2 exceptionally long arms, it could easily reach over 3 meters high. That's why it could easily lift people. Its lizard skin, like a chameleon, could mimic the colors of its surroundings, creating an effect similar to invisibility. However, in Chen Shi's eyes, no matter what you look like, you were nothing more than a delicious buffet. He pounced on it and wrestled with the monster. Juefeng sighed from the side, looking worried. With this, he still says he's clear-headed.
Suonen, however, relaxed. At least he didn't come to eat us.
With one bite, Chen Shi immediately felt that his melting flesh and blood had somewhat stopped their trend. No more blood mist erupted from his body, and even the remaining wounds were healing.
Monsters are indeed the perfect side dish for high-grade wild food. No wonder I couldn't stop eating just now. Chen Shi discovered that these monsters seemed to aid digestion.
When he was about to burst from the candied hawthorn skewer, absorbing the energy transformed from the monsters could effectively alleviate his physical discomfort. But the cost was, the abnormality on his back was gradually growing. The more he ate, the more obvious the abnormality on his back became. His back flesh twisted, clearly forming the outline of a torso. The protrusion on his right shoulder broke open, and a section of bone emerged again. It looked like a 4th arm was about to grow. Why do I feel like a person is growing out of me? Chen Shi had 2 choices before him: stop devouring the parasites, in which case his body would continue to swell, and his flesh and skin would tend to melt, possibly truly becoming a mobile pollution source, as the nightmare eater said. Continue devouring the parasites, which could stop this trend, but the abnormalities in his body would become increasingly severe, making him more and more like a monster. Chen Shi gritted his teeth and chose the latter. Keep eating. Becoming a pollution source meant truly dying, becoming a monster at least meant staying alive. Just then, a soft sigh echoed in his mind. It was the nightmare eater's voice, but this time he only sighed and said nothing else. The next moment, the arm on Chen Shi's left shoulder suddenly moved. Although arms and a torso had grown on his back, Chen Shi actually had no feeling for these organs that grew on his body, nor could he control them. But at this moment, that arm, out of his control, suddenly moved, grabbing the invisible monster's head. The 5 fingers of the bone arm dug into the invisible monster's skull, as if grasping something, and suddenly pulled upwards. A phantom shadow was immediately pulled out. That seemed to be a small phantom of the invisible monster, also with a human body, 8 legs, lizard skin, and long, slender hands like the calipeds of a giant prawn. Chen Shi tilted his head back and swallowed the phantom, immediately feeling an unprecedented satisfaction. Satisfying. This feeling was like eating shrimp with shells before, with a bunch of impurities when bitten into, but now someone had peeled the shrimp meat for him, allowing him to swallow it directly, enjoying it thoroughly. After eating, not only did the speed of his body's melting slow down, but his thoughts also became active again, and the abnormality on his back only grew slightly. And the invisible monster lay motionless on the ground, as if its soul had been extracted. I saved you again, the nightmare eater's voice sounded once more. Are you saving me or saving yourself? Chen Shi didn't appreciate his help. Instead, he grew wary and began to ponder. Currently, it seemed that every action of the nightmare eater was for his own benefit. Chen Shi realized that the other body about to grow on his back was controlled by the nightmare eater. And the nightmare eater seemed to be able to directly peel off the nightmare clan's true form from other parasites' bodies. This allowed Chen Shi to bypass attacking the parasites' physical bodies and directly devour the nightmare clan's true form, greatly increasing efficiency. But why would the nightmare eater do this? If Chen Shi directly devoured the parasites, he could still prevent his body from melting, but the abnormality on his back would grow much faster. While the nightmare eater's actions seemed to be helping, the only change in outcome was that the growth of the abnormality on Chen Shi's back became slower. Chen Shi instantly understood the key point: he didn't want that body behind me to grow out. That abnormal body is controlled by the nightmare eater. If it fully grows, will it detach from me? Then wouldn't the nightmare eater also be able to detach with it?
So he's actively helping me peel the nightmare clan from the parasites to avoid separating from my body.
To confirm his guess, Chun-Shi turned and pounced towards Xiao Huiyun and the others. At this point, the effect of the ghost face cookie also ended. The crowd had broken free from the ghost face cookie's control, but they were still under the influence of the domain, wandering around like walking corpses. Looking at the parasites, all the ordinary family-level parasites had been eliminated, leaving only a few skeletons. However, several domain-level parasites stubbornly survived, although their bodies were also incomplete. These included Xiao Huiyun and the Dean, as well as acquaintances like Bianzihan. Chen-Shi pounced and was about to bite Xiao Huiyun, who was only left with half a torso. His bone arm behind him once again moved first, pulling out the Nightmare Clan's true form from Xiao Huiyun's body.
However, at this time, the Nightmare Clan's true form within Xiao Huiyun was also incomplete.
It wasn't bitten by the surrounding protective squad. Every wound on that Nightmare Clan's true form came from Chun-Shi's previous gnawing. This time, Chen-Shi did not cooperate by swallowing the Nightmare Clan's true form pulled out by the bone arm. Instead, he continued to bite Xiao Huiyun, but only left 2 rows of tooth marks. Clearly, his ability was to devour the Nightmare Eater. Without a Nightmare Eater inside Xiao Huiyun, his teeth no longer possessed the destructive power of tearing through everything. Chen-Shi could only open his mouth and swallow Xiao Huiyun's incomplete Nightmare Clan's true form.
He then pounced on the Dean.
This time, the bone arm moved again, but Chen-Shi was prepared and grabbed it, preventing it from pulling out the Nightmare Clan from the Dean's body again.
"What are you doing?" the Nightmare Eater exclaimed in anger.
"I don't need your help, I prefer to chew slowly."
The Nightmare Eater was silent for a moment, then said, "It seems you've already noticed.
But I put myself in such a passive position to help you."
"What you're doing now, in your human words, isn't that crossing the river and tearing down the bridge?" Chen-Shi sneered. "You Nightmare Clan even started talking about benevolence and morality? It seems you really swallowed a lot of my humanity."
"This is not a good choice," the Nightmare Eater calmly stated. "I used the anomaly in your body to help you bear the food source energy that you couldn't digest. If you forcibly separate me now, that candied hawthorn you just ate will have been for nothing. You should know how important it is to maintain the completeness of a so-called high-grade wild food." It wasn't the first time Chen-Shi had heard the term food source from the Nightmare Eater, knowing. It was the Nightmare Clan's name for a source of contamination. Chen-Shi believed the Nightmare Eater's claim that it helped him bear the pressure of the contamination source to some extent. Indeed, it was only after the third white bone arm started growing from his back that the burden of eating suddenly lightened. Chen-Shi, of course, also understood the importance of maintaining the completeness of high-grade food. Under normal circumstances, even if a high-grade food was just a bite away from being finished, it would be enough to prevent an ability from upgrading and would not produce derivative foods. But since there was a chance to separate the Nightmare Eater, he would definitely not give up trying. This might be the only chance, he had to try no matter what. Even if it meant wasting the candied hawthorn, a high-grade wild food he had managed to eat, he wouldn't hesitate. Chen-Shi firmly gripped the white bone arm behind him with one hand before he began to eat. The Dean was severely injured by the food guard squad but not dead. At this moment, out of survival instinct, his body was undergoing drastic changes, like a blooming flower of flesh and blood, rapidly growing and blossoming in place. Fleshy branches with blood vessels continuously extended from his body, and his chest split open into 2 halves, opening and closing like the leaves of a Venus flytrap. In a blink of an eye, he had completely transformed into a grotesque and bizarre flesh and blood plant, adopting a defensive posture. His 2 large leaves opened and closed, and his ribs transformed into sharp sawteeth, ready for battle. Chen-Shi rushed forward, grabbed a branch with one hand, and was about to put it into his mouth when the 2 large leaves suddenly opened and closed, biting towards Chen-Shi and instantly engulfing him. Chen-Shi started gnawing at the leaves, biting through a large hole in them in 2 bites. He gnawed frantically like a pest on a vegetable leaf, and in a short while, he had completely devoured both leaves. Directly devouring the parasites indeed had a noticeable effect. The body behind him grew rapidly, and the entire torso had become complete. However, the 4th arm that was supposed to grow from his right shoulder stopped growing. Instead, a neck began to extend from the upper part of his torso. After successively eating the nightmare eater from the invisible monster, Xiao Huiyun, and the dean, Chen-Chi's body finally no longer felt bloated, and the melting trend stopped. But he did not stop eating and continued to pounce on Bianzihan. After several times of eating, Chen-Chi gradually grasped the pattern. He didn't need to attack the parasite's main body, he just needed to force out the anomalies within them and directly devour those anomalous parts. Chen-Chi ate voraciously, his cheeks never stopping, like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, devouring all the anomalies on Bianzihan's body in a moment. During this process, the nightmare eater surprisingly remained silent, maintaining an eerie quiet. Chen-Chi kept a death grip on the white bone arm behind him, not giving the nightmare eater any opportunity. After all, there were only a few parasites left, and to ensure the body behind him could fully grow and detach, he couldn't let the nightmare eater succeed again. Zhu Weifeng and the other teammates watched Chen-Chi feast, and a person gradually grew out from behind him. They didn't know whether they should tell him to stop. It wasn't until they saw a head starting to grow on the neck of the torso behind Chen-Chi that they finally couldn't help but shout, "Biscuit, you have a head growing on your back." After Chen-Chi ate the anomalies on Bianzihan's body, a rudimentary head grew on the neck of the torso behind him. Although the face was not fully formed, it bore a 6 to 7/10 resemblance to Chen-Chi. This eerie scene made Zhu Weifeng and the others feel uneasy, and they finally decided to remind Chen-Chi. Chen-Chi paused slightly but continued to pounce on the next parasite. However, by the time he ate the anomalies on the next parasite, the features of the head on his back had gradually become complete. It was a face identical to Chen-Chi's. At this moment, Chen-Chi looked indescribably bizarre, tall and thin, he appeared frail, yet another half-bodied version of himself grew on his back. Their heads were pressed together, their bodies pressed against each other, like reflections. The flesh and blood person interwoven on his back was almost identical to Chen-Chi, except for missing one arm and half a body. And the moment that head formed, it slowly opened its eyes, and a hint of blood red subtly emerged in those deep, dark pupils. At the same time, a layer of bloody mist rapidly spread out from Chen-Chi, quickly engulfing the entire school area in a blink of an eye. The last time such a visible domain was seen was on the old man at Jingyi-affiliated hospital. Immediately after, a voice identical to his own came from behind Chen-Chi, laughing maniacally, "I told you, you can't get rid of me." The next moment, the wandering food guards in the domain suddenly went into a collective frenzy. They rushed forward and devoured the remaining living parasites. Another group of food guards charged directly towards Chen-Chi's teammates. Chen-Chi sighed. Was it really not going to work? When he noticed that the nightmare eater had given up on growing an arm and instead focused its energy on growing a head, Chen-Chi knew it had an ulterior motive. He didn't expect the nightmare eater to be able to use this incomplete body to unleash a domain, and it was clearly a very high-level domain, capable of directly controlling ordinary people within it. In a flash, Chen-Chi's teammates were surrounded by the food guards, who glared menacingly, licking their lips, saliva uncontrollably dripping profusely. As if the next moment, they would rush forward and eat Zhu Weifeng and the others until not even a speck remained. "It didn't have to come to this between us, but you kept pushing me, so I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. How about it, choose to merge with me? Or watch them be eaten?" Chen-Chi took a deep breath, "Let them go, and I can find 2 more parasites to eat to help you complete your body. After that, you and I separate, part ways amicably, and have nothing to do with each other ever again." The nightmare eater sneered, "Are you still unclear about the current situation? Aren't you the one who's unclear about the situation?" Chen-Chi's tone deepened. The nightmare eater was slightly stunned, and before he could react, Chen-Chi suddenly gripped the nightmare eater's head tightly with both hands, twisting it to the right, and at the same time, turned his head back to bite. The nightmare eater's head was pressed against his, so he could reach it with a turn of his head. "Within my attack range, and you still dare to threaten me? Who gave you the courage? You must have gone mad." After 2 bites, Chen-Chi exerted force with both hands and directly twisted off the nightmare eater's neck. Holding the head that looked exactly like his own, Chen-Chi sneered, "It didn't have to come to this between us, but you kept pushing me, but you forgot, if I can eat you once, I can eat you a second time." Munch, munch. This time, the nightmare eater didn't even have time to utter any harsh words.
before losing consciousness in agony, the bloody light in its eyes rapidly dimming. The surrounding domain also dissipated, and the faces of the food guards returned to a state of bewilderment, then they dispersed. In just a moment, the vast campus returned to peace. At this point, a glance revealed that only Chen Shi and his few teammates remained standing on the entire playground. Only Chen Shi and his team, covered in wounds, and a dozen or so intact or mutilated corpses on the ground, bore witness to the fierce battle that had just occurred. Zhu Feng and the others quickly gathered around Chen Shi. Chen Shi forced a faint smile, asking as if seeking affirmation, "We won, right?" Gan Shui was also smiling, a smile uglier than a cry, "We won. We totally King won." Zhu Feng shook his head, "Let's leave first. We can talk about anything else back at base." Suanan looked at Chen Shi's back, where there was still half a headless torso and a white bone arm. She asked, "Don't we need to find a way to deal with these?" Chen Shi shook his head, "Let's observe for a while first. I can't eat them." Having just gnawed on a nightmare head, he already felt a bit unwell, knowing that these parts of his body still contained undigested contamination sources. So, he could only keep these proliferating bodies for now. Chen Shi looked up at the corner of the playground, where Lin Ning stood alone and helpless, at a loss. "You guys go first, I'll bring her and follow behind." Lin Ning carried a contamination source with her, and others approaching her would have their perceptions distorted, only Chen Shi was unaffected. Xia Chuan came over, carrying the unconscious Lamian on his back, and asked, "Where are you going?" "If you're willing, you can come to our place to rest." Chen Shi and the others exchanged glances, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. They indeed needed to connect with the true authorities, at least to understand the current situation outside. It was certain that the authorities still held a lot of information they didn't know. So, Chen Shi and his group walked out of Jinquan School together. Zhu Feng and the others walked ahead, while Chen Shi, holding Lin Ning, walked at the back, maintaining a certain distance from the others. As Chen Shi reached the main gate, a layer of purple aura suddenly enveloped him. His expression changed, again? He had seen this purple domain once before at Jingyi-affiliated hospital. Chen Shi turned his head and saw the old man he had met once before, his body covered in thick, powerful tongue-like fleshy strips, leaping over the school wall from that side and rapidly charging towards them. But at this moment, an SUV sped up and screeched to a halt at the school gate. A towering, muscular man in camouflage uniform, carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder, got out of the car. He aimed at the old man, gently pulled the trigger, and the rocket shot out from his shoulder with a whoosh. With a loud boom, the explosion's fire instantly illuminated the surroundings. "Get in!" The muscular man in camouflage called out, then turned and got into the car. "Momo!" Dabing, who had been a bit out of sorts, couldn't help but show a surprised expression when he saw the burly man. The burly man, dressed in camouflage, was over 2 meters tall and powerfully built, like a human fortress, leaving a deep impression on anyone who saw him. "What Momo?" "That's our captain," Xia Chuan corrected. The burly man, sitting in the car, frowned slightly. "Stop the nonsense, get in the car quickly." Chen Shi and the others had originally come in a commercial van, and with only 2 people, including the driver, in the off-road vehicle the burly man drove, it was barely enough to fit their group. However, considering Lin Ning's accompanying cognitive distortion effect, it was best for Chen Shi to be the driver of the car Lin Ning was in. So, the female driver of the off-road vehicle was transferred to the commercial van to lead the way, and Chen Shi was responsible for driving the off-road vehicle. The captain sat in his co-pilot seat, while Lin Ning, Xia Chuan, and the unconscious Lamian were in the back. After successfully driving away from Jinquan School, Xia Chuan couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Captain, how did you get here so quickly?" The burly man in camouflage looked at Chen Shi, who was driving, and asked, "You were the one who sent Momo a message for help, right?" Chen Shi nodded. At that time, when he escaped from Jinquan School, he took the opportunity to send 2 messages to Momo, but before he could get a reply, he was captured and brought back. Within the confines of Jinquan School, there was always an invisible domain force interfering, making it impossible to contact the outside world. Now it seemed that the distress signal sent out earlier had played a certain role after all. Otherwise, they might have had to fight a big battle with the old man who arrived last, and it was uncertain if other parasites would arrive later. But listening to the burly man, he wasn't Momo. Why would Dabing mistake him for Momo? Dabing was known as the only person in the group who had met the group owner. The burly man said, "As soon as I received the message, I immediately rushed here from Jinghai Medical College. I hurried and rushed and finally arrived before Huang Jihai." Huang Jihai, the old man who had just taken a rocket launcher hit, was a professor in the clinical medicine department of Jinghai Medical College. Jia Chuan exclaimed, "Captain, you came from Jinghai Medical College? They took action there tonight?" The captain glanced at him. "It's not just to save you guys. We temporarily issued a holiday notice, clearing out the teachers and students from the school under the guise of a fire drill, preparing to bombard Jinghai Medical College tonight. As a result, as soon as we engaged with the parasites there, we received a message from Momo, and then we knew you. We're at Jinquan School." Chen Shi suddenly remembered the holiday notice he saw in the Jinquan School newspaper. Sure enough, it was just an excuse the officials made up to cooperate with the operation. He asked, "So, you, Jia Chuan, don't have a positioning device implanted in your bodies?" "Captain, you always thought Jia Chuan and the others were still at Jinghai Medical College? Our phones have very strong positioning capabilities built in." Jia Chuan shook his head and said, "And no matter how you position it, once you enter the parasite's domain, it all becomes ineffective. Useless." So, the previous talk about positioning was indeed just Chile and the others talking nonsense. The car drove all the way to a small country road on the outskirts of Jinghai City. When passing a small farmhouse, the captain asked Chen Shi to stop the car. He took Lin Ning out of the car and led her into the courtyard. Back in the car, the captain explained, "That girl is very dangerous. She can only be temporarily isolated. We will have specialized personnel observe her and provide psychological counseling. We'll talk more once we understand her situation." Chen Shi nodded. This was indeed the best way to handle it, otherwise, Lin Ning's influence on those around her would be too great, and the harm she could cause would be unimaginable. The car continued for a few more kilometers and finally reached its destination, stopping in front of a seemingly abandoned self-built house by the roadside. After parking the car, the captain introduced himself to everyone. "I am the captain of the Jinghai City Special Operations Team under the Nightmare Exterminators Organization. You can call me Peanut. Nightmare Exterminators Organization? What a plain and unpretentious way of naming." Chen Shi and the others couldn't help but inwardly mock. The other official, a short-haired woman, also briefly introduced herself. "I'm Baozi. Chen Shi and the others also briefly introduced themselves. At this point, Dabing stared at Peanut with some disbelief. "You're really not Momo? Didn't you assess me to join the group before?" Peanut said expressionlessly, "I just went to help Momo confirm your odd food consumer identity." Dabing thought carefully. It seemed that Peanut had indeed never admitted he was Momo at the time, everything was just his own imagination. This made Momo even more mysterious in the hearts of the Jinghai foraging group members. Gon Shui directly asked, "Is Momo one of your official people?" Peanut shook his head. "No, but if you really want to count it, he could be considered an unofficial intelligence officer. He provided us with a lot of useful information in the early days of the disaster and established a deep friendship with our organization. Including the naming of odd food consumers and parasites, it all originated from him." Chen Shi and the others looked at each other. "Then have you met Momo?" "Once." Peanut seemed to recall something, and a faint smile appeared on his rugged, square face. "But don't be curious about him. He should be very busy and doesn't have time to see you." He surveyed Chen Shi and the others, saying, "Given that you've just escaped from a contaminated area, especially since some of you seem to be in a bad state." At this point, his gaze fell on the half-body and skeletal arm on Chen Shi's back. And he continued, "I think we need to at least confirm your current status before we can communicate more deeply." He led Chen Shi and the others into the self-built house, and everyone sat around a large round table. Peanut said in a deep voice, "First, we need to understand clearly whether you have been contaminated or whether you have been parasitized."
At this moment, Dabing and Juefeng raised their hands in unison. "I've been parasitized." Meeting everyone's gaze, Juefeng explained, "After Biscuit ate the
candied hawthorn, an extra memory appeared in my mind." Dabing nodded repeatedly, "Me too."
According to the two, they were parasitized in Juefeng's rented room. To monitor whether Xiao Huiyun would track the large syringe, they placed the large syringe in Juefeng's rented room and installed a camera before returning to rest yesterday morning. At that time, the camera was removed from Dabing's shop. The rented room was where Juefeng had previously lived, and Coffee, fearing the two were unreliable, also went in to direct. So the entire process of installing the camera was completed by the three of them together, and only those three entered the rented room at that time. Not just us, Coffee should have been parasitized at that time too.
Dabing gritted his teeth.
At the mention of Coffee, everyone's mood immediately became heavy.
Baozi frowned. The prerequisite for being parasitized is being contaminated. Were you already contaminated at that time? I don't think so. Juefeng said uncertainly. Chen-Chi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Yesterday, after you entered Jinghai Medical College, did you eat anything? Including after you came out, did you eat near the large syringe?" "You mean cognitive distortion." Suanan understood Chen-Chi's meaning. Since both Lin Ning and the large syringe had the effect of distorting cognition, they could completely distort strange food into the appearance of their exclusive food, making them unknowingly eat it, and they wouldn't even know when they were contaminated. "I didn't," Gan Shui said decisively. He generally wouldn't carry his exclusive food around because it would be disliked. "Me neither," Suanan said affirmatively. Juefeng scratched his head. "I did eat something when I was at the medical college, mainly because of the excessive physical exertion, carrying Dabing everywhere." Dabing also said helplessly, "Just to use the Mandog fusion ability, I ate several times." Chen-Chi added, "Coffee must have eaten too. She always habitually takes a sip of coffee from time to time." The large syringe was obtained from the medical college, and Juefeng and the others, after entering the medical college, might have already had their cognition distorted, unknowingly consuming strange food. And the horror of this cognitive distortion was that even after being contaminated, it was difficult to be aware of it. It could disguise strange food as normal food, and it could also distort normal food into the appearance of strange food in their eyes. Afterward, Chen-Chi and several teammates checked their accounts and found that their teammates' experiences yesterday were completely different from what he understood. He slept until the afternoon yesterday and found that everyone except Coffee was gone. Coffee explained that everyone had gone out to hunt for high-grade food. But in reality, only Suanan and Gan Shui woke up at noon. After that, they indeed went to hunt for high-grade food and only regrouped for the evening operation. Juefeng and Dabing woke up even later than Chen-Chi, which meant that when Chen-Chi went out to meet Chile, Juefeng and Dabing were still sleeping in the villa. After they woke up, Coffee arranged for them to go to the rented room to retrieve the syringe, saying it was in preparation for the evening's operation. Dabing suddenly realized, "It seems that we were already affected by the Nightmare Clan in our bodies at that time, otherwise, why would we sleep for so long?" Juefeng also regretted a bit, "I thought it was due to being too tired in the early morning. I should have been vigilant at that time." Baozi comforted, "The three of you were contaminated when you were at the medical college, and you were always with a B-rank contamination source. After that, you were parasitized. It's already good that you can distinguish between friend and foe." Although contamination sources do not have the ability to directly contaminate us odd food consumers, they can accelerate the contamination and parasitization process, especially B-rank contamination sources, which are considered high-level contamination sources, and their effects are quite significant. Chen-Chi frowned, "Since Coffee and you were contaminated and parasitized around the same time, why is she more deeply affected, even already somewhat unable to distinguish between friend and foe?" Coffee took Chen-Chi to see the controlled Chile and others, and even gave Chile a heads-up in advance. This was no longer just being affected, it felt more like being controlled by the nightmare eater inside her. The silent peanut finally spoke, "Everyone's situation is different. The most important things in resisting parasitization are humanity and will.
Some people have weak wills and are naturally weak, while some people are inherently indifferent to humanity. When such people are parasitized, the process will accelerate very quickly. There are also some people with strong resistance and a strong will to live. Even with a contamination source accelerating the process, the nightmare clan often needs a long time to complete parasitization.
Chen Qi immediately thought of Sun Xueqiao. Sun Xueqiao was the type of person who didn't have much will to live.
After parting ways at the hospital, Chen Qi sought his complete humanity in the Taipingjian morgue the next day. When they last parted, Sun Xueqiao had also promised the old man that he would give up resistance and complete the final parasitization, on the condition that Chen Qi and the others be allowed to leave. Zhu Weifeng sighed. Coffee has a hole in her heart. The nightmare clan must have exploited her weakness to quickly control her. When Chen Qi saw Coffee's phone lock screen, he had already guessed something and said, "It's related to her child, isn't it?"
Zhu Weifeng nodded. "She probably only told me about this.
She has a son, about 6 or 7 years old, who was parasitized. That day, after she celebrated her son's birthday, her son mutated in the car and tried to force her to eat strange food. At the last moment, she ate a derivative food whose effect was unknown at the time. Afterward, she entered a state of absolute rationality, losing her emotions, and used a pen from the car to stab her child to death. However, she always believed that her son could revive like other parasites." Zhu Weifeng continued, "Our parasites' family members all revived within half a month at most after they died, but Coffee waited and waited for almost a month, and still didn't see her son revive. The more she waited, the more anxious she became. In fact, she already had a bad premonition, but since it hadn't been confirmed, she clung to that last shred of hope. This incident left a deep scar on Coffee, so much so that she became very resistant to using her derivative food after that.
And what happened tonight undoubtedly became the last
straw that broke her. Learning that she had personally killed her own child, erasing his hope of revival. I can't imagine how despairing she was at that moment. At this point, Zhu Weifeng's eyes were red, and he could barely continue speaking. Gan Shui and Dabing also had red eyes, empathizing with Coffee, and also remembering their own family members who were personally killed by Coffee. Especially Gan Shui, who hadn't even accepted the fact that his wife was parasitic, and now he was being told that his wife no longer had any hope of revival.
Chen Qi had no experience as a parent and couldn't imagine the pain and despair Coffee went through.
But he had parents, and he could imagine that if his mother accidentally killed him, she would surely be in too much pain to live. And didn't the stubborn people in their Jinghai foraging group choose to stay and fight despite the danger, instead of leaving Jinghai City, precisely to save their family members? This was tantamount to telling Coffee that all her efforts and persistence were meaningless.
Suanin was very calm at this moment and said, "Coffee should be able to revive, right?"
Chen Qi thought for a moment, then nodded. She should be able to. When she committed suicide, she was already in a parasitic state, so she naturally has the parasite's revival ability.
Zhu Weifeng was stunned, but aren't parasites killed by her unable to revive?
That can only be achieved through the effect of derivative food, and when Coffee shot herself, the
effect of the derivative food should have ended.
Chen Qi retorted, "Think about it, during the effective period of her derivative food, she was in a state of absolute rationality and no emotion.
Would she commit suicide in that state?"
Zhu Weifeng said in surprise, "That's right.
How could someone without emotions commit suicide?
So, does this mean Coffee can really revive?" Chen Qi nodded. "Actually, I'm thinking that even the parasites killed by Coffee's ultimate move might not be without hope of revival."
Gan Shui and Dabing's eyes instantly lit up. "Elaborate."
Chen Qi looked at Zhu Weifeng. "You just said that Coffee used
a pen to stab her child to death in the car earlier?"
"That's right." Zhu Weifeng nodded. "Coffee said she stabbed twice, once into the eye socket and once into the skull. She collapsed immediately after regaining her emotions."
Chen Qi said, "Do you remember what the dean did before Coffee committed suicide?"
Suanin said, "He took out a pen." "That's right. Could this be a psychological suggestion to Coffee, putting pressure on her?"
"Now that you mention it, it's
really possible. Although it seems reasonable for a dean to use a pen as a weapon,
and he also used a pen to kill chili and soft candy before. It was indeed very suspicious when he suddenly took out a pen for no reason at that time. Zhu Eifeng pondered. Gong Shui gritted his teeth. That bastard must have done it on purpose. When he killed chili and soft candy before, he also stabbed them once into the eye socket and once into the skull. This was intentionally trying to trigger Coffee's memory. Chen Shi nodded slightly. So the question is, if the dean did that on purpose, how did he know that Coffee killed her child with a pen? He even knew exactly which parts were stabbed. Besides Coffee and you, Zhu Eifeng, did anyone else know about this? At this moment, everyone understood Chen Shi's meaning. Are you saying that Coffee's child has actually revived? Not certain, but very likely. If Coffee's child had already revived, then everything would make sense. No one would know more clearly what happened in the Cayenne car at that time than him. And the Nightmare Clan likely learned these from the revived child, and then made a series of arrangements targeting Coffee. Everyone once again realized the profound meaning of Sun Xuechao's words. The Nightmare Clan is best at bewitching people's hearts. Alas, it's a pity that Coffee couldn't calm down and think at that time, otherwise, with her intelligence, she would definitely have found the flaws in it. Zhu Eifeng sighed. Gong Shui and Daving's eyes, however, rekindled with hope at this moment. If Chen Shi's deduction was correct, then their family members also had a chance to revive. Chen Shi coughed. Coffee's matter still needs time to confirm. Let's get back to the main topic. Gong Shui, do you remember when you were contaminated? After Gong Shui ate the wild food earlier, he also vomited black substance, indicating that he was also contaminated. Gong Shui shook his head. I don't remember, but it should have been after I was taken from the playground. I lost consciousness directly at that time, and by the time I woke up again, I was already eating the wild food. What about you, Bread? Where did you go after disappearing from the playground at that time? Chen Shi asked. Not only Chen Shi, but everyone else was also very curious about Suanen's experience. I was caught by that invisible monster and locked in a classroom. That classroom was like a maze, and I couldn't get out no matter what. Later, I vaguely heard dog barking. According to Suanen's account, after hearing the dog barking, she tried calling Daving, the dog's name, and unexpectedly, she really called the dog over. And the dog seemed unaffected by cognitive distortion and directly let her out of that maze-like classroom. Then she took the dog and hid in a corner behind the teaching building. There, she found that her weapon had returned to normal, but as soon as she entered a certain range, the weapon would become useless again. So she stayed hidden in that corner until a battle broke out on the playground later, and then she appeared. Daving was in a much better mood now, and he was energetic enough to joke again, praising Bread. If you were in a cultivation novel, you would definitely be a protagonist of the Godao, cautious, school. Everyone else also nodded in agreement. Suanen seemed to have always been able to avoid danger and survive until the end. Zhu Eifeng said, then it seems that among us, only Biscuit and Bread haven't been contaminated. Peanut, who had been silently listening, interrupted everyone and said, the best way to determine whether someone is contaminated is to test it with strange food. Whether you are contaminated or not. You'll know after a test, and as long as you're not contaminated, you don't have to worry about being parasitic. Chen Shi then asked, I heard from Chili earlier about the so-called golden rescue period, saying that if an odd food consumer is parasitic within 7 days, as long as the parasitic process is interrupted, the contamination can also be cleared. Is that true or false? Baozi, who was beside him, nodded. There is such a thing, but the 7-day period is not absolute. It varies from person to person and from situation to situation. Some people might exceed 7 days, while others might be beyond saving in 2 or 3 days. Chen Qi immediately felt much calmer. Zhu Weifeng and the others had been contaminated and parasitic for less than a day, so they were definitely still within the so-called golden rescue period. From this perspective, the problem didn't seem too big. So, next, Chen Qi and his group, including Jia Chuan, all underwent separate tests. The test results were unexpected. Even Peanut couldn't help but show surprise. None of you were contaminated. Zhu Weifeng and Dabing could be explained by the interruption of the parasitic process, killing the nightmare eater that parasitic them, thereby clearing the contamination. But Jia Chuan had only interrupted the parasitic process early yesterday morning, and then was contaminated again right after. In other words, he was only contaminated but not parasitic, yet he still cleared the contamination in his body. It seems to be the wild foods doing. Chen Qi smiled. This was absolutely great news for them. At least for now, it could be proven that odd food consumers can vomit out all contaminated substances if they eat wild food within the first few days of being contaminated. However, for people like Sun Xuecho and Dr. Zhao, wild food could only help them temporarily regain consciousness. Peanut had obviously learned some of Chun Chi's peculiarities from Momo and didn't show too much surprise at the anomalies on Chun Chi. After ruling out the suspicion of contamination and parasitic among everyone, the atmosphere in the room relaxed considerably. However, Chen Qi and the others had finished discussing everything, and the scene became quiet. In the silence, only the sound of Peanut's fingers constantly tapping the table could be heard, thud, thud, thud. Peanut seemed to be choosing his words, thinking, preparing to say something. Chen Qi and the others also adopted an attentive posture, curious to hear what secret information they could get from this official. After a long while, the tapping stopped abruptly, and Peanut finally spoke, "This world is ending." Peanut's words were astonishing. Chen Qi and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes, unable to believe that these words came from an official. To what extent had the situation outside deteriorated? Kongning City fell yesterday. Peanut's tone was calm, but it made Chen Qi and the others feel a suffocating heaviness. Chen Qi took a deep breath and asked, "I heard from Chile that the main official forces are currently concentrated in Kongning City, so how could it still fall?" Peanut continued to tap the table, seemingly organizing his words. After a moment, he sighed slightly and said, "Originally, all of this was confidential, but now it doesn't matter if I say it." Kongning City, as the first pilot city, carried all the hopes of the organization. If we could successfully clear the contamination in Kongning City, it would prove that we found the right method. After that, as long as we follow suit, we are confident that we can gradually clear the contamination in other cities. Yesterday, the main forces launched a general offensive against the source of contamination in Kongning City, engaging in fierce battles with the local parasites. With ample fire support and numerical superiority, we quickly gained an overwhelming advantage. However, when we tried to destroy the source of contamination, it stimulated the contamination in Kongning City to escalate, entering the second stage. Out of more than 400 superpowered warriors, less than 10 escaped, all the others fell into a deep sleep within Kongning City. Although Kongning City also suffered from the Nightmare Clan's mischief, unlike Jinghai City's Nightmare Eater clan, the Nightmare Clan in Kongning City is the Nightmare. Nightmare? How is it different from Nightmare Eater? Peanut shook his head. "I haven't been to Kongning City, nor have I personally experienced the pollution there. My understanding of it is limited to the meager textual descriptions in various internal documents. Having experienced the eating fear disaster in Jinghai City, you should also know that only those who personally experience such a disaster can truly understand its horror. From the data, the pollution in Kongning City targets people's sleep. Sleep? Chen Qi pondered. The pollution in Jinghai City targets food, and Kongning City targets sleep. Eating and sleeping are the most basic human needs. Baozi agreed, that's right. These two things are fundamental for human survival. No one can escape them, which also means that no one in the polluted area can truly be spared. Either they are assimilated and become part of the entire pollution, or they gain abilities like us and become anomalies within it, resisting or being parasites. There's no other path. Zhuefeng asked curiously, "How can sleep be polluted?" Peanut replied, "The data says that it's done by implanting dreams into people during sleep, conducting dream pollution, gradually making people confuse dreams with reality, and thus achieving dual control over them in reality and dreams by the Nightmare Clan." Dual control over reality and dreams? Doesn't that mean both body and consciousness are controlled? Although they take different routes, the final outcome is the same as in Jinghai City. With just a few words, Chen Qi could already imagine that the disaster that erupted in Kongning City was absolutely no less terrifying than the one in Jinghai City.
The organization's investigation results show that over the past month, the average sleep time in Kangning City has continuously increased. This is clearly the same nature as the continuously rising food consumption in Jinghai City, representing the gradual deepening of the pollution. Speaking of this, Peanut paused. Of course, that was before. Since yesterday, when Kangning City's pollution entered its second stage, the entire city has entered a state of eternal sleep. Eternal sleep? You mean sleeping all day long? Don Shui asked in shock. Baozi corrected him, it means all people and animals are sleeping all day long. Then wouldn't the whole city be in chaos? Not necessarily. People who are asleep aren't unable to move. Don't you know there's a term called sleepwalking? So, a city is going to rely on sleepwalking to maintain operation? Chen Qi and the others found it somewhat hard to imagine. Peanut interrupted, everything only started yesterday, so it's hard to say how it will develop further. I'm telling you this not because I hope you'll go support Kangning City. Now that the main combat team has been wiped out, the ability users the organization painstakingly trained have all fallen in this battle. It's very difficult to organize effective resistance again in a short period. Currently, the only option is to use large-scale destructive weapons to launch a comprehensive strike on Kangning City. Juefeng asked in shock, will it come to that? Peanut shook his head, I don't know. After all, that's millions of lives. Baozi analyzed, I don't think so for now. Firstly, it might not be effective. You also know that those monsters are very difficult to eliminate on a physical level. They can revive even after dying. In fact, we still haven't truly found their resurrection point. Secondly, Kangning City isn't the only one polluted. Once Kangning City is destroyed, what about Jinghai City and other polluted cities? Are they all to be directly destroyed? That's the life and death of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people. Who has the right to make that decision? Speaking of the Nightmare Clan's resurrection point, Chen Qi recalled the delivery room he had seen before. However, that was only in an illusion. The location of the real delivery room is still unknown. Baozi paused, then continued, of course, the most important point is that after Kangning City's pollution entered the second stage, the scope of the pollution stopped expanding. This gives us time to breathe and observe the subsequent developments before making a decision. Chen Qi's heart skipped a beat. This was somewhat unexpected for him. He had thought that after the pollution upgraded, its expansion speed should also accelerate. Why did it stop instead? Peanut pulled out a handful of peanuts from his pocket, peeled a few, and popped them into his mouth. While chewing, he said, the analysis above suggests that the Nightmare Clan is unwilling to let the pollution escalate, at least not at the current stage. The escalation of pollution in Kangning City was purely forced out by us, it was a desperate move by the Nightmare Clan when facing a crisis. Chen Qi's heart stirred, and he thought of a possibility, they don't want to stop expanding. Exactly. Peanut nodded in agreement, for the Nightmare Clan. In various cities, the first stage of pollution might be a process of seizing territory. In the first stage, the cities maintain a facade of normal operation, desperately concealing various anomalies, hiding their own existence, and expanding frantically. In the second stage, the pollution deepens, abnormalities directly manifest, no longer hidden, making the polluted area more dangerous, but at the same time, losing the ability to expand. Chen Qi's gaze swept across the faces of his teammates. He saw that they were still immersed in shock, with only Suanen remaining relatively calm. He and Suanen exchanged glances, immediately understanding that they both had the same thought. Suanen directly asked, so, you want us to help find the source of pollution in Jinghai City? Yes. Peanut nodded, it's just that the purpose has changed. Before, we wanted to destroy the source, but now we just want to force the pollution in Jinghai City to enter the second stage prematurely to prevent it from continuing to spread. Chen Qi could understand the official's choice. From a short-term perspective, this would make the pollution in Jinghai City more severe and even completely collapse the order. But from a long-term perspective, prematurely detonating the pollution to protect more areas from contamination is the correct choice. But we have more important things to do.
Chen-chi refused. He had no savior complex. Compared to saving the world, he wanted to save his family more, and he didn't think he had the strength to save the world. I know you all stayed in Jinghai City to save your family, but this isn't a conflict. As you explore methods to rescue your family, you will inevitably get closer to the source of the pollution step by step. Peanut popped a few more peanuts into his mouth before continuing. Moreover, your strength is too weak. You are isolated, lack intelligence, and lack growth experience summarized from observing a large number of ability users. Relying solely on yourselves, the hope of success is slim. Haven't you noticed that the harder you try, the more you lose? The last sentence hit the mark, leaving Chen-chi and the others speechless. From Chen-chi's perspective, initially, he only wanted to save his mother. As a result, Sun Xueqiao came later, and now coffee was added. The number of people to save kept increasing. Peanut finally extended an olive branch. If you are unwilling to join the official organization, we can cooperate through a transaction. We will provide intelligence, provide weapons, and help you upgrade your abilities, and you will assist us in finding the source of pollution in Jinghai City. Chen-chi coughed. Actually, joining the official organization isn't impossible, as long as we're not transferred out of Jinghai City. Before, they had coffee providing financial support. Now that their patron is gone, they indeed need to find a new backer. Peanut was silent for a while before saying, after the Kongning battle ended yesterday, there have been no new directives from above. The exorcism organization might be changing leaders, so there will be a period of instability. If you want to join, you should wait a bit. Let's cooperate first. So you can't make the decision either. Chen-chi muttered inwardly. However, as long as the official organization could provide support, whether they joined or not didn't make much difference, and it even meant less restraint. If they encountered something they didn't want to do, at least they could just walk away. Chen-chi discussed it with his teammates, and they ultimately agreed. After all, it didn't seem to require them to pay anything right now. They would continue doing what they were doing, and they would also gain additional intelligence and weapon support, plus a few official comrades. Then it's settled. Baozi took out a notebook and pen. Tell me about each of your abilities in foraging conditions. I'll formulate a plan for future food acquisition, striving to help all of you achieve qualitative changes in your abilities as quickly as possible. After Chen-chi and the others cooperatively finished recording, Peanut directly said, since you've chosen to cooperate with the organization, your subsequent actions cannot be impulsive, there must be a clear plan. Currently, the long-term goal is definitely to find the source of pollution in Jinghai City. As for the short-term plan, firstly, it's to improve all of your strengths, not just helping you upgrade your abilities, but also other aspects of training, including combat skills training and improving your proficiency in using firearms. Of course, we don't have that much time to train you into all-around special forces, so we might make targeted improvements based on your individual talents. And for the short-term goal, let's temporarily set it as rescuing your companion, Coffee. Chen-chi and the others were stunned, not expecting Peanut to make rescuing Coffee a team mission. Peanut explained, her ability is quite powerful and has certain strategic value. Moreover, the time she has been parasites is less than a day, so there's a complete possibility of her breaking free from the parasites. That was true, but Chen-chi knew in his heart that Peanut was trying to motivate them. By making rescuing Coffee the first team mission after their cooperation, Chen-chi and the others would be dedicated and willing. And with this mission as the beginning of their collaboration, laying a good foundation, future cooperation would also be more harmonious. Coffee should still be in her resurrection period. It will be at least a few days until she revives, but the parasite's progress won't advance during resurrection. At that time, as long as we feed her wild food, it might help her break free from the pollution and the parasites. Zhu Weifeng said excitedly. Chen-chi wasn't so optimistic. He shook his head and said, her humanity has been lost too much, so it might not be that smooth, but we still have to try. Peanut tapped the table and said, for high potential parasites who are still in the early stages of parasites after resurrection, the Nightmare Clan generally chooses to control and closely monitor them, only releasing them after further advancing the parasite's progress.
If we want to save her, even if we can't find the Nightmare Clan's resurrection point, we at least need to find where the Nightmare Clan places high potential parasites.
But these things aren't urgent in a day or two. Looking at your condition, you should go and get some good rest, especially you. Peanut's gaze fell on Chen-Chi. First, find a way to resolve the abnormality on your body.
Chen-Chi and the others did not return to their previous residence.
Instead, under Peanut's arrangement, they moved into several self-built houses in a nearby village. Although the living conditions were worse, safety was paramount.
After Coffee was parasitized, she might have revealed their location to the Nightmare Clan. To be safe, they had no choice but to abandon their previously comfortable living environment. After Baozi brought Chen-Chi to his residence, he instructed, "Biscuit, after you've rested well, remember to find more wild food and give it to me. We plan to research it."
Okay, Chen-Chi agreed. I also have something to ask of you. There are a few people I'd like you to keep an eye on and see what happens to them later. Chen-Chi gave Baozi the information on Pork Vendor, Xiao Huiyun, Dianzihan, and other parasites.
Pork Vendor was killed by him in the delivery room, while the others had their nightmare eaters consumed by him.
Chen-Chi was very curious about how they would develop afterwards. Would they die completely, or would they revive normally? After Baozi left, Chen-Chi lay on the unfamiliar bed and quickly fell asleep.
He had experienced too much in one night and was already physically and mentally exhausted. When he woke up, it was already daylight again. As soon as Chen-Chi opened his eyes, he saw a huge figure standing in his room, which instantly startled him awake. Among the people Chen-Chi knew, only one person fit such a burly physique.
He asked with some vigilance, "Captain Peanut, is there something you need from me?"
"You can call me Peanut, or you can call me Captain." Peanut slowly turned around.
"But don't call me Captain Peanut.
It makes me sound like a cartoon character from a low-budget animation."
"Okay, Captain Peanut, so you snuck in without a word just to tell me that? Follow me." Peanut didn't explain further and walked directly towards the door.
Chen-Chi got up, put on his shoes, and followed him.
Peanut twisted the doorknob and walked out first.
Chen-Chi quickly followed, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was stunned. Outside the door was not the corridor he had walked through before. It was the bathroom. The bathroom was not large, only about 4 or 5 square meters, with a dry and wet separation design. Half was a shower room, and the other half had a toilet and a wash basin. The bathroom was brightly lit and spotless. Even the shower door was made of transparent glass, with no blind spots in sight. Aside from being slightly small, the overall feeling it gave was one of comfort and security. However, Chen-Chi's muscles instantly tensed, and he became completely alert, staring intently at Peanut, like a cat with its fur bristling. This was clearly problematic. Whose entrance door connects to a bathroom? There wasn't even a way out. He clearly remembered that when he came in, there was a narrow corridor outside.
"Don't be nervous." Peanut's voice seemed to carry a soothing magic. "I brought you here to look in the mirror."
"Mirror?" Chen-Chi looked towards the dressing mirror behind the wash basin and immediately noticed the mirror's strangeness. This was not a complete mirror, but rather composed of 3 broken mirror fragments. And the 3 mirror fragments that formed this mirror did not seem to have been one piece originally, as could be seen from the mirror frame at the edges and the color difference of the mirror surface. Chen-Chi looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but be slightly startled. The white bone arm and half of his body on his back were gone. However, he then saw a smoky, ethereal shadow rising from within him, instantly transforming into a figure with the same face as him, but with a strange smile on its face. Nightmare Eater, he subconsciously thought when he saw the phantom.
"What exactly do you want to do?"
Chen-Chi didn't overinterpret the scene in the mirror and directly shifted his gaze to Peanut. His tone already carried a hint of warning, and at the same time, he bared his gleaming white canine teeth, ready to start biting if the situation went south. Peanut observed Chen-Chi in the mirror and said in a deep voice, "I'm very curious, are you an odd food consumer or a parasite? To be honest, I also want to know the answer to that question." Peanut smiled, "The answer doesn't matter, what matters is what you think you are. And now, I already
Know what's on your mind.
After Peanut finished speaking, a somewhat incongruous smile suddenly appeared on his face, and his facial features began to blur.
You're not Peanut. Who are you? Chenchi hunched his body, ready to pounce at any moment. I am your old friend.
The blurred facial features on that face became clear again, and they were identical to Chenchi's.
Playing tricks. Chenchi pounced, opening his mouth to bite down. Crash.
Just then, with a loud shattering sound, the entire bathroom cracked like mirror fragments. The person in front of him also shattered along with the bathroom. His face, which was identical to Chenchi's, suddenly turned into a completely unfamiliar young face. Chenchi's vision went black, then he sharply opened his eyes and sat up.
Only to realize he was still in bed. Was that just a dream?
Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Chenchi got up and put on his shoes, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me," Peanut's voice came from outside the door.
Chenchi frowned slightly, realizing that the dream he just had was probably not a coincidence. He opened the door, and Peanut's burly figure almost completely blocked the doorway. As Peanut stepped into the room, Chenchi saw that there was another person following him. It was a pale young man, about Chenchi's age, who seemed to have just been frightened. When he saw Chenchi, his gaze instinctively darted away, and he seemed somewhat afraid of Chenchi. Looking at the face he had just seen in his dream, Chenchi was silent for a moment before saying, "Are you an ability user from the dream contamination zone?" The dream he just had was clearly related to this young man. The young man nodded and bravely introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Mirror, and I am a dream thief from Kongning City."
Dream thief? Sounds more impressive than odd food consumer. Chenchi shook his head, silently complaining about the naming abilities of the people in the group.
"I was just trying to play a joke on you, I'm sorry," Mirror said softly.
Chenchi smiled and said indifferently, "It's fine, I was also impolite, I almost ate you."
Hearing this, Mirror couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and said to Peanut, "Captain, this new member of ours feels even more ferocious than you described."
Peanut ignored Mirror and explained to
Chenchi, "After learning about your abilities and situation from Momo a few days ago, I reported it. Both I personally and the higher-ups attach great importance to you. However, we all share a common concern about you. After all, compared to an odd food consumer, you are more like a parasite. We are very worried about whether your state is stable, and we even suspected whether you were a parasite in disguise. So I filed a report a few days ago to Second Mirror, and unexpectedly, that allowed him to escape yesterday's Battle of Kongning."
Mirror at the side grinned, revealing a forced
smile. "I also got lucky and narrowly escaped disaster by a fluke, otherwise I would have definitely died in my sleep in Kongning City too."
Chenchi asked thoughtfully, "So that was a test for me just now? What did you find out?"
Mirror replied, "The magic mirror in my dream can reflect everyone's inner self. So when you looked in the mirror in your dream, what you saw was what you believed yourself to be, a human being entangled and troubled by the Nightmare Clan. As for what you truly are, as I said in the dream, it actually doesn't matter anymore. After all, the situation is already this messed up."
Chenchi said expressionlessly, "It seems I passed the test."
Mirror apologized, "I know you might be a little unhappy, but please understand, during special times, there's no room for any mistakes.
It's fine. It's better to clear suspicions first than to be wary of each other when cooperating." Chenchi didn't mind this. "But since you value me so much, do you have any plans for me later?" Peanut pondered slightly. The previous commander was a conservative.
His intention was for me to observe you further and not rush into contact, prioritizing stability.
However, since the tragic defeat in Kongning City yesterday, the newly appointed commander seems to be a radical. The instruction given to me today is to spare no effort to help you improve your abilities." Mirror shook his head. "The tragic defeat in Kongning City taught us a lesson.
Relying solely on hot weapons and high technology cannot defeat the Nightmare Clan.
Only magic can defeat magic. Moreover, we must take the elite route. Human wave tactics are not feasible.
Cultivating powerful individual super ability users is where hope lies." So, in the future, resources will be concentrated on cultivating powerful dream thieves and odd food consumers, and Biscuit, your ability, while not necessarily the strongest at present, is definitely the most effective in
restraining the Nightmare Clan. Chen-Chi nodded. I am flattered that the organization values me so much, but how do you plan to help me upgrade my abilities?
Of course, by helping you find high-level wild food, which are high-level pollution sources, Peanut said. In fact, we currently have a sea-level pollution source in our hands.
Chen-Chi's eyes lit up. Where?
We've already figured out the ability of that little girl, Lin Ning. It's not about tracking odd food consumers and parasites, but about containing pollution sources.
Containing pollution sources? Chen-Chi suddenly understood. Just containing, she shouldn't be able to absorb them, right? Peanut nodded, that's right.
To the Nightmare Clan, she's just a container specifically for holding pollution sources. Of course, this ability is also very useful. Normally, pollution sources are ethereal even in the eyes of most Nightmare Clan members. Only a few high-level Nightmare Clan members can perceive their existence. And mobile pollution sources can generally only exist within a certain range and cannot be taken out of their respective contaminated areas. But as long as Lin Ning's body is used as a container, this restriction can be broken.
Chen-Chi asked doubtfully, is that very difficult?
I seem to be able to carry high-level wild food around without any restrictions. Mirror said naturally, exactly.
Otherwise, why would we focus on cultivating you? Isn't it because you're special enough?
Chen-Chi had previously asked Suonin to get him a high-grade pancake, and he himself had once run around with a B-grade pollution source disguised as a syringe, so he never thought it was a difficult task. Only now did he realize that taking a high-grade pollution source out of its contaminated area was something that required ability to do.
Peanut said, we are guiding Lin Ning to extract the pollution source from her body.
You should quickly digest the pollution source within you first, and then seamlessly consume the pollution source from Lin Ning's body.
Has the fourth high-grade wild food been prepared?
This was probably the easiest high-grade wild food Chen-Chi had ever acquired, and he could foresee that the consumption process would also be the most relaxed. Chen-Chi had always had a doubt in his heart, and he took the opportunity to ask, regarding ability upgrades, currently I only know that consuming 3 high-grade foods will cause a qualitative change in ability.
What about after that? Will consuming 6 high-grade foods lead to a second qualitative change in ability?
Qualitative change every 3 had always been just a guess by Chen-Chi and his team, and it had not been confirmed.
Consuming the first 2 high-grade foods basically only improved basic attributes or basic abilities.
Only a qualitative change could be considered a true ability upgrade. The reason Chen-Chi's small team was weak was that everyone had only experienced 1 qualitative change in ability at most. Suonin, Juefeng, and Gan Shui had not even consumed their second high-grade food.
The entire team relied on ultimate moves for damage. Peanut shook his head, I don't know. There hasn't been anyone who has achieved a second qualitative change in ability yet.
Chen-Chi's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, with the official's power, they have recruited hundreds of ability users, yet not a single one has completed a second qualitative change?
Mirror leisurely said.
There weren't any before, but with Kangning City's pollution entering its second stage, it should be appearing soon.
What do you mean? Is the qualitative change in ability related to the pollution stage?
Mirror nodded slightly. Currently, from the perspective of you odd food consumers, after completing the first qualitative change in ability, the refresh rate of subsequent high-grade foods drops sharply. Even with national power, only a very small number of odd food consumers have been helped to find their 4th and 5th high-grade foods. The 6th high-grade food just won't appear, it feels like the drop rate is 0. The same goes for us dream thieves. After a qualitative change in ability, it becomes very difficult to find high-grade dreams. Peanut explained, experts above generally believe that our abilities are also part of the pollution, so the pollution level directly determines the upper limit of our abilities. Abilities are part of the
pollution?
Chen-Chi agreed with this view. After all, if there were no pollution, these people would not possess these strange abilities. Even their ability upgrades required pollution products, and high-grade foods themselves were transformed from pollution energy. And identifying whether a food is a high-grade food is itself very subjective and idealistic. The standard is very likely to vary based on individual circumstances. Even Chen Qi was no exception. When he consumed the high-grade pancake, which was likely the lowest E-grade pollution source, he was able to gain ability improvements. Now that his ability had undergone a qualitative change, if he encountered an E-grade pollution source again, would he still be able to classify it as a high-grade wild food that could upgrade his ability? The answer is probably no. Just as he would experience indigestion from a B-grade pollution source, an E-grade pollution source might be too low-grade for him now, far from enough to improve his ability. This principle also applies to other ordinary odd food consumers. As abilities improve, the standard for high-grade food becomes higher, and the pollution level limits the appearance of high-grade food. So, that means the current pollution level in Jinghai City can only support one qualitative change in ability at most, unless it also upgrades its pollution like Kongning City and enters the second stage. Exactly, Mirror said. That's why those ability users fighting in Kongning City are relying on weak abilities from a single qualitative change, combined with hot weapons, to fight the Nightmare Clan. Facts have proven that the effect is not good. Peanut said, Jinghai City's accumulated pollution power has long been enough for a pollution upgrade, but unless we push them, the Nightmare Clan will not actively upgrade the pollution. However, Biscuit, you are different. The reason why you are valued by the higher-ups is also because your ability improvement may not be limited by the pollution level. Chen Qi pondered for a moment and nodded. It seems that is indeed the case. No matter if the pollution upgrades or not, the pollution source is right there. He couldn't even digest a B-grade pollution source. There were still A-grade and S-grade ones above that. Could they not support him in completing a second qualitative change in ability? Mirror said enviously, so, you have the potential to master abilities that are ahead of the current version. After Peanut and Mirror left, Chen Qi went to the bathroom and observed his condition in the dressing mirror behind the sink. His body seemed to have become a bit sturdier again, and additionally, the abnormality on his back began to show signs of shrinking. Derived food still hasn't appeared, but it looks like I am gradually digesting the remaining high-grade wild food energy in my body. Chen Qi estimated that once the abnormality on his back completely disappeared, it would mean he had thoroughly digested the candied hawthorn. As for Nightmare Eater, after he ate his head, he hadn't made any sound again. He wondered if he was injured or dormant, or if he was dead and waiting to revive. The last time Chen Qi ate Nightmare Eater in the illusion, he revived within a few hours, but this time, he hadn't felt the weakness brought by Nightmare Eater's revival yet. However, Chen Qi did not relax his vigilance against Nightmare Eater because of this. The scene of him looking in the mirror in his dream just now also showed that in his heart, Nightmare Eater was still considered a major concern. Next, I just need to follow the development path planned for me by the officials, first digest the pollution source in my body, and then consume the pollution source from Linning. Peanut promised that after that, he would help him acquire new pollution sources to help him quickly consume 6 high-grade wild foods and see if he could complete a second qualitative change in ability. After a simple wash, Chen Qi went out. He arrived at the market closest to his residence, where villagers from surrounding small villages would come to buy daily necessities. This was also the only place with a relatively large flow of people nearby. Chen Qi could only come here to find some wild food. As expected, the villagers coming and going paid no attention to the abnormality on Chen Qi's back. Chen Qi wandered around the market for a long time and only managed to find 4 or 5 wild foods. Later, he went to the ancestral temples in the surrounding villages to search and only then gathered 7 or 8 wild foods. He kept 2 for himself and gave all the others to Baozi. Juefeng and the others were all arranged by Baozi to go to the city to find high-grade food. Chen Qi, with nothing to do, opened his phone and looked at the Jinghai foraging group chat, which had no unread messages, and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Although Coffee was not the most active person in the group, after she was gone, the group seemed to have suddenly become quiet. Just then, his phone suddenly rang twice, and 2 new messages appeared in the group. Juefeng, good news, my brother, I found the second high-grade takeout. Juefeng, bad news, it's a pinhong rice, a type of pre-packaged meal, with a trendy Chinese packaging, barbed chopsticks, and a liquid spoon.
All the elements are there.
Dabing, congratulations, after eating it, your divine skill will be perfected, and you will develop an iron stomach. Don Shui, it's just pinhong rice, it's not worth mentioning in front of me.
Juefeng, I can't compare to you. We're not the same species. Dogs can eat shit, can humans? Dabing, what did dogs do to you?
The three of them bickered for a few sentences, and Shenqi also joined in to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone in the group was a tough person when it came to eating, so Juefeng's pinhong rice really didn't rank high. After a few casual chats, Juefeng sighed, I have to admit, the officials' efficiency is high. Not only did they open a privileged account for me, allowing me to take orders frantically, go overtime, and cancel orders without worrying about being banned or paying compensation. Juefeng, also, they organized a group of people to help me pick up meals. I only need to pick up, not deliver, which directly maximizes efficiency. Don Shui, I was directly sent to Jinghai City's largest waste treatment plant. There, garbage is sorted and processed, and I can directly search for high-grade food in the kitchen waste, which is more efficient than coffee's previous arrangements. The power that the officials could mobilize was certainly far beyond what coffee could compare to. At this rate, Chen Qi's teammates would all be able to complete their first qualitative change in ability very quickly. Seeing that Chen Qi was a bit idle, Baozi suggested, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the city to find more wild food. Remember to prioritize wild food with fillings and nut-based wild food. With fillings and nuts? Exactly. Can't you rely on our secondary processing of wild food to borrow our abilities? I can only process food with fillings, and the captain can only process nut-based food, Baozi said. Currently, your ability to devour the Nightmare Clan is strong, but your biggest weakness is that you are still fragile and your attack range is too short. If you can combine it with other people's abilities, it can elevate your combat power by a level. Chen Qi's eyes lit up. Previously, among his teammates, only Suonen could relatively easily perform secondary processing on his wild food, and Suonen had not undergone a qualitative change in ability. But every one of these officials had completed a qualitative change in ability. If he could borrow their abilities, it would indeed greatly enhance his combat power. Also, some of the people you asked me to keep an eye on have already been found, Baozi said, placing the tablet in his hand in front of Chen Qi. The screen was playing a news report. An explosion occurred at Jinghai Medical College. Currently, multiple teachers and students have been injured or killed. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. A raid on Jinghai Medical College last night was declared an accidental incident by the school. Additionally, the casualties of some parasites were attributed to this accident. In the list of deaths announced by Jinghai Medical College to the public, Xia Huiyun's name appeared. This is the first time a parasite has been confirmed dead by their workplace and family after being killed. We don't know if this means she can no longer revive. Additionally, Bian Zihan and that female student you mentioned, both are still alive, but have been diagnosed with mental abnormalities and may be sent to a mental hospital. Chen Qi browsed through Baozi's tablet, which contained information on Bian Zihan, Xia Huiyun, and others. Xia Huiyun seems to have completely died, losing her chance of resurrection. This female student, Yan Shui, whom I first attacked, actually survived. And Bian Zihan, they didn't die, but survived in a state of mental derangement. What does this indicate? Besides these three, there were also two Jinghai Medical College teachers, one in a coma and the other also mentally deranged. Chen Qi compared their situations, contemplating and analyzing. Yan Shui and Bian Zihan, I didn't really attack their bodies much at the time, I mainly devoured the abnormalities growing within them, which is equivalent to just eating the nightmare eater inside them, so, they had no physical injuries and thus all survived. But is there mental derangement? Because the nightmare eater inside them was eaten by me? That shouldn't be. It's probably due to the lack of humanity. These individuals were all completely parasites, their humanity had long been completely stripped away and sent to the Taipingjian morgue. Without humanity, a person naturally wouldn't appear normal. In that case, it seems my ability might truly be able to clear the nightmare eater from their bodies, allowing them to escape the parasitic state. However, to fully restore them to normal, their lost humanity still needs to be recovered. Chen Shi summarized that those who survived but were mentally deranged were individuals whose bodies had not sustained fatal injuries and whose internal nightmare eater had been consumed by him. Xia Huiyun, on the other hand, had her internal nightmare eater consumed by him only after suffering a fatal injury, which was equivalent to directly depriving her of the chance to resurrect. If the nightmare eater had still been present, no matter how severe her injuries, she would have recovered, even resurrecting if she died. And those who died by gunfire, as well as the parasites mentioned by the Food Protection Squad, did not appear on this casualty list. This was similar to the previously killed parasites, as they could all still resurrect and would reappear unharmed after some time. There's no news yet on the dean of Jingquan Elementary School, but if my guess is correct, he should have the same outcome as Xia Huiyun. That dean also had his internal nightmare eater consumed by Chen Shi after suffering a fatal injury. After reading through these materials, Chen Shi pushed the tablet back to Baozi. Please continue to monitor the situation of these people.
Baozi nodded and said, actually, Mirror will be visiting Dianzihan and the others this afternoon to confirm their psychological state. Mirror's ability is indeed very suitable for observing these people's inner self-perception. No matter how much Chen Shi analyzes, it's just speculation, confirming it with an ability is the most reliable. Chen Shi said, then I'll go with him. He was free anyway, and he could conveniently look for more wild food in the city. Moreover, since he decided to save coffee, he definitely had to take action. Perhaps he could gather some useful information from Dianzihan and the others. Alright, you can arrange a time with Mirror on your phone. Chili's phone is with you, right?
Yes.
Chen Shi nodded, taking out Chili's customized phone. You can use this phone from now on. I'll reset the password for you. You can directly contact Mirror through the built-in internal chat software on the phone. Chen Shi asked, confused, is Mirror out? He drove to the neighboring Yuanchar city to eat.
Dream thieves and us odd food consumers are essentially the same. We can both detect abnormalities in food. However, they don't have the ability to acquire exclusive food, they can only go out to eat. Chen Shi was stunned. That's quite troublesome then. Indeed, that's why for eating fear contamination zones, the higher-ups prioritize sending odd food consumers, while for dream contamination zones,
they prioritize dispatching dream thieves to carry out missions.
What if a dream thief accidentally eats a strange food? They'll still be contaminated. Baozi affirmed, not only that, dream thieves can also be parasites by Nightmare Eater, and similarly, Nightmare can also parasites us odd food
consumers. Understood.
Chen Shi took the phone and, under Baozi's guidance, learned how to use various official internal software, successfully contacting Mirror and arranging a time to act together that afternoon. Around 1 p.m., Mirror, who had returned from eating in the neighboring city, picked up Chen Shi and drove straight to Jinghai City 4th Hospital.
Jinghai 4th Hospital is an older mental hospital in Jinghai City.
Chen Shi also stayed there for a while initially before transferring to Jingyi-affiliated hospital. Dianzihan, Yan Shui, and others are currently hospitalized at Jinghai 4th Hospital.
Mirror is about the same age as Chen Shi and has an outgoing personality.
Initially, he was a bit afraid of Chen Shi, mainly because he was almost eaten in a dream earlier, which indeed left him with psychological trauma. But perhaps driving was too boring, so he tentatively started finding topics to chat with Chen Shi. When he found that Chen Shi didn't seem difficult to get along with, he gradually opened up completely. I traveled to Yuanchar City 2 years ago, and going there again today, I feel like things have changed. The whole city has become much more deserted.
Mirror said with some emotion.
Chen Shi was slightly startled.
As a resident of Jinghai City, he was certainly no stranger to the neighboring Yuanchar City.
Yuanchar City is a very famous internet-famous city, with highly developed tourism.
How could it be associated with the words deserted? He immediately thought of something and asked, is the country evacuating people from Yuanchar City?
Yes, Yuanshan Group has moved out. You haven't heard, have you? Chen Shi had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't paid attention to such news,
but Yuanshan Group is a leading large enterprise in Yuanshan City. With its relocation, many people would follow suit for work. Not just Yuanshan Group, all the large enterprises in Yuanshan City with well-known names have collectively moved out of Yuanshan City.
Additionally, flight and train schedules to Yuanshan City have all been reduced and prices increased, along with a series of other measures. The country is gradually emptying Yuanshan City in the gentlest way possible. Chen Shi said, then cities around other contaminated areas are also being cleared. Now, right? Mirror nodded. These efforts have actually been ongoing, but after yesterday's disastrous defeat in the Battle of Kongning, the intensity immediately increased many times over. Chen Shi understood that this was not good news, indicating that the authorities were losing confidence in
resolving the disaster.
Mirror suddenly said mysteriously, I think our superiors should be observing.
Observing what?
Chen Shi asked, confused.
Observing other countries. Mirror had a profound expression. You wouldn't think this contamination only appeared in our country, would you?
When other countries discover the situation is out of control, someone will definitely be unable to resist using a mushroom bomb, and then we can refer to its effects. Of course, these are all just my wild guesses, don't go spreading them around.
Mirror felt he had misspoken and quickly added.
The two chatted along the way, finally arriving near Jinghai 4th Hospital.
Aren't we going in?
Chen Shi saw that Mirror didn't drive the car into the hospital but instead parked it directly in a nearby parking lot.
Why go into a dangerous hospital? Of course, we'll have people bring them out.
Mirror adopted the posture of a senior, instructing, Biscuit, in the future, when you do things, you must be good at utilizing our official identity and privileges, you must believe in the power of the organization. As soon as he finished speaking,
Chen Shi saw an ambulance drive into the parking lot.
Two people got out of the car, looking around, seemingly waiting for someone.
Biscuit, you guard me. I'll enter their dreams and talk to them.
Mirror finished speaking, then leaned back in the car seat and closed his eyes.
Chen Shi looked at the ambulance compartment. Were Yan Shui and Bian Zihan inside?
Chen Shi waited for about 5 minutes. During that time, Mirror woke up once but immediately closed his eyes again.
Let's go, get out and take a look.
Mirror woke up again, directly pushed open the car door, and got out.
Chen Shi quickly followed.
The two people who got out of the ambulance looked to be in their 40s or 50s, both with a leadership demeanor.
Seeing Chen Shi and Mirror, two young people, appear, both middle-aged men seemed hesitant but ultimately didn't speak.
Mirror walked straight up, pulled out a credential, and handed it over. The two middle-aged men carefully inspected the credential, and their expressions instantly became polite, so it really is you two. I saw you were so young and was a bit hesitant to recognize you. Mirror said, thank you both for your cooperation. This Jinghai Medical College explosion case involves many parties, and the investigation must be kept confidential.
We hope you will not disclose today's events to others.
The two guaranteed, don't worry, we are old comrades of many years, we have that much discipline.
Mirror nodded, open the compartment and let me see. One of the middle-aged men was responsible for opening the car door, while the other
worriedly said, according to your instructions, we just gave them sedatives before coming. They haven't woken up yet, so I'm afraid we won't be able to ask anything.
It's alright, I mainly want to check their injuries.
The rear door of the car opened, and Chen Shi entered the compartment first.
Dian Zihan and Yan Shui were lying on the two stretcher beds inside the ambulance compartment.
Chen Shi directly pulled at Yan Shui's neck and found a clear tooth mark on her fair neck. This was probably the only obvious wound on Yan Shui's body. If Chen Shi's teeth were placed against it, they should perfectly match the tooth mark.
Dian Zihan, on the other hand, had multiple external injuries, mostly bite marks, but the injuries were not severe. After a brief inspection, Chen Shi and Mirror got out of the car. After dealing with the two hospital leaders, they drove away from the parking lot. How was it? Did you find anything in the dream?
Chen Shi asked directly.
Mirror nodded, both of them behaved completely unlike humans in the dream, they only had bestiality, no humanity.
In their world, it seems there are only 3 things left: eating, sleeping, and mating for reproduction.
Chen Shi mused, so my guess was correct. However, losing humanity doesn't mean becoming an idiot. They should still have their previous memories and be able to communicate, right? That's right, they actually still maintain normal human intelligence.
Mirror said helplessly, so, to get anything out of them, there are only 2 ways.
Which 2? One is through pressure and threats. They still have a will to survive, so they will naturally compromise when threatened. Mirror coughed. The other is through transactions, satisfying one of their 3 major needs.
And currently, their needs for eating and sleeping can be met, leaving only one. Chen Shi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Is it what I'm thinking? But you only entered the dream for a total of 5 minutes just now, that's too fast."
Title change notice this morning. I received a notice to change the title. It's not for attracting traffic or anything, it's purely to avoid risks. In just 100 chapters, it has already triggered reviews twice. Changing the title is for survival.
The original title, Eating Fear, has been changed to Eating Calamity.
I couldn't think of a better title for a while, so this will have to do for now. Also, today's update will be delayed.
I wasn't in the mood to write this morning because of all this.
5 minutes, and for 2 people in 5 minutes? You're too fast. Hey, don't insult my innocence. Mirror protested that Yen Shui didn't fancy me.
Even in the animal kingdom, females exercise some selection over their mates, unlike males, who can basically go for any female, and sometimes even other males.
Chen Shi realized, so Bianzihan fancied you? Mirror was quite frank, a little, but my gender is pretty fixed.
And besides, now that you've eaten the Nightmare clan members inside them, they're just 2 ordinary people who have lost their humanity.
If I can't even handle them in a dream, what right do I have to call myself a dream thief? Chen Shi didn't know much about the dream thief's abilities, and he didn't ask about the process, only caring about the result. Did you get any valuable information? Mirror nodded while driving, of course.
You might not imagine it, but Yen Shui and Bianzihan were once a campus couple.
Chen Shi's heart stirred, so because Bianzihan was an odd food consumer, Yen Shui was parasites to influence Bianzihan? Exactly. And this Bianzihan is also a ruthless person.
After discovering Yen Shui's abnormality, he directly struck to kill her, but in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being controlled. After all, that was Jinghai Medical College.
Chen Shi had already caught the key point, so Yen Shui was killed once and has experience with resurrection? Does she know where the resurrection point is?
She said she had a vague impression of being resurrected in a place called delivery room, but she couldn't specify where the delivery room was.
Chen Shi frowned, then she must have an impression of where she appeared after resurrection. Right?
She said it was at a food processing factory, Xian Yuan Food Processing Factory.
Do you know it? Chen Shi thought back and nodded. I have an impression.
It should be a relatively large and well-known local factory in Jinghai City. Mirror said, from what we've learned so far, that food processing factory is definitely a contaminated area, with a contamination level of roughly C or B, but this factory might not be the key.
I learned some other information from Bianzihan.
Although he didn't have the experience of resurrection, as a domain-level parasites before, the nightmare eater that parasites him was of a higher level and knew more things.
He said the delivery room is a place between reality and illusion, with no fixed location. Between reality and illusion? Chen Shi frowned slightly, immediately thinking of the Taipingjian morgue.
The Taipingjian morgue had appeared simultaneously in the illusion of Jinghai Medical College and on the playground of Jingquan Elementary School, meaning it existed in both illusion and reality. And the 2 locations where it appeared were far apart. If the delivery room was also like this, then it would be troublesome, with no way to even begin searching. Currently, the only clear way to enter the delivery room and the Taipingjian morgue is through an illusion, which means entering from the real environment of an A-level or even S-level contaminated area. Chen Shi mused, but since it's between reality and illusion, there should be an entrance in both reality and illusion. The Taipingjian morgue entrance that appeared on the Jingquan Elementary School playground before,
couldn't that be considered an entrance from reality to the Taepingjian morgue? Then the delivery room must also have an entrance that can be found in reality.
However, this entrance might not be fixed, and how to find it is also a big problem. Mirror drove Chun-Chi to several places, specifically to collect wild food. Compared to a while ago, Chun-Chi could clearly feel that wild food had become denser.
It seems the contamination has gotten even more serious.
Chun-Chi was busy until dark this time, collecting 70 or 80 portions of wild food, filling the car's trunk. Only then did he return with Mirror to their temporary base in the village.
After Mirror helped Chun-Chi unload the wild food, he waved goodbye. I still need to go out of town for dinner. See you tomorrow morning. Please report today's findings to Captain Peanut for me. No problem.
Chun-Chi agreed, carrying 2 large bags of wild food into the temporary base. Their temporary base was a bit shabby, just a farmhouse built by the owner, with a large round table in the living room used as a conference room. As Chun-Chi walked in, he saw many people gathered around the round table. Dabing, Juefeng, Gonshui, and Suanan were all there. Except for Dabing, the others looked exhausted, having worked hard today. Dabing, having already completed his first qualitative change in ability, didn't need to grind for high-level food and spent his day walking dogs and teasing birds. On the 2 rocking chairs by the round table, Peanut and Baozi each occupied one, lying back comfortably and swaying gently. Juefeng and Dabing were each holding a glass of iced soda, taking a big gulp and letting out a satisfied burp. Drinking a cold drink in this weather is so refreshing. Their showing off immediately drew Bu-man glances from those around them.
Enjoyments that were once easily obtained now required them to travel out of town.
In the house, only Juefeng and Dabing could easily conjure drinks, the others could only watch. Chun-Chi piled 2 large bags of wild food in the corner. Storing wild food was hassle-free. There was no need to worry about spoilage, or even snakes, insects, rats, or ants stealing it. Just toss it anywhere, and no one would steal it. Chun-Chi said to Baozi, I found the wild food with fillings and wild nuts you asked for, though there were only 2 or 3 pieces. As for the other wild food, you can arrange it as you see fit. Our organization is so powerful, there must be many talented individuals. Please arrange more powerful skills for me. Baozi made an okay gesture. Peanut, who was beside them, asked, Did you gain anything from today's action with Mirror? Chun-Chi nodded, Yes, Captain Peanut. I was just about to report to you. Peanut's face stiffened. He slowly sat up and emphasized seriously, You can call me Peanut, or you can call me Captain. But don't call me Captain Peanut. It makes me sound like a cartoon character from a low-age animation. So this wasn't something Mirror made up himself. Hearing the familiar words, Chun-Chi nodded casually and began to recount his experiences from that afternoon. He also included his own guesses and deductions. Everyone quieted down, listened carefully until Chun-Chi finished, and then began to speak. Juefeng said, If we want to save coffee, we must find an entrance to the delivery room in reality. The entrance in the illusion. Not to mention whether it's dangerous or not, the key is that it's useless. Chun-Chi nodded, that was correct. Even if he found coffee about to resurrect in the delivery room through the illusion, he couldn't do anything other than kill coffee. After all, he couldn't bring wild food into the illusion, nor could he devour the nightmare eater within coffee in the delivery room without affecting coffee's resurrection. The most ideal method was still to wait for coffee to resurrect, then find her, feed her wild food while Chun-Chi devoured the nightmare eater within her. Gonshui and Dabing also expressed their opinions, and several people began discussing animatedly. Some suggested taking action against Shangyuan Food Processing Factory, others proposed killing a few more parasites to observe their resurrection locations. Peanut had been listening in silence and finally spoke, interrupting, None of that is reliable. We still have too little information. We need to find a way to get more information. Chun-Chi asked, Captain, what are your plans? Peanut pondered. Bian Zihan didn't know much because the nightmare eater that previously parasites him held a low position within the nightmare clan. To get more information, we need to target higher-level parasites. We can take the initiative to hunt higher-level parasites. Chen Shi was slightly startled, but then he thought about their current strength and equipment, and realized they might have a chance. As long as he devoured the nightmare eater within the parasites, turning them into inhumane mental patients, there would naturally be ways to extract information from them. Baozi stood up, pushed a whiteboard from the adjacent room, and began writing and organizing on it. The lowest level Nightmare Clan members generally only parasites ordinary people.
Zhu Weifeng added, that's the family level Nightmare Clan. Baozi gave him a glare, that's your private classification method, the official one hasn't adopted it. The Nightmare Eater inside Bian Zihan, we don't know its exact level, so we'll temporarily rank it second to last.
Our next targets are parasites of a higher level than Bian Zihan.
Do you have any candidates?
Chen Shi thought for a moment, stood up, took the pen from Baozi's hand, and while writing on the whiteboard, explained, I believe Xia Huiyun, Dean, and Dr.
Zhao should all be at least one level higher than Bian Zihan.
However, 2 of these 3 are suspected to be completely dead.
Dr.
Zhao, however, can be considered a tentative target.
Chen Shi's conclusion was based on their strength.
He had fought all of them, and their combat strength was clearly stronger than Bian Zihan's. As for higher up, the one I can confirm is Professor Huang Jihai from Jinghai Medical College. His strength is visibly stronger than any other parasites we've encountered.
Above Huang Jihai in level, the currently known one is the Nightmare Eater inside Sun Xuechao.
Previously, Sun Xuechao had threatened Huang Jihai with the Nightmare Clan member inside him, claiming his Nightmare Clan member was Huang Jihai's master. Sun Xuechao's strength at that time wasn't strong enough, probably because his fusion with the Nightmare Eater inside him wasn't complete enough. As for a Nightmare Clan member of a higher level than Sun Xuechao,
Chen Shi pointed to himself, saying no more.
Peanut nodded slightly, then our 3 confirmed targets are Dr. Zhao, Huang Jihai, and Sun Xuechao. The higher the level, the harder they are to deal with, and the greater the risk, but correspondingly, the greater the reward. Just then, Zhu Weifeng, Gan Shui, and Dabing's phones suddenly rang simultaneously. After they pulled out their phones and looked, their expressions changed slightly.
It's Candu.
Zhu Weifeng said he was being pursued by parasites outside. He said he sought refuge from official personnel and narrowly escaped. Fortunately, Zhoua City, where he is now, is not a contaminated area, otherwise it would have been dangerous.
Peanut reminded, although
Zhoua City is not a contaminated area, the adjacent Qinyun City is a dream-contaminated area.
Tell your friend to be careful to avoid it. Gan Shui gritted his teeth, are they still pursuing him even after he's run so far? This is completely not giving him a way out.
Baozi said indifferently, the number of ability users in each contaminated area is limited. If valuable resources run away, parasites will naturally be responsible for resource recovery.
Chen Shi thought of something, then can we consider these outward-bound parasites as hunting targets?
The other's eyes lit up, that's right, once they leave the contaminated area, parasites lose their home field advantage and enter our home field instead.
Isn't it easier to deal with them? Zhu Weifeng said, how about we investigate the strength of this parasite's pursuing Candu? If it works, we'll make him a target. Peanut shook his head, these parasites sent out are basically parasites of the lowest level Nightmare Clan, not even a domain level one. Baozi also said, we've killed many of these roaming parasites outside before. They are completely cannon fodder sent out by the Nightmare Clan, it doesn't hurt if they die outside. Chen Shi's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly said, what if I ran out? Peanut met Chen Shi's gaze, nodding in agreement, good idea. Chen Shi's importance to the Nightmare Clan goes without
saying, and his own strength is formidable. Once he runs out of the contaminated area, the Nightmare Clan cannot possibly send only the lowest level parasites to capture him, that would be no different from sending food to him. Even someone like Bian Zihan wouldn't pose a threat to Chen Shi. So they would definitely send higher level parasites. Chen Shi originally needed time to digest the candied hawthorn in his body, and coffee's revival also required waiting. Before that, he indeed had nothing to do. It would be better to go out for a stroll and see if he could lure out high-level parasites.
Biscuit, get ready. We'll set off in the next 2 days.
Peanut looked at Juefeng and the others, saying, as for you, just stay in Jinghai City and continue to farm high-level food. Juefeng and the others hesitated for a moment but could only nod in agreement.
Their current strength was too weak, following along wouldn't help much and might even hold them back. What about me? Dabing asked expectantly. I have nothing to do if I stay here. Why don't you take me with you? You? Peanut shook his head. You should stay in Jinghai City and see if you can find the 4th high-level food. Juefeng said mercilessly, when you don't have a big move, you're no different from a dog. Taking you is worse than taking a police dog.
Dabing opened his mouth to retort but found he had nothing to say.
Captain, have you decided where to go? Chen Qi asked. Peanut nodded. It's the same no matter where we go. The main thing is to ensure your safety. I will apply to the higher-ups to mobilize manpower to escort us all the way. But if you don't have other arrangements, I plan to take Lin Ning to her parents on the way. Chen Qi was puzzled. Are you sending her away? But won't parasites still come looking for her later? She's still a child.
At this age, she should be studying, not fighting with us, Peanut explained. I will send her to Lugang City. Later, the country will build a safe zone in Lugang City specifically to accommodate victims like Lin Ning. Her safety will be guaranteed there. We've already found jobs for her parents in Lugang City. After this, their family of 3 will live there. Baozi added from the side, also, the source of pollution in Lin Ning's body has already been extracted. It's in the small broken house on the back mountain of the village. We've already sealed it off. Biscuit, you can go and eat once you're ready. That will probably have to wait until I return from this trip. Chen Qi paused. Actually, I really want to visit my dad. Chen Qi felt that something must have happened to his dad. After so many days, his dad hadn't sent him a single message, which was clearly abnormal. He didn't know when, but his father had entered bot mode. As long as he messaged his father would reply, and everything he said seemed normal. But if Chen Qi didn't contact him, he would never proactively contact Chen Qi. However, Chen Qi had confirmed with Baozi that the place his father was on a business trip was not within a contaminated area. So he wanted to go in person to see and confirm his father's situation. Peanut nodded. That's fine. We can go there on the way after dropping off Lin Ning. He then instructed Baozi, go locate Biscuit's father's phone and arrange for someone to investigate the situation first. That night, Chen Qi again proactively chatted with his dad for a while. From the chat content, no abnormalities could be seen. Chen Qi also reconfirmed his father's location. He claimed to still be on a business trip in Liangzhou City, and regarding the date of return, it was still 2 words, as soon as possible. Chen Qi's intuition grew stronger. He was increasingly certain that something had happened to his father. And the news Baozi provided the next day further confirmed Chen Qi's guess. I can't track your father's phone. I checked the usage of your father's identity information, and the most recent record was over 20 days ago, showing he checked into a hotel in Liangzhou City, but he checked out after 2 days. And his phone's last location information shows that after he checked out of the hotel in Liangzhou City, he went to Changle City, hundreds of kilometers away, the next day. We are currently retrieving surveillance footage from various locations to confirm your father's final whereabouts, but it might take a while to get results. At this point, Baozi's tone sank. You need to be mentally prepared. Half of Changle City is currently shrouded in dream pollution. Chen Qi took a deep breath. Since he was already mentally prepared for this result, it wasn't too difficult to accept. Changle City, it's not far from Lugang City. Should we go take a look? Chen Qi pondered in his heart. If he still couldn't determine his father's whereabouts after arriving in Lugang City, he planned to go to Changle City. At that time, he would arrange to meet his father in advance and see if he could bring him back. Baozi reminded, the Nightmare Clan has a strong sense of territory. If you enter the dream pollution zone of Changle City, it might deter the parasites tracking you. Chen Qi nodded, I'll be careful. It seems the Nightmare Clan is not a monolithic entity, there's clear competition among them. He had this speculation before when he heard that the Nightmare Clan was unwilling to upgrade pollution because they were fighting for territory. The existence of territorial awareness further confirmed his guess.
Oh, right. Baozi sent a route map to Chun Chi's phone.
The captain has decided to depart tomorrow.
This is the route I've planned for you.
Chen Chi opened it and looked. This time, he would travel with Peanut, Mirror, and Lin Ning by car, driving all the way from Jinghai City to Lugang City. The journey would take 1 day and 1 night, without getting off the highway, only resting at service areas. Although the purpose of this trip was to lure the enemy, they still wanted to prioritize safely delivering Lin Ning to her destination. It wouldn't be too late to slowly lure the enemy afterward.
September 14th. Chen Chi woke up early in the morning, fully prepared to depart.
Mirror had already parked the car at the base entrance, waiting for them. Chen Chi arrived at the car, and soon after, he saw Peanut and Baozi both walk out with pale faces. The two looked as if their essence had been drained, listless and unable to open their eyelids.
What happened to you two?
Chen Chi looked strange. But then he saw Jia Chuan walk out from behind them. Jia Chuan was already injured and in recovery. After 2 days, his complexion hadn't improved, instead, he looked even weaker.
No, what were you three doing last night?
It was all for you, Jia Chuan said irritably.
Processing your wild food is too exhausting, it almost drained me dry. Baozi handed Chun Chi the plastic bag he was carrying. This is the wild food we processed a second time yesterday.
There's not much, but take it and use it for now.
Chen Chi suddenly understood.
It turned out the three of them had been exhausted from processing the wild food. He opened the plastic bag and saw 2 skewers of fried mushrooms, 2 large baozi, and 2 peanut kernels inside. These were all wild foods processed by the three of them. Chen Chi already had some understanding of the three's abilities, so he also generally knew the effects of these 3 foods.
However, Chen Chi said with some concern, I wonder if these foods will dissipate after leaving the contaminated area?
He had taken wild food out of Jinghai City before, and it had all slowly dissipated in the end.
He wondered if these processed wild foods would be different. Jia Chuan said, let's try it first. If we can't take them out, then we'll leave them in Jinghai City. In any case, we can't waste them.
The three of us were exhausted making these things.
Baozi seemed to recall something and asked, do you need to eat during the journey?
I can change the route to let you pass through other eating fear-contaminated areas to eat something.
Chen Chi was different from other odd food consumers.
Peanut and the others could eat normal food after leaving the contaminated area, and they could also bring more of their exclusive food to eat on the way. But only Chen Chi couldn't eat normal food outside, and he couldn't take wild food out. Chen Chi shook his head, I don't think so. I haven't felt hungry these past 2 days. Ever since he ate the candied hawthorn, he hadn't eaten any wild food and never felt hungry. It was like being full, until he completely digested the candied hawthorn, he wouldn't need to eat any more wild food. After bidding farewell to Zhu Weifeng and the others who came to see them off, Chen Chi and his group officially set off. After getting on the highway, they drove away from Jinghai City and out of the eating fear contamination zone. Seeing that the processed wild food in his hand had not dissipated, Chen Chi was delighted. It seemed that the secondary processing had changed the energy properties of the wild food. Not only him, but Peanut, who was beside him, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, closing his eyes, ready for a good sleep.
Chen Chi, however, said with some concern, Captain, do you think the Nightmare Clan will know that we've left so quietly?
They couldn't track us when we were in Jinghai City, so how will they find us now that we're out of Jinghai City?
You're worrying about the Nightmare Clan now? Peanut found it a bit amusing. Don't think of the Nightmare Clan as so rigid.
They will also try to use our human high-tech things, such as positioning, surveillance, and checking your identity information. It's just that we have higher-level permissions and can impose some restrictions on them.
Of course, it's impossible to completely block their permissions. Give them more time, and they will eventually track us.
Phew. As Peanut spoke, he had already closed his eyes and was emitting light snores.
The car drove at high speed. After passing several service areas, Chen Shi suddenly received several messages from Baozi. Baozi sent several screenshots of surveillance footage in a row. On August 25, Chen Shi's father appeared on the streets of Changle City. On September 7, his father was accompanied by a young boy, and the two appeared together in Jinghai City. Chen Shi's eyes widened. His father returned to Jinghai City on September 7? September 7 was the day I ate the pancake, and it was that night that I escaped the hospital. His father, who had always claimed to be on a business trip out of town, had quietly returned to Jinghai City a week ago. Why did my dad hide his whereabouts? Chen Shi's gaze fell on the young man next to his father in the photo. Who was he? Baozi quickly provided the answer. Baozi, the young man in the photo, is named Pan Jianing. He is a domain-level parasite from Kongning City, powerful, and controls a large-scale visible domain. Chen Shi had no concept of powerful in isolation, but when it came to a large-scale visible domain, he immediately had a reference point. Among the parasites he had encountered so far, only two had used a visible domain, Professor Huang Jihai from Jinghai Medical College, and himself, or rather, the Nightmare Eater within him. The Nightmare Eater had previously used a red visible domain at Jingquan Elementary School, but its range was not large. The Nightmare Eater within Chen Shi and Sun Xueqiao might have a higher status within the Nightmare Clan than Huang Jihai, but because they had not fully accepted the fusion, their strength was inferior to Huang Jihai's. Currently, the strongest parasites Chen Shi had seen personally was Huang Jihai, who controlled a large-scale visible domain and could directly control ordinary people within it. So, this young man next to my dad is a parasite with similar strength to Huang Jihai? Chen Shi, even if my dad was contaminated or even parasitized in Changle City, how did he get involved with the parasites from Kongning City? Chen Shi, didn't they say that different contaminated areas have territorial awareness and are in competition? How did they end up cooperating? Baozi, Changle City and Kongning City both belong to the dream contamination, so the possibility of the two sides cooperating for certain reasons cannot be ruled out. Baozi, generally speaking, different types of Nightmare Clan have greater hostility towards each other. Immediately after, Baozi sent several more photos, showing Chen Shi's father, Pan Jianing, and several other unfamiliar faces. Based on the time and location marked on the photos, it was known that Chen Shi's father had left Jinghai City in the early morning of September 8. Pan Jianing also left with him, and among the other unfamiliar people accompanying them, some appeared to be injured. Baozi, among the other people appearing in the photos, two have been confirmed as parasites from Changle City and Kongning City respectively. Based on this, it can be inferred that the others should also be parasites. Baozi, although they did not enter Jinghai City with your father, they left together. Baozi, that night, several domain-level parasites in Jinghai City, including Huang Jihai, also showed unusual movements. Combined with the injuries of some parasites in the photos, a conflict should have broken out between the two sides. Let me sort this out. Chen Shi pondered. Dad and a group of parasites returned to Jinghai City on September 7, then had a fight with Huang Jihai and his group, and then left in a hurry in the early morning of September 8. It feels like a group of people came to someone else's territory, looking for trouble and got beaten back. Chen Shi put down his phone and asked Mirror, who was driving, "You said that we odd food consumer and you dream thief are essentially the same, our abilities are different only because the cities we are in have different contaminations." Mirror countered. That's right, what exactly are you trying to say? I'm thinking, if a person is an ordinary person in Jinghai City, will he suddenly become a dream thief when he goes to Kongning City? That's impossible. Odd food consumer and dream thief are essentially born with special physiques. People with such special physiques will awaken special abilities no matter what kind of contamination they are under. Chen Shi nodded, having some new conjectures in his mind. His father was undoubtedly an ordinary person and did not possess the special physique to become an ability user. Otherwise, when Chen Shi first discovered the abnormal food, his father should have seen the same scene as him. And such an ordinary person, even if he went to other contaminated areas, would only become an unremarkable member among the many contaminated people. To put it bluntly, even if his father was parasitized,
he would only be the target of the lowest level nightmare clan.
Why could he act with the powerful parasites like Pan Jianing? And accompanied by a group of other domain-level parasites? The answer was obvious. The only special thing about his father was that he had him as a son. So, like my mother, my father was targeted by the Nightmare Clan because of me? Has my reputation spread to other contaminated areas?
Chen Shi couldn't imagine that he, who was still in the mental hospital at the time, had already attracted the attention and importance of other contaminated areas, and even possibly triggered a major battle between domain-level parasites. It was even more likely that it had facilitated the cooperation between the two major contaminated areas of Kongning City and Changla City. However, even if he was truly special to this extent, how did Changla City and Kongning City, thousands of miles away, know of his existence? Why did only these two contaminated areas target him? Why did other contaminated areas not get the news? Chen Shi thought carefully and believed that his specialness should have been transmitted to the Changla City contaminated area through his father. His father knew about his situation, knew that the food in his eyes had become abnormal, and also knew that he secretly ate wild food. Perhaps this information attracted the parasites from Changla City and Kongning City. Then, this trip of mine, won't it attract the parasites from Changla City and Kongning City as well? Chen Shi, Mirror, and Peanut took turns driving, and after a day and a night of arduous travel, they finally arrived in Lugang City on the morning of September 15th. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way, and Lin Ning behaved obediently and sensibly throughout, not making things difficult for the three grown men with no childcare experience. Upon entering Lugang City, Chen Shi clearly felt a heightened sense of vigilance different from other cities. It was no exaggeration to say there was a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5. Chen Shi and his group were only allowed to pass after layers of checks and identity verification.
Ning Ning.
A young couple, probably under 30, picked Lin Ning up, hugged her tightly, their faces a mixture of joy and guilt. Lin Ning seemed a bit unfamiliar with her suddenly appearing parents, but in the end, she actively hugged her father's neck. The family left in a car, accompanied by local officials. As they left, Lin Ning turned her head and waved to Chen Shi and his group.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Chen Shi also waved, understanding in his heart that never seeing again was perhaps his best wish.
Let's go. Peanut patted Chen Shi's shoulder. We can't stay in Lugang City for long, lest we bring danger here. Chen Shi nodded.
Lugang City was a pure land built by the authorities for disaster victims, and indeed, disputes should not be brought here. The three immediately drove away from Lugang City without stopping.
Where next? Mirror asked, are we going to Changlu City?
Chen Shi thought for a moment and nodded, we can drive around Changla City, no rush to go in. Based on the information he currently had, his father was either in Changla City or Kongning City.
Peanut reminded, after we leave the Lugang City area, I'll have Baozi's side remove all confidentiality measures regarding Biscuit's information, so the Nightmare Clan will quickly track our whereabouts.
This also means that danger can strike at any time, and we must remain vigilant. The next route must avoid urban areas and all densely populated areas. The higher-ups will also keep track of our route and arrange protective forces near us.
Chen Shi understood that the real hunting moment was coming.
As for whether they would be hunted by parasites or they would hunt parasites in return, it would depend on the strength of both sides. At noon that day, Baozi sent a message, the parasites in Jinghai City were on the move. Professor Huang Jihai from Jinghai Medical College had taken a long leave, cancelled all his classes, and all his clinic appointments at Jinghai Medical College, and simply disappeared. Although Huang Jihai's movements were not captured, there was sufficient reason to suspect that he had left Jinghai City to track Chen Shi and his group. As expected, they attach great importance to you. Even an old guy like this has been dispatched. Mirror exclaimed, unlike me, no one cares about me even after leaving Kongning City for so long. Peanut, on the other hand, looked grave. They wanted to catch a big fish, but this time the fish they were catching was already the biggest they could imagine. Facing this level of parasites, even outside the contaminated area, it's very troublesome. Their domain coverage is too large. A large domain coverage meant that dealing with him still relied mainly on odd food consumer and dream thief.
Ordinary people with firearms would be controlled before their target even entered effective range.
Next, Chen Qi and his group became extremely vigilant, even slowing down their driving speed, allowing the authorities to set up a dragnet in the next few service areas. They were just waiting for Huang Jihai to appear. But they spent 2 days slowly arriving at Changla City, and even drove around Changla City again and again, but the parasites tracking them never showed up.
This shouldn't be. We've slowed down, they should have caught up already. Mirror was a bit bored.
These past few days were just spent wandering in desolate places, and they couldn't go to lively places to play, which was indeed very boring. Maybe they also realized something was off, knowing this is a trap for them.
Peanut said. They're probably not in a hurry.
Chen Qi said, catching other odd food consumer is because they know those odd food consumer won't go back once they're out, but they know I will definitely return to Jinghai City, so there's no need to risk coming to catch me.
Since they know you'll go back, why? Would they be so eager to follow? Mirror wondered.
Although Huang Jihai's whereabouts were still unknown, several parasites, including Huang Jihai, had not shown up in Jinghai City these past few days. Chen Qi's heart stirred, and he said, perhaps they're afraid I'll be taken away by someone else.
If the parasites from Changla City and Kangning City really went to Jinghai City for him before, then he was now a coveted prize being fought over by several contaminated areas. Should he put some pressure on the parasites?
It was simple to verify his conjecture, just go to Changla City. You're afraid I'll be snatched away by competitors, so I'll voluntarily join the enemy. Let's see if you show yourselves.
Mirror, drive straight into the Changla City contaminated area.
Chen Qi told his thoughts to his two teammates.
Peanut pondered, then let's drive into the contaminated zone and take a look.
Mirror warned, once you enter the contaminated zone, remember one thing, no sleeping.
You must stay alert, not even a nap is allowed. Just as the dream thief's first rule upon entering the eating fear contaminated zone is not to eat anything, the odd food consumer's most important rule upon entering the dream contaminated zone is not to sleep.
At this moment, Chen Qi couldn't help but miss coffee again. He felt that coffee's ability was simply a natural counter to this dream contamination. If he drank a super cola, twice processed by coffee, Chen Qi could guarantee at least 36 hours without closing his eyes.
The car turned around and headed straight for the Changla City contaminated zone.
While driving, Mirror repeatedly explained various precautions for the dream contaminated zone.
Not sleeping only prevents you from being contaminated, but it doesn't guarantee your safety.
As the contamination deepens in the dream contaminated zone, reality and dreams will become more closely intertwined.
If parasites influence it, we might be attacked by sleepwalkers.
Additionally, some powerful parasites have domains that come with hypnotic effects.
You must use your willpower to resist. If you really can't resist and are dragged into a dream, don't panic. Try your best to protect yourself in the dream and wait for my rescue. Peanut nodded, don't be so stressed.
I've already reported our plan to headquarters, and the Dream Thief Squad stationed in Changla City will come to support us as soon as possible. As they spoke, Mirror had already driven the car into the contaminated zone.
Chen Qi looked out the window with some curiosity. The first feeling the roadside scenery gave him was desolation.
Although Jinghai City was contaminated, there were no obvious abnormalities on the surface, places that should be lively were still lively.
But Changla City was visibly desolate.
No one was seen outdoors, and no cars were seen on the roads. It was too quiet, so much so that the sound of Chen Qi's car driving was particularly jarring.
It's like a ghost town. Is the entire contaminated zone like this? Chen Qi couldn't help but ask.
Mirror slowed down and replied, as the contamination deepens, everyone's sleep time gets longer and longer.
Everyone is sleeping, so naturally, you see very few people on the road. However, you can still see some people in cars in the downtown area, and if you look closely, you'll find that people are actually all crowded indoors.
Chen Qi carefully observed the roadside shops. Through the glass display windows and doors, he indeed saw people inside every store. He saw a convenience store cashier dozing off on the counter,
and a fruit store owner sleeping with his head resting on a cantaloupe. No, this is possible? Chen-Shi stared, dumbfounded, at a barber shop. The customer getting a haircut was sound asleep in the chair, and the barber himself was cutting hair with his eyes closed. That boss can cut hair even when he's asleep? He's in a sleepwalking state, Mirror explained. This is what I meant by the high integration of dream and reality. In his dream, he is also running his barbershop, and there is an identical customer in his dream barbershop at this moment, so there won't actually be any mistakes. Chen-Shi pondered, does everyone construct their own life scenes in their dreams? Exactly. When two people's dreams intersect, the originally independent single-person dreams become public multi-person dreams. When the dreams of an entire city's people connect, they form a city in a dream. As they spoke, they saw a bus pass by them. The driver had his eyes closed and his head tilted, drool almost dripping, yet he steadily held the steering wheel, skillfully turning, accelerating, and stopping at stops. Mirror turned around and followed the bus. Their purpose in entering the dream-contaminated zone was not to explore it, so they didn't go deep, only looking around the periphery. It was rare to see a car on the road, so they followed and observed for a while. Chen-Shi noticed that not everyone was sleepwalking with their eyes closed. Most of the passengers who got off the bus had their eyes open, but they all looked listless and dispirited, as if they could fall asleep at any moment. After a tour, Chen-Shi quickly became accustomed to many things within the dream-contaminated zone. He saw people repairing cars while sleeping, and also saw sleepwalkers cooking, eating, fishing, swimming. And he quickly discovered an even stranger phenomenon: everyone was silent. Someone sleepwalked into a barbershop, sat down, and without a word, the barber knew what haircut he wanted. Entering a restaurant, there was no need to order, soon, the boss would bring out the food. In a coffee shop, a young couple on a date faced each other with their eyes closed, not saying a word. They complete their communication in their dreams, Mirror explained. You haven't been to a school. That's truly scary, a classroom full of so many people, all of them having class without saying a word. Chen-Shi felt that the entire city was strangely peculiar, as if everyone was playing a virtual online game, living in another world. If this continued, he felt that the real world would eventually be abandoned by them. Peanut's words also confirmed Chen-Shi's guess. It is said that most people in Kongning City now skip even the sleepwalking step. Except for some necessary things, almost everything is done in dreams. Mirror nodded. For example, things like attending classes or going on dates can be done directly in dreams, even skipping sleepwalking. Lying in bed without leaving the house can solve most things. If this were their own choice, that would be fine, but in reality, after these ordinary people are contaminated, they gradually can't distinguish between dream and reality. Like Kongning City, after entering a state of eternal sleep, dream and reality have completely merged into one world. They themselves don't perceive anything wrong, and outsiders entering Kongning City will quickly blend into the dream, similarly feeling nothing abnormal. At this moment, a black car suddenly drove towards Chen-Shi and his companions. Chen-Shi immediately became alert, but then heard Peanut remind him, "It's our people." The window of the black car rolled down, and a red-haired woman leaned out and asked, "Are you friends from Jinghai City? We received instructions from above to protect your safety." Peanut nodded, "Thank you." In the black car, including the driver, there were 3 people. A man with a buzz cut in the back seat asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Chen-Shi pondered slightly and said, "We plan to go a little deeper, to some places with more people." They had been wandering around the periphery of this contaminated zone for a while, and hadn't seen any effect. So Chen-Shi decided to move closer to the center of the contamination. If that didn't work, he would find a parasite in Changlei City to practice on. If even this couldn't force out the parasites from Jinghai City, then they would have to withdraw from Changlei City and think of other methods. The red-haired woman frowned slightly but still nodded. "All right then, we'll lead the way, you follow." They were more familiar with the Changlei City contaminated zone and could exercise caution to prevent Chen-Shi and his companions from blindly rushing into high-risk areas. So Chen-Shi and his 3 companions followed behind the black car. Driving in Changlei City was very enjoyable. There were few cars on the main roads,
no need to pay attention to traffic lights, no pedestrians, and no electric scooters darting around. It felt somewhat like playing a racing game. So as they drove, their speed unconsciously increased. And just as they were about to enter the Changla City pedestrian street commercial area, a voice suddenly warned Chen-Chi in his mind, "Stop now." Chen-Chi was slightly startled but did not tell Mirror to stop the car, only to slow down a little. The black car in front saw Chen-Chi and his companions slowing down, so it also slowed down. "If you don't want to die, don't go any further." The voice in his mind sounded again. Chen-Chi responded mockingly in his mind, "Not playing dead anymore?" He never believed he had completely gotten rid of Nightmare Eater. Even if he had chewed off the nightmare head last time, it probably just injured Nightmare Eater at most. If those nightmares discover you're in my existence, they will spare no effort to obliterate us. It's still not too late to turn back now. Nightmare Eater's tone was serious and low. Chen-Chi didn't even bother to say more to him. However, since Nightmare Eater was stirring, it meant there was definitely something ahead. Remind the front car to prepare for battle. Chen-Chi's eyes were sharp as he scanned his surroundings. Peanut didn't ask further, immediately took out his phone as a walkie-talkie, and issued a warning to the front car. In just a few seconds, about 20 meters above the ground, less than 100 meters ahead, a fist-sized eyeball suddenly appeared out of thin air. "Parasite! Don't make eye contact with it," Mirror immediately warned. Chen-Chi immediately averted his gaze, but still felt the scene in front of him slightly double vision. Both cars immediately pulled over to the side of the road. "Get out of the car quickly. Don't stay in an enclosed space, otherwise you won't even have time to react when you're dragged into a dream." Chen-Chi and his companions quickly got out of the car. At this moment, they saw the eyeball in the air retract, but immediately afterward, tiny cracks suddenly appeared in the air. Each crack was only the size of a finger, and behind those cracks, hundreds of eyes, densely packed, suddenly appeared and blinked together, instantly giving Chen-Chi goosebumps all over. Those eyeballs looked down at them from the sky, covering the sky above their heads. Chen-Chi quickly lowered his head, only by doing so could he avoid making eye contact with those eyes. Just then, he saw two withered, thin hands appear under Peanut's feet at some point, suddenly grabbing Peanut's ankles, as if to drag him into another dimension. Chen-Chi already held the processed food he brought from Jinghai City in his hand and immediately bit off a Zhachuan of fried potatoes. He instantly mastered Zhachuan's fried hand ability, crouched down, and gripped the two withered, thin hands. A sizzling sound arose, and the two withered, thin hands almost melted in Chen-Chi's palm, then retracted like lightning. However, what Chen-Chi didn't notice was that at this moment, two more hands appeared behind him. These two hands were holding a huge bag and suddenly lunged to cover Chen-Chi's head. Chen-Chi's vision went black. He quickly grabbed the darkness in front of him, pulled with both hands, tearing through the darkness, and found himself back in his original spot. But his teammates who were just beside him were all gone. And those eyeballs in the sky fell like dumplings, hitting the ground and turning into small, distinct black and white flowers. They landed on him, also becoming the same small flowers, and quickly took root. Those vein-like roots instantly pierced his skin, connected to the blood vessels inside him, and grew to become part of his body. Chen-Chi didn't panic as he watched the black and white flowers rapidly take root and sprout on him, because he knew this was just a dream. Chen-Chi plucked a black and white flower from his arm, and a sharp pain immediately shot through it. He ignored the pain, hesitating whether to put the flower in his mouth and taste it. Then, the black and white flower bloomed in his hand, and an eyeball appeared in its center. It met Chen-Chi's gaze and even blinked. "Looks edible." Seeing the eyeball, Chen-Chi no longer hesitated and swallowed the black and white flower in one bite. The taste wasn't bad, but it felt a bit insubstantial and lacked real texture, like eating cotton candy. Just then, Chen-Chi felt a movement on his back. He glanced back and saw that the abnormality on his back was rapidly growing. Originally, the bone arm and half a torso on his back had gradually atrophied after a few days of absorption and digestion on the road, leaving less than a fifth of their original size. Chen-Chi could basically conceal it by wearing loose clothing. At this rate, the abnormality would completely disappear in another day or two. But at this moment, within the dream, the abnormality on his back grew wildly again. The torso rapidly grew complete, a new head sprouted from his neck, and 2 bone arms grew from Chun-Chi's shoulders. Those 2 arms swung rapidly, constantly plucking the black and white flowers from Chun-Chi's body and feeding them into the mouth on his back.
Are you trying to steal my food?
Chun-Chi continued to eat the black and white flowers while quickly observing his surroundings.
This dream was almost indistinguishable from reality.
If his teammates hadn't disappeared, Chun-Chi might not have realized it was a dream immediately. However, based on what he knew before, even without the threat of a nightmare, a dream was full of dangers.
What is that? Chun-Chi noticed a patch of shadow suddenly appearing on the road not far away, rapidly approaching him. Dream pollution? Chun-Chi wasn't too sure. Everything in dreams was bizarre, and dream pollution came in many forms, not unified.
For a dream thief, all strange phenomena and various dangers in a dream could be considered dream pollution. The common characteristic of this type of pollution was that only ability users could see it. Ordinary people couldn't see these abnormalities in dreams. At this time, the 2 most correct ways to deal with it were to run away or to wake up. It was like having a nightmare, either you kept running in the dream or you were startled awake.
Chun-Chi immediately ran in the opposite direction.
It was as if an unknown monster was hidden within the shadow behind him, constantly giving chase.
Stop just eating, think of something. Chun-Chi cursed at the nightmare eater behind him as he ran.
After the nightmare eater grew arms and a head in the dream, he had been frantically eating the flowers on Chun-Chi's body, basically finishing all of them. "I'm eating the flowers to save you," the nightmare eater replied.
Just then, a black and white flower on Chun-Chi's lower abdomen rapidly expanded like a balloon. This was the last black and white flower on Chun-Chi's body. Chun-Chi hadn't noticed it, and the nightmare eater couldn't see or reach it.
The moment this black and white flower began to expand, Chun-Chi immediately plucked it off, intending to throw it aside.
But it was too late.
The black and white flower, which had expanded to the size of a watermelon, exploded in his hand, releasing a cloud of distinct black and white mist. This mist moved with Chun-Chi as he ran, always remaining in front of him. The black and white mist flowed, gradually forming the shape of an eyeball. The white became the sclera, and the black became the pupil. Then, in the next second, the eyeball formed by the mist solidified from ethereal to real, its pupil, larger than Chun-Chi's head, gleamed black. Within that pupil, a figure was reflected. Chun-Chi spared a thought to look and found it was himself, running at full speed. Just then, the Chun-Chi reflected in the pupil suddenly opened his mouth in an exaggerated smile, revealing 2 rows of perfectly white teeth.
Chun-Chi confirmed he wasn't smiling, nor had he shown his teeth. But never mind that. Chun-Chi threw a punch at the eyeball.
Before his fist could even touch the eyeball, the figure in the pupil suddenly burst out. Chun-Chi's fist landed squarely on his face, smashing the handsome face, identical to his own, inward. Then he saw the head under his fist explode like a rotten watermelon, and from the bursting brain, spiders-like insects crawled out, one by one.
Unlike normal spiders, these spider-like insects were plump and tender, like large, fat maggots with legs.
In an instant, hundreds of spider-like insects crawled out, covering Chun-Chi's entire body. Chun-Chi felt a slight discomfort, but quickly suppressed it. The nightmare eater behind him, however, began to eat like a storm, his hands moving rapidly, grabbing handfuls of spider-like insects and stuffing them directly into his mouth. But those spider-like insects began to spit out black threads, and in a blink of an eye, they covered Chun-Chi's body in a layer, as if Chun-Chi was wearing black stockings. Chun-Chi waved his hand, preparing to break these black threads, but found them incredibly tough. He looked closely and vaguely felt that the black threads didn't look like threads, they looked more like tiny intestines. Chun-Chi suddenly felt his legs tighten abruptly, bound by something, preventing him from taking a step while running. His body stumbled, losing balance, and he fell forward. It turned out the spider-like insects had wrapped his legs with black threads. Now Chun-Chi was truly wearing black stockings. However, he had no time to appreciate it, because the shadow that had been relentlessly chasing him had already pounced. Just then, a voice exploded in Chun-Chi's ear like thunder.
Biscuit!
Chen Qi was startled. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground, with Peanut slapping his face and shouting in his ear.
It turned out Peanut had woken him up.
Chen Qi scrambled to his feet and instinctively touched his back, finding that the abnormality hadn't recurred.
At this moment, the 3 members of the Changla City Dream Thief Squad were staring warily at a young man in front of them.
The young man's face, arms, and all exposed skin were covered in eyes. The attack Chen Qi and the others had just experienced clearly came from him. However, apart from having eyes everywhere, the young man generally maintained a human form. Parasites infected by nightmares generally had a lower degree of physical mutation than those infected by nightmare eaters.
In terms of combat power in reality, nightmare eater parasites were also stronger.
Nightmare parasites, however, were stronger in dreams, and in contaminated areas, they could hide in dreams, making it difficult to locate them in reality.
This is a domain-level parasite.
His domain has the effect of pulling people into dreams.
We must always be careful of hands appearing around us. Mirror approached and reminded Chen Qi. Domain level, ha!
Chen Qi suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the young man. Domain level, he hadn't just eaten one for the first time, more than one domain level had already died by his mouth. He had been hiding before, and Chen Qi really couldn't do anything about him, but since he showed up, it was a good chance to taste what a nightmare was like.
Hey! What are you doing?
Seeing Chen Qi rush directly towards the multi-eyed youth, the 3 members of the Changla City Squad's expressions changed slightly.
The red-haired woman cursed under her breath and pulled the trigger on the multi-eyed youth.
With a bang, a bullet left the barrel and shot towards the multi-eyed youth, instantly piercing his body. A bloody hole appeared in the multi-eyed youth's abdomen, but then his body rippled like a reflection on water and disappeared. Chen Qi lost his target and had to stop for a moment. Among the 3 members of the Changla City Squad, the red-haired woman had the hottest temper and couldn't help but curse, "If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Our mission is to protect your safety, not to accompany you on a team monster hunt."
The short-haired man also couldn't help but say, "You've lived until now, so you shouldn't be new, right? Don't you know that to survive, the most important thing is to avoid meaningless battles?" Peanut knew Chen Qi's abilities and understood his thoughts. He opened his mouth and said, "Before, in Jinghai City." The tall man among the Changla City trio, who hadn't spoken yet, interrupted, "I don't care how you were in Jinghai City before. Maybe you are very powerful odd food consumers, but this is Changla City, a dream-contaminated area. Here, if you want to survive, you must listen to our command and not act rashly." Facing the protection mission suddenly assigned from above, the 3 of them already felt some resistance. In their eyes, Chen Qi and his 2 companions were probably sent by the higher-ups to cause trouble. They didn't think that odd food consumers from Jinghai City could be of any use in Kongning City. It's normal for anyone to feel angry when risking their lives for something meaningless, especially if the person being protected doesn't listen to commands and acts on their own. Chen Qi didn't argue with the 3 of them, he just looked around, searching for the multi-eyed young man's whereabouts, and asked, "Can you find him?" The red-haired woman snorted, "Just now, the 3 of us finally managed to lock onto his anchor point in the dream, ready to surround him in the middle of the dream. Now that you've messed things up, who can find him? Now no one knows if he's left or not, and we have to be on edge, constantly guarding against his sneak attacks." Chen Qi thought to himself, "If you hadn't shot, he might have already been bitten to death by me." However, this wasn't the time to argue. Mirror proactively said, "Let's go search in the surrounding dreams. If we can't find him, he should have gone far away." When nightmare parasites are within a contaminated area, they possess the ability to travel between dreams and reality. When they hide in a dream, they often leave only an extremely hidden anchor point in reality. At this time, to find them, one must either find the anchor point or actively enter the dream to search. Comparatively speaking, the latter is actually less difficult. That's the only way. The red-haired woman said reluctantly, "You 3 go in and look for him. I'll stay here with them too." Saying that, she pointed at Chen Qi and Peanut. So Mirror and the other 2 members of the Changla City team stood together, and soon after, all 3 closed their eyes and entered the dream.
It's all about entering the dream, yet parasites only leave an undetectable anchor point in reality, while we dream thieves have to leave our fragile bodies. The red-haired woman grumbled in dissatisfaction. When entering a dream thief's physical body is indeed very fragile and lacks protection. However, once there's any disturbance in reality, dream thieves can actually sense it and will quickly wake up to respond.
Chen-Chi and the two others stood back to back, wary of changes in their surroundings.
The red-haired woman repeatedly instructed, "If you two see that parasite appear, absolutely do not go forward, just leave it to me.
I will force him back into the dream.
At that time, the four of us dream thieves will surround him in the dream. Even if we can't send him to resurrection, we are confident we can severely injure him." A moment later, the red-haired woman suddenly shrieked and lunged forward.
The multi-eyed young man had appeared again.
However, before she could rush forward, another figure had already lunged ahead of her, wrestling with the multi-eyed young man.
"It's you again. You didn't listen to a single word I just said, did you?"
The red-haired woman was so furious her lungs felt like they would explode. She was about to curse loudly, but her mouth, half open, seemed to freeze. Then her expression completely lost control, her mouth opening wider and wider, her eyes widening more and more. She saw that Chen-Chi actually directly bit and tore at the parasite, and in 2 bites, he bit off 2 of his arms covered in eyes.
The multi-eyed young man screamed repeatedly, quickly shrinking back into the dream.
However, Chen-Chi held onto him, biting him, and then was actually pulled into the dream with him. In the dream, the same scene, the same road, Mirror and the other 2 dream thieves were tensing their nerves, forming an encirclement, waiting for the multi-eyed young man to appear. They did wait for him, but it was quite different from what they had imagined. When the multi-eyed young man appeared, half of his body was already gone, and Chen-Chi was riding on him, clearing his parasites. The short-haired man and the tall man were all petrified. Mirror, however, had some psychological preparation, but this was also the first time he had directly witnessed this scene, and the shock was not small. In the blink of an eye, the multi-eyed young man had no eyes left. The short-haired man and the tall man swallowed their saliva, then shifted their attention to the abnormality on Chen-Chi's back.
In reality, the abnormality on Chen-Chi's back had mostly retracted, and coupled with his loose clothing, these 3 members of the Changla City team hadn't noticed the abnormality on him. But in the dream, the nightmare eater on Chen-Chi's back was too conspicuous, he was like a large living person without legs. "Hiss," the short-haired man gasped, "what's going on with your back?" The tall man also had a grave expression, "Are you, a parasite?"
Chen-Chi hadn't answered yet, but the nightmare eater on his back had already sneered, his eyes and tone filled with deep contempt. "It is the greatest honor of your lives, you 3 low-level humans, to have the fortune of seeing me, a noble first-generation nightmare clan."
"Shut up!"
Chen-Chi impatiently slammed his own back, "One more word and I'll twist your head off." Just then, a white cloud floated over their heads and suddenly began to fall downwards. The white cloud instantly turned into a dull, multicolored rainbow, constantly flickering and distorting with dazzling colors, as if light pollution had materialized.
"Dream pollution. Get out quickly."
As soon as Mirror finished speaking, he, the short-haired man, and the tall man disappeared. Only Chen-Chi remained in place.
Chen-Chi did not possess the ability to freely enter and exit dreams.
Seeing the light pollution cloud enveloping him, he could only run frantically, waiting for his teammates to wake him up in reality. However, he waited and waited, but still couldn't escape the dream.
"Why aren't they calling me? Are they so slow?"
On the other side, in reality, Mirror and the 2 Changla City team members woke up simultaneously.
Mirror immediately looked around and then said, puzzled, "Where's Biscuit?" The red-haired woman still hadn't recovered, and subconsciously asked, "Didn't you see him?" "We saw him in the dream, but where's his body?"
"Quickly wake him up, dream pollution is here."
Peanut only now realized something was wrong, his body went into the dream with him. The red-haired woman also recovered, right. He went into the dream with the parasite, even his body went in.
This, Mirror and the others were dumbfounded. The ability to travel between dreams and reality with one's body was something only nightmare parasites possessed.
How did Chen-Chi master it? The tall man frowned. He really is a parasite. Peanut said with a serious tone, quickly find a way to get him out.
The short-haired man shook his head. This is the first time we've encountered such a situation. If he's a parasite, they should naturally possess the ability to enter and exit dreams.
Clearly, he doesn't possess this ability. Peanut said, talking nonsense is meaningless. His safety is more important than all our lives combined. Think of a solution. The tall man pondered, when parasites enter a dream, they leave an anchor point in reality. He should be the same. As long as we find the anchor point he left, we can naturally rescue him.
The red-haired woman shook her head. Anchor points are too difficult to find.
Currently, the number of successful cases is still in the single digits.
Mirror sighed. I'll go in and see if I can bring him out.
You all think of other ways. After speaking, Mirror entered the dream again.
Chen-Chi was struggling to evade the pursuing light pollution cloud.
Seeing Mirror appear, he immediately said anxiously, "Why haven't you woken me up yet? Quickly wake me up. Your body also entered the dream, we can't find your body."
Mirror's words made Chen-Chi freeze. He recalled that at the time, he had grabbed the multi-eyed young man, biting fiercely at the abnormality on his body, and was thus brought in.
So his physical body also came in?
Chen-Chi turned around and quickly ran to Mirror, hugging him. "You go out now and see if you can take me out." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen-Chi hugged nothing. Mirror was gone, and he was still in place.
It seems it's not possible. The next second, Mirror appeared again.
Just then, a purple halo enveloped them.
Chen-Chi's expression changed. Visible domain.
A visible domain actually appeared in the dream, which meant there was a powerful nightmare parasite nearby.
Go! Mirror pulled Chen-Chi and ran. The two ran frantically.
As soon as they ran out of the domain's range, Mirror casually opened a door by the roadside.
"Quick, go in."
The two hid inside, and Mirror immediately closed the door behind him. Looking at the scene behind the door, Chen-Chi was slightly stunned. Behind the door was actually a bathroom. A wet and dry separation layout, a mirror broken into 3 pieces. Everything was very familiar. "This is my exclusive dream, which you can also understand as a safe house," Mirror explained. Every dream thief must find their own safe house to get a good night's sleep in the contaminated zone. Chen-Chi had already understood related concepts. An exclusive dream corresponded to an exclusive food in the eating fear contamination. If an odd food consumer couldn't find a way to produce exclusive food in the contaminated zone, they would either starve to death or eat strange food and become contaminated. It was similar for dream thieves. If they couldn't find an exclusive dream, they would either stay awake or become contaminated in their sleep. No one could escape contamination in a dream forever by just running away.
The purpose of an exclusive dream was that no dream contamination would breed within it. So you usually hide in the toilet to sleep? What's wrong with the toilet? At least it's clean and bright. Many people's safe houses are much more bizarre than mine.
Mirror quickened his pace, saying, "However, this safe house is only safe for me, not for you. If you stay here, dream contamination will still come for you."
Chen-Chi nodded. Someone else's safe house couldn't provide him shelter unless he found his own exclusive dream.
But this was unrealistic for him as an odd food consumer. No one had ever mastered both the abilities of an odd food consumer and a dream thief simultaneously. Once the first high-grade food was consumed or one's exclusive dream was found, everything was set. Mirror's tone became a bit more serious, saying, "When the dream contamination invades later, you'll have no choice but to escape from here.
After that, you can only rely on yourself to survive in the dream. We will try our best to save you, but don't hold too much hope. If you want to get out, you still need to figure out more ways yourself." Chen-Chi's expression also became solemn. This unexpected situation was something they hadn't foreseen. In this strange and dangerous dream, he not only had to be careful of various forms of dream contamination appearing at any time but also guard against attacks from the Nightmare Clan. Remember, multiple dream contaminations might appear simultaneously, so be sure to observe your surroundings in time. Also, in open areas, it will be easier to spot and avoid dream contamination,
but also easier to encounter parasites.
You need to weigh the options.
Before Mirror could finish speaking, the doorknob of the bathroom suddenly turned.
Mirror's expression changed. A safe house can defend against dream contamination, but not against parasites.
If they discover you, you just need to wake up as quickly as possible.
I can't stay any longer.
Take care of yourself. Chenshi suddenly looked up and saw a patch of water spreading across the bathroom ceiling, but upon closer inspection, the water seemed reddish, more like blood.
Contamination again? Even while staying in someone else's safe house, dream contamination would constantly attack Chenshi. Mirror didn't even have time to say goodbye and instantly exited the dream.
As he left, the safe house also shattered. Chenshi found himself no longer in the bathroom but in a women's clothing store on the street.
How do I get out? Chenshi thumped the Nightmare Eater on his back. If I get caught by the Nightmare Clan, you won't have a good outcome either, right? Traversing between reality and illusion is an innate ability of my Nightmare Clan.
By fusing with me, you will naturally master this ability as well.
Looks like you're still not in a hurry.
Chenshi ignored the Nightmare Eater and thought about feasible methods himself. Since I came in by grabbing a parasite, then if I find another parasite and hold on to him when he exits the dream, there's a good chance I can get out. How he got in is how he gets out. This made logical sense.
At this moment, the female sales assistant in the store heard Chenshi muttering to himself and asked, "Handsome, are you looking to buy clothes?"
Just as Chenshi was about to reply, he saw the mannequin next to him suddenly move.
The mannequin, dressed in a floral long dress, took off the hat on its head and lunged it towards Chenshi's head.
Chenshi knew that it wasn't just a hat, it was some kind of symbol. Once that hat was placed on him, he might become contaminated. Chenshi took off running, straight through the clothing store, heading directly for the back door. The two female store clerks watched Chenshi sprint past, both startled, and subconsciously cursed lunatic, but they didn't notice the mannequin relentlessly chasing after Chenshi. Chenshi burst out of the clothing store's back door and was immediately startled by the crowd before him. They had initially been attacked near the pedestrian street, and entering the dream also started from there. After passing through that women's clothing store, just across a main road, was Changla City's pedestrian street. It wasn't that the pedestrian street had a massive flow of people. A quick glance showed scattered individuals, perhaps only a few dozen in total. But compared to the usual desolation, the sudden appearance of so many people made Chenshi feel a significant contrast. However, he thought that this was a dream after all. If it were reality, who knew how many of these dozens of people would still be left? The denser the crowd, the more severe the contamination. This rule also applied in the dream-contaminated zone. Chenshi did not approach the pedestrian street but ran in the opposite direction. The mannequin behind him kept up the chase. Chenshi ran wildly along a small path and, seeing an internet cafe with an open door, he directly ducked inside. Upon entering, he was somewhat surprised to find the internet cafe quite crowded, possibly with 40 or 50 people. Perhaps it was because, for many, an internet cafe was also a good place to sleep. Chenshi speculated, as various noisy sounds from the internet cafe occasionally reached his ears. That dog-faced dealer. I made short of one, and I bet 100 yuan but still couldn't get 3 stars. The team fight has been going on for 3 minutes, and the mastery is still farming in the jungle.
Guangji, save me. Mom.
Chenshi wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what games everyone was playing. He still headed straight for the internet cafe's back door. He saw someone in front of him playing the pixel farming game, Stardew Valley. This guy clearly had a fishing mod, as a rainbow trout was reeled in as soon as he cast his fishing rod. Then, the pixelated fish jumped directly out of the screen. A pixelated fish, half an arm long, swam through the air and charged towards Chenshi. With the mannequin still chasing from behind and a pixelated fish blocking him from the front. Just as Mirror had said, multiple dream contaminations could appear simultaneously. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, Chenshi decisively turned around, switching the Nightmare Eater from behind him to the front. Using the Nightmare Clan to fight against contamination, this could be considered fighting magic with magic, right? The Nightmare Eater couldn't help but curse,
but he was still forced to grab the pixelated fish with both hands and bite down. In a few bites, he swallowed the entire pixelated fish. While the nightmare eater was eating, Chen-Chi had already turned and continued forward. In just a short moment here, various dream contaminations came one after another. Chen-Chi knew that if this continued, he would definitely be overwhelmed, and facing all sorts of contamination, he would inevitably make mistakes. At this point, his best option was to stay as far away as possible from densely populated areas like the pedestrian street and return to the edge of Changla City's contaminated zone. It was relatively desolate and quiet there, and the frequency of dream contamination appearing would also decrease accordingly. Chen-Chi ran out of the internet cafe's back door and happened to see a delivery rider carrying food entering the internet cafe. He hopped onto the delivery rider's electric bike and rode off. Having a convenient mode of transport like an electric bike was incredibly useful in the dream, whether for escaping contamination or traveling. He quickly shook off the chasing mannequin. Relying on his memory from when he arrived to discern the direction, Chen-Chi rode all the way towards the edge of the contaminated zone. As he rode, the nightmare eater on his back suddenly started cursing. It turned out that the takeout orders in the insulated delivery box on the back seat had come to life and were preparing to ambush Chen-Chi. However, they were discovered by the nightmare eater and all thrown out. "Watch out," the nightmare eater suddenly warned. Chen-Chi looked ahead, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He saw a person whose arms and body were stretched out, with one hand grabbing a small tree on this side of the road and the other hand holding a utility pole on the other side, completely blocking the road in front of him. His entire body was stretched out of shape, like a piece of chewed gum being pulled forcefully, and his facial features were no longer discernible. This was clearly a parasite. Chen-Chi didn't brake early but charged directly towards the parasite. Just as he was about to approach the opponent, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. The immense inertia, combined with his deliberate jump, sent his entire body flying out, pouncing towards the parasite blocking the way. While still in midair, Chen-Chi's mouth was already open. The parasite's body was like rubber, cushioning the inertia of Chen-Chi's body very well. Before Chen-Chi's feet even touched the ground, his mouth was already biting. It's a pity the other party didn't seem to think of this, not considering escaping to reality. A moment later, Chen-Chi, having finished his meal, picked up his e-bike and continued on. Not long after, as he passed under a pedestrian overpass, another female parasite, like a cat, leaped onto his e-bike. The woman was beautiful, dressed in a black, tight-fitting suit that perfectly accentuated her fiery figure, making her sexy and charming, like Catwoman from The Dark Knight Rises. Her rose-like lips gently approached Chen-Chi's cheek, and the breath exhaled from her mouth and nose seemed to carry flames that could ignite hormones. However, through her lips and teeth, Chen-Chi saw the faint outline of her proboscis. "It's time to change my taste and eat something good." This time, Chen-Chi didn't even slow down his bike, he grabbed the parasite and continued riding while eating. Suddenly, Nightmare Eater's voice came from behind him, "Haven't you noticed they're deliberately sending you food?" Chen-Chi froze for a moment, having to admit that there did seem to be such a suspicion. He had encountered 2 parasites in a row, both very weak, posing no threat to him. "They're specifically sending these lowest-grade Nightmare Clan members to supplement your meal. If I'm not mistaken, there will be more to come." Chen-Chi pondered. He usually dismissed Nightmare Eater's words as nonsense, but given the current special circumstances, his interests were more deeply intertwined with Nightmare Eater, so he couldn't fully trust or fully distrust Nightmare Eater's words. Although Nightmare Eater spoke very restrainedly, given his usual style, his calm tone precisely indicates that his objective is very strong. He wants to prevent me from eating more Nightmare Clan members. What harm does eating more Nightmare Clan members do to him? Chen-Chi thought of 2 possibilities. One was that eating Nightmare Clan members would indeed cause him problems, which would then implicate Nightmare Eater. The other was Nightmare Eater was afraid of being separated. The abnormality on Chen-Chi's back had only atrophied, it hadn't completely disappeared. If he continued to eat Nightmare Clan members, those abnormalities might grow again, just like before at Jinquan Elementary School. Once the abnormalities fully formed and detached from his body, Nightmare Eater would also be separated. However, currently in the dream, Shinchi couldn't observe the true changes in the abnormality on his back. In the dream, Nightmare Eater on his back, except for lacking a lower body, was otherwise complete. Even though Shinchi had eaten 3 Nightmare Clan members today, there had been no changes. In reality, the abnormality on his back had long atrophied to less than 20%. Shinchi didn't know if his guess was correct, but he knew that Nightmare Eater was still exercising restraint, which meant that no matter what the truth was, the situation hadn't reached a critical point, and he could safely continue eating for a while. Just as Nightmare Eater had guessed, not long after, Shinchi encountered another parasite blocking his way. It was still as weak and unthreatening, as if it were a delivery. Shinchi chose to continue eating. "Alright, if you don't believe me, then keep eating." Nightmare Eater sneered and said no more. The more he adopted this attitude, the more it indicated that he cared about Shinchi continuing to eat. One thing that was clear at present was that the Nightmare Clan was indeed continuously sending him food, and their calculations were clearly behind this. And Nightmare Eater wanted to stop him from eating. If Nightmare Eater and the Nightmare Clan were in opposition, then it made perfect sense. Something beneficial to one side would certainly not be good for the other. I am at the center of the conflict between two sides, both of whom are my enemies, and both of whom have a competitive relationship with each other. At such a time, only by remaining neutral and not leaning towards either side can I create more favorable conditions for myself. Shinchi thought that he and Nightmare Eater were originally one, especially after entering the dream-contaminated area. Entering this dream, they would prosper or suffer together, deepening their intertwined interests. But as he continued to eat Nightmare Clan members, he was moving away from Nightmare Eater and leaning towards the Nightmare Clan camp. Understanding this, Shinchi confidently and boldly continued to eat. Later on, a wild parasite would occasionally drop from the sky, and Shinchi accepted them all, without any dietary restrictions. And Nightmare Eater remained silent. Shinchi sneered inwardly, "Let's see how long you can hold out." When Shinchi rode his bike to the outskirts of the contaminated area, he saw 5 or 6 parasites gathered ahead, waiting for him. Good heavens, they're not even pretending anymore? Is the Nightmare Clan offering him a buffet? Shinchi was about to rush up and feast when he suddenly saw a life-foam tear open in the ground, and an old man emerged from it. Huang Jihai. Shinchi was surprised. Huang Jihai, whom they had been waiting for, finally appeared, but he appeared directly in the dream. Do Nightmare Eater parasites also possess the ability to enter dreams? Nightmare Eater had indeed just said that the Nightmare Clan inherently possessed the ability to travel between reality and illusion. It seemed it wasn't boasting. However, it was also clear that Huang Jihai's entry into the dream was not as easy and casual as other Nightmare Clan parasites. Huang Jihai, who had refused to show himself no matter how much they pressured him before, appeared when Shinchi was about to feast on the Nightmare Clan family bucket. And as soon as he appeared, he immediately displayed a high-pressure stance, his purple domain fully open. With a wave of his hand, his arm transformed into a giant tongue, which slammed down, smashing the surrounding Nightmare Clan parasites into a pulp. Are you here to stop me from eating? Shinchi said unhappily. At the same time, another purple domain descended, partially overlapping with Huang Jihai's domain. In the area where the two domains intertwined, white, ghost-like mist continuously appeared, as if they were mutually eroding. You're too bold. Entering our Nightmare Clan territory is one thing, but you even dared to intrude into the dream realm. A doll-faced girl with brown, shoulder-length hair appeared behind Shinchi at some point. She looked no older than 20, wearing a pair of black round-rimmed glasses, appearing somewhat soft and cute. Huang Jihai said in a deep voice, "You were the ones who crossed the line first." The doll-faced girl chuckled lightly. What line did we cross? You yourselves broke into someone else's home, and you blame others for crossing the line? Besides, I don't see your Nightmare Eater clan's name written on this little brother, so why not give him a chance to choose again? Saying this, the doll-faced girl leaned close to Shinchi, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she smiled sweetly. Little brother, do our Nightmare Clan's dishes suit your taste? How about we try cooperating with our Nightmare Clan?
Before Chen Shi could answer, Nightmare Eater behind him, like a dog guarding its food, roared and waved his hands, trying to grab the girl's face.
The girl chuckled lightly and calmly stepped back.
Chen Shi smacked his lips. It's alright, your Nightmare Clan talks a good game, but you still lack sincerity. What you just gave me were all low-grade goods, you wouldn't even serve up a single domain level one. You haven't even agreed to cooperate with us, and you're already so stingy.
If I really joined your Nightmare Clan, wouldn't I be starving 9 meals out of 3 days?
The dull-faced girl giggled, not angry, and explained, serving up good dishes now would only benefit the guy stuck to you. At least he has to get out before we can serve the main course.
How dare you?
Nightmare Eater roared, you, a low-grade third-generation Nightmare Clan member, dare to speak to me like that.
So what? Come out and hit me?
The dull-faced girl made a face and provoked him. Chen Shi, however, was thoughtful. From the dull-faced girl's words, he confirmed his previous guess eating more Nightmare Clan members could indeed separate Nightmare Eater from him.
Alright, this farce should end now. I'm taking him away. Huang Jihai suddenly lunged forward, a slender tongue emerging from his body, coiling towards Chen Shi like a blanket.
The smile on the dull-faced girl's face instantly cooled, her eyes grew sinister, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. The dream is our home turf. As her words fell, she casually took off the black-rimmed glasses from her face and threw them out. In an instant, the two lenses of the glasses erupted in various colors. One side was a collection of various dark lights, while the other was entirely various light colors. The different lights corresponded to and connected to different parts of Huang Jihai's body. Red connected to his blood, purple connected to the tongue organs emerging from his body, white connected to his teeth and white hair, flesh-colored connected to his skin, cyan connected to his blood vessels. The next moment, the multicolored lights and the lenses rotated together like gears, tearing Huang Jihai into individual organs and parts. Chen Shi had only seen dismemberment by 5 horses on television, but the dull-faced girl's move, he didn't know how to describe it, but it certainly broadened his horizons. However, Chen Shi estimated that she could only use such methods in a dream. He looked at Huang Jihai, who was now disassembled into various parts. Skin was skin, bones were bones, flesh was flesh, blood was blood, everything was separated with extreme precision. Chen Shi said with some regret, "You just killed him like that?
Why not give him to me for an extra meal?
I haven't tasted this kind of high-grade stuff before." "You can still eat him now that he's disassembled," the dull-faced girl said with a smile.
"I'm just afraid you won't be able to digest him. Why don't you try biting me?"
Saying that, she extended her fair arm. Chen Shi swallowed, honestly a little tempted. But he still shook his head. He was afraid she wouldn't be happy if he actually bit her. At this moment, Huang Jihai's body tissues, which were suspended in the air, began to explode continuously, bursting into puddles of foamy blood and flesh mixture, then rapidly aggregating and instantly recombining into a larger, foamy Huang Jihai. The dull-faced girl stretched, then said to Huang Jihai, "Are you still going to fight? You should know that in a dream, you're no match for me."
Huang Jihai ignored the girl and looked at Chen Shi, saying, "Are you coming with me or staying here? Make a choice. As long as you nod, I can definitely take you away." Chen Shi smiled, "Can't I choose neither?" "No."
Huang Jihai and the dull-faced girl said in unison. The dull-faced girl smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. "Little brother, your ability is too great a threat to our Nightmare Clan. Even if this old man and I let you go, other Nightmare Clan members won't let you off.
If you fall into the hands of other Nightmare Clan members, I won't be able to sleep well."
Chen Shi understood that the moment the disaster erupted, his unique nature determined that it was impossible for him to
remain uninvolved, and even those around him would be implicated and constantly fall into danger.
The Nightmare Eater on Chen Shi's back shouted, "Your mother is still in our hands.
You should know how to choose.
As long as you merge with me, when we return to Jinghai City, I can have someone release your mother immediately." The dull-faced girl curled her lips, "Your father is also in our hands, and our Nightmare Clan is very sincere. As long as you stay, we will immediately lift the control and corruption over your father." Chen Shi sneered inwardly. The Nightmare Clan claimed to be skilled at bewitching people's hearts, but in reality, they didn't truly understand them. These two factions of the Nightmare Clan, one holding his mother hostage, the other controlling his father, were threatening him with his parents, yet still trying to win him over. It was only because he wasn't strong enough, otherwise, he would have devoured all these abominations without hesitation. However, at this moment, he still had to make a choice. Chen Shi looked at the doll-faced girl. Serve me some more dishes.
Let's talk after I get rid of this burden on my back.
All right. The doll-faced girl licked her lips. Then stay with us.
I'll treat you well.
The nightmare eater on Chen Shi's back changed color drastically and gritted his teeth. Chen Shi, you'll never get rid of me in this lifetime. At the moment Chen Shi made his choice, the foamy Huang Jihai suddenly collapsed, turning into an overwhelming tide of foam that surged
towards Chen Shi and the others. The bloody foam, mixed with various tissues, instantly submerged Chen Shi and the doll-faced girl.
Then the foam tide carried Chen Shi in one direction. No matter how Chen Shi struggled, he was like a small boat in a giant wave, powerless to change direction, only able to drift with the current. The doll-faced girl's body was like an anchor, standing firm in the tide. Her two arms instantly extended and shot out, like two ropes, towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi immediately grasped her hands, but then felt a suction coming from below, forming a small vortex around him. It was as if a swimming pool had suddenly opened its drain, and the surrounding foam was draining down into it.
The nightmare eater shouted, "Don't you want to get out? Let go now, and you can leave the dream."
Chen Shi understood that this must be Huang Jihai forcibly opening an exit to reality. As long as he let go, he would flow into the exit with the foam tide, thereby escaping the dream and returning to reality.
But what would happen after that? Let go, exit the dream, return to reality.
However, the real location corresponding to this dream should be at the edge of the Changla City pollution zone. After landing, he would be isolated and helpless, facing Huang Jihai, and likely other parasites of the Nightmare Eater waiting for him.
He would most likely be controlled by Huang Jihai.
And he would have to continue being accompanied by the Nightmare Eater. If he didn't let go, he would remain trapped in the dream, facing the threat of dream pollution, as well as the coercion and enticement of the Nightmare Clan. The Nightmare Clan kept feeding him, so they must have a motive, probably similar to the Dream Eater Clan, also wanting to control him and master his abilities. Weighing his options, Chen Shi instantly made a decision. He held onto the doll-faced girl's hand and refused to let go. This was a rare opportunity for him. At the very least, he could use it to get rid of the Nightmare Eater parasitizing him. Previously, he had tried to make the Nightmare Eater detach, but the Nightmare Eater went crazy, forcing him to give up. But this time, with the help of the Nightmare Clan, he believed everything would go much more smoothly. One thing Chen Shi was clear about was that in the conflict between the Nightmare Eater and the Nightmare Clan, standing in the middle was the safest position for him. As long as the Nightmare Eater was still parasitizing him, it meant he was still aligned with the Dream Eater Clan. Only when he got rid of the Nightmare Eater would he truly be in a neutral position, standing between the two sides. Also, one more thing, Huang Jihai failed to take him out. Would he just give up? Whether it was Chen Shi himself or the Nightmare Eater on him, both were extremely important to the Nightmare Clan.
Huang Jihai would definitely continue to try and would come back again.
So even if he gave up this opportunity, new opportunities would arise. Seizing the next opportunity, he could still escape the dream.
Chen Shi firmly grasped the doll-faced girl's slender, rope-like hands.
The foam tide around him rapidly receded, and in an instant, it had almost completely drained away. The force carrying Chen Shi also disappeared with it. However, at the last moment, just as the last puddle of bloody foam was about to flow out of the dream, that puddle of foam suddenly transformed into two large hands, gripping the Nightmare Eater on Chen Shi's back tightly. The Nightmare Eater also cooperated, firmly grasping the two large hands formed from foam, struggling and pulling with all its might, trying to drag Chen Shi out. But Chen Shi also held on with all his strength, refusing to let go. He felt a tearing sensation from his back, making him grit his teeth and contort his face in pain. If this pulling continued, Chen Shi felt that he and the Nightmare Eater would be torn in half. Just then, another figure appeared. It was a new nightmare parasite who had arrived. In the dream, it was still the Nightmare Clan's home ground. The arriving parasite flung out his two ears. Those two ears were like sharp blades, cutting off the two large hands formed from foam.
Finally, Chunchi felt the pressure on his back ease. All the foam on the ground flowed into the opening, which then closed up. The nightmare eater, holding the two large foam hands, gritted his teeth and actually stuffed them directly into his mouth, devouring them in a few bites. Watching the nightmare eater's actions, the dull-faced girl teased, "Is he planning to accumulate strength for a desperate fight?" "Oh, esteemed first-generation Nightmare Clan Lord, why are you clinging on like a plaster?"
The Nightmare Clan didn't make a sound, but suddenly began to shrink, his torso, arms, and head all contracting, as if trying to hide inside Chen Shi's body. Chen Shi looked at the nightmare parasite who had just arrived. This was a sharp-featured young man, who was now reattaching his two ears to his head.
Chen Shi asked, "Is this the meal prepared for me?" "Looks pretty good."
The young man snorted, but seeing the dull-faced girl's gaze sweep over him, he immediately lowered his head and said nothing.
The dull-faced girl smiled. "Let's first separate the nightmare eater from your body. Then, you can eat as much of this kind of stuff as you want. If it's not enough, I can go out and catch more for you."
"Then hurry up," Chen Shi urged.
"No matter what, first separate the nightmare eater." The dull-faced girl put one arm around Chen Shi, and actually flew into the air out of nowhere. Actually, Chen Shi had always been curious, can parasites fly? At least ordinary family-level parasites probably can't, but what about high-level parasites? Especially someone like Huang Jihai, even if he couldn't fly, he should at least have some aerial combat capability, right? It proved that at least in the dream, there were parasites who could fly. After flying up, Chen Shi's vision broadened. He looked into the distance beyond the contaminated area, where it was pitch black, and he asked, "Is beyond the contaminated area the end of the dream world?" The dull-faced girl giggled, "Do you want to go out and wander?" "Too bad you can't.
Only when my nightmare clan occupies the whole world, then this world will be full of dreams everywhere, and you will help us achieve that." Chen Shi shook his head and said, "You really have a lot of confidence in me."
"That's because you really can do it. You haven't seen your true strength yet."
The girl smiled sweetly, "As long as you accept the power of my nightmare clan, you will be the master of our clan, and of course, my master.
From now on, you can call me Meng Lu. Meng Lu? The one who covers her skirt?" Chen Shi said strangely.
"I didn't like my old name very much, so I gave myself a new one."
"Of course, if you don't like it, you can call me something else, like little bitch or something."
"Don't you humans like that kind of thing very much?" she said with a hint of teasing in her tone.
"You know quite a lot."
Not long after, the dull-faced girl, Meng Lu, landed by a road where a group of parasites were already queuing.
"Enjoy yourself."
Meng Lu put Chen Shi down, crossed her arms to support her chest, and waited quietly by the side.
"Eat, eat."
Things had already progressed to this point, and Chen Shi had no way out, so he could only start eating.
This was an unprecedented eating experience, the process even a bit bizarre.
Every nightmare parasite had a fanatical devotion on their face, no resistance, no screams or wails, only endurance, only silent acceptance. As he continued to eat, Chen Shi gradually felt an itch on his back, but when he looked back, there was nothing.
After the nightmare eater hid inside his body, it hadn't come out again.
However, Meng Lu seemed to be able to see the progress and kept reminding him from the side, "Both arms have grown out. The torso is complete, the head is growing, keep going, keep eating, the upper body is complete, now only the two legs are missing." Chen Shi knew that in a place he couldn't see, outside the dream, as he continued to eat, the abnormality on his back was rapidly growing.
As soon as the other body on his back grew completely and detached, he would be able to get rid of the nightmare eater.
"Oh!" Meng Lu suddenly covered her small mouth.
"What's wrong?"
Chen Shi asked, puzzled.
"Have the legs grown out?"
"Sort of."
Meng Lu widened her eyes and nodded, "They're quite big."
Chen Shi immediately understood, but he didn't feel any shame, and continued to eat with his head down. Finally, after a moment, Meng Lu said excitedly, "The legs have grown out, both at once.
They've reached the knees now. Eat 2 or 3 more and it should be about done."
These low-level Nightmare Clan are really not filling. Chen Qi complained discontentedly. If it were a domain level 1, he would have finished long ago. But it was also at this moment that Chen Qi felt a burning sensation brewing within his body. What's going on? At this time, the Nightmare Eater's voice reappeared in his mind. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Never, even in death. Chen Qi immediately felt uneasy and said, that Nightmare Eater seems to be up to something. Can you help keep an eye on it? Mang Lu's expression rarely became serious. She nodded and carefully examined Chen Qi, a look of confusion on her face. She also didn't know what the Nightmare Eater could do at this point. Besides a desperate last resistance when about to separate, it seemed like it couldn't do anything else, right? After another moment, Mang Lu said excitedly, both legs are complete, the entire body is formed. Eat a little more. It should be about to detach automatically. Chen Qi also felt a surge of energy and pounced on the next parasite. But at this moment, the burning sensation that had been subtly brewing within him suddenly erupted. Like a volcanic eruption, surging energy burst out from within Chen Qi's body, raging wildly. Chen Qi's body instantly cracked, then exploded. The soul-tearing pain instantly made Chen Qi's eyes red. A sense of crisis, a fear of impending death, instantly awakened his will to survive. Eating the Nightmare Clan can restore injuries. This was an instinct that Chen Qi had long ingrained in his subconscious. He rushed up and began to gnaw on other nightmare parasites, hoping to use eating to heal the fatal injuries on his body. But he immediately shook his head in dissatisfaction. These Nightmare Clan were too low level, and the effect was too poor. He turned his head and pounced on Mang Lu. This was a high-level parasite, a great tonic. Mang Lu's face had already changed. She frowned, pondering something. Seeing Chen Qi pounce, she stretched out one hand and directly lifted Chen Qi high into the air. Eating me will make you die faster. At this moment, the Nightmare Eater's crazy and triumphant laughter kept echoing in Chen Qi's mind. Still dreaming of getting rid of me? Ha ha! A mere third-generation Nightmare Clan actually dares to presume to fathom my noble first-generation Nightmare Clan. Chen Qi, I've given you a chance, but now you have no choice. If you want to live, just immediately merge with me. Mang Lu vaguely understood what had just happened. The variable had been laid when the Nightmare Eater swallowed Huang Jihai's two foamy large hands. She thought the Nightmare Eater was accumulating power to resist, but in reality, the Nightmare Eater did not absorb the energy from those two large hands. Instead, it stored it. After Chen Qi completely reshaped the body behind him, it chose to pour all that energy into Chen Qi. This energy from Huang Jihai was inherently too high level for Chen Qi to digest and absorb. But normally, this wouldn't be fatal. At most, it would be indigestion, requiring more time to digest, and a portion of it could even be guided to promote the growth of the body on his back. However, after Chen Qi had consumed a large amount of Nightmare Clan, he was already in a state of satiety. The energy from the Nightmare Clan in his body was saturated, and the body on his back was also fully formed. At this point, such a massive and high-quality surge of energy into his body, unable to be digested or stored, directly caused Chen Qi to explode. At this moment, in Mang Lu's eyes, it wasn't just Chen Qi's own body that exploded, but also the body on his back. After all, they hadn't truly separated yet. Chen Qi and the body on his back were still one. After the explosion, the fragments of the two bodies intertwined. As Chen Qi continued to consume the Nightmare Clan to self-repair, these two bodies also underwent deep fusion. Mang Lu gritted her teeth. She had no choice, she had to save Chen Qi, but this meant she would also save the Nightmare Eater. At this moment, the sharp-featured young man from earlier rushed over. Mang Lu pondered, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the young man. This young man was a fourth-generation nightmare, a domain-level parasite, arguably the highest-grade ingredient Chen Qi could digest at this stage. The young man's face showed terror, but he was then forcefully squeezed by Mang Lu, kneaded into a ball, and directly sent into Chen Qi's mouth. After the explosion, the immense energy within Chen Qi's body had already been released, and he now needed new energy to repair his body. This domain-level Nightmare Clan melted upon entering his mouth, instantly absorbed by him, and in a flash, reshaped his body, as well as the body on his back.
Both bodies were completely repaired. Of course, this was only in Mang Lu's eyes. Chen Qi himself couldn't see the other body on his back at this moment.
These two bodies were already at the critical point of separation, only to be forcibly interrupted by the Nightmare Eater's maneuver. Now, after being repaired, there was still a little bit of remaining energy, which finally pushed forward the last bit of the process. Chen Qi immediately felt his whole body lighten, as if a heavy burden had been separated from him. The sudden release of a 1,000-pound burden made him feel lighter than ever before.
Have we finally separated? I've finally gotten rid of that Nightmare Eater. My body is finally my own. Chen Qi's consciousness cleared. He looked at his body and found that he was naked. He touched his back, it was empty, with no more abnormalities, no white bone arms or half a torso. Nor did the annoying voice of the Nightmare Eater appear in his mind. Success! Chen Qi was overjoyed. He looked around and suddenly froze. Where's Mang Lu? And what about those parasites he hadn't finished eating? How did they all disappear at once? The street was deserted and empty, making Chen Qi feel a bit uneasy. I seem to have returned to reality. But, is this body truly my body now? Successfully separating from the Nightmare Eater and escaping the dream realm to return to reality was a double blessing. Chen Qi should have been happy. But he felt a strange sensation. However, now was not the time to ponder these things. The most urgent matter was to leave the area immediately. Chen Qi ran naked through the streets. Fortunately, the streets of Changla City were empty, and even if someone occasionally passed by, they didn't bother to give him a second glance. He ducked into a small alley and kept running, not daring to stop. He knew the Nightmare Clan wanted him, so they would definitely come looking for him. But as he ran, he felt like 10 minutes had passed, and he gradually sensed something was wrong. After running at full speed for so long, he didn't feel tired at all. No panting, no gasping for breath, and even his speed hadn't slowed down. This made him even more certain of the vague suspicion in his heart: this isn't my body. Passing by a house, Chen Qi saw that its courtyard gate was wide open, with clothes drying in the yard, so he went in and took a few pieces of clothing to put on. As for shoes, he saw some very clean sneakers nearby, and their size was similar to his feet. But after trying them on, he immediately took them off. Because he found that running barefoot the whole way felt very comfortable, whereas wearing shoes made him feel very uncomfortable, let alone running, even walking felt restrictive. After orienting himself, Chen Qi ran towards the outskirts of the contaminated area, and as he ran, he also pondered what had happened to him. Mang Lu wanted me to separate from the Nightmare Eater, definitely intending to keep me, but in the end, I was the one who left, and I didn't see the Nightmare Eater. And Mang Lu didn't immediately leave the dream realm to pursue me in reality, which indicates that the Nightmare Eater remained in the dream realm. Considering the peculiarity of his current body, Chen Qi had reason to suspect that he and the Nightmare Eater had swapped bodies. The Nightmare Eater occupied his body and remained in the dream realm. And he, through the body that grew on his back, separated and escaped the dream realm. Mang Lu probably didn't realize at first that I had been swapped with the Nightmare Eater, which is why she didn't pursue me. But how long can the Nightmare Eater hide it? Will it conceal it? These are uncertain, so I still need to leave the contaminated area as soon as possible. Chen Qi also didn't know if the current situation was intentionally caused by the Nightmare Eater or due to a coincidence. But it was definitely related to the Nightmare Eater's last bizarre maneuver. Strictly speaking, this body I have now also grew out of my original body, so why is it called the Nightmare Eater's body? This body feels stronger than my original body, my stamina seems endless. If there are no other side effects, it's not bad at all. What Chen Qi was more concerned about was that long-term use of this body might have unknown adverse reactions, such as gradually being assimilated by the Nightmare Clan, or having his thoughts influenced. Furthermore, he didn't know if his original abilities were still present. As he ran, with the boundary of the contaminated area in sight, Chen Qi suddenly stopped. Two people were walking towards him. Chen Qi had seen both of them in the data,
they were parasites from Jinghai City who had disappeared with Huang Jihai some time ago.
Their appearance here clearly indicated they were with Huang Jihai.
He looked around, didn't see Huang Jihai, and felt a slight relief, but still remained secretly vigilant, already prepared for battle. Although he didn't know the strength of these two, they were undoubtedly domain-level parasites. If he couldn't use his abilities, he would likely be defenseless against these two parasites. But just then, the two suddenly bowed their heads in unison and respectfully called out, "Master." Chen Shi was stunned, realizing they mistook him for the Nightmare Eater. Within the Nightmare clan, the hierarchy was strict, and the Nightmare Eater in his body held a distinguished status, calling itself a first-generation Nightmare clan, possessing the power of life and death over lower-ranking Nightmare clan members. Chen Shi responded casually, nodding slightly with an arrogant air, ignoring the two, and continued walking forward. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to ask some questions, but he also knew that speaking too much would lead to mistakes.
Even a casual remark could expose him. So he could only continue to feign profundity and aloofness. He didn't speak, but the two behind him took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to wait for Professor Huang?" Chen Shi turned back, frowning. "Where did he go?"
"He said he needed to reconfirm your location and then find an opportunity to rescue you."
"I need him to rescue me?" Chen Shi snorted.
Coldly, "If you want to wait, then wait." After speaking, he turned and walked away. The two parasites looked at each other, and finally followed.
One of them cautiously asked, "Master, have you successfully merged with that human?"
Chen Shi's eyes turned cold. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask."
"Yes."
The person shivered in fear, not daring to say more. The two parasites followed Chen Shi carefully like quails, not even daring to lift their heads. Chen Shi felt helpless. He wanted to shake them off but was afraid of exposing himself, and if it came to a fight, he was afraid his abilities wouldn't work, making him no match for the two.
He could only lead the two out of the contaminated area.
As soon as they walked out a couple of steps, one of their phones suddenly rang.
He answered the call, spoke a few words, then respectfully handed the phone to Chen Shi. "Professor Huang said he's coming right away and wants to speak with you." Chen Shi expressionlessly took the phone. Huang Jihai's voice came from the other end. "Master, have you succeeded?" Chen Shi pondered for a moment, then said, "No, then, an access point should have been left behind, right?" "Access point? What access point?"
Chen Shi was slightly startled, but still casually responded, "That's good."
Huang Jihai's voice relaxed. "Then we're not in a hurry.
We'll just wait for the right time, and you can directly pluck the fruits of victory. By then, all the efforts of the Nightmare clan will have served us, and you might become the first strongest Nightmare clan member with abilities from both systems."
"Explain it more clearly. What exactly are you plotting?" Chen Shi was curious but couldn't directly ask. "Does dual system abilities refer to the abilities of Odd Food Consumer and Dream Thief?"
Chen Shi knew he was the focal point of the struggle between the Nightmare clan and Dream Eater clan. The Nightmare Eater clinging to him was to parasitize him, to control him. So the Nightmare Eater ultimately would not give up his body and soul, intending to use him as the final vessel. Then how could it achieve possessing dual system abilities within him simultaneously? Chen Shi had already mastered the Odd Food Consumer ability, which was like playing a game where the career path was already determined. He didn't know if he could change careers, but it was unlikely to cultivate two professions simultaneously. With too little information, Chen Shi couldn't deduce much more. He only heard Huang Jihai on the phone say, "Master, please wait for me for a moment, I'll rush over to meet you immediately." Chen Shi responded with a sound and then hung up the phone. However, he knew in his heart that he couldn't just stand there and wait foolishly. He could temporarily fool these two parasites behind him, but once Huang Jihai arrived, he might expose himself with just a few words. "I need to find a way to escape quickly." He directly used the simplest and most crude method, instructing, "You two wait here, I have something to do." "When will you be back?" one person asked boldly. "Do I need to report my itinerary to you?" The person's face changed in fright, and he said nervously, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just afraid Professor Huang will ask about you when he arrives."
Chen Shi snorted coldly, didn't explain anything, and simply walked away. The two dared not ask further, nor did they dare to follow, only watching helplessly as Chen Shi walked away. In a flash, Chen Shi was out of their sight, but he still maintained a normal pace, pondering in his mind, these two parasites, and Huang Jihai, all thought I was the Nightmare Eater. This indicates that in the original plan, the Nightmare Eater intended to separate. It's just that for some reason, an accident occurred, and the Nightmare Eater didn't come out, instead, I came out. An accident was a good thing, at least it showed that not everything was progressing according to the Nightmare Eater's plan. I should go find Peanut and the others first. Chen Shi understood that ensuring his own safety and finding his teammates was the most urgent matter at hand. He could slowly study the changes in himself later. At this moment, his ears twitched, faintly catching movement from behind him. He turned his head and found that the two parasites he had left behind had followed him at some point. Seeing that Chen Shi had discovered them, their faces turned grim, no longer showing their previous cautiousness, and they roared, "You are not the master. Damn it, you lowly human. How dare you impersonate the noble first-generation Nightmare clan?" As if having suffered a great humiliation, their bodies instantly mutated into indescribable monsters, with no symmetrical points or regular shapes whatsoever, as they lunged towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi vaguely sensed the power of a domain, but it had no effect on him. The domain they wielded was not a visible one, and this was the first time Chen Shi had instinctively perceived the existence of a domain. He understood that this might be the ability bestowed upon him by this body. Chen Shi leaped forward, taking the initiative, and pounced on one of the parasites. As the irregular and unknown organs writhing on the parasite's body began to coil around him, Chen Shi opened his mouth and bit. He bit down, but couldn't bite through. His heart jolted. Had his ability truly vanished? At least his ability to devour Nightmare Clan had disappeared. In the past, that bite would have definitely severed the unknown organ, and there would have been no physical sensation in his mouth. But this time, he had solidly bitten into a writhing, tough mass of flesh. Chen Shi's heart sank instantly. Without his ability, how could he fight against the parasites? As the fleshy organs tightened their grip on him, Chen Shi gradually felt a shortness of breath. He instinctively tried to save himself, struggling with all his might, pulling at the organs that entangled him. The next second, sharp bone spurs suddenly burst from his hands, like blades, cutting through the fleshy organs. He immediately broke free from the restraint. Gazing at his hands, now covered in sharp bone spurs, with each finger resembling a thorn, he suddenly swung his arm towards one of the parasites, making a flicking motion. The next moment, his arm suddenly elongated, becoming a thorny whip covered in bone spurs, lashing fiercely at the parasite. Bone spurs pierced into the parasite's body, and those bone spurs seemed to be alive, frantically absorbing the parasite's blood. Chen Shi instantly felt a warm current, immensely refreshing and pleasing to both body and mind, flow from his arm. The two parasites' expressions changed, and they thought of retreating. But Chen Shi couldn't let them escape. With a thought, his thorny, bone-spurred arm grew like a tree branch, becoming longer and thicker. In an instant, it bound the parasite, frantically devouring the blood within its body. The parasite tried to struggle but was powerless to break free, constantly being plundered and absorbed by the bone spurs, growing weaker and weaker, its struggles gradually diminishing. Seeing the dire situation, the other parasite grew 2 fleshy feet from its buttocks, like the powerful hind legs of a frog, covered in exposed, bright red muscle. He leaped up, soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, shot dozens of meters away, almost indistinguishable from flying. But Chen Shi's other hand suddenly exploded, transforming into countless thread-like blood vessels and muscle fibers, weaving into a large net that chased into the air and descended upon the person. This feeling was very much like when Chen Shi used to catch cicadas as a child, using a wire loop attached to a long stick, with a dense spiderweb wrapped inside the loop. He would swoop it over a cicada on a tree, and the cicada would get stuck, unable to escape. The large net woven from his arm instantly ensnared the other parasite and pulled him back to his side. The blood vessels, like needles, pierced into the parasite's body, also frantically sucking away the energy within the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 parasites were sucked dry, reduced to skin and bones, and completely ceased to breathe.
The abnormalities in Chen Shi's two arms receded, and they quickly returned to normal. He went forward to examine the two parasites, confirming that they were completely dead. However, he didn't know if they were truly dead or if they had gone back to revive. They should have gone back to revive, right? Directly devouring Nightmare Clan and preventing their revival, that was my ability, and that ability should be relatively precious. Chen Shi understood in his heart that if his ability were so easily replaced, it wouldn't have caused both clans to covet him so much. Although he had drained the two parasites and directly killed them, there was still a clear difference from his previous devouring of Nightmare Clan. He felt that this ability was more like simple blood-sucking.
Have I gained the ability of the Nightmare Clan?
Chen Shi speculated that he had essentially swapped bodies with the Nightmare Eater inside him before. He had lost his ability to devour Nightmare Clan, but he seemed to have gained some of the Nightmare Clan's combat power.
Body mutation in combat was a hallmark of the Nightmare Eater clan.
Or rather, it was the common combat method of Nightmare Eater parasites. Nightmare Eaters themselves have no physical form, so their combat power is zero, but when combined with humans, they can unleash powerful strength. Only when a Nightmare Eater and a human soul and body are fully integrated can their true strength be completely unleashed.
I clearly haven't integrated with the Nightmare Eater's soul yet, so is this considered body integration now?
Chen Shi estimated that it was probably because his physical body had exploded before, bursting along with the Nightmare Eater's body on his back, leading to a partial integration. This is why he inexplicably gained some of the Nightmare Clan's abilities. Strictly speaking, his current state was equivalent to being a parasite. Possessing the basic ability of a parasite, flesh and blood mutation, which, though basic, was very powerful. However, he had lost his original ability as an odd food consumer. Chen Shi wasn't too regretful about this, because he found that, at least for now, he seemed to be stronger. These two domain-level parasites just now had no power to resist him and were easily slaughtered by him.
So, has my odd food consumer ability been temporarily inherited by the Nightmare Eater? Chen Shi's real concern was whether the Nightmare Eater, possessing his odd food consumer ability, would have any other intentions.
From Huang Jihai's words earlier, it could be inferred that the Nightmare Eater wanted to simultaneously possess the abilities of both the odd food consumer and the dream thief. If Chen Shi's ability had already been inherited by the Nightmare Eater, then the Nightmare Eater could be considered half successful. But what Chen Shi couldn't understand was that the odd food consumer's ability was subjective, meaning it should follow his consciousness. Before, when he possessed a dog, he still had the food detection ability. Why did his ability disappear now that he had swapped bodies with the Nightmare Eater? Chen Shi thought for a while but couldn't sort out the confusion, so he had to temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. After understanding his current strength, the feeling of tension and unease in his heart immediately dissipated, and he instantly felt much more at ease. However, to be safe, he still quickly left the original spot. Huang Jihai was very likely to come looking for him soon, so he still couldn't be too arrogant. After all, he hadn't fought against a parasite of Huang Jihai's level, and he didn't know if he could win, so Chen Shi still didn't dare to be overconfident. He had no means of transportation, and the crowds around the contaminated area had all been cleared, causing him to walk for a long time without seeing a single person. Chen Shi found that although his combat power had not decreased but increased, he still had to rely on his two legs to travel. Fortunately, he had obtained two mobile phones from the two parasites he had just killed. After moving away from the battlefield, Chen Shi took out one of the phones and tried to make a call. Because he left in a hurry and didn't have time to unlock the phones with the two parasites' fingerprints, Chen Shi could only use the phone's emergency call function to dial the police.
Hello, this is the Changla City Police Center, how can I help you?
Which district's police center in Changla City are you? Chen Shi asked around and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the other party was outside the contaminated area. He then briefly explained his situation. I am from the official special operations team, codenamed Biscuit. I just escaped from Changla City. You can report the situation and have them locate me based on this phone's positioning. The dispatcher on the other end seemed to know something. He didn't ask further questions, only solemnly agreed.
After hanging up the phone, Chen-Chi continued on his way.
By this time, it was already dark, and the moon was covered by dark clouds tonight. He walked through the desolate urban ruins, unable to see his hand in front of his face. Silence, darkness, with only sporadic chirping of insects and croaking of frogs occasionally breaking the quiet.
Chen-Chi could even hear his own strong and powerful heartbeat.
As he subconsciously paced his steps to the rhythm of his heartbeat, he suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate sharply.
Thump, thump. Faster and faster.
Until it reached an extreme speed, blurring into a continuous sound, with no discernible rhythm. Chen-Chi's vision suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the roof of a house. He looked around and saw some familiar streets in the distance, and a bustling pedestrian street filled with people.
That's Changle City's pedestrian street. I'm back in Changle City? No, there are many people on the street. This is a dream.
Chen-Chi stood on the rooftop, the evening breeze in the dream chilling him to the bone, making him feel a bit dazed.
How did I end up back in the dream again?
I just left the Changle City contamination zone. He didn't have much time to think, because he saw the roof tiles rise up like scales, and the entire rooftop transformed into a scale-armored monster that opened its mouth to bite him. The lingering dream contamination proved that he was indeed in a dream. Chen-Chi leaped to the rooftop of an adjacent building. The huge impact made his legs numb, and he realized that his current body was no longer the one he had just been in. With the body strength of the Nightmare Clan he had just controlled, this height was nothing. As Chen-Chi sought an escape route, he gradually pieced things together.
I was just outside the contamination zone. There's no way I could instantly return to the dream. The only explanation is, the Nightmare Eater and I switched bodies back. That's why I returned to the dream, and I'm currently controlling my own body. And the Nightmare Eater should have returned to his own body and is now outside the contamination zone.
Chen-Chi suddenly felt uneasy. Before he was switched back, he had just called the police. Official personnel could find him at any moment, but by then, he would have been replaced by the Nightmare Eater.
Will the Nightmare Eater impersonate me and do something bad?
Chen-Chi was anxious, pondering how he could switch bodies back. At the very least, he needed to warn Peanut and the others to be wary of him. After a period of chasing and hiding, Chen-Chi successfully shook off the scale-armored monster pursuing him. He sat on a chair in front of a roadside shop to rest, constantly observing his surroundings. I haven't seen Mang Lu or any other nightmare parasites yet, which means after I separated, the Nightmare Eater somehow got rid of the Nightmare Clan. With such a cunning individual, you'll never know his limits unless you push him. If it were Chen-Chi, he probably wouldn't have found a way to escape in that situation. So, he could be said to have borrowed the Nightmare Eater's power to regain freedom in the dream. Chen-Chi understood that in the dream, he could only be constantly on the run. Not only did he have to be careful to avoid dream contamination at all times, but he also had to be wary of the Nightmare Clan finding him. He couldn't do anything here, so it was better to leave this mess to the Nightmare Eater. He needed to find a way to swap bodies again. This way, he could not only rely on the other body's powerful combat strength to do things outside but also prevent the Nightmare Eater from causing trouble in the outside world. To return, the most correct method would certainly be to repeat the steps he took to get here. How did I return to the dream? Chen-Chi recalled what he was doing before the body swap. At that time, his surroundings were completely dark. He subconsciously followed his heartbeat, taking steps. Then, his heartbeat grew faster and faster, and he blacked out, returning to the dream. Could this be the hidden door Huang Jihai mentioned? In the Nightmare Eater's original plan, he was supposed to control the body that separated from Chen-Chi's back and escape the dream. But the Nightmare Eater couldn't just give up Chen-Chi's soul and body, so he left a so-called hidden door that could allow him to switch bodies with Chen-Chi again. As a result, by a strange twist of fate, Chen-Chi was separated and, by chance, passed through the hidden door, completing the body swap. Since the hidden door is a door, it should be traversable multiple times. Chen-Chi began to follow his previous method, completely quieting himself, carefully feeling and listening to his heartbeat. After clearly sensing his heartbeat, he began to step in rhythm with it, 1 step, 2 steps. To his disappointment, his heartbeat did not change, and he did not return to his previous body.
It definitely isn't that simple.
Perhaps there are other restrictions. Chen-Shi tried repeatedly, and after changing scenes and environments, all his attempts failed. But he did not get discouraged, thinking to himself, perhaps it can only be swapped once a day, or perhaps it can only pass through this so-called hidden door in one direction. If it was the former, then it was fine, he could just wait until tomorrow and try again. But if it was the latter, that would be a bit troublesome, meaning Chen-Shi could only wait for the Nightmare Eater to actively swap bodies with him. He would rather this hidden door be a one-time thing than have the initiative completely in the Nightmare Eater's hands. If the hidden door could only be used once, at least it meant Chen-Shi had completely gotten rid of the Nightmare Eater. If he could then find a way to escape the dream and get out safely, then this trip to the dream contamination zone wouldn't have been in vain. Of course, other possibilities could not be ruled out. Perhaps the way the two bodies trigger the hidden door is different, or perhaps other conditions that Chen-Shi hasn't noticed yet need to be met. In any case, the most important thing right now is to ensure his safety, try to stall for time, and wait until tomorrow to see if he can successfully swap bodies. Chen-Shi cautiously moved towards the edge of the contamination zone, planning to stay there until tomorrow. Along the way, he constantly dodged the pursuit of dream contamination.
Since he couldn't find any means of transportation, he could only rely entirely on walking. He walked for over 2 hours before finding an unlocked shared bicycle. He pedaled the bike, and after a long ride, arrived at the edge of the dream area. Chen-Shi didn't even get off the bicycle. He just sat on the seat, stopped in the middle of the main road, constantly observing his surroundings and being wary of contamination appearing. Once he discovered dream contamination approaching, he would immediately ride away. Those dream thieves, if they haven't found their exclusive dream, their lives are truly too hard. Chen-Shi couldn't help but sigh. In this dream world, without one's own exclusive dream, it was simply impossible to live. No one could possibly remain on guard forever, always be careful, and always escape from all kinds of contamination. When dawn broke, the frequency of dream contamination seemed to decrease.
Chen-Shi concluded one thing: when night falls, the refresh rate of dream contamination increases, and it decreases after dawn. He parked the bike by the roadside and began to try different methods to pass through the so-called hidden door. After repeated failures, Chen-Shi suddenly realized something: it was possible that his perceived way of activating the hidden door was completely wrong. Last night's body swap might not have been initiated by him at all, but rather by the Nightmare Eater proactively. From the Nightmare Eater's perspective, with the plan going awry, he must have been eager to switch bodies back. So, without Chen-Shi needing to act, he would definitely initiate the body swap. But why didn't he swap bodies immediately, waiting until night instead? This meant it could only be done at night. Bodies can only be swapped at night. As for following the heartbeat and taking steps, it might not be a necessary step at all. However, my heartbeat accelerated at that time, which might have been a precursor to the body swap, indicating that the Nightmare Eater activated the hidden door in the dream at that moment. Chen-Shi understood that if he wanted to complete the body swap again, he could only succeed at night. It was just dawn now, meaning he still had to endure another day in the dangerous dream. I hope I don't encounter any nightmare parasites. No sooner had Chen-Shi thought this than a doll-like face suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Mang Lu. Chen-Shi cursed inwardly. It was truly a case of what you feared most coming true. At this moment, Mang Lu's doll-like face uncharacteristically showed a hint of coldness. Chen-Shi subconsciously took a few steps back to maintain distance. Mang Lu carefully scrutinized Chen-Shi, then suddenly smiled, her two large eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Big brother, you're back again." Chen-Shi nodded. "I didn't expect that Nightmare Eater in your body to have so many tricks. He truly lives up to being a first-generation nightmare. Even if an old guy is weak, he's still an old guy." As Mang Lu spoke, her gaze swept up and down Chen-Shi's body, as if admiring a work of art. After a moment, she asked, "Big brother, you won't suddenly switch back, will you? I really don't want to see that damned Nightmare Eater again." Chen-Shi spread his hands. "Don't worry, I don't know how to swap bodies with him.
As for whether he'll actively switch back, that's not something I can control. Meng Lu pondered, then said, I have a way to prevent him from swapping with you again. Chen Shi didn't ask what the method was, he was desperate to switch back. Moreover, he knew that his most important task right now was to stall for time. So, he directly changed the subject. Didn't you say you'd release my dad if I stayed? Where is he? Meng Lu proactively took Chen Shi's hand and said as they walked, Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. Your dad is currently in Kongning City. I'll have someone clear the contamination and parasites from his body. Once you leave us, you'll be able to see him. Kongning City? Didn't that place enter eternal slumber? That's right, but once you become the king of our Nightmare Clan, the Nightmare Clan in Kongning City will also submit to you. As she spoke, Meng Lu scratched Chen Shi's palm with her finger. Kongning City has many beautiful Nightmare Clan members who can serve you with me. Is that so? Chen Shi showed an interested expression. Why don't you serve me first and see? If this could pass the time during the day, Chen Shi wouldn't mind sacrificing himself in the dream. After all, what was a little innocence when it came to survival? He could only risk his life to accompany the lowly. However, Meng Lu shook her head, Don't be so eager. There's something more important to do today. If all goes well, we can have fun together tonight. What could be more important than this? Cleansing the power from the Dream Eater clan within you and letting you master the abilities of our Nightmare Clan. Are you saying you want to cleanse my abilities as an odd food consumer and let me master the abilities of a dream thief? What odd food consumer, dream thief, these are just names you humans made up. Meng Lu shook her head in dissatisfaction. These abilities of you humans actually all come from our Nightmare Clan, from our source of power. It is what you call the source of pollution that grants you various powerful abilities. Abilities come from pollution. Chen Shi had heard this theory before. The abilities of an odd food consumer come from the food terror spread by the Dream Eater clan. The abilities of a dream thief, on the other hand, come from the dream pollution spread by the Nightmare Clan. Chen Shi asked, How will you cleanse my abilities? You're not going to just let me accept dream pollution, are you? One person cannot master dual system abilities, and the Nightmare Eater seem to want to achieve this goal by utilizing the energy of the Nightmare Clan. Meng Lu chuckled, if only it were that simple. To achieve this, it's a bit troublesome. As she spoke, her fingers, like ivy, quickly grew and attached themselves to Chen Shi's body, instantly gripping half of him. Then, she pulled Chen Shi up and flew rapidly towards the Changla City pedestrian street. While flying, Meng Lu laughed, Next, I'm going to help you create a long dream to replace your previous experiences in Jinghai City. What do you mean? Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly became alert. Am I not in a dream right now? You must have heard of a dream within a dream, right? Meng Lu curved her lips, revealing sweet dimples. The deeper the dream, the closer it will be to your subconscious. We will weave a grand dream within a dream for you to replace the memories in your subconscious. To cleanse the power of the Dream Eater clan within you, in addition to superficial cleaning, it must also be completed at the memory level. Only then can we ensure that the power of the Dream Eater clan will not resurface. Dream within a dream. Chen Shi once again thought of Momo's idealism. Their abilities were all idealistic. Only by clearing even memories, making them completely forget, could those abilities truly be eliminated. Chen Shi instinctively struggled. Of course, he didn't want to lose his memories. If a person lost their memories, they would no longer have their original self-perception. Would he still be himself then? However, Meng Lu's fingers had already tightly wrapped and bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. Meng Lu smiled, Don't resist. I will reweave perfect life memories for you. In the upcoming dream, you will have a perfect family, a perfect background, and a smooth life without any unhappy events. I can let you master various skills in the dream. You can tell me in advance what you want to learn, whether it's piano or violin, or basketball, football, badminton, tennis. I can let you master them all in the dream. Chen Shi struggled in vain, but he gradually calmed down.
The Nightmare Eater obviously knew that the Nightmare Clan had such an ability, and this must also be part of his plan. He couldn't make Qin possess the power of both clans at the same time, but he could achieve it through the means of the Nightmare Clan. After Qin mastered the Dream Thief ability, the Nightmare Eater would definitely find a way to reawaken his odd food consumer ability. How would he do that? Would it be by restoring his lost memories? After all, abilities are idealistic. Once his memories are restored, the lost abilities might also resurface. In other words, even if his memories were erased, it was very likely that the Nightmare Eater would help him restore them in the future. But Qin couldn't place all his hopes for self-rescue on the Nightmare Eater, who was equally hostile to him. When that day came, even if he recovered his memories, he would probably face the Nightmare Eater's control. At that point, it would just be falling from one abyss into another, no different. He thought for a moment and said to Meng Lu, "I want to learn Swana. Remember to teach me in the dream." Meng Lu was stunned. Young people among you humans rarely show interest in that, do they? Qin smiled, "I like it very much, it's very practical. When your Nightmare Clan is annihilated by the Dream Eater clan in the future, I can play a song for you on the side." Meng Lu giggled, "Little brother, you really know how to joke. With you in our hands, I really can't imagine how we could lose. That Nightmare Eater can switch bodies with me at any time. Aren't you afraid that I'll be immersed in the dream you weave and suddenly have my body switched by the Nightmare Eater? What would happen then?" Meng Lu curved her lips. "Of course, we've considered that. So, while you sleep soundly, our noble first-generation nightmare adult will accompany you into dreamland to protect you." Parasites again, damn it. Qin couldn't help but curse. He had just gotten rid of one first-generation Nightmare Eater, and now they wanted to put another first-generation nightmare into his body? If the Nightmare Eater were to return to his body in the future, wouldn't that mean 3 souls were crammed into his slender body? Before, it was him and the Nightmare Eater playing a game, but now the 3 of them would directly start a fight the landlord game. Bring it on! Who's afraid of whom? Anyway, I'm definitely the one who'll be won over. Qin understood that both the Nightmare Eater and the Nightmare Clan would definitely try to win him over to deal with the other side. In other words, as long as he wasn't willing, he wouldn't become the landlord to be fought. If he were strong enough, of course, he could also be a landlord and eliminate both Nightmare Clans. That being said, Qin certainly didn't want another hidden danger in his body. He made up his mind that as soon as the first-generation nightmare that was about to parasitize him appeared, he would directly start gnawing. See if he could eat him. Although it was a first-generation nightmare clan, it hadn't parasitized or fused, so it was actually pitifully weak. Just look at the Nightmare Eater, who was also a first-generation nightmare clan. Qin had eaten him quite a bit too. Meng Lu took Qin to a hotel in the bustling area of the pedestrian street and locked him inside. "You stay here obediently, and we'll come find you after we've woven the dream." With that, Meng Lu left. However, 2 parasites were still guarding the door outside, and the door was also locked from the inside. Qin ran to the window and looked down. It was over 10 stories high, and all the windows were sealed shut. He looked up and saw a pair of eyes watching him. A parasite was sprawled on the window, giving him an eerie smile. There were people monitoring outside the window. Qin drew the curtains. He seemed to have no other way out. Either fight to the death with the Nightmare Clan when the door is open later, and see if he can seize a glimmer of hope. If he failed, then he could only try to attack the first-generation nightmare that was parasitizing him, and look for a breakthrough in the dream within a dream woven by the Nightmare Clan. Or wait until night, to see if he could exchange body control with the Nightmare Eater again. Anxiously waiting in the room, Qin continuously tried the so-called method of exchanging bodies, but he had no clue. The only clue so far was that it should be related to his heartbeat. However, since entering this hotel, dream pollution had not appeared again. Qin ultimately didn't wait until night. Around 5 in the afternoon, the room door was opened. At this time of year, it usually doesn't get dark until after 6:30 p.m., which meant there was at least another hour until nightfall. Meng Lu walked at the very front, followed by 4 parasites, 2 of whom were carrying a huge box. The box seemed like something out of a fairy tale, with brightly colored, magical patterns painted on it and inlaid with sapphires of various sizes, looking somewhat distorted. Menglu patted the box. The dream tailored for you has been woven. Prepare to receive your perfect life.
Does the box contain dreams?
Chen Shi's gaze shifted from the box to the two people at the very back. One of them held his hands out flat, as if cradling something, but his hands were empty. The other was bent over, walking as if carrying something on his back, but looking at him, it was also completely empty. The two of them seemed to be performing an act without props. But just then, the parasites who was making the flat-handed gesture suddenly jolted, fumbling to grab something, as if the item in his hand had accidentally fallen. In Chen Shi's eyes, his originally empty hand suddenly flickered with light and shadow, as if something was about to appear. But it was as if it had gotten stuck, continuously flickering without truly revealing itself. Chen Shi focused his gaze and vaguely discerned that it seemed to be a large bowl containing some kind of food.
He then smelled the fragrant aroma of food wafting towards him. Menglu raised her eyebrows. What a powerful ability!
You almost converted a dream source that was only partially in the dream.
High-grade wild food.
Chen Shi roughly understood what had happened. It seemed his junk-picking ability could even convert the pollution source of a dream pollution zone into high-grade wild food. However, because the main body of that pollution source was not entirely within the dream, the conversion could not proceed smoothly.
So, what that person is holding is a high-grade pollution source, then what is the person behind him carrying?
Chen Shi looked at the bent-over parasites. The item on his back still hadn't revealed itself.
Is this pollution source meant to be an extra meal for me? Chen Shi made conversation to deliberately stall for time.
He wanted to stall for as long as he could. As soon as it got dark, he could try to swap bodies with the Nightmare Eater, and then this whole mess would be dumped on the Nightmare Eater. Menglu tapped the somewhat distorted box behind her and smiled. That's your post-dream dessert.
When you wake up, you can have as much as you want. Now, close your eyes and have a good dream.
Wait.
Chen Shi said, didn't you say there was a first-generation nightmare with me?
Where is he?
He's already here.
Menglu leaned forward, extending her fair, tender arm to help Chen Shi take off his clothes. Her slender, long fingers skillfully unbuttoned Chen Shi's shirt and loosened his belt, then she unceremoniously pushed Chen Shi down onto the hotel's large bed. Chen Shi's gaze, however, did not linger on Menglu's graceful curves.
Instead, he looked again at the hunchbacked parasites. Is the first-generation nightmare the one you're carrying on your back? The Nightmare clan are formless. Before parasitism, they are completely invisible and have no weight. That guy probably liked to put on airs, which is why he had someone carry him into the room. This was the same as the Nightmare Eater inside Chen Shi's body before. It constantly talked about its status as a first-generation nightmare clan, looking down on everything with an overflowing sense of superiority. No one answered Chen Shi. Menglu didn't give him any more chances to stall for time.
She pressed herself forcefully onto Chen Shi, leaning close to his ear and softly whispering, "Sleep, sleep." A wave of drowsiness washed over Chen Shi.
He forced himself to stay awake and bit Menglu's neck. Menglu seemed to have anticipated this. She giggled and dodged. Don't be so eager. When you wake up, you can eat slowly. I want it now. Chen Shi flipped over and pounced towards Menglu.
But Menglu was as agile as a kitten, easily dodging him.
She moved quickly along the walls and ceiling of the room, hanging upside down from the ceiling and making a face at Chen Shi. You can't catch me.
Chen Shi immediately changed his target and pounced on the two parasites who were carrying the box. The two of them, with great mochi, opened the boxes in their hands simultaneously. The moment the boxes opened, numerous images, like a galaxy pouring backwards, flowed into Chen Shi's consciousness. While he was momentarily dazed, Menglu once again leaned close to his ear, whispering softly. In a short while, Chen Shi's eyes lost focus. He had been forcibly hypnotized. Menglu carefully laid Chen Shi down on the bed and knelt quietly beside him, waiting. At this moment, Chen Shi's consciousness had already entered a dream within a dream. He dreamed many fragmented images.
A person's childhood memories are inherently fragmented and discontinuous.
It is through these fragmented memories, as well as the narratives of parents and elders, that his past life is strung together.
Ever since he could remember, he was born in Changlu City. His parents had respectable jobs and considerable income.
The family atmosphere was harmonious, and he was a well-rounded student in all aspects, always at the top of his class and multi-talented. Not only was he skilled in various musical instruments, but his physical fitness was also excellent.
He was good at basketball and handsome.
After class, girls from various classes would always come to their classroom door to secretly peek at him. Chen Shi woke up from his sleep and found himself in a spacious and comfortable bedroom.
He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, basking in the warm sunlight.
Life is truly beautiful, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Indeed, looking back at his life, it could be said that he had no regrets so far, everything was perfect. From himself, to his family, and to the entire environment he was in, everything seemed so wonderful that he never found any interest in novels about reincarnation.
Even if he were to be reborn, he wouldn't know what to do, other than repeating the path he had already walked.
Life is also truly boring.
Chen Shi suddenly sighed, feeling dull and uninteresting.
Such a perfect life, to the point where he didn't even know what to pursue. His future was visibly bright. He had education, ability, his family lacked neither money nor connections.
When all desires can be easily satisfied, life turns out to be so boring. How about I just stay home and play games? When desires in reality are all satisfied, seeking satisfaction in the virtual world is an excellent choice.
Later, I'll ask Meng Lu to come over and play games with me. Meng Lu was his current girlfriend, sexy, cute, and considerate. The key was that she was open-minded, very cooperative, and proactive, fulfilling many of his fantasies about men and women. Chen Shi stretched lazily and walked out of the bedroom into the dining room, where he saw a middle-aged woman come out holding a plate. Mom just made pancakes, they're your favorite chive and egg filling.
Try them.
Mom, Chen Shi opened his mouth, but for some reason, the word mom got stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. The woman in front of him was clearly his birth mother, yet he felt a bit strange. Another face vaguely appeared in his mind, a face that was struggling in pain, yet trying to force a smile for him.
Who is that?
Why do I feel so close, and so sad? Why can't I remember?
She feels like a very important person.
Chen Shi frantically pulled at his hair with both hands, feeling as if something very important had been forgotten, and he racked his brains but couldn't remember.
What's wrong?
Chen Shi's mother asked with concern, stepping forward to touch Chen Shi's forehead.
Chen Shi instinctively dodged. No, who are you? You're not my mom.
You child, what nonsense are you saying? Chen Shi felt no maternal warmth from this woman, only strangeness. Seeing the woman still approaching, Chen Shi grabbed the ashtray from the table and threw it. In an instant, he felt dizzy, and everything in front of him became blurry and distorted. He vaguely heard people talking in his ears. He's very sensitive to mother. The appearance of a mother will stimulate him and make him doubt the reality of the dream. We only controlled his father, his mother must be replaced. Then let's re-edit the dream, change the beginning to his mother dying in childbirth.
Chen Shi struggled to
open his eyes and saw that one of the people speaking looked exactly like him.
Where is this?
His previously sealed memories resurfaced, confirming that he was not in the hotel room from before.
That person who looks exactly like me, he must be the first-generation nightmare who's going to parasitize me, right?
I can see him, and he looks exactly like me, which means he has already parasitized me.
Chen Shi sighed inwardly. One nightmare eater left, and another nightmare came.
However, he couldn't afford to think about these things now. While his consciousness was clear, he had to quickly find a way to save himself.
How much time has passed since I entered the dream within a dream? Has it gotten dark?
No matter what, I have to try. Chen Shi struggled with all his might, but he felt as if he was experiencing sleep paralysis. He couldn't get up at all, and even opening his eyes was difficult. According to the method he used last time when he swapped bodies, he should get up and move his feet to the rhythm of his heartbeat.
But at the moment, he couldn't do it. However, he had also speculated before that this might not be a necessary step at all. The secret door left by the Nightmare Eater must be simple to operate, convenient for him to activate in various situations. Additionally, it must be hidden, not easily noticed by others, nor easily triggered by me unintentionally. And it's very likely related to the heartbeat. Considering the above points, his previous method of moving his feet to the rhythm of his heartbeat could basically be ruled out. This was difficult to do when his movements were restricted, and it was also very easy for Chen Shi to trigger unintentionally. Suppose I am the Nightmare Eater right now, and I'm trapped by the Nightmare Clan. What kind of secret door would I design to swap bodies and escape? Related to the heartbeat, Chen Shi began to count his heartbeats silently. As he counted, he suddenly thought of something. My heartbeat seems a bit fast, at least faster than the other body. He recalled the feeling of controlling the other body before, recalling the heart rate at that time, which was clearly slower than his current body. This body I'm in now is my own body. The one I controlled before was equivalent to a parasite's body. A parasite's heartbeat is slower than a normal person's, however, before swapping bodies, my heartbeat suddenly sped up. Could the key to activating the secret door lie in the frequency of the heartbeat? Chen Shi thought about it, and there really was such a possibility. Adjusting the heartbeat, this was sufficiently hidden, and as long as his consciousness was clear and he maintained control over his body, he could do it. It definitely isn't speeding up the heartbeat. If speeding up his heartbeat could trigger the secret door, Chen Shi would unintentionally meet the trigger conditions if he exercised even slightly vigorously and his heart rate increased. If it's not speeding up, then it can only be slowing down the heart rate. Thinking this, Chen Shi immediately began to try. He held his breath and started to hold his breath. Holding one's breath can affect heart rate, causing it to decrease for a short period. However, after holding one's breath for a long time, the heart rate will rebound, and the heart will beat faster. Time passed second by second, and Chen Shi carefully felt the changes in his heartbeat. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Clan beside him seemed to be modifying the dream within a dream they had woven for him, which bought him a lot of time. As he held his breath, Chen Shi clearly felt his heart rate drop. Until a certain moment, a heartbeat suddenly sounded in his ear, exceptionally clear. But it was only that one sound, fleeting. Chen Shi's heart was uplifted, knowing he had found the right method. After adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, he tried holding his breath again. As his heart rate gradually decreased, he concentrated fully on catching the changes in his heartbeat, and finally heard that exceptionally clear heartbeat again. That's the frequency, that's the heartbeat. Is it necessary to lower the heart rate to a certain frequency to swap bodies? But why haven't I successfully swapped yet? Is it not night yet? Chen Shi could only try again and again. Gradually, he became more and more proficient, able to quickly adjust and capture that special heartbeat, and even maintain his heart rate temporarily within that range by controlling his breathing frequency. As a result, each time he held his breath, he could even hear 2 consecutive special heartbeats. But he still hadn't completed the body swap. The new dream has been modified, let's start over. Chen Shi suddenly heard Meng Lu's voice. Immediately, a voice identical to his own rang out. This time, I'll observe and accompany the entire process. If there's any sign of a flaw, I'll patch it up immediately, striving for success in one go. Chen Shi's heart was anxious, and he quickly adjusted his breathing and controlled his heartbeat again. Thump! Powerful, strong heartbeats, like thunder, echoed in Chen Shi's ears. At the same time, various pieces of information and images, like bullets, shot into Chen Shi's consciousness. He instantly sank back into the dream. But this time was different from the last. While he was dreaming, the sound of his heartbeat kept ringing in his ears. The heartbeat grew faster and faster, sounding like thunder, urgent like a sudden downpour, and it directly woke Chen Shi's consciousness from deep sleep. This dream within a dream had failed before it even began. Chen Shi clearly knew he was dreaming. Additionally, hearing the heartbeat accelerate wildly, Chen Shi was overjoyed, knowing he had succeeded. Last time he swapped bodies, his heart rate also sped up like this. Thump thump, thump thump. The heartbeats merged into a continuous sound,
he could no longer hear any pauses. Finally, Chen Shi's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a ruin, surrounded by 100 people pointing guns at him.
Surrender quickly. Don't make futile resistance. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
Chen Shi raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender.
Let me explain. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall strong man walked out from the crowd.
When Chen Shi saw him, a look of joy appeared on his face. Captain Peanut.
Peanut's face darkened. Who told you to call me that? I'm really Biscuit. I was the one who called the police earlier. Oh, right, why don't you call Mirror over and have him shine on me?
Then you'll know. After Chen Shi's repeated explanations, Peanut finally called Mirror over, and Chen Shi's identity was confirmed by having Mirror look into his dream. Only then did the surrounding people put down their guns.
What exactly happened? Peanut asked in a deep voice.
We'll talk about the rest later.
First, arrange a plane to send me back to Jinghai City.
Seeing Peanut still standing there motionless, Chen Shi had to explain a few more words. I only have one day.
Tomorrow night, this body will be controlled by the Nightmare Eater again. I need to make good use of this day to do more.
In Jinghai City, Huang Jihai has let a group of domain-level parasites out, so it's the most vulnerable time, and I am now terrifyingly strong. I plan to blitz Jinghai City while the Nightmare Clan there is completely unprepared.
Although Chen Shi
had lost his ability as an odd food consumer, his strength was even greater than before. However, Jinghai City was at its most vulnerable and weakest, and they could do many things by seizing this opportunity.
But he only had one day.
By this time tomorrow, the Nightmare Eater would definitely activate the secret door again and swap bodies with him. Neither he nor the Nightmare Eater wanted to stay in the dream realm right now. After all, they couldn't do anything in the dream realm and still had to face the threat of pollution and the Nightmare Clan. Of course, all of this was predicated on the Nightmare Eater still being alive by this time tomorrow, because given the situation in the dream realm just now, Chen Shi really couldn't imagine how the Nightmare Eater could escape. However, Chen Shi estimated that even if the Nightmare Clan captured the Nightmare Eater, they wouldn't kill it, because they still wanted to swap him back.
Peanut didn't ask any more questions and immediately contacted his superiors to arrange a plane.
After everything was arranged, he then asked Chen Shi for a detailed understanding of the situation. And Chen Shi also learned about what had happened over the past day from Peanut. After Chen Shi was trapped in the dream realm, Peanut and the others tried various methods, but none could rescue him. Later, Mirror entered the dream realm again and found that he had already left the previous area. So, their group had to temporarily leave the polluted area and apply to their superiors to mobilize more dream thieves, preparing to collectively enter the dream realm to rescue Chen Shi. However, Chen Shi's alarm call last night gave them an unexpected surprise. They thought Chen Shi had successfully rescued himself and escaped from the dream realm. But when they tracked the location and found it, they discovered that the phone had long been abandoned. Afterward, they only tracked down Chen Shi's location through various means.
At first, the Nightmare Eater did indeed intend to impersonate Chen Shi and slip through, but thankfully, Peanut insisted that the Nightmare Eater prove himself through Mirror's dream, which ultimately forced the Nightmare Eater to reluctantly expose his identity.
Thanks to Peanut's caution, the Nightmare Eater was prevented from causing greater losses by using Chen Shi's identity. Afterward, Peanut led his people to track the Nightmare Eater, and just when they managed to corner the Nightmare Eater, Chen Shi immediately took over the body. Then I came back just in time. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Any later, and many people would have been injured or killed. Chen Shi was very confident in the combat power of his current body.
Could 100 or so guns kill him? He wasn't sure.
But he knew that even if he died, he could at least take out quite a few. And Peanut and the others, after understanding Chen Shi's predicament, also expressed their concern for him. However, there was indeed no good solution at the moment. Even if they wanted to help Chen Shi, they had no way to start. After Peanut made several urgent phone calls, a private plane to Jinghai City was quickly arranged for Chen Shi. Chen Shi, Peanut, and Mirror boarded the plane back to Jinghai City overnight. On the plane, the three of them discussed the upcoming action plan.
The first question to consider: where should they strike on this trip back to Jinghai City?
Jinghai Medical College is, of course, the first choice, but are you confident?
Peanut asked with a frown.
Jinghai Medical College was suspected to be the source of pollution in Jinghai City. If they could successfully threaten the source of pollution, it might force Jinghai City to enter the second stage of pollution ahead of schedule.
Chen Shi shook his head. I only currently possess the basic ability of parasites, body mutation, and cannot use domains or other means.
Facing the real illusions of A-level and S-level polluted areas, it may not have a very good effect. No matter how powerful the combat strength brought by body mutation, it was only on a physical level. Facing mental illusions, there was a sense of dislocation, like punching cotton. However, Chen Shi changed the subject. I can also try it, but it has to be a lower priority. This opportunity is rare, and we must ensure we gain something. In Chen Shi's heart, making Jinghai City's pollution enter the second stage earlier was far less important than rescuing his mother. So, he still prioritized how to find the delivery room. Then let's set the first target location as Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory, Peanut said proactively, seemingly guessing Chen Shi's thoughts. Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory was where Yen Shui appeared after being resurrected from the delivery room.
There might be an entrance to the delivery room there.
From the information Mirror had previously, Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory was estimated to be a C-level or B-level polluted area, and Chen Shi was confident that it should not be difficult for him. So, the three of them formulated a series of plans around Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory and perfected the. If there was still time after exploring Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory, Chen Shi would then explore Jinghai Medical College. Not long after, the plane successfully landed at Jinghai City Airport. Including the time spent traveling to the airport, it took less than 2 hours in total to successfully arrive in Jinghai City. As soon as Chen Shi and his companions exited the airport, they saw Baozi already waiting for them in a car outside. The three got into the car and drove straight to Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory. Suanen and the others were not called for this operation, as Chen Shi was the sole main force. Even Peanut and the others were only responsible for support from outside. Whether it was a C-level or B-level polluted area, they all had the effect of distorting perception. Others entering might become a burden, so Chen Shi acting alone was the wisest choice. On the way, Baozi drove and said, I have already cut off all contact between Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory and the outside world. Also, here is some information you can look at. Saying that, she threw a stack of documents onto Chen Shi's lap. Chen Shi opened it and saw that it included information such as the personnel structure and internal layout of Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory. As a prominent factory in the food processing industry of Jinghai City, Shan Yuan Food Processing Factory had a vast factory area, complete facilities, and a considerable number of employees. Nearly half of these employees lived in the staff dormitories. It was unknown how many parasites were among these people. You cut off all the signals in the factory area. Won't the employees living in the staff dormitories notice something is wrong? Mirror asked. No signal just means they can't play on their phones. They can either go to bed early or leave the dormitory and go outside. Either way, it's beneficial for our operation, Baozi replied. Chen Shi stared at the factory layout map for a long time. In his opinion, the most likely places for a pollution source in the factory area were the staff dormitories and the production workshops. The former was where they slept, and the latter was where they worked. And if there was an entrance to the delivery room, it would probably be in these two places. Baozi drove very fast, and soon, she slammed on the brakes, stopping at the factory gate. We're here. Be careful. Call us any time if there's a problem. Peanut and the others gave a few instructions. Chen Shi got out of the car alone. What appeared before him was an imposing factory gate, and golden characters pasted next to the gate, Shan Yuan Food Factory. The guard room was still lit, and several people were gathered around a small table inside. Faint sounds could be heard coming from within. Pair of twos. Bomb. Can't beat it.
No one was paying attention to the outside situation at all. Chenshi lightly leaped, flipping over the gate without a sound. The security guards and workers in the guardroom were completely unaware. He headed straight for the factory building. After a few steps, he suddenly paused, a look of surprise on his face. He had detected wild food. Can my food detection ability still be used? Chenshi had tried before, and his current body did not possess the ability to devour the Nightmare Clan, so he thought all his odd food consumer abilities had disappeared with it. But after returning to Jinghai City, he found that it wasn't quite so. His food detection ability was still there. Food detection ability could help him quickly find high-level pollution sources, and if the delivery room existed, it must be near a pollution source. It seems that after swapping bodies, I only lost the ability to devour the Nightmare Clan. This discovery was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Chenshi ran over, preparing to pick up the wild food he had detected. He wanted to see if his current body could still consume wild food. However, when he arrived at the location of the wild food, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was just a bare concrete floor, with nothing there. His food detection ability clearly told him there was a wild food here, but he just couldn't see it. Chenshi frowned, deep in thought. From the looks of it, I seem to only be able to detect pollution sources, but I've lost the ability to transform pollution sources into wild food. So, there's only a pollution source here, and I can't see the pollution source, only the wild food after transformation, as far as Chenshi knew, even. Among the Nightmare Clan, only a small number of people possessed the ability to discover pollution sources. It was normal for him, a fake parasite, not to see the pollution source. Chenshi had no choice but to give up on this attempt and sprint at full speed towards the factory building. His current physical quality was terrifyingly strong. He ran fast and his stamina seemed inexhaustible, and he quickly entered the factory area. Outside the factory building, he could already hear the sound of machinery operating inside the workshops. Shangyuan Food Processing Factory, like most factories, adopted a two-shift work system, with machines running 24 hours a day without stopping. Late at night, there were still many workers on the night shift. Chenshi directly entered it, quickly moving through, using his food detection ability to search for pollution sources. Many workers who were busy working noticed Chenshi and cast curious glances, but everyone was busy with their own tasks and no one asked any questions. After Chenshi ran a lap, someone finally stopped him. It was a middle-aged man in a work uniform, who said somewhat impatiently, "Who are you? What are you running around for?" Chenshi ignored him. After exploring the first workshop, he went straight to the next one. After continuously exploring several workshops, Chenshi finally stopped. He found the high-level pollution source in the workshop. Chenshi quickly approached, only to find that it was still empty in front of him. He couldn't transform the high-level pollution source into high-level wild food. Chenshi didn't care, as he wasn't here to find high-level wild food anyway. His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, but just then, a man in a dirty work uniform appeared in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "What are you looking for?" Chenshi merely glanced at him, then suddenly flicked his hand, and his arm rapidly extended, wrapping around and binding the man. The man roared, his mouth suddenly widened, his entire oral cavity and cheeks rapidly elongated, and triangular snakeheads emerged from his narrow mouth. Each of the snakes opened its mouth, revealing sharp venomous fangs, and bit at Chenshi's arm wrapped around the man. But the next moment, countless sharp thorns instantly grew on Chenshi's vine-like arm. These thorns pierced through the heads of the snakes and the man's skin, plundering the blood from his body. Chenshi slightly pulled his hand back, bringing the man in front of him, and said, "I'm looking for the delivery room. Do you know where it is?" The man gradually weakened, but a hint of mocking laughter appeared on his face. "I don't know where it is, but I know you'll never find it." Chenshi didn't waste any more words with him. The vines wrapped around the man instantly tightened, and with a bang, the man's body was crushed, sending him to the delivery room. He continued searching the surroundings, but found nothing. Soon, Chenshi explored the entire factory area, gaining no results, and could only run towards the dormitory area again. A polluted area often has more than one high-level pollution source, and the level of the polluted area is often determined by the highest level pollution source. For example, in the original Jingyi-affiliated hospital, Chun-Chi discovered two high-level foods, a pancake and a cream cake.
Shan Yuan Food Factory was no exception and likely hid other high-level pollution sources. As soon as he stood downstairs of the dormitory building, Chen-Chi detected the presence of a high-level pollution source. The pollution source here seemed to be of a higher level than that in the factory area, and the crowd was relatively denser. Chen-Chi followed the sensation and arrived at the bathroom area on the second floor of the dormitory. As soon as she walked in, 3 parasites appeared behind him simultaneously. The higher the level of the pollution source, the stronger the number and strength of the guarding parasites.
Chen-Chi didn't even turn his head.
His body instantly exploded, transforming into a large net that captured the 3 people behind him. His scattered flesh and blood rapidly wriggled and tightened, firmly binding the 3 individuals. Sharp teeth and claws continuously grew from the tentacle-like flesh and blood, piercing into their bodies. Chen-Chi's head reformed on this net of flesh and blood, looking down at the 3.
"Where is the delivery room?" Chen-Chi asked directly without wasting words. "I know someone resurrected from your place." "Where did she come out from?" "Ha ha." One of the parasites couldn't help but laugh. "Right here. Right in front of you."
As soon as he finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared in the bathroom.
"But can you get in?"
The sudden appearance of a portal in the bathroom reminded Chen-Chi of the Taipingjian morgue entrance that had appeared at Jingquan Elementary School earlier. It appeared without warning, and it was equally both real and illusory. The difference was that the door to the Taipingjian morgue had transparent glass, allowing one to see inside. However, the door that appeared in the bathroom at this moment was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Chen-Chi extended a tentacle to push the door, but it pushed through empty space, as if the door was merely an intangible shadow. He picked up a parasite and threw it towards the door. With a bang, the parasites hit the door but failed to open it, falling to the ground.
Chen-Chi's brows furrowed as he noticed the difference.
He couldn't touch the door at all, but the parasites could, it just couldn't break the door open. He picked up the parasites again and pressed it against the door, attempting to use the parasite's body as a tool to push the door open. But no matter how hard Chen-Chi pushed, he couldn't open the door even a crack.
"Open the door!" Chen-Chi commanded a parasites.
That person sneered, "Even if I could open it, you wouldn't be able to get in." Although he felt that the parasites was likely telling the truth, Chen-Chi still controlled his vine-like tentacles to crush his body, then commanded the next parasites, "Open the door."
The parasites remained unmoved by
the command, and with a thought from Chen-Chi, sharp, barbed tentacles pierced into his body, weaving through his bones and flesh, separating his bone from his meat, and tearing his internal organs. This instantly triggered the parasite's abnormality, his entire body's flesh and blood mutated. Attempting to resist, but he still struggled to break free from Chen-Chi's restraint. Even though he was tortured by Chen-Chi to the point of unbearable pain, he still showed an uncooperative attitude, even wanting to commit suicide to seek liberation. Such behavior from the parasites was within Chen-Chi's expectations. For these monsters, neither coercion nor enticement seemed to work. Chen-Chi no longer wasted time, not even asking the last parasites. Bone spurs pierced into their bodies, and in a flash, these 2 parasites were sucked dry, turning into mummies. But as these 3 parasites died, the portal also dissipated. Chen-Chi pondered, this portal should have been summoned by the parasites, but certainly not all parasites have this ability, at least, only those at the domain level can do it. This meant that the entrance to the delivery room could appear in various places. Just like the previous speculation, whether it was the Taipingjian morgue or the delivery room, their entrances in reality were neither unique nor fixed, but relied on the summoning of high-level Nightmare Clan.
As for the specific conditions of this summoning, that remained unknown.
This also meant that Chen-Chi's idea of staking out outside the entrance wouldn't work. He didn't know from which location his mother and Coffee would leave the delivery room after being revived. To save them, the only way was to enter the delivery room and find them while they were being revived. But even when the door to the delivery room appeared before Chen-Chi, he couldn't get in. The parasites can touch the portal, but I can't. Strictly speaking, I'm half a parasites now, and the only difference between me and them is that I don't have a Nightmare Clan in my body. Chen Shi suspected that if Nightmare Eater were still inside him, he might have been able to touch that door, but whether he could open it was another matter.
He quickly left Shine Yuan Food Processing Factory and met up with Peanut and the others. "How is it?" Peanut asked.
Chen Shi shook his head. "Currently, it seems that even if we find the entrance to the delivery room, we have no way to enter."
"Then what's your next step? Are you still going according to the original plan?"
In their original plan, after exploring Shangyuan Food Processing Factory, regardless of whether they found the entrance to the delivery room, as long as there was still time remaining, the next stop would be Jinghai Medical College. But currently, time was still very ample. It was just past midnight, and there were still more than 10 hours until his next body swap with Nightmare Eater. The main reason was that Chen Shi explored Shangyuan Food Processing Factory too quickly. He could be said to have speedrun it without taking any damage. Chen Shi thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. "Let's go to Jinghai Medical College.
Since time is still ample, I'll explore it thoroughly."
Whether to save his mother or to end the disaster in Jinghai City, Jinghai Medical College was always an unavoidable hurdle. He had to go there sooner or later, so he might as well take advantage of his current invincible state to boldly venture in. Given Chen Shi's current state, in this small corner of Jinghai City, he could indeed be considered invincible.
He might not be the strongest, but he was fearless. Pollution? Doesn't exist. He's half a parasite now. What's there to fear about pollution? Moreover, this isn't his real body, so it doesn't matter if it gets polluted.
Parasitic? That's even more impossible. With the Dream Eater clan, he's already taken.
Kill him? If the Nightmare clan wanted to kill him, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now?
What's more, Nightmare Eater is now relying on swapping bodies with him to escape the dream, so the Dream Eater clan here in Jinghai City will never do anything that threatens his life.
Chen Shi could now walk freely in Jinghai City.
The only thing to worry about was being imprisoned, but at most, he can only be imprisoned for a dozen hours. Peanut pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then let's go." Although there was still plenty of time now, and Chen Shi could explore a few more contaminated areas, there wasn't much point. Chen Shi currently couldn't devour Nightmare Clan, nor could he convert pollution sources into wild food. Although he could speedrun various low and medium-level contaminated areas without taking damage, there was no benefit.
He couldn't strengthen himself, nor could he truly weaken the enemy.
So, Baozi drove towards Jinghai Medical College again. On the way, Baozi reported, "Captain, during the few days you've been out, the pollution in Jinghai City seems to be worsening."
Peanut asked in confusion, "What happened?"
"Jinghai City has recently been engaged in a food delivery war," Baozi frowned. "The discounts are abnormally large, causing both major food delivery platforms to be completely overwhelmed with orders recently, and the writers can't keep up with deliveries." Chen Shi pressed, "Are the discounts you're talking about platform activities or activities organized by the merchants
themselves?"
Peanut had obviously investigated this long ago and replied, "It's mainly local merchants themselves giving discounts, issuing large amounts of red envelopes and vouchers, and each one seems to be operating at a loss. In addition, regarding the platforms, I had someone investigate and found that the headquarters of the food delivery platforms didn't have any discount activities. However, the platform manager for the Jinghai City area has recently launched many new activities, but only for Jinghai City. So, it's mainly discount activities organized by local merchants in Jinghai City and the platform's regional manager," Peanut mused. "That at least indicates there's no major problem with the platform headquarters." Baozi said helplessly, "If it were platform headquarters activities, we could directly stop them, but with merchants spontaneously offering discounts, it's very difficult for us to intervene."
People were willing to
do business at a loss, and with so many food delivery merchants throughout Jinghai City, it was indeed impossible to manage them all. Chen Shi took out his phone, opened the food delivery platform, and randomly tried to order some items, finding the prices shockingly cheap.
A cup of milk tea that usually costs over 10 yuan is now just over 1 yuan, and delivery is free? Usually, this beef rice costs over 20 yuan with coupons, but now it's just over 2 yuan and comes with on-time delivery insurance? Damn, there are even 0 yuan purchases. Chen Shi tried a
few things randomly and found that almost everything cost 1 or 2 yuan, rarely exceeding 5 yuan. He opened his old classmate group chat and found many people discussing the recent food delivery war in Jinghai City.
I can't eat anymore, I'm too full. Drinking milk tea every day, it's cheaper than water, I'm going to get diabetes. Damn it!
They chose to have a commercial war precisely when I'm trying to lose weight. You can lose weight anytime, but if you miss out on these deals, you won't be able to grab them again.
Exactly, how can you have the energy to lose weight if you're not full?
Chen Shi put down his phone and said, "It
seems the Nightmare Clan in Jinghai City is deliberately speeding things up. Has the expansion rate of the contaminated areas increased recently?"
Baozi said, "We've already arranged for people to observe, and we should have a conclusion in the next 2 days." As the eating fear pollution deepened, people in Jinghai City became increasingly able to eat, and food
consumption grew larger and larger.
The more they ate, the deeper the pollution.
The deeper the pollution, the more they ate. This led to an unsolvable vicious cycle.
And this wave of food delivery wars further significantly boosted the progress, further increasing Jinghai City's food consumption. All of this must have been manipulated by the Nightmare Clan behind the scenes. There must be a reason for them to do this, and it's very likely that the territorial disputes in various contaminated areas have entered a new phase. After several days, Chen Shi arrived at Jinghai Medical College again. Unlike last time, he had no sense of nervousness this time and climbed over the wall into the campus alone. "Last time, I didn't truly explore the school, I only wandered around in front of the girls' dormitory and then entered the illusion of the laboratory. Many places like the teaching building, cafeteria, and library haven't been visited." Chen Shi temporarily avoided the laboratory area this time,
planning to visit other places first.
Based on the various intelligence he had gathered recently, Chen Shi had reason to suspect that what he encountered in the laboratory last time was only an A-level pollution source. Jinghai Medical College was rated as an S-level contaminated area because when Chili and Jiachuan first explored it, they had encountered a rule-based illusion.
An S-level contaminated area often possesses more than one high-level pollution source.
So, Chen Shi had not discovered the true S-level pollution source last time. This time, he came in with the intention of determining the location of the S-level pollution source, and incidentally exploring the entire medical college to see if he could find a higher-level pollution source. Peanut and his team had never confirmed that Jinghai Medical College was the source of pollution in Jinghai City. Because throughout Jinghai City, there were 2 other places rated as S-level contaminated areas, just like Jinghai Medical College.
These 3 S-level contaminated areas could all hide the source of pollution.
It's also possible that none of these 3 contaminated areas are the source of pollution, and the true source has yet to be discovered by them. The medical college was quiet in the early morning, with the dim moonlight casting shadows everywhere, but Chen Shi no longer felt the tension he had experienced during his last visit. Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. When he possessed the combat power to crush most domain-level parasites in this invincible body, he no longer knew what fear was. Chen Shi chose to explore the library closest to him first.
He quickly arrived at the library entrance. At this hour, the library doors were already tightly locked.
However, this didn't stump Chen Shi. His body seemed to melt, turning into a flowing puddle of flesh and blood, passing through the gap in the door and entering the library. He quickly moved through the library, climbing the stairs to the upper floors, but he stopped after only searching the second floor. Because he discovered a high-level pollution source in the library, but it felt very low-level, probably only sea level.
In Jinghai Medical College, an S-level contaminated area, such a sea-level pollution source didn't even have a guarding parasites.
This also indicated that the library was not the pollution center of Jinghai Medical College, neither the S-level pollution source nor the source of pollution could be hidden here.
Chen Shi didn't delay. After leaving the library, he headed straight for the school cafeteria.
Jinghai Medical College has 2 cafeterias. The one in front of Chen Shi was Cafeteria 1, which was very close to a teaching building. Last time, Jiachuan and his team fell into a rule-based illusion near here, so the S-level pollution source is most likely in the teaching building or Cafeteria 1. The teaching building was too large, with many floors and classrooms, so Chun-Chi chose to explore Cafeteria 1 first. He used the same trick again, turning into a liquid form and drilling into the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, Chun-Chi made a discovery: the vast first floor of the cafeteria was empty, and there was no one behind the counters, but looking up, he saw several figures hanging from the ceiling like bats. Swish, swish, swish. Before Chun-Chi could fully materialize, those figures leaped down from the ceiling. Chun-Chi didn't waste words with them. Strands of silk shot out from his still unhuman body. These were wriggling muscle fibers, like incredibly long worms, and as soon as they touched someone, they drilled into the opponent's body to absorb nutrients. Those parasites also reacted quickly, their arms like blades, swiftly cutting off the muscle fibers one by one. But those severed muscle fibers, upon falling to the ground, did not lose their vitality. Like leeches, they jumped onto their bodies, drilling one blood hole after another into their skin, feasting inside. Countless leeches covered their entire bodies, rapidly devouring them. Just as these parasites were about to be sucked dry by Chun-Chi, a layer of blue light suddenly enveloped them. A blue domain. Chun-Chi's heart tightened. Those who mastered visible domains were without exception top-tier powerhouses among the parasites. However, a blue domain was indeed something he was seeing for the first time. Meng Lu and Huang Jihai, as third-generation Nightmare Clan, both had purple domains. The Nightmare Eater inside Chun-Chi, as a first-generation Nightmare Clan, had previously used a red domain. Could this blue domain be exclusive to second-generation Nightmare Clan? Jinghai Medical College was indeed not simple. Even with Huang Jihai away, there was still a powerhouse stationed there. Under the cover of the blue domain, the leeches that Chun-Chi had transformed into were pulled by an invisible force, forcibly ripped out of the bodies of those parasites. The numerous leeches gathered into a mass and quickly coalesced into Chun-Chi's form. His gaze swiftly scanned his surroundings, and he saw a figure slowly descending from the second floor of the cafeteria. Chun-Chi, long time no see. Chun-Chi's gaze sharpened. Sun Gu. Chun-Chi's emotions were complex as he gazed at the familiar face. Sun Xuecha now, though seemingly no different from the one Chun-Chi remembered, gave off a completely different vibe. His aura was that of an entirely different person. Beneath his calm and indifferent exterior, an undisguised arrogance seeped through. That kind of superiority, unique to high-level Nightmare Clan members and seemingly without origin, could be sensed even through his skin. Long time no see, Sun Xuecho said indifferently. We should have never met, Chun-Chi replied coolly. In his eyes, the current Sun Xuecho and the previous Sun Xuecho were not the same person. You don't need to be so repulsed by us Nightmare Clan, Sun Xuecho chuckled. In fact, after complete integration, I am Sun Xuecho, and Sun Xuecho is me. There's no distinction anymore. Do you need something? If not, I plan to go upstairs and take a look. Chun-Chi had no desire to waste words with him and deliberately walked towards the second floor of the dining hall, testing him. Sun Xuecho had just come down from the second floor, indicating that the pollution source was most likely hidden there. Something that could make Sun Xuecho, a second-generation Nightmare Clan member, personally guard it, was very likely an S-rank pollution source. Sun Xuecho, surprisingly, did not stop him. He unhurriedly followed Chun-Chi's footsteps towards the second floor and said, I know what you're looking for, but what can you do even if you find it? Chun-Chi did not answer. He truly couldn't do anything now. Having lost the ability to devour Nightmare Clan members and pollution sources, even if he located an S-rank pollution source, he could only watch. Moreover, even if his main body were here, he couldn't digest an S-rank pollution source at this point. This was also why Sun Xuecho didn't stop him. However, for Chun-Chi, simply finding an S-rank pollution source was a gain in itself. Walking up to the second floor step by step, Chun-Chi frowned slightly. He was puzzled as to why he hadn't been pulled into an illusion. Previously, as soon as he approached the Jinghai Medical College laboratory, he entered an illusion, and the pollution source in the laboratory was only A rank. If an S-rank pollution source existed on the second floor of this dining hall, its influence should be much greater, and he should have entered an illusion by now. Is it because my current body can immunize against the effects of illusions? Or, have I already entered an illusion, but I'm unaware of it? The last time he entered an illusion, the reason he noticed it immediately was because he transformed from a dog's body into a human body. Chen Shi slowed his pace, vigilantly observing his surroundings, checking for anything unusual. As a result, he walked all the way to the center of the second-floor dining hall but found nothing abnormal, nor did he see anyone else. And his food detection ability also did not detect the presence of a pollution source.
It's not here?
Chen Shi looked puzzled.
It seems you still can't detect it, Sun Xueqiao chuckled.
What you're looking for is right in front of you.
Chen Shi frowned slightly, understanding that his ability level wasn't high enough to detect an S-rank pollution source.
This was similar to the previous B-rank pollution source disguised as candied hawthorn, which Chen Shi couldn't detect even when holding it in his hand. Only after eating the candied hawthorn and completing his first ability qualitative change was he able to detect B-rank pollution sources.
Chen Shi didn't know the highest rank of pollution source his current food detection ability could detect, but it seemed he still couldn't detect S rank. As for A rank, he hadn't tried, so he wasn't sure.
Since I can't detect S rank pollution sources, and it doesn't seem like I've fallen into the rule-based illusion generated by an S rank pollution source, Chen Shi turned and walked straight downstairs without lingering. Although he couldn't detect the presence of a pollution source, Sun Xueqiao's appearance almost certainly proved that the pollution source was here. Staying in the first dining hall wouldn't yield more. If Sun Xueqiao didn't stop him, he wouldn't mind continuing to explore Jinghai Medical College.
Chen Shi wasn't surprised that Sun Xueqiao hadn't attacked him until now.
He probably guessed that the Nightmare Clan members in Jinghai City were all having headaches seeing him. They couldn't fight him, nor could they kill him, they simply had no way to deal with him.
Since you've come all this way, won't you stay a little longer and catch up with me? Sun Xueqiao finally spoke.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shi knew that Sun Xueqiao didn't intend to let him leave.
He stopped, smiled, and said, "What, does this Jinghai Medical College have some secret you don't want me to know? Could it be that the source of pollution in Jinghai City is really here?"
They boldly allowed him to approach the S-rank pollution source and knew he couldn't threaten other pollution sources, so why wouldn't they let him leave? The only thing Chen Shi could think of that was more important than an S-rank pollution source was the source of pollution in Jinghai City. Chen Shi had never seen what a city's pollution source looked like, but from Kongning City's situation, the pollution source might not be concealed, at least, ordinary ability users could see it. It wasn't like S-rank to E-rank pollution sources, which required special abilities like Chen Shi's to discover. Otherwise, the official ability users in Kongning City wouldn't have been able to threaten Kongning City's pollution source back then.
Sun Xueqiao didn't answer Chen Shi's question directly. Instead, he asked, "Are you very curious as to why you didn't fall into an illusion?"
Chen Shi glanced at Sun Xueqiao but didn't follow up on Sun Xueqiao's words, merely continuing to walk downstairs on his own.
Sun Xueqiao didn't follow.
With his arms crossed, he quietly watched Chen Shi's back recede, muttering to himself, "You can't run away." Seeing that Sun Xueqiao didn't follow, Chen Shi immediately sped up, leaped directly down the stairs, and left the dining hall in a few strides. He headed straight for the teaching building not far away, but before he had run 2 steps, Sun Xueqiao's voice echoed in his ears. "Since you're here, stay a little longer." Sun Xueqiao appeared behind Chen Shi at some unknown time, following him like a ghost.
Chen Shi accelerated again, rushing out like a flash.
He thought he had shaken off Sun Xueqiao, but when he looked back, he found him following again. Although he knew he was likely not an opponent, Chen Shi didn't hesitate this time and actively attacked Sun Xueqiao. His arm split into countless sharp spikes, directly piercing Sun Xueqiao's face.
Put!
The sound of flesh being pierced came. Sun Xueqiao's head was pierced by countless tiny holes by Chen Shi, and various colored fluids flowed out. He fell to the ground, as if he had already become a corpse. But before Chen Shi had run far, another Sun Xueqiao appeared in front of him. Chen Shi hesitated slightly but still attacked again, easily killing him.
Thus, another Sun Xueqiao's corpse was added to the ground.
But then, new Sun Xueqiaos kept appearing. Chen Shi killed one, and another would refresh, as if they would never run out. In a short while, Chen Shi looked back again and saw that the ground was already covered with Sun Xueqiao's corpses. Seeing new Sun Xueqiaos appear again, Chen Shi chose to ignore them this time and headed straight for the teaching building's main entrance. But as soon as he reached the door, before he could pass through the locked entrance, the Sun Shueqiao corpses lying on the ground all stood up. Their deaths were gruesome, and they swarmed towards Chen Shi like vengeful spirits seeking his life.
Chen Shi, however, remained calm. He knew the Nightmare Clan wouldn't do anything to him and calmly asked, "So, when did I fall into the illusion?"
A Sun Shueqiao corpse with only half a head replied, "The entire Jinghai Medical College is within the illusion's coverage.
We can pull you into the illusion at any time and send you out at any time." Chen Shi pondered, so an S-rank pollution source's influence is large enough to cover the entire medical college?
Compared to this, the illusion he encountered in the laboratory before seemed insignificant. Moreover, he also had to be careful, as he could be sent back to reality from the illusion at any time. This silent transition between virtual and real was impossible to guard against. This time, he wasn't possessing a dog, so he couldn't judge whether he was in an illusion or reality by changes in his body shape. He finally experienced firsthand why this illusion was called true illusion.
One had to enter it personally to feel its reality. Chen Shi said to the group of Sun Shueqiaos, "So you're the one holding the illusion's remote control, aren't you?" Sun Shueqiao didn't answer, but not denying it was basically an admission. Confirming that he was in an illusion, Chen Shi's heart was calm. In fact, when he realized he couldn't do anything against the pollution source, he had the idea of exploring the illusion again. He might not find anything new in the real Jinghai Medical College, but there were many things that interested him in the illusion. At least from the illusion, he could enter the birthing room and the Taipingjian morgue, which he couldn't do in reality. "Since I'm already in an illusion, why do you keep following me?" Facing the surrounding Sun Shueqiaos, Chen Shi didn't resist at all and simply sat down on the ground. "If you have the guts, kill me." "Old friends meeting, we just want to catch up more," dozens of Sun Shueqiaos replied in unison. "You want to tie me down, don't you? It seems even in the illusion, there are things you don't want me to discover." "Not really. We're mainly afraid you'll mess things up, because even within the illusion, there's an order we need to maintain," Sun Shueqiao said without hiding anything. "And you'll have to stay here for more than 10 hours. So you're just being honest, just say I'm annoying, isn't that better?" Chen Shi pouted. "Why bother with this old friends catching up nonsense? When did you Nightmare Clan learn this human trick?" "Strictly speaking, after I merged with Sun Shueqiao, I'm also half human," Sun Shueqiao said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi's entire body in front of him suddenly exploded like fireworks. It burst into countless meat paste-like tissues, splattering everywhere. Although these meat pastes split into a dozen clumps, each crawling in different directions. The dozens of Sun Shueqiaos adopted a one-on-one marking tactic, each fixing on a clump of meat paste and following closely. But soon, most of the meat paste drilled into the sewers, wriggling in different directions along the sewer pipes. Some even directly drilled into the school's artificial lake, moving separately at the bottom of the lake. This made it completely impossible for the dozens of Sun Shueqiaos to track Chen Shi's whereabouts, forcing them to give up. This was the first time Chen Shi had used his body's abilities to such an extreme, and he also experienced what it felt like to transform into myriad forms. He traveled through Jinghai Medical College's drainage system, passing through tunnels that only snakes, insects, rats, and ants could access, wading through sewer sewage, battling cockroaches, fighting rat swarms. Of course, in reality, this was merely his unilateral slaughter. Cockroaches and rat swarms, facing Chen Shi in his meat mud form, still had no power to resist. They were basically instantly killed as soon as they showed their heads. Here, he was the absolute king. Chen Shi dispersed and passed through different paths. After a circuit, he almost completely wiped out the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in Jinghai Medical College's sewers. Meanwhile, another portion of the meat mud tissue that entered the artificial lake encountered attacks from the fish in the lake. Chen Shi took the opportunity to enter the fish, using them as transportation, controlling them to swim in different directions to escape Sun Shueqiao's pursuit. Afterward, these meat mud tissues left the fish, landed from different directions, and established a connection with the meat mud wriggling in the sewers, serving as guides on the ground. This was also a very novel experience for Chen Shi.
Chen Shi originally wanted to go to Jinghai Medical College's laboratory again, as he had entered the birthing room and Taipingjian morgue from there before. But his wriggling meat paste on the ground saw a group of Sun Tzu echoes heading towards the laboratory, so Chen Shi had to abandon that location. Finally, all the meat paste surged out of a teaching building's sink pipe, recondensing into Chen Shi's form. He quickly opened classroom after classroom, finding them all empty. He ran through 3 floors in a row but didn't see a single person. Is the teaching building area in the illusion always this desolate? Chen Shi had thought the teaching building in the illusion would be as lively as the laboratory, but he didn't even see a parasites, let alone a single corpse. Is there still a need to explore the other teaching buildings? After passing through several teaching buildings, it was the school's second dining hall. Chen Shi thought for a moment and decided to go to the second dining hall first. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. If he found nothing in the second dining hall, it wouldn't be too late to sweep the other teaching buildings later. To be safe, Chen Shi didn't directly cross the ground to enter the second dining hall. He still entered the sewers and accessed the second dining hall through the drainage system. When he emerged from the dishwashing sink in the second dining hall, his eyes immediately lit up. He saw that the first floor hall of the dining hall was filled with people sitting at tables. There were also people queuing up at the windows to get food. Behind the windows, the aunties serving food held large ladles, dishing out meals to the people in line. The dishwashing sink where Chen Shi was located was in a blind spot for these people, and no one noticed him. He leaned closer to the window and looked inside. He saw that the dishes were indeed strange food, which made him momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. After all, this was the first time he had seen strange food in an illusion. The auntie serving food didn't tremble at all. She scooped a full ladle of tofu dregs like cysts into a meal tray, glanced at Chen Shi outside the window, and reminded him, "Student, go to the back to queue for food." Chen Shi quietly retreated, scanning the crowd of people getting and eating food. He found that most of them didn't look like students, and each one had a blank expression, as if their souls had been lost. This is just like the morgue in the laboratory before, conducting humanity domestication? Chen Shi understood that these people were equivalent to the corpses in the morgue, likely all condensed humanity, and their method of domestication seemed to be eating. Mechanically repeating eating, constantly wearing away their humanity in this process until all their humanity converged here, and then they would be sent to the Taipingjian morgue. Every person here corresponded to a parasites in the outside world. As the scope of pollution continued to expand, the number of parasites also continued to increase. Then there should also be a place here that connects to the birthing room, right? The cafeteria was crowded with diners late at night, and Chen Shi, who wasn't getting food or eating, seemed out of place. The cafeteria window attendants were most likely parasites. To avoid attracting attention, Chen Shi quietly retreated to an empty corner and observed silently. Since the cafeteria was also a humanity domestication point, it was very likely to have portals leading to the delivery room and the Taipingjian morgue. Chen Shi moved around the corner, observing carefully, but found nothing on the first floor of the cafeteria. He noticed that no one was using the stairs leading to the second floor of the cafeteria. Chen Shi transformed into a puddle of flesh and crawled on the ground, silently ascending to the second floor. However, at the entrance to the second floor, a portal blocked his way. This dark, heavy portal looked familiar. Delivery room? Chen Shi casually pushed the door, but it didn't budge. So he mustered all his strength and finally slowly pushed open the heavy portal. When he saw the scene behind the door, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It wasn't the delivery room filled with twisted flesh he had imagined. Behind the door, clouds and mist swirled, and a wave of hot air rushed towards him, as if he had entered a sauna. Although he didn't know what this place was, Chen Shi walked in without hesitation. Bang! The door behind him closed by itself. Chen Shi walked through the muggy mist. Visibility here was extremely poor, but he didn't slow down because of it, boldly fumbling his way forward. After walking for a while, he saw a wooden sign hanging on a pillar with 2 characters written in red ink, "Kitchen." Kitchen? Chen Shi was slightly startled. He wanted to find the delivery room but entered the kitchen.
But what kind of kitchen looks like this? It was more like a sauna.
Continuing forward, after only a few steps, he saw a huge iron pot set on a wood-burning stove. A roaring fire burned in the stove, and the large pot was covered, but steam continuously escaped from the edges of the lid. Chen-Chi quickly stepped forward and directly lifted the lid, only to see that the pot was full of thick, yellow, curry-like soup. Above the thick soup, an unformed head floated. It suddenly opened its eyes and met Chen-Chi's gaze. Chen-Chi felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, but because his facial features were melted, he couldn't recognize who it was for a moment. The head looked at Chen-Chi once, then closed its eyes again. The thick soup in the pot continuously boiled and churned, with various strange organs and tissues occasionally appearing in the curry soup. Chen-Chi casually threw the lid aside, then grabbed the edge of the pot and overturned the entire large pot onto the ground. The thick soup in the pot spilled everywhere, and the human head rolled a few times on the ground, struggling and flapping like a fish out of water, but it soon stopped moving. Around the head, scattered on the ground were unformed organs and much white, mushy flesh. Even after being cooked in the pot for so long, they still looked raw. Chen-Chi pondered, but didn't linger, continuing to walk forward. Before long, he saw another huge steamer, as large as a double bed, with 7 or 8 layers of steaming trays. Each steaming tray was nearly a meter high, and 7 or 8 layers stacked together were comparable to a 2-story building. Chen-Chi's body deformed, rapidly elongating to be a head taller than the steamer. He reached out and lifted the steamer lid. He saw a fat man with only an upper body lying in the top layer of the steaming tray. His lower body was missing, but a large puddle of fragmented flesh like minced meat accumulated there. As the hot steam from below continuously rose, it stimulated the mass of flesh to slowly squirm and gather towards the severed part of his body. The man's upper body was very complete, with clear facial features, and Chen-Chi recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the PE teacher? The one lying in the steaming tray was precisely the PE teacher from Jingquan Elementary School. He had been thrown into the abdomen by one of Chen-Chi's grenades before, and now he was a person in a cage. Chen-Chi observed patiently and carefully for a while, discovering that the PE teacher's body was slowly recovering under the continuous steaming of hot vapor. This also confirmed his suspicions. Although this isn't the delivery room I saw before, its essence is the same. It's a revival point for the parasites. The delivery room might just be an illusion, having a certain symbolic meaning. After all, he saw it in an illusion. This kitchen is the same. It looks like a kitchen, but its essence is the same as the delivery room. Both are revival points. Chen-Chi raised his hand and overturned the first layer of the steaming tray, then looked at the person in the second layer. He didn't recognize them, so he continued to overturn. He overturned 4 layers of steaming trays in a row, then suddenly stopped. Because he saw his mother. Chen-Chi's hand trembled, but he ultimately closed the steamer lid. He stood motionless in front of the steamer, pausing for dozens of seconds before continuing to walk forward. This is just an illusion. He entered the revival point through an illusion. Even if he could stay here and guard until his mother revived, he wouldn't be able to take her out. He must find the entrance to the revival point in reality. Only by entering from reality could he directly bring the people in the revival point back to reality. Currently, the only way Chen-Chi could think of to save his mother and coffee was for his main body to return to Jinghai City, find the entrance to the revival point in reality, and enter the revival point to bring them back to reality. Then, he would eat the nightmare clan within their bodies and feed them wild food. This whole process should allow them to return to normal, provided their humanity hasn't completely been lost. Once humanity is completely lost and they are fully parasitized by the nightmare clan, it becomes even more troublesome, and he would have to find a way to retrieve their humanity from the Taipingjian morgue. Otherwise, they would become like Bian Zihan and Yan Shui, mentally deranged patients with only bestiality and no humanity. Coffee's humanity shouldn't be completely lost, as she was only parasitized for 1 day, but Chen-Chi's mother was hard to say. His mother was just an ordinary person, with weaker resistance to nightmare clan parasitism. In the following time, Chen-Chi saw various cooking tools and witnessed various cooking methods, or rather, revival methods.
He saw some being deep-fried in oil, some slow-cooked over a small fire, some roasted over a fire, and also smoked, dry-fried. Through the stimulation of various cooking methods, limbs regenerated and organs reassembled. Chen Shi never hesitated to interrupt their revival process along the way. During this, he was constantly searching for coffee's figure. Coffee should also be reviving here. However, just then, the surrounding mist suddenly dispersed, and the scorching temperature rapidly dropped. In a flash, the scene around Chen Shi changed. The kitchen was gone, and all the cooking utensils and the parasites that were reviving disappeared. He was standing in the middle of an empty cafeteria, with no one around. Did it expel me from the illusion? Clearly, his continuous sabotage at the revival point was noticed by the Nightmare Clan, who directly expelled him from the illusion. Back in reality, Chen Shi quickly went down to the first floor of the cafeteria. The lively scene on the first floor was no longer there. Behind the cafeteria windows, it was pitch black, and the attendants were gone. There were also no diners queuing for food or eating with their heads down. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. As expected, he was a real headache for the Nightmare Clan now. In reality, they were afraid he would cause trouble, so they pulled him into the illusion. But even in the illusion, they couldn't tolerate his destructive behavior, so they sent him back to reality. The Nightmare Clan seemed to not know how to deal with him. But this also proved that he was doing the right thing. If he didn't know what to do, then he should try every possible way to make his enemies suffer. What the enemy didn't want him to do must be the right thing for him to do. With a bang, Chen Shi exploded into a mass of flesh and once again burrowed into the sewer. He was afraid Sun Xueqiao would rush over again, and to avoid wasting time on Sun Xueqiao, he chose to slip away directly. As he squirmed through the sewer, Chen Shi pondered his next destination. It's still early. I can explore places I haven't been to yet. How about checking out the faculty and staff dormitories? Since I have nothing to do, I might as well kill a few parasites. Among the parasites at Jinghai Medical College, faculty and staff certainly accounted for the majority, and a significant portion of them likely lived on campus. Chen Shi went directly to the faculty and staff dormitories. As a half-parasite, Chen Shi could now sense the aura of fellowkind in reality, which helped him easily identify which people were parasites. Before long, the entire faculty and staff dormitory was thrown into chaos by Chen Shi. One after another, parasite teachers died by his hand. Without second or third generation Nightmare Clan like Sun Xueqiao and Huang Jihai intervening, other parasites simply couldn't stop Chen Shi at this moment. Even without a domain, his current strength could easily overwhelm most domain-level parasites. After a killing spree in the faculty and staff dormitories, before Sun Xueqiao could arrive, Chen Shi left the dormitories through the sewers again and went into the several teaching buildings he hadn't had time to explore before. After exploring the teaching buildings, he snuck back to the faculty and staff dormitories for a surprise attack. In this way, Chen Shi used the sewers to wage tunnel warfare, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, making it impossible for the Nightmare Clan to guard against him and causing them endless annoyance. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. The dormitory gates of Jinghai Medical College opened, and students emerged in groups of 3 or 5. Some went to class, some went to eat, and many were still lounging in bed. However, neither the dawn nor the appearance of the students could hinder Chen Shi's actions. He did what he had to do. Even if he appeared directly in front of the students, these students would ignore the anomalies on his body. Students who could study at Jinghai Medical College, except for those with great luck like Suanan, were almost all deeply contaminated. Chen Shi even targeted these students. Once he found a parasite among them, he would attack without hesitation, killing them on the spot. Although he couldn't completely kill them, sending them to the revival point to revive was also good, at least it weakened the strength of the Jinghai City Nightmare Clan in the short term. In addition, Chen Shi didn't believe that the Nightmare Clan's revival came without any cost. At the very least, there must be basic energy consumption. And as long as he got another chance to enter the revival point, he could interrupt the revival process of these dead parasites. Chen Shi directly regarded the entire medical college as his hunting ground, hunting parasites everywhere.
He would kill a parasite and then move to another location, causing immense headaches for the high-level Nightmare Clan within Jinghai Medical College.
Finally, these Nightmare Clan were forced to pull him back into the illusion again.
As soon as Chun-Chi returned to the illusion, he purposefully headed straight for the laboratory. He estimated that there must be a group of Sun Shuecho waiting for him near the second cafeteria now. Anyway, as soon as he entered the illusion, he would go directly to the revival point to cause destruction, and as soon as he left the illusion, he would hunt parasites. This time, just as Chun-Chi emerged from a drain near the laboratory, a group of Sun Shuecho suddenly gathered around him. At the same time, the surrounding illusion faded, and the dozen or so Sun Shuecho merged into one. As soon as Chun-Chi appeared, Sun Shuecho immediately pulled him out of the illusion. A blue domain enveloped him, making his movements sluggish. The effect of this blue domain made Chun-Chi feel as if he was in a swamp, every movement becoming laborious, having to contend with an invisible force around him. This was with his current extremely powerful body. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be immobilized directly, unable to move at all. Chun-Chi was about to burrow into the sewer again. Although his movements would slow down under the domain's restriction, as long as he entered the sewer, Sun Shuecho still couldn't stop him. At most, it would just be slower and take a bit more time. As long as he escaped Sun Shuecho's domain coverage from the sewer, he would be unaffected. But Sun Shuecho raised his hand, looked at his quartz watch, and said, "You don't have many hours left. Settle down, let's talk." "I have nothing to talk about with you," Chun-Chi refused. "We can talk about something you're interested in." "Alright, tell me where the source of pollution in Jinghai City is." Sun Shuecho was silent.
"If not, let's talk about where your Nightmare Clan came from."
Sun Shuecho was still silent.
"You don't want to talk about anything I'm interested in, so what's there to talk about?"
Chun-Chi couldn't be bothered to humor him and prepared to continue his guerrilla warfare in the sewers. He had explored most of Jinghai Medical College for the better part of the day but hadn't found any suspected sources of pollution. However, there were still omissions, and he couldn't completely rule out suspicion. He planned to use the remaining time to search the places he hadn't been to yet. Once it was confirmed that Jinghai Medical College was not the source of pollution, then they could focus on the other two S-level polluted areas later.
Sun Shuecho coughed and said, "Actually, we can talk about the Nightmare Clan." Chun-Chi was stunned. Good heavens, is he trying to sell out information about the Nightmare Clan to stall me? However, this was something he indeed liked to hear and was genuinely interested in. "Then tell me." To prevent Sun Shuecho from talking nonsense, Chun-Chi gave a warning, "If what you say doesn't interest me, I will turn around and leave immediately." "You only get one chance." Sun Shuecho, whether he was stalling for time or not, frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "You know that Nightmare Clan parasites can travel between dreams and reality, right?" "Actually, that's just an illusion." "What do you mean?" Chun-Chi asked with a frown. "How should I put it?" "You can understand it as there's a layer in between reality and dreams. Usually, those nightmare parasites mostly hide in that interlayer, which is why you feel they appear and disappear mysteriously. But in reality, that interlayer cannot completely conceal their bodies, so when they hide in it, they leave a small tail in both reality and dreams. And that tail is what you humans call an anchor point. Chun-Chi had already understood the concept of anchor points before. The parasites of the Nightmare Clan could hide within dreams, making them appear and disappear mysteriously in the contaminated zones. When they encountered danger, they would directly retreat into the dream, making it difficult to harm them. Once a nightmare parasite hid in a dream, there were only two ways to deal with them. One was for the dream thieves to also enter the dream and pursue them. The second was to attack the anchor points they left in reality. These anchor points were usually extremely concealed and well hidden, possibly blending into the surrounding environment, or even suspended in the air. Unless area of effect weapons were used for indiscriminate bombardment of the surrounding area, it would be very difficult to find the anchor point's location. From Sun Shuecho's words, Chun-Chi learned that the so-called anchor points were just the small tails that parasites exposed when they hid. Sun Shuecho said with a hint of disdain, "The Nightmare Clan just likes to be mysterious. Dreams are dreams, they are illusory. There's no such thing as a body entering a dream, it's just a trick. Chen Shi, however, seemed to be deep in thought. If Sun Xuecha wasn't lying, then his own body hadn't truly entered the dream either, it was just trapped in the interlayer between the dream and reality. This could also explain why some of his belongings disappeared after he entered the dream, and why he couldn't even observe the changes in the other body on his back. Moreover, after he separated the body on his back, that body didn't follow him into the dream but returned to reality. Essentially, the separated body fell out of the interlayer. Chen Shi asked, then how do I get out of the interlayer? Well, Sun Xuecha once again put on a thinking expression, then switched expressions, opening his mouth as if organizing his words. Chen Shi was certain that this guy was deliberately stalling for time. Every time, he would only switch expressions and proceed to the next step just as Chen Shi was about to lose his patience and urge him on. Finally, just as Chen Shi's patience was running out, Sun Xuecha spoke, this requires you to sense your own body in the dream and control your body to detach from the interlayer. Be specific. Chen Shi said impatiently. This is an innate ability of our nightmare clan, so I don't know how to explain it to you. In short, as long as you can sense and control your real-world body in the dream, you'll naturally understand what to do. Chen Shi wasn't sure how much truth was in Sun Xuecha's words, but he could only tentatively believe him. What kind of place is the interlayer between dream and reality? Chen Shi tried to extract more information from Sun Xuecha. It's hard to describe, and to be honest, it's the exclusive domain of the Nightmare Clan after all. While we have some understanding, it's not much. Sun Xuecha wore a helpless expression, as if he truly didn't know much. Chen Shi sneered, if that's the case, then there's no need for us to continue talking. I'll go back to my business. Don't rush. Sun Xuecha smiled. While I don't know much about the interlayer, I have a lot of other information that you should find interesting. Tell me. For example, how to kill the Nightmare Clan. Do I need you to teach me that? I'll just eat them directly. Sun Xuecha's expression stiffened, then he shook his head and said, that's a method unique to you. What I want to teach you is a method that allows other people to completely kill the Nightmare Clan. Completely kill? As in, no revival? Sun Xuecha nodded, the kind that's thoroughly dead. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow, elaborate. Sun Xuecha began his tactical delay again, feigning contemplation, and after a moment, he said, the parasites of the Nightmare Clan, like us nightmare eaters, have the ability to revive. However, when they are in a dream, they are essentially their souls acting separately from their bodies. You see, our Nightmare Clan integrates with your human souls, so attacking them in a dream is equivalent to directly attacking the Nightmare Clan's main body. Chen Shi questioned, you mean killing them in the dream? But that can't stop them from reviving, can it? The officials had organized so many dream thieves to attack Kongning City, and countless battles had erupted with nightmare parasites. They certainly hadn't killed parasites in dreams any less often. If that alone could prevent their revival, there's no reason the officials wouldn't have discovered this pattern. Just killing them in the dream is certainly not enough. Sun Xuecha paused. You need to kill them in your human-exclusive dreams to prevent them from reviving. You mean, killing them in a safe house? Chen Shi's pupils contracted. This was indeed new information he had never heard before. Dream thieves might have killed many parasites in dreams, but in a safe house, this situation should be very rare. Safe houses were generally regarded by dream thieves as the last sanctuary within dreams, their only place of refuge. It was like their home in the dream. Who would intentionally lead a villain into their own home? And kill someone there? Even if a safe house was targeted by a parasite, dream thieves would choose to directly escape the dream to avoid it. And the Nightmare Clan would obviously try their best to avoid such a situation. Therefore, even if there were occasional kills in safe houses, they were extremely rare cases, and the officials clearly hadn't noticed. Chen Shi felt that Sun Xuecha's words had a high degree of credibility. After all, the Dream Eater clan and the Nightmare Clan were inherently hostile, and exposing the enemy's weaknesses also served their interests. However, wasn't Sun Shuecho afraid that the Nightmare Clan would retaliate with the same method?
The Dream Eater clan knew the Nightmare clan's weakness, and conversely, the Nightmare clan must also know the Dream Eater clan's weakness. Chen Shi could completely play both sides and extract information from both.
Unless he thinks I have no chance to pass on the information. Or he's sure that after my next body swap, I'll have no chance to escape the Nightmare clan's control. Chen Shi could imagine that after the next body swap, when he returned to his own body, to the dream of Changla City, what awaited him would be an incredibly difficult mess. He couldn't imagine how to escape the Nightmare clan's control. Let alone escaping, he didn't even know how to survive the next 24 hours. How could he ensure that in the coming day, he wouldn't have his memories wiped? Wouldn't be controlled by the first-generation Nightmare? Precisely because he didn't know how to break the deadlock, he threw everything to the Nightmare Eater, hoping the Nightmare Eater could create a miracle. But from Sun Shuechao's attitude, it was highly likely that after swapping bodies and returning, what awaited him was a dead end. Chen Shi could roughly guess the first-generation Nightmare Eater's plan. It probably wanted to wait until he had his memories cleared and gained the abilities of a dream thief, then return to his body. At that time, it would reawaken his replaced memories, thereby allowing him to regain his odd food consumer abilities. This way, he would become the only human who simultaneously mastered abilities from both systems. And the Nightmare Eater dared to do this. It must have a significant degree of confidence in being able to control him. Of course, the Nightmare Clan wasn't foolish. They wouldn't fail to see the risks involved, so they must also have preventive measures. However, whether the Dream Eater clan was 1 foot taller or the Nightmare clan was 10 feet higher, it seemed there was no way out for Chen Shi. As the center of the conflict between the two sides, no matter who won, he would lose. This isn't fight the landlord anymore, this is run fast, where there's only one winner. If I want to win, I have to defeat the other two families. Chen Shi pondered, but since he was currently unaware of the situation on the other side, he couldn't really formulate a plan in advance. Seeing that there was still some time, he tried to continue extracting information from Sun Shuechao. Do you know where the Nightmare Clan's revival point is? Sun Shuechao shook his head. This thing doesn't have a fixed location, it's hard to say. What about the Taipingjian morgue? They should have a place similar to a morgue, right? Sun Shuechao still shook his head, indicating it was hard to say. Chen Shi suspected that he wasn't unaware, but rather because the Dream Eater clan and the Nightmare clan were probably similar in this regard. If he revealed it, it would be equivalent to revealing the Dream Eater clan's own secrets. For the subsequent questions Chen Shi asked, Sun Shuechao deliberately delayed his answers, and some of the answers made Chen Shi feel unreliable. Chen Shi understood that to get anything out of Sun Shuechao, it had to be something he wanted to say. Otherwise, even if Sun Shuechao spoke nonsense, Chen Shi couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood. Chen Shi thought for a moment and asked, where is the source of contamination in Changla City? Sun Shuechao looked deeply at Chen Shi, saying meaningfully, if I knew the answer, I would definitely tell you, but unfortunately, such classified information is mostly unknown even to their own people. Let alone me. He paused, then added, of course, the source of contamination for the Nightmare Clan might be hidden in reality. If you want to find it, it's best to start from the dream. To destroy their source of contamination, you must achieve dual destruction in both reality and the dream. Chen Shi looked at the sky. Under Sun Shuechao's intentional delay, the sky had gradually darkened. One day was about to pass, and he would return to Changla City, facing an unprecedented challenge. Chen Shi suddenly said, actually, I feel that the Nightmare Clan's dreams and your Dream Eater Clan's illusions don't seem to be that different. Essentially, they are both illusions. Sun Shuechao scoffed, how can the Nightmare Clan's dreams be compared to our true illusions? At the very least, they would need to enter the second stage of dream upgrade to barely qualify. Chen Shi didn't refute him, but merely said to himself, so, much of the information you told me about dreams also applies to your illusions, right? As early as when Sun Shuechao first revealed the existence of the interlayer, Chen Shi had this speculation. However, he had kept it to himself, not wanting to alert Sun Shuechao. Sun Shuechao smiled, not answering Chen Shi's question, but merely said, your time is up.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen-Chi felt his heart rate suddenly quicken. Thump, thump. Faster and faster, until they blurred into a continuous beat, completely losing any rhythm. Chen-Chi's vision instantly went black. This time, the darkness before his eyes lasted for a while. Chen-Chi felt as if he was falling into an abyss, his consciousness continuously plummeting, a strong sense of weightlessness constantly enveloping him. Gradually, he heard two voices in his ears, seemingly two people cursing at each other. "I was clearly here first, you shameless fellow."
"What's that human idiom, a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest?"
"You're a nightmare occupying a dream eater's nest." This familiar voice, Chen-Chi recognized immediately as coming from the first-generation nightmare eater within him. The other voice carried an arrogant composure, speaking unhurriedly. "Humans also have a saying, heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous.
This human soul and body are mine now.
Your Dream Eater clan is too useless, you couldn't take him down for so long."
The Nightmare Eater roared. "If it weren't for you messing things up, meddling, I would have succeeded long ago." Chen-Chi felt helpless. "So I'd become a heavenly treasure now?"
Originally, his body was like a hot pot with two compartments, with him and the Nightmare Eater vying for control. Now, a first-generation nightmare had joined in, turning it into a complete mess. Chen-Chi couldn't even imagine how annoying it would be if he had to listen to these two guys arguing inside his body every day from now on.
Fortunately, one of them was about to get out.
Just then, he suddenly heard the Nightmare Eater shout out of the blue, "Chen-Chi, I can only help you this far.
Hold on, don't let them succeed, you belong to me." At the same time, the first-generation nightmare's voice lost its composure, exclaiming in shock and anger, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?"
Chen-Chi was puzzled. I wonder what trick this Nightmare Eater is playing.
However, the Nightmare Eater's voice no longer sounded, and the darkness before Chen-Chi's eyes finally lifted.
He found himself in a blank, void world, empty all around with nothing visible, only a shallow layer of water beneath his feet. He stood barefoot in the water, each step rippling the surface, yet his feet couldn't touch the bottom, feeling no solid ground. This seemingly shallow layer of water was bottomless and unfathomable, reflecting no light whatsoever, and not even wetting his feet. These special waters fictitiously supported a non-existent world. In this world, the only thing Chen-Chi could see was another version of himself not far away. This person looked exactly like him, but was currently in a sorry state, lying on the ground, curled into a ball, rolling in the puddle. His body was broken, missing half of it. Facing this person who looked exactly like him, Chen-Chi recognized him at a glance. This was the first-generation nightmare that had parasitized him.
The nightmare's injuries were caused by the Nightmare Eater? Chen-Chi was surprised and suspicious.
The Nightmare Eater must have had a reason for doing this, it wouldn't help him for no reason. But there was no time to think so much, strike while the iron is hot.
If he didn't seize this opportunity now, when would he?
Chen-Chi was just worrying about how to break the deadlock, and unexpectedly, the Nightmare Eater had actively created an opportunity for him.
Chen-Chi rushed forward, stomping the nightmare firmly onto the ground, a primal urge to feed rising within him. Eat him. He must be delicious.
At this moment, the nightmare was very fragile, missing half its body, its form becoming somewhat ethereal. Chen-Chi lifted it with one hand, one bite could sever its neck.
The nightmare weakly cried out, "Don't eat me, don't fall for that Nightmare Eater's trick. Stop talking nonsense, I'll take a bite first." Chen-Chi ignored everything and took a bite.
The nightmare let out a miserable shriek, its already incomplete body missing another piece, becoming even weaker.
Chen-Chi, of course, knew that the Nightmare Eater wasn't that kind. He must have a motive for helping him. However, with the first-generation nightmare in his hands, a bite wouldn't kill it, and weakening its power would make it easier for him to control.
Tastes good. Just as Chen-Chi was about to take two more bites, Manglu suddenly appeared out of thin air not far away. "Little brother," she smiled sweetly, "if you eat him, you'll die too."
"Are you threatening me?"
Chen-Chi grabbed the first-generation nightmare by the neck, lifted him high, and took several loud bites, gnawing him until only his head remained. Menglu's expression changed drastically, unable to maintain the smile on her face any longer. Chen-Chi held up the nightmare's last head, which looked exactly like him, but was now unconscious.
He smiled, "Let me go, or I'll eat him. Come on. Let's threaten each other. Let's see who's afraid of whom."
All right, Manglu nodded cautiously, as if afraid that any of her actions or words would provoke Qinshi. She explained, "We are currently in the second layer of the dream, which is your dream within a dream.
Next, I will awaken you to the first layer of the dream. Do not resist. Wait."
Qinshi frowned slightly, remembering something.
"This is only the second layer of the dream. So, are the dreams you wove for me meant to be infused into the third layer of the dream?"
Manglu nodded. "The deeper the dream layer, the closer it is to your subconscious, and the better it can replace your previous memories." Qinshi gradually sorted out his thoughts. He was currently in the second layer of the dream within a dream, which is why he could see the originally intangible first-generation nightmare appearing in his form. And the perfect life, the unfamiliar mother, and so on, that he had dreamed of before, all belonged to the dream within a dream within a dream, which, though a bit convoluted to say, was actually the third layer of the dream. It was what he dreamed after falling asleep in the second layer of the dream. Now, Manglu wanted to take him back to the first layer of the dream, which likely meant he would return to the hotel room he was in. After all, he was hypnotized by Manglu on the hotel bed. But if that happened, he would lose control of the first-generation nightmare in his hands. The nightmare had already begun to parasitize him, much like the first-generation nightmare eater before. If Qinshi returned to the first layer of the dream, he wouldn't be able to see the nightmare, because the nightmare was inside him. Without the nightmare as a hostage, he would once again fall into a passive position, at the mercy of the Nightmare Clan.
"Don't move," Qinshi warned. "If you dare to make any sudden moves, I'll swallow him whole." He decided not to rush back to the first layer of the dream. With the first-generation nightmare in his hand, the Nightmare Clan dared not touch him, nor dared to forcibly infuse him with new memories. At least in this second layer of the dream, he was temporarily safe. He could even stall here until tomorrow, then swap bodies with the Nightmare Eater. However, constantly swapping bodies back and forth wasn't a sustainable solution. After swapping bodies, he would indeed gain control of another body, which could guarantee his safety for another day. But what about after that? When he was swapped back into his own body next time, would he still have such a good opportunity to hold the nightmare hostage? Even if he did, what about the time after that? And the time after that? Qinshi knew he had to find a way to break this cycle. And what he needed to do now was calm down and think about his next move. At this moment, Manglu had also regained her composure, a smile reappearing on her face. "You can make any request, don't be impulsive, any request is fine." "Shut up," Qinshi ordered. Manglu's face showed a hint of grievance, but she obediently closed her mouth, not daring to speak again. She wanted to forcefully pull Qinshi back to the first layer of the dream, but she was hesitant, knowing that if Qinshi took another bite, he could completely devour the first-generation nightmare in his hands. Qinshi, meanwhile, was pondering what the Nightmare Eater was plotting by severely injuring the nightmare before leaving. On the surface, the Nightmare Eater just doesn't want others to compete with him for my soul and body. If I eat the nightmare, he naturally won't have any competitors. But in reality, if I really eat the first-generation nightmare, how will the Nightmare Clan treat me? Will they really kill me? Qinshi already had the answer in his heart. The first-generation nightmare might be noble in status, or scarce in number, but it was not irreplaceable. And he, Qinshi, was likely unique. Moreover, if he truly died, the Nightmare Eater's plan would fall through. The Nightmare Eater was also certain that the Nightmare Clan would never kill Qinshi, no matter what. So, if I really eat this guy, the Nightmare Clan probably won't kill me. It's more likely they'll arrange another first-generation nightmare to parasitize me. It's unlikely there's only one first-generation nightmare in the entire Changla City contaminated zone, right? Even if there really is only one, there are still other contaminated zones. The nightmares in the Kongning City contaminated zone are even cooperating with those here in Changla City. They even sent my dad to Kongning City. There's no way two contaminated zones can't produce a single first-generation nightmare. Chen Shi understood that even if he ate the nightmare in his hands, he would simply usher in the next nightmare. And with this experience, the Nightmare Clan would be even more careful. They might not immediately parasitize him, but rather wait until his memories were replaced, and he completely lost the ability to devour the Nightmare Clan. Then, parasitizing him would no longer be dangerous. After all, this first-generation nightmare parasitized him early to prevent the Nightmare Eater from suddenly returning. But now they should have figured out that the Nightmare Eater, who wants to swap bodies with Chen Shi, has a one-day cooldown period. Within this one day, they could completely replace Chen Shi's memories before parasitizing him. By then, Chen Shi, with his memories replaced, would not only be less of a threat but also likely have no desire to resist, making the parasitization much easier. Thinking of this, Chen Shi had given up on devouring the nightmare in his hands. Because that would only make the situation develop in a direction more unfavorable to him. And what he could think of, the Nightmare Eater could certainly think of too. The Nightmare Eater certainly doesn't want to swap back tomorrow and face a me who has already been controlled by the Nightmare Clan, so my choice is probably within his expectations as well. Perhaps. Even if I am parasitized by the nightmare and my memories are replaced, the Nightmare Eater still has the confidence to turn the tide. Chen Shi sat quietly on the water, and after sorting out his thoughts, he spoke, "Meng Lu, do you know, this time I learned a lot about your kind from the second generation Nightmare Eater in Jinghai City." Meng Lu tilted her head, smiling and revealing two small canine teeth. "Oh? What did he say?" "He told me that to eradicate you nightmares, you must be lured into a safe house and killed." Meng Lu's expression remained calm on the surface, but her eyes flickered slightly as she asked, "Anything else?" "Of course. For example, how to find your source of contamination in the dream, and how to destroy it, and your hiding place in the interlayer between reality and dream. There's so much, I can't finish it all at once." Meng Lu didn't get angry when she heard this. Instead, she sat down like Chen Shi, supporting her body with her arms behind her, her two fair, long legs playfully swaying up and down, slapping the water and creating ripples. While playing with the water, she casually asked, "So you want me to tell you the weaknesses of the Nightmare Eater clan too?" "Actually, you don't need to say all this. Just ask what you want to know." "How could I refuse you?" Chen Shi said, "Then I won't be polite. I want to know how to find the resurrection points of the Nightmare Eater clan." Meng Lu stopped her movements, intentionally showing a troubled expression. "If I answer this question, then our Nightmare Clan's resurrection points will also be exposed." However, she immediately put on an expression of "I can't help but give in to you, but I just can't refuse you." She then patiently explained to Chen Shi, "If we, the Nightmare Clan, hide in the interlayer between reality and dream, then those Nightmare Eater guys are pretty much the same. They hide their resurrection points and such in the interlayer between reality and illusion. However, in our territory, dreams permeate the entire city, but they can only construct illusions near high-level dream sources." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt no great surprise, or rather, he had already had some vague suspicions. He had previously felt that the dreams of the Nightmare Clan and the illusions of the Nightmare Eater clan were essentially similar things. So, since there was an interlayer between reality and dreams, there should also be an interlayer between reality and illusions. So, the resurrection points and Taepingjian, morgues, of both your clans are hidden in the interlayer, right? How do I get in?" Chen Shi asked directly. Since Meng Lu was willing to tell him such important information, she probably wouldn't mind revealing more. Moreover, revealing information about both clans seemingly equally was actually not the case. As Meng Lu said, the Nightmare Clan's dreams covered the entire contaminated zone, exceeding the scope of a city. Within such a vast area, there were so-called interlayers everywhere, and their resurrection points could be hidden anywhere within them. Even if Chen Shi had the ability to enter the interlayer to search, it would be a colossal task, equivalent to searching an entire city. But the Nightmare Eater clan was different. The places that could generate illusions were only a few A-grade or higher contaminated zones, which significantly narrowed down the search area. As expected, Meng Lu answered without hesitation, "Nightmare Eaters of the 4th generation and above can directly summon portals to the resurrection point,
but if you want to enter, you can only do so in the form of a deceased or illusory being. Chen Shi pondered. Deceased refers to those who have died and are about to resurrect as parasites, and illusory means entering directly through an illusion, right? Meng Lu nodded. But if you can enter the interlayer and directly find the path to the resurrection point, you don't need to worry about these restrictions. Then how do I enter the interlayer between reality and illusion? Meng Lu's face showed a cunning smile. Traversing the interlayer is an innate talent of our Nightmare clan, our specialty. The Nightmare Eater clan can't even compare to us in this regard. If you want to gain the ability to enter the interlayer, you can cooperate with us, accept our Nightmare clan's fusion, master our abilities, and then you can freely travel through the interlayer world. It all came back to wanting to parasitize him. But Chen Shi didn't rush to refuse this time, and continued to ask, if I want to rescue people who have been parasitized by the Nightmare Eater, what should I pay attention to? This question once again touched upon the interests of the Nightmare clan, and Chen Shi was unsure if Meng Lu would answer. But to his surprise, Meng Lu answered readily, it depends on the progress of the parasitization. As long as the parasitization isn't completely finished, it shouldn't be difficult for you. Eating the Nightmare Eater inside them and clearing the contamination in their bodies should be enough. At most, there will be some loss of humanity, which are minor issues. If they are completely parasitized, then it gets a bit troublesome. You must go to the Taepingjian morgue to retrieve their humanity. If it's just an ordinary corpse storage cabinet, that's fine, but those locked ones are not easy to open. Chen Shi pressed on, where do I find the keys? If there are no keys, can I forcefully break the locks? Meng Lu shook her head, it's very difficult, at least I don't have that ability. As for the keys, they are usually kept by some powerful members of the Nightmare clan. Next, Chen Shi asked some more detailed questions, and Meng Lu answered everything she knew. This convinced Chen Shi that she wasn't just cooperating because he was holding the first-generation Nightmare hostage. She, like Sun Xueqiao, believed that Chen Shi had no chance of escaping this time. So, even if Chen Shi knew more, it posed no threat in their eyes, he couldn't transmit this information. In fact, Chen Shi was gradually realizing this point, he truly seemed to have no chance of escaping. He was currently holding the first-generation Nightmare hostage, which temporarily ensured his safety in the second layer of the dream. The moment he returned to the first layer of the dream world, he would instantly fall into a passive position. Even if he could grasp the method of escaping the dream that Sun Xueqiao mentioned and return to reality, he would still be in the contaminated zone of Changla City. Surrounded by nightmare parasites, and even with third-generation Nightmare clan members like Meng Lu present, how could he escape? How could he get away? Should I stall until tomorrow, waiting for the body swap? Chen Shi didn't know what the Nightmare Eater, far away in Jinghai City, would do during this day. He could easily find a sealed place to imprison himself, or mobilize a large number of parasites to restrict his movements. In short, there were many ways to deal with Chen Shi. Perhaps the moment Chen Shi swapped bodies, he would find himself completely stuck. In the end, he would still have to return to Changla City to face the mess at hand. Dragging it out further would be useless. While he still had some initiative, he should find a way to make a decisive move. Chen Shi pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Meng Lu, I know you want to control me and master my abilities, but you should also be able to tell that the Nightmare Eater still has a backup plan, right? Meng Lu bit her silver teeth, that guy just wants to come back and steal the fruits of our Nightmare clan's victory. Chen Shi sat up straight and solemnly said, I believe your Nightmare clan must also have defensive measures, but are you 100% confident? Meng Lu raised an eyebrow and asked directly, what do you want to say? Chen Shi didn't answer directly, but instead asked, can you make the decisions? Meng Lu raised an eyebrow, that depends on what your demands are. I want to make a deal with your Nightmare clan. Meng Lu said with interest, since it's a trade, tell me what you want and what you can offer. Chen Shi said indifferently, the only bargaining chip I can offer, and the only thing you are interested in, is myself. What I want is also very simple. I want my parents and friends to return to normal. Meng Lu giggled, but you are already in our hands.
Are you going to trade something we already possess with us? Chen-Chi also smiled. Do you really have me cornered? Don't forget there's also the Dream Eater clan. Do you know the Dream Eater clan's plan? How confident are you in dealing with them? If I also defect to the Dream Eater clan, how much confidence will you have left? If I absolutely have to choose a side to join, I actually think the Dream Eater clan aligns better with my interests. At least my mother and friends can be saved, whereas joining you can only save my father. Meng Lu immediately sobered up. Chen-Chi's words were less of a trade and more of a threat. Both the Dream Eater clan and the Nightmare clan were vying for him, and neither side had absolute confidence. Whichever side he joined would significantly increase their chances of winning. The Nightmare clan might not need Chen-Chi's cooperation or defection, but they could not bear the risk that Chen-Chi's defection to the Dream Eater clan would bring. Your father is in our hands, and we can release him at any time, but your mother and friends are in Jinghai City. Are you planning for us to go to Jinghai City to rescue them for you? Chen-Chi shook his head. I don't think you can do that. From what I know, the last time a group of you went to Jinghai City, you were driven out overnight. Meng Lu wasn't annoyed, and asked curiously, then what do you want us to do? Chen-Chi smiled. It's simple. They are all things you are good at. Jinghai City, within the temporary base in the village. Suanan, Juefeng, Dabing, and Gonshui all looked up, their eyes fixed intently on Peanut, who was on the phone. They didn't know what was being said on the phone, but it made Peanut, who usually showed no emotion, widen his eyes in surprise. Good. Yes. I will make the arrangements. Peanut hung up the phone. How is it, Captain Peanut? Is there any news about Biscuit? Chen-Chi had lost contact after entering Jinghai Medical College and hadn't come out, which made them worried. Although Chen-Chi had instructed them when he went in that he might stay inside until the body swap. But just now, a call came from Changla City, saying there was news about Chen-Chi. Peanut didn't even care about being called Captain Peanut, and said somewhat absently, they said he successfully came out. Came out? Juefeng was stunned. Came out of where? Of course, out of the contaminated zone. He walked out of the Changla City contaminated zone by himself. Gan Shui's expression changed. Biscuit couldn't have been completely parasites, could he? The others' expressions also instantly changed. Indeed, considering Chen-Chi's previous situation, they couldn't imagine how he had escaped. Trapped alone in a dream, without the help of teammates or official rescue, how did he escape from the dream? How did he walk out of the contaminated zone surrounded by a group of Nightmare Clan? Peanut shook his head. I don't know either, but they have confirmed his identity. He is still Biscuit, not contaminated, not parasites. Mirror, who was nearby, said, if you're worried, I'll test him again when he comes back. Baozi said indifferently, there's no need for that. There's more than one person with similar abilities to yours over there. Since they said there's no problem, then there's no problem. Peanut looked around and said, Biscuit is already on the plane back. I'm going to drive to the airport to pick him up. Who wants to come with me? Me. Several people raised their hands in unison. In the end, Peanut only took Suanan and Juefeng, as too many people wouldn't fit in one car. They arrived at the airport and waited for a short while before seeing Chen-Chi walking towards them with steady steps. As soon as Juefeng saw Chen-Chi, he rushed over and gave him a bear hug. Biscuit, you've gotten a lot stronger. Indeed, Chen-Chi now looked well proportioned, no longer the skinny guy from before, and even more robust than the average person. His smooth muscle lines exuded a sense of power. Chen-Chi smiled and greeted the others, then got into the car. Are you in a hurry this time? Peanut asked. A little, but let's go back to the base first. I need to eat the source of contamination there. Suanan looked at Chen-Chi's back and asked, has the previously consumed candied hawthorn been fully digested? Chen-Chi nodded and pulled out a ghost face cookie from his pocket. When he escaped the dream and returned to reality from the so-called interlayer, he found this biscuit in his palm. Evidently, he had already completed the digestion of the candied hawthorn while he was in the dream. How did you escape from the dream? Peanut asked while driving.
Chen-shi smiled. I got a lot of information about the Nightmare Clan from Sun Xueqiao. It was with this information that I was able to escape successfully. This information is extremely valuable, including how to kill nightmares and prevent their resurrection, how to find the Nightmare Clan's sources of contamination, and the truth about where nightmare parasites hide in dreams. Of course, the veracity of this information still needs to be verified.
Juefeng's spirits lifted. Biscuit, you've done a great service.
If this information is real, you'll be Captain Biscuit from now on.
Peanut also took it very seriously. Do you remember it all clearly? Don't miss anything.
Chen-shi took out his phone. I'll call Baozi now and tell her everything, so she can write it down. By the time Chen-shi had relayed all the information he had gathered from Sun Xueqiao and Meng Lu to Baozi, they had already returned to the base.
It was already noon by this time. Dabing. Gan Shui.
Chen-shi smiled upon seeing his long-unseen teammates. The two came up and gave Chen-shi a hug. Having been separated for so long, there was actually much they wanted to say, but time was pressing, and there was no time for catching up. Chen-shi briefly explained a few things, then hurried towards the back mountain of the village. There stood a small, dilapidated shack. Previously, Lin Ning had extracted the C-rank contamination source from her body within that shack. The area around the small shack had been sealed off, with no one allowed to approach.
Chen-shi quickly walked inside and found a whole pizza in the corner of the room.
A strong pull induced his urge to eat, his appetite uncontrollably expanding, and saliva rapidly secreting in his mouth. Chen-shi picked up the pizza and headed straight for the depths of the back mountain. Eating at the foot of this mountain might attract villagers nearby who would try to protect their food.
It would be much better on the mountaintop.
Even if some people were attracted, by the time they climbed the mountain, he would probably have finished eating.
Swallowing saliva frantically all the way, Chen-shi quickly ran to the mountaintop and finally could begin eating. Looking at the pizza in his hand, it was like a perfect work of art.
The crust, baked at high temperature, presented an enticing interplay of deep and light golden brown hues. The edges were slightly raised, covered in irregular, crispy, charred bubbles.
Taking a deep breath, one could smell the underlying rustic wheat aroma beneath the tempting fragrance.
The melted cheese and sauce on the pizza's surface covered it like a smooth silk ribbon, with a few fresh basil leaves adorning it like embroidery on silk. Bacon, sausage, and other main ingredients were evenly distributed, emitting the unique aroma of meat, making Chen-shi's mouth water. He didn't even cut the pizza, simply rolled it into a ball and brought it to his mouth. With one bite, the wheat aroma from the crispy, charred crust instantly filled his mouth, and with each chew, he could feel its full chewiness.
Chen-shi ate while observing his surroundings.
Standing on the mountaintop, he had a great view, with the scene at the foot of the mountain laid out before him. Confirming that no one was coming to protect their food, Chen-shi completely relaxed and slightly slowed down his eating speed. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten so leisurely. No one chasing, no one stopping, no need to race against time, no need to be flustered, purely enjoying the pleasure food brought. The deliciousness of high-grade wild food allowed him to temporarily cast aside his worries and immerse himself in the enjoyment of the delicacy. Even if it was only for a moment, in the current situation, even a fleeting moment of enjoyment felt incredibly precious. As he ate the middle part of the pizza, the different textures and flavors of various ingredients permeated his mouth, the tender chewiness of the crust, the sweet and sour richness of the sauce, the gentle embrace of the cheese, the smoky aroma of the bacon. These myriad flavors intertwined, rich in layers, forming a torrent of taste that rushed straight to his brain. Making Chen-shi feel the happiness and satisfaction brought by fat and carbohydrates. This was probably his most relaxed experience eating high-grade wild food ever. It was also the most relaxed meal he had eaten in over a month. If it weren't for considering what he had to do in the afternoon, Chen-shi would have definitely eaten slower. When he finished the entire pizza, a ghost face cookie appeared in his hand again. Chen-shi reached into his right pocket and moved the ghost face cookie from there to his left hand.
1, 2.
Adding the one he just obtained, a total of 3 ghost face cookies. This extra one came from the Nightmare Clan. Just one more high-grade food, and I can complete my second ability qualitative change.
Finished eating?
Juefeng asked, watching Chen Qi walk down the mountain. Chen Qi nodded. Next, I'm going to Jinghai Medical College.
Going there again?
Gan Shui frowned. But you don't have the parasite's ability anymore. I have my own abilities, and I still have derived food. Chen Qi reassured, don't worry, I'm going there this time to find the nightmare.
Eater.
Otherwise, when night falls, he'll want to swap bodies with me again, and that's not a sustainable situation.
Either find a way to kill him, or even refuse with him, that's better than now.
Seeing that they couldn't dissuade Chen Qi, the others could only say, then we'll go with you. Biscuit, 3 days apart, one should look at a scholar with new eyes.
We're not who we used to be.
Juefeng said, in the days you've been gone, everyone has been improving. Gan Shui said, I now have a derived food in hand, just one more high-grade food to complete my ability qualitative change.
Suanan nodded, me too.
Juefeng said proudly, the recent
takeaway war really made me take off.
I've already completed my ability qualitative change, and even brushed out a fourth high-grade food. Gan Shui, Dabing should just wait for us at home.
Taking him is worse than taking a police dog.
Dabing opened his mouth, said nothing, and lowered his head in self-abasement. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, then, facing his teammates' determined eyes, he could only say, you wait for me outside the medical college.
If I encounter trouble, then you can come in to support me.
Juefeng and the others had all accumulated derived foods recently, and with powerful moves in hand, they all wanted to contribute.
However, Chen Qi's single sentence silenced them, can you immune cognitive distortion?
In the end, the others could only agree to Chen Qi's terms. The group didn't linger and immediately drove to Jinghai Medical College. Chen Qi and his 4 old teammates shared a car. On the way, they chatted about recent events and recounted their respective changes. The death of Coffee, and a series of other encounters, had greatly stimulated them. For a while recently, everyone had been working hard to acquire high-grade food. And Juefeng, riding the wave of the takeaway war, later surged ahead and surpassed everyone, becoming the person in the team who had consumed the most high-grade food.
Chen Qi asked curiously, Brother Juefeng, what's the effect of your ability qualitative change? Accelerated reaction speed.
Juefeng said with a hint of showing off, before, I was just fast, but my reactions weren't quick.
Now, both my speed and reactions are fast, even bullets can't hit me.
That's awesome. Chen Qi cooperatively praised him.
Don't listen to him brag.
Dabing exposed him, he can only dodge if he stands far away, and only when he's fully concentrated.
Juefeng glared at Dabing, so what? Dodging pistol bullets from 10 meters away, never failing. I can even go head-to-head with hot weapons without a big move.
Without a big move, you're just a roadside nothing. Chen Qi, of course, understood the value of Juefeng's ability. If he was both fast and had quick reactions, his combat skills would be formidable. Whether using cold weapons or hot weapons, he could unleash power beyond what ordinary people could achieve. In martial arts, only speed is unbreakable.
There was a reason for this saying.
Dabing said sourly, you just happened to catch the wave of the takeaway war. Suanan was tired of listening to them bicker and changed the subject, this takeaway war is indeed very strange. I always feel that the Nightmare Clan in Jinghai City is preparing for the contamination to escalate. Gan Shui also nodded, recently, people in Jinghai City are eating more and more, to an exaggerated extent.
The contamination is rapidly deepening, and many people are already showing obvious abnormalities. Chen Qi picked up his cup, took a sip of water, and asked, what kind of abnormalities? More than half a month ago, most ordinary contaminated individuals actually showed no obvious abnormalities and looked no different from normal people. It seemed that in the past half-month, the Nightmare Clan had indeed accelerated their progress. Gan Shui thought for a moment and said, does one person building a strawberry tower count as abnormal? Chen Qi, who was drinking water, nearly spat it out, one person. At one time? Juefeng laughed, that's right, no exaggeration. I don't dare go into public restrooms outside anymore. Dabing spread his hands, eating more, pooping more, that's normal too. Suonen added, also, no one talks while eating anymore.
Everyone is very focused, very quiet, and there's no waste at all, everything is eaten clean.
Speaking of this, Gon Shui couldn't help but curse, damn it, it's hard for me to find anything to eat now. This version is an epic nerf for me.
While they were chatting, the car had already driven to the entrance of Jinghai Medical College.
This was Chen Shi's first time here during the day. The school gate was wide open, and students came and went in an endless stream.
As soon as Chen Shi got out of the car, he suddenly felt a faint, almost imperceptible pull. His gaze turned towards a certain spot inside the medical college.
Nightmare Eater.
Between him and the Nightmare Eater, once they got close, they could actually sense each other.
Undoubtedly, the Nightmare Eater must have also sensed his arrival.
Chen Shi got out of the car alone and walked into Jinghai Medical College, following the flow of people entering and exiting. His goal in coming to Jinghai Medical College this time, besides the first-generation Nightmare Eater, was also an A-grade contamination source. Before he left Shangla City, the Nightmare Clan had provided a C-grade contamination source, which was also part of his deal with Meng Lu. Adding to that the C-grade contamination source left by Lin Ning that he had just eaten, Chen Shi had accumulated 5 instances of consuming high-grade wild food, and one more instance would complete his second ability qualitative change. However, because Chen Shi's 4th and 5th meals were both C-grade contamination sources, they only barely met the standard.
According to Meng Lu, he was a bit underaccumulated.
Meng Lu speculated that for him to complete the second ability qualitative change, the energy from a B-grade contamination source for his 6th meal would not be enough, he would need an A-grade. In other words, he had to find and devour an A-grade contamination source. There were several confirmed A-grade contaminated areas in Jinghai City, but Chen Shi still headed straight for Jinghai Medical College, an S-grade contaminated area. It wasn't to make things harder for himself, but because many matters could only be resolved there. Within the medical college, there were 2 locations confirmed to have A-grade contamination sources. One was the laboratory, and the other was the second cafeteria. As for the first cafeteria, it was highly likely to contain an S-grade contamination source.
Chen Shi currently couldn't chew on an S-grade contamination source.
His food detection ability also couldn't detect S-grade contamination sources, nor could he convert them into wild food. So, his destinations were the laboratory and the second cafeteria. Previously in Shangla City, with Meng Lu's help, he had already tested and confirmed that he possessed the ability to discover and convert A-grade contamination sources.
Starting from the main gate of Jinghai Medical College, the path to the laboratory was closer.
Chen Shi ran at full speed, drawing the attention of students around him. As he continuously approached the laboratory, he also sensed that his distance from the Nightmare Eater was rapidly closing.
The Nightmare Eater was moving towards him.
Finally, at the last corner before reaching the laboratory, a person who looked exactly like Chen Shi blocked his path.
"Are you surprised to see me?"
The smile on Chen Shi's face carried a hint of satisfaction. This time, he finally didn't follow the script the Nightmare Eater had arranged for him. No matter what the Nightmare Eater was planning or what backup plans it had, Chen Shi's escape from Shangla City and return to Jinghai City must have been beyond the Nightmare Eater's expectations. The development of events had deviated from the Nightmare Eater's predictions, which also meant that the Nightmare Eater's calculations had failed. The Nightmare Eater's face was grim at this moment. It meticulously scrutinized Chen Shi, as if trying to confirm something.
"How could those nightmares let you leave? What kind of deal did you make with them?"
Its original plan was to let Chen Shi master the ability of a dream thief, and then it would reap the rewards. According to its prediction, in at most 2 more days, the Nightmare Clan would complete the contamination and memory replacement of Chen Shi. By then, when it took over Chen Shi's body and facilitated the refusion of the 2 bodies, the most it would have to face would be a Chen Shi whose memories had been replaced, and a weakened first-generation nightmare. And it was confident that it could suppress the first-generation nightmare and awaken some of Chen Shi's replaced memories. At that point, the situation would turn in its favor. But now, Chen Shi appeared in the place it thought he should least appear, right in front of it. Chen Shi said indifferently, "I have already defected to the Nightmare Clan."
Impossible. The nightmare eater shook its head, a look of disbelief on its face. It considered itself to know Chun-Shi very well and didn't believe Chun-Shi would surrender so easily. Then tell me, why did they let me leave? The nightmare eater's expression shifted, filled with doubt and uncertainty. Indeed, it couldn't think of any other possibility. How could the Nightmare Clan easily let Chun-Shi leave when they already had him under control? The only explanation was that Chun-Shi had completely sided with the Nightmare Clan. The Nightmare Eater seemed to have the words half-believing, half-doubting written on its face. Chun-Shi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Those who like to deceive others are always worried about being deceived. That dog-like Nightmare Eater told 3 lies in one breath, always mixing truth and falsehood when it spoke, so it was naturally suspicious. No matter what he said, the Nightmare Eater wouldn't fully believe it, nor would it fully disbelieve it. The Nightmare Eater's expression flickered between dark and uncertain. Its arms suddenly burst into several tentacles, striking towards Chun-Shi. At that moment, a slit suddenly opened on Chun-Shi's forehead, revealing a vertical eye. That vertical eye met the Nightmare Eater's gaze, causing the Nightmare Eater to momentarily lose its focus, standing still as if frozen. Chun-Shi took advantage of this gap, biting off those tentacles of the Nightmare Eater in a few mouthfuls. The Nightmare Eater cried out in pain, startled awake, and retreated, its eyes fixed on the vertical eye on Chun-Shi's forehead, full of disbelief. Immediately, an uncontrollable surge of anger surfaced on its face. It erupted in fury, its face contorted with jealousy, its eyes filled with madness and unwillingness, like a beast whose prey had been stolen, completely enraged. How could you? How dare you? You actually accepted the Nightmare Clan's fusion. Why? Why you? It roared madly. The vertical eye that appeared on Chun-Shi's forehead represented the body's mutation, an ability only possessed by parasites. Moreover, this type of mutation leaned more towards the Nightmare Clan, indicating that he had accepted the Nightmare Clan's parasitism and completed fusion with the Nightmare Clan, at least a preliminary fusion. It had lurked within Chun-Shi's body for so long, exhausting all its schemes, yet it hadn't been able to achieve even a hint of fusion with Chun-Shi's soul. This left it with immense potential but unable to unleash it. But what about the Nightmare Clan? They had only been in contact with Chun-Shi for a few days, yet they had achieved what it had always dreamed of. It understood that this was not the Nightmare Clan's doing. Chun-Shi himself had compromised. If Chun-Shi was unwilling, even the first-generation Nightmare couldn't forcibly fuse with Chun-Shi. At most, it could only achieve shallow parasitism like itself. That's why the Nightmare Clan wanted to erase Chun-Shi's memories, to make Chun-Shi willingly cooperate with the parasitism and fusion. But now, Chun-Shi's memories were still intact, indicating that he himself had cooperated with the Nightmare Clan to complete the parasitism and fusion. Why, the Nightmare Eater roared, weren't you so stubborn? Why did you surrender? Don't you humans talk about first come, first served? I was clearly here first. The Nightmare Eater felt a sense of betrayal. It had put so much effort into Chun-Shi, long considering him its possession. This time, it had intended to reap the rewards from the Nightmare Clan, but unexpectedly, it was the Nightmare Clan that reaped the rewards from it instead. This was unacceptable to it. I refuse. You won't get rid of me. Don't forget, your humanity is still with me, we are still one. Amidst the Nightmare Eater's roars, its body transformed into a mass of flesh and lunged at Chun-Shi. Since that's the case, then let's refuse with me, don't think you can shake me off. Chun-Shi snorted coldly, and a layer of blood-red light instantly covered a radius of over 10 meters around him. He raised a hand, and the mass of flesh was dragged by an invisible force, pushed to the edge of the red light. Domain. A blurry head emerged from within the flesh mass, looking at the surrounding red light, further confirming that Chun-Shi had fused with a nightmare. This red domain was unique to their first-generation Nightmare Clan. Chun-Shi could now use a domain, which only a parasite fused with a first-generation Nightmare could do. Although the domain's range was still small, indicating that Chun-Shi and the first-generation Nightmare were only in preliminary fusion, it was undoubtedly a fusion. Chun-Shi waved his hand casually, and the mass of flesh that the Nightmare Eater had transformed into was flung away by a huge force. This domain is so useful. Chen Shi sighed inwardly.
Pure Nightmare clan members had no combat power, and pure odd food consumers had low combat power, but parasites formed by the fusion of both could perfectly unleash the strength of both sides, achieving an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. If one wouldn't be controlled by the Nightmare clan, then fusing with them was the best way to strengthen oneself.
Chen Shi ignored the Nightmare Eater.
Taking advantage of the moment he shook it off, he quickly rushed towards the laboratory. Within his domain, the surrounding students and teachers passing by fell into a dazed state, ignoring the battle between Chen Shi and the Nightmare Eater. Chen Shi could even directly control them, comparable to eating a ghost face cookie. However, the influence range was far smaller than that of a ghost face cookie. His current domain only covered a radius of about 10 meters around him, whereas a ghost face cookie could affect everyone within his line of sight.
In a flash, Chen Shi had already run into the laboratory.
But this time, even after he entered the laboratory, he was not pulled into an illusion. Everything in the laboratory was normal, with various experimental equipment, instruments, etc., laid out. There were no dissection tables one after another, nor countless corpses.
There were only a few students currently conducting experiments.
Chen Shi was not surprised. He knew that the real illusions produced by A-grade contamination sources also selectively affected the people around them. It was impossible to pull all teachers and students entering the laboratory into an illusion in broad daylight. There was no need for that. And the current Chen Shi was probably the kind that wasn't welcomed, not being pulled into an illusion as soon as he approached, unlike last time.
But it didn't matter.
Chen Shi's food detection ability had already detected the location of the A-grade contamination source.
It was in the corner of the laboratory. He locked onto the contamination source's location and quickly tracked it down.
And his foraging ability finally came into play, transforming that contamination source into high-grade wild food. When Chen Shi arrived at that corner, what he saw was a bowl of rice.
A bowl of golden egg fried rice.
The rice grains were distinct, each one coated in golden egg liquid, and the aroma of the rice filled the air.
Chen Shi unconsciously swallowed, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Eat.
He reached out to pick up the bowl of golden egg fried rice, but he knew it wouldn't be that simple.
High-grade wild food had the ability to save itself.
When facing danger, it would inevitably exert all its strength to self-preserve. Therefore, it would inevitably pull him into an illusion. Sure enough, when Chen Shi's hand was less than 10 centimeters from the bowl of fried rice, the surrounding light and shadows shifted, his vision blurred, and the fried rice had disappeared.
The light suddenly became dim.
Chen Shi was back in the familiar morgue. Around him, dissection tables were filled with corpses. Coming here again, Chen Shi's mindset was completely different from last time. The previous tension and fear were gone. This time, he already knew how to escape the illusion from Meng Lu. But he was not in a hurry to leave the illusion. He was searching for something among these corpses. The darkness could not obstruct his vision. He walked past one corpse after another, his gaze sweeping over their pale faces. A moment later, his steps paused as he saw a slightly familiar face.
Is this Dabing's father? Chen Shi's palm gently brushed Dabing's father's forehead, awakening him. Follow me. Chen Shi didn't say much, just gave a simple instruction.
He knew this was only a portion of Dabing's father's humanity, so there was no need to say too much. It was enough to awaken him and stir his will to resist.
Dabing's father looked bewildered, but seemed to recall something, and obediently followed behind Chen Shi.
Just then, the lights above them suddenly turned on. A group of teachers and students, as if having received news, rushed in from outside the laboratory.
A patient has woken up.
They headed straight for the lit area and saw Chen Shi and Dabing's father under the lights.
Oh no! An intruder has brought a patient back to life. Let's save him to death too.
A teacher, leading 5 or 6 students, rushed towards Chen Shi and Dabing's father, holding emergency tools like hammers, axes, and electric drills. Chen Shi tried, but found that his domain could not be used in this illusion. He remembered that the first time he came to this illusion, Xiao Huiyun and other domain-level parasites couldn't use their domains, and even lost their ability to mutate their bodies. It seemed everyone became ordinary people, except parasites had more tenacious vitality and greater strength. This was probably the difference between an illusion and a dream. In a dream, whether it was a parasite or an odd food consumer, all abilities could be used, but the abilities of nightmare parasites would be enhanced in a dream. However, in an illusion, all parasites and ability users were treated equally and were weakened. However, although Chun-Chi's derivative food, domain, and food detection abilities were ineffective in the illusion, his most fundamental eating ability would not disappear. Also, he was a parasite now too. Chun-Chi darted forward, his speed much faster than that of the teachers and students. The leading female teacher, holding a chainsaw, swung it down at Chun-Chi's head. "Eat it! You can eat chainsaws too, they're all fake." In Chun-Chi's mind, a weak but excited voice couldn't help but shout. It was the voice of the first-generation nightmare. Previously, it had been eaten by Chun-Chi until only a head remained, practically in a dying state. Only after completing the preliminary fusion with Chun-Chi did it regain some vitality. When Chun-Chi left Shangla City, he indeed had not fused with the nightmare. In fact, the fusion process only began on the plane back. This was also one of the terms of Chun-Chi's deal with the Nightmare Clan, but more importantly, Chun-Chi needed the power of the Nightmare Clan. He needed the powerful combat strength that fusion would bring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything and would only become a battlefield for the struggle between the Nightmare Clan and the Dream Eater Clan. No matter which side won, he would be controlled. Utilizing the conflict between the Nightmare and Dream Eater clans to gain benefits for himself was his only way out, and the best choice. Chun-Chi opened his mouth and bit into the rotating chainsaw chain. Crunch! The chainsaw's blade was directly bitten off by half, and the chain flew off. Chun-Chi chewed a few times. Although there was no real sensation in his mouth, he kept making crunchy sounds. He smacked his lips, feeling that his mouth was tasteless. He grabbed the female teacher, and his mouth suddenly opened wider than a watermelon. He swallowed her head in one bite. A balanced meal, just right. Chun-Chi performed a 3 bites, one female teacher, in front of several students. After merging with first-generation Nightmare, he discovered that his abilities as an odd food consumer had been strengthened. He didn't have such strong eating capabilities before. Seeing Chun-Chi so fierce, the students knew they were no match and felt like retreating. But how could Chun-Chi give them a chance to escape? Relying on his mouth, he scared a group of parasites holding axes and electric drills, making them run everywhere. Chun-Chi caught up in a few steps, grabbed the female parasite who was lagging behind, lifted her up, and ate her while chasing. Before he even finished eating her, he grabbed a male parasite, using both hands, a male and female combination, which was a sour and appetizing experience. Each parasite was only a matter of 3 or 4 bites in total, and there were only 5 or 6 students in this group. In a short while, Chun-Chi had devoured all but one. Chun-Chi chased all the way to the outside of the laboratory. The last person, seeing no escape, turned back to fight, the electric drill in his hand sparking as he thrust it towards Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi bit off the entire electric drill along with the hand holding it, finishing off the enemy in 2 or 3 bites. In his mind, first-generation Nightmare's weak but excited voice kept ringing out, "Good. Good. That's it. Eat them all." These lowly, inferior Nightmare clan members dared to offend the noble first-generation Nightmare. They all deserve to die. Chun-Chi burped, turned around, and found Dabing's father hiding by the door, timidly watching him. Chun-Chi didn't explain anything. He returned to the laboratory to continue searching for familiar faces. Those near the entrance of the laboratory were newly parasites and easy to awaken. Therefore, even if they weren't familiar faces, Chun-Chi didn't mind awakening them casually. Although it might not change much, it was still a way to cause trouble for the Nightmare clan. Soon, Chun-Chi discovered another familiar face, Gon Shui's wife. "You two, hide and try to stay awake," Chun-Chi instructed Dabing's father and Gon Shui's wife. Awakening their humanity can, to some extent, slow down the progress of the parasites. The longer they remain conscious, the greater the impact on the parasites. Chun-Chi was also doing his part for his teammates.
He walked deeper into the laboratory but still couldn't find the two people he wanted to find most, his mother and Coffee. Coffee's humanity might not be stored here.
Jinghai City has more than one humanity domestication illusion. Within Jinghai Medical College alone, there are two locations, the laboratory and the second cafeteria.
Not to mention there are several other A-level and S-level contamination zones where humanity domestication can take place.
Given Coffee's immense potential, she would certainly receive special attention from the Nightmare Clan, so not finding Coffee here was not surprising. The same applied to Chen Shi's mother. Because of Chen Shi, she would also receive special care. Moreover, Chen Shi knew in his heart that his mother had likely been completely parasites, and to find her humanity, he could only go to the Taepingjian morgue. At the end of the laboratory was the door leading to the delivery room.
Chen Shi did not enter this time. He did want to enter the resurrection point, but not through an illusion. Next, I need to break the illusion.
The illusion is both a passage connecting the A-level contamination source to the resurrection point and the Taepingjian morgue, and a means of self-preservation for them.
Chen Shi had to break the illusion to eat that bowl of golden egg fried rice. He had already learned how to break the illusion from Meng Lu.
In the Changla City contamination zone, the contamination source exists not only in reality but also in dreams.
Although most of a contamination source exists in reality, a portion of it permeates into dreams.
It is precisely because it connects reality and dreams that it can affect the dream world.
The underlying logic of the illusion world is similar to that of the dream world.
Illusions are formed by the energy of A-level or higher contamination sources, and just like contamination sources in dreams, there is also contamination source energy permeating into illusions.
It can be simply understood as this A-level contamination source being divided into two parts, one in reality and one in the illusion.
The most direct way for Chen Shi to break the illusion was to find the part of the contamination source within the illusion and eat it directly. This would be equivalent to cutting off the energy that maintains the illusion, causing the illusion to collapse on its own.
However, unlike in reality, the contamination source within the illusion would be disguised.
The contamination source in reality had already been transformed by Chen Shi into high-grade wild food, egg fried rice, but the part in the illusion would not be affected. It would still be disguised, existing in the form of other items, not necessarily food. And Chen Shi's food detection ability was not applicable in the illusion, which added difficulty to his search for the contamination source within the illusion. The contamination source will only exist within the illusion's range and will not appear in the connected resurrection point in Taepingjian morgue.
And the range of this illusion is limited to the area around the laboratory.
The first time Chen Shi explored this illusion, he thought about escaping the laboratory area to leave the illusion, but found that if he ran too far, he would fall into a ghost wall, which was actually running to the edge of the illusion. So the area he needed to search was not too large. At this moment, first-generation Nightmare's voice sounded in Chen Shi's mind, although you can't sense the presence of food sources in the illusion, if you get close, within a meter, I should be able to identify it, and you yourself might also have some sensing.
Chen Shi mused, since that's the case, it means the contamination source is most likely not inside the laboratory, but outside.
Chen Shi had explored the laboratory twice, visiting almost every nook and cranny, and had never found anything suspicious of being a contamination source. Putting himself in their shoes, if it were him, he would also hide the contamination source outdoors, as that would be more concealed and less likely to be discovered.
Chen Shi quickly ran towards the outside of the laboratory, asking in his mind as he ran, "First-generation Nightmare, have you succeeded? Has my body entered the so-called interlayer?" "Don't worry," First-generation Nightmare responded weakly.
"After merging with me, I can already use your body to initially exercise the talents of my Nightmare Clan.
I have already hidden your body in the interlayer between reality and illusion. It's much harder for the Dream Eater clan's useless members to enter the interlayer world than it is for us Nightmare Clan. Even if they enter, it's difficult for them to bring you out, so you don't have to worry about being forcibly pulled out of the illusion for a short time." When Chen Shi entered the illusion, what he worried about most was his own body. It wasn't that he feared any danger, it was mainly that he was afraid the Nightmare Eaters would drag his body out of the illusion's influence range, forcibly pulling him out of the illusion and disrupting his eating plan. Fortunately, with first-generation Nightmare's help, in terms of entering the interlayer world, the Nightmare Eaters truly couldn't compare to the flexibility of the Nightmare Clan.
Nightmare parasites all possess the ability to hide in dreams, which is essentially hiding in the interlayer world, while Nightmare Eater parasites do not have similar abilities.
However, there are gains and losses.
Although nightmare parasites have stronger self-preservation abilities and are better at concealment, they are more skilled in combat within dreams. Nightmare Eater parasites, on the other hand, are stronger in combat in reality, possessing higher intensity body mutation abilities, but lack the elusive capabilities of nightmare parasites. Furthermore, upon entering their own illusions, they are not only not strengthened but even weakened.
Within an illusion, even domains cannot be used. First-generation Nightmare suddenly said, "You can't always call me first-generation Nightmare. As a noble first-generation Nightmare clan member, I should have my own name." Chen-Chi asked, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name yet, but I can pick one now." First-generation Nightmare pondered. "Meng Lu, that little girl, has a good name. I'll also use Meng as my surname." As for the given name, he held it in for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. Chen-Chi inwardly scorned, these Nightmare clan members, none of them have received 9-year compulsory education, they're pure illiterates. Perhaps after a deeper fusion with him, sharing some of his memories, they might gain some culture. But the current first-generation Nightmare probably couldn't even recognize a few characters. Chen-Chi had already run outside the laboratory and was conducting a thorough search around the laboratory. He first circled the outer walls of the laboratory. These corners and nooks were rarely approached by people. After finding nothing, he began to specifically search the green belts around the laboratory. During this process, first-generation Nightmare remained silent. Chen-Chi guessed he was still pondering what name to give himself. Sure enough, first-generation Nightmare couldn't hold back and asked Chen-Chi for help. "I don't understand your human naming customs. You give me one. It must be noble, domineering, and show my identity as a first-generation Nightmare." Chen-Chi responded in his mind, "You can be called Meng Long. The character Long perfectly fits your requirements. Noble and domineering, it has always been a symbol of our human emperors." Meng Long? First-generation Nightmare's voice held barely suppressed joy. He repeatedly savored the name in his mind, liking it more and more the more he thought about it. Good. From now on, this venerable one shall be called Meng Long. Ha. Chen-Chi sneered inwardly, "Giving you a food name, I'll eat you sooner or later." "Chen-Chi, we meet again." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Chen-Chi turned his head and saw Sun Xueqiao appear about 10 meters behind him, and beside Sun Xueqiao stood someone identical to him. Sun Xueqiao and the Nightmare Eater were unable to bring Chen-Chi out of the illusion from the interlayer, so they had to personally enter the illusion to stop him. The Nightmare Eater suppressed his anger and said, "Chen-Chi, you've gone astray. Since you've decided to cooperate with the Nightmare Clan, you should, of course, choose our Dream Eater Clan. We have such a long, we know each other well, and your mother and friends are in our hands. Haven't you considered these things?" Sun Xueqiao also advised in a deep voice, "It's not too late to go back on your word now. Your fusion with first-generation Nightmare has just begun, and it can be forcibly terminated. What the Nightmare Clan can give you, we can also give you. What they can't give, we can also give. Come into the embrace of my Dream Eater Clan." Chen-Chi continued to search for the contamination source, his steps never stopping, casually responding, "Sorry, I'm a narrow-minded person and I hold grudges. Thinking about what you did to my mother and friends, I can't forgive you, and it's even more impossible for me to cooperate with you." Sun Xueqiao said, "Your mother, your friends, we can release them and let them regain their self-awareness. We promised this long ago." Chen-Chi tilted his head, meeting Sun Xueqiao's gaze. "What about you? Are you planning to commit suicide and release Sun Ge?" Sun Xueqiao was immediately speechless. Once a parasite fusion begins, even if interrupted, their Nightmare Clan members will most likely die. Not to mention his situation, where the parasite has been completely completed. Once he separates from Sun Xueqiao's body and soul, he will surely die.
As a noble second-generation Nightmare Clan member, he did not believe that he could be sacrificed as easily as the low-level Nightmare Clan members who parasites Chun-Chi's mother and friends. The Nightmare Eater, however, agreed without hesitation, of course. I told you long ago, as long as you fuse with me, what's wrong with sacrificing a mere second-generation Nightmare Clan member? Chun-Chi remained unmoved and said, then you first make him commit suicide, let me see your sincerity. As long as he commits suicide, I will immediately abandon Meng Long and fuse with you.
Meng Long? The Nightmare Eater was slightly startled, then reacted, you even named him? Yes, just now. Not bad, right? We get along very well. The Nightmare Eater was instantly enraged, good. What kind of bewitching potion did the Nightmare Clan give you? Did that cheap woman Meng Lu seduce you? Chun-Chi couldn't be bothered with the two of them. In fact, within the illusion, he wasn't too afraid of Sun Xuecho and the Nightmare Eater. Because here, they were both weakened, and abilities like domains couldn't be used. But Chun-Chi's ability to devour Nightmare Clan members was still effective, and after 5 times of eating high-grade wild food and fusing with first-generation Nightmare, his eating ability was even stronger. If these two dared to come over, he dared to eat them. Sun Xuecho and the other clearly also harbored wariness towards Chun-Chi, otherwise they would have directly attacked from the start, without needing to say so much nonsense. As Chun-Chi entered a green belt again, Sun Xuecho suddenly flew up and pounced towards Chun-Chi. The Nightmare Eater also rushed towards Chun-Chi, laughing maniacally, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me. I'd rather destroy you than let you fall under the control of the Nightmare Clan. Chun-Chi understood something instantly when he saw their reactions. It looks like I'm close to the contamination source, that's why these two suddenly reacted so strongly. He suspected the contamination source was in the green belt he had just entered. So he immediately reminded Meng Long to pay attention to identification, and he himself quickened his pace, moving rapidly through the green belt, trampling and destroying all the flowers, plants, and trees that blocked his way. The Nightmare Eater exploded into clumps of flesh, attacking Chun-Chi from all directions. Sun Xuecho even directly differentiated into one fission body after another, with dozens of Sun Xuecho lining up to kill Chun-Chi. They all knew how powerful Chun-Chi's mouth was and were afraid of being swallowed by him in a few bites, so they all chose to break themselves down into smaller parts to counteract Chun-Chi's ability. Chun-Chi's response to this was, I'll just eat a few more bites. As long as they dared to get close, whether it was Sun Xuecho or the Nightmare Eater's fission body, he would eat them without hesitation. The two of them only served as a distraction for him, they posed no significant threat to him in the illusion. Found it! Meng Long suddenly shouted, that thin twig on the ground to the front left. Chun-Chi's gaze instantly locked onto the slender, withered yellow twig hidden in the pile of fallen leaves, and he lunged towards it. As soon as Chun-Chi made a move, the dry branch suddenly stirred, quickly crawling across the pile of fallen leaves. Only then did Chun-Chi see clearly, it wasn't a dry branch at all, but a stick insect. Double camouflage. Even first-generation Nightmare couldn't help but curse, how insidious. The contamination source disguised itself as a stick insect, then cosplayed a branch. Chun-Chi was completely unprepared and missed with his lunge. After all, he hadn't expected a branch to suddenly move. At this moment, several Sun Xuechos lunged over, firmly holding Chun-Chi down, instantly covering him in a sweat. Chun-Chi twisted his head, chomping down wildly, biting off several hands, and immediately broke free from the restraints. He aimed at the rapidly moving stick insect, predicted its trajectory, and captured it with a flying pounce. Grabbing the stick insect with one hand, Chun-Chi didn't even look at it, directly stuffing it into his mouth and swallowing it whole. In an instant, everything around him seemed like a stirred lake, rippling, and the entire world was full of wrinkles. These wrinkles and ripples grew larger and larger until the surrounding scenery could no longer be seen clearly, and the entire illusion finally shattered with a roar. Be careful, prepare to enter the interlayer. First-generation Nightmare reminded him. Chun-Chi eating the contamination source in the illusion was equivalent to cutting off the energy supply to the illusion, and this illusion constructed by an A-level contamination source naturally collapsed. And his consciousness, along with Sun Xuecho's, Nightmare Eaters, and others, would detach from the illusion and return to their bodies.
However, Chen Shi's body was already hidden in the interlayer world, so after his consciousness returned to his body, he would directly arrive in the interlayer. Chen Shi had been curious about the so-called interlayer for a long time, with a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. His vision blurred, and when it cleared again, all he saw was a vast expanse of white, with nothing there.
Why is it so empty here? No, why can't I even see my own body?
Chen Shi could clearly feel his body, but he couldn't see anything. Squat down and look, first-generation nightmare reminded Chen Shi in his mind.
Chen Shi paused, then squatted down.
Now he finally saw his body. He felt his pockets and found that all 3 ghost face cookies were there, which fully indicated that he had escaped the illusion. Before, in the illusion, he couldn't bring in any special items. Then Chen Shi looked around, and everything he saw could be summed up in one word: chaotic. This was a very narrow space, and everything within the world was chaotically interspersed and inverted. Chen Shi could only see a world about a meter high, and within this meter-high space, there were parts of the laboratory from reality, as well as various scenes from the Taepingjian morgue in the illusion.
The laboratory in reality was well lit. The Taepingjian morgue in the illusion was dark and eerie.
These 2 scenes intertwined chaotically, dividing everything in Chen Shi's line of sight into 2 chaotic interweaving images of light and dark. It was as if 2 worlds had been broken and pieced together. But they were pieced together in a messy, disorderly fashion, with even up and down being inverted. Chen Shi could even see half a toilet upside down in mid-air. However, everything in this world was hazy, with a layer of illusory filter. As it turned out, this wasn't just a filter. When Chen Shi reached out to touch the inverted objects, he touched nothing but air. First-generation nightmare's voice sounded at the right time. Here, you don't need to worry about anything else, just focus on yourself.
Chen Shi asked curiously, is the dream interlayer like this too? The difference is huge.
How can the Dream Eater clan's trashy illusions compare to our Nightmare clan's dreams? Our dream interlayer is the most perfect work of art. Chen Shi expressed doubt. There was a certain degree of racial discrimination between the Dream Eater clan and the Nightmare clan. At this moment, Chen Shi noticed that the dark parts in his vision were gradually disappearing. The reason was simple. Chen Shi didn't need to ask first-generation Nightmare to understand that it was because the illusion world had already shattered. Those scenes from the illusion world also slowly disappeared with it.
Logically, when an illusion is broken, the interlayer between reality and the illusion should also disappear. But this was Jinghai Medical College, an S-level contamination zone. There was an S-level contamination source that could cover the entire medical college.
Even if one layer of illusion was broken, another layer of illusion still existed, it just hadn't pulled Chen Shi into it yet. Therefore, the entire medical college was enveloped by another, higher-level illusion, and this interlayer naturally wouldn't disappear. Chen Shi glanced upwards and suddenly noticed something amiss.
Where's my skull?
Chen Shi found that this world was so narrow that even when he squatted, it couldn't fully contain him. The part of him above his forehead directly clipped through. His skull was clearly still there, but he could feel it but not see it. It had already penetrated this interlayer. World. But he immediately felt something was wrong, so he slowly stood up. As a result, he found that this world also slowly rose as he stood up.
Is the size of this world adjusted according to my height?
Finally, he stood up straight completely and found that his eyes also clipped through, and his vision returned to the previous vast expanse of white where he couldn't see anything. He squatted down slightly, and his vision returned to the interlayer world. Chen Shi was over 1.8 meters tall, which meant that the maximum height of this world was probably around 1.7 meters? First-generation Nightmare explained, the interlayer world is inherently half real and half fake, with 1,000 faces for 1,000 people.
Everyone sees something different. No matter how tall you are, a part of you will be exposed outside.
This is equivalent to your anchor point left in the outside world, caused by the rules of the world.
Chen Shi understood, so, no matter what posture I maintain, a part of my body will be exposed outside the interlayer?
Exactly. However, this exposure is two-way. Both reality and the illusion will have a part of your body, but now the illusion is destroyed.
Otherwise, you shouldn't be able to see your feet either.
In this regard, dreams and illusions were the same. Being in the interlayer, so-called anchor points would be left in both worlds, which could also be seen as weaknesses, preventing him from safely hiding in the interlayer.
Then aren't I very dangerous?
Chen Shi thought of his head being exposed outside, potentially getting shot at any moment, and felt it would be safer to return to the real world. Don't worry, our nightmare clan excels at hiding our anchor points, it's not that easy to find them.
First generation nightmare said proudly, what others see won't be your head. It might be some unintentional object. For example, right now, I've disguised your head as a dusty instrument in the laboratory.
And when you move in the interlayer, your anchor point in reality won't move with you.
Chen Shi thought for a moment and said, what if I lie down? Wouldn't that avoid exposing my vital head? First generation nightmare said, of course, that's also possible.
The world rules will expose the highest part of your body as an anchor point.
The highest part? Chen Shi imagined in his mind, if he lay flat, where would the highest part be? No. He shook his head, abandoning the idea of trying it out.
This would expose another vital part of him as an anchor point.
Then if I want to observe the situation in the real world, what should I do? Chen Shi asked again.
You can stand on your tiptoes, first generation nightmare replied, but be careful, this will increase the risk of your anchor point being exposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi first stood up straight, then carefully tiptoed. His vision passed through that vast white area, and the scene before him immediately became rich.
He saw the real world.
At this time, his perspective was from the upper shelf of a cabinet in the laboratory, looking down at the entire laboratory, with a very good view.
This feeling was like a gentleman on the beam, hiding on the roof beam and peeking.
Chen Shi happened to see a surging crowd rush into the laboratory. This familiar scene made him slightly stunned, and then he understood what was happening.
These people were protecting their food.
I ate the contamination source in the illusion before, which is equivalent to a part of the contamination source in reality. In other words, although I haven't eaten that bowl of egg fried rice yet, I have actually already taken a bite.
At this moment, the laboratory inside and out was already packed with people, and more people were constantly rushing towards it.
Everyone in Jinghai Medical College was attracted and gathered here. However, these food-protecting crowds obviously posed no threat to Chen Shi, who was hidden in the interlayer. Even if Chen Shi openly peeked, these people couldn't see through Chen Shi's disguise.
Chen Shi looked at the egg-fried rice in the corner.
That bowl of golden egg-fried rice was still sitting there intact, still steaming.
Just then, a blue domain spread out, covering the entire laboratory.
Inside the crowded laboratory, the crowd suddenly spontaneously made way for a path. As soon as he saw the blue domain, Chen Shi knew that Sun Xuecha was coming. These food-protecting crowds posed no threat to Chen Shi, they couldn't attack him while he was hidden in the interlayer, nor would they take his golden egg-fried rice. But Sun Xuecha and Nightmare Eater were different, they might be able to see through Chen Shi's disguise, or they might directly move the golden egg-fried rice. Chen Shi barely hesitated before calling first-generation Nightmare, asking him to help him escape from the interlayer. Originally, Chen Shi wanted to also look for the resurrection point in the Taipingjian morgue in the interlayer, but now it seemed there wasn't enough time.
But it didn't matter.
After merging with first-generation Nightmare, entering the interlayer world was not difficult for him.
It was better to deal with Sun Xuecha and Nightmare Eater first. Get ready!
First-generation Nightmare shouted, and Chen Shi felt a force pushing him, making him like a fish, drilling out of the interlayer.
Chen Shi's target was the golden egg-fried rice.
He darted onto the experiment table and casually picked up two long, strip-shaped experimental instruments. Then he rolled over and jumped next to the golden egg-fried rice. As soon as Chen Shi appeared, the bewildered food-protecting squad immediately found their target and rushed towards Chen Shi like mad.
But times were different now.
At this moment, Chen Shi was no longer afraid of these ordinary food protectors. A crimson domain, centered on Chen Shi, covered a range of over 10 meters around him. At this point, one could see the dominance of Chen Shi's crimson domain.
Within the range of the crimson domain, it directly covered Sun Xuechao's blue domain.
This was the suppression at the Nightmare Clan level, the fundamental basis for the internal hierarchy of the Nightmare Clan.
The crimson domain of a first-generation nightmare could fundamentally suppress the blue domain of a second-generation nightmare.
Chen Shi tried a little, using the power of his domain to control the surrounding food protectors, but it had no effect.
He wasn't surprised. The priority of the food protection mechanism was very high.
When ordinary people were controlled by the food protection mechanism, the power of the domain often had no effect.
However, the ghost face cookie had an even higher priority.
Chen Shi pulled out a ghost face cookie and swallowed it directly. The next moment, the food protectors who had already lunged at his face suddenly collectively turned around, changed their targets, and rushed towards Sun Xuecho and Nightmare Eater, who had just reached the door. These people also posed no threat to Sun Xuecho and Nightmare Eater, but as long as they could slightly hinder their steps, it was enough. Taking advantage of the lack of disturbance, Chen Shi picked up the egg-fried rice on the ground and inserted the two long, strip-shaped experimental instruments he had just picked up from the experiment table into the rice.
He had picked up a thermometer and a pipette.
That's right, he was going to use these two items as chopsticks. As a traditional Chinese person who had used chopsticks for over 20 years, Chen Shi stated that when it came to eating, there was no more suitable tool than chopsticks.
To eat fast, you still needed chopsticks.
Spoons, spatulas, all had to step aside. Even eating directly with hands couldn't be faster than chopsticks, and might even drop grains of rice. Without utensils, he could only find his own.
These two experimental instruments were barely usable.
Chen Shi took a deep breath, holding the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, and began to eat. His hands moved quickly, the chopsticks in his hands waving into afterimages, his mouth wide open near the bowl, precisely catching all the rice grains scooped up by the chopsticks. In a flash, his mouth was full of golden rice grains. Chen Shi chewed a few times quickly, his mouth full of the aroma of rice.
Golden egg liquid coated the rice grains.
With one bite, each grain of rice had a distinct texture. The egg liquid gave the rice a crispy outer coating, and the rice inside was cooked perfectly, not dry and hard, but soft and glutinous yet still chewy. The overall texture was springy with a crunch, crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside. Swallowing the rice in his mouth, Chen Shi seamlessly continued, opening his mouth again to the bowl's edge, and continued to scoop up rice. At this moment, Sun Xuecho and Nightmare Eater finally broke through the encirclement of the food protecting team and rushed towards Chen Shi.
But Chen Shi didn't fight them head-on. He chose to run with the food.
He moved through the laboratory, leaping across experiment tables, maneuvering around Sun Xuecho and Nightmare Eater, and using the power of the ghost face cookie to constantly summon more food protectors to stop the two of them.
Throughout this process, he never forgot to eat.
Chen Shi ate with all his might, his speed soaring again and again, the chopsticks in his hands waving so fast that they were completely invisible. His hand rotated the chopsticks, like stirring up a whirlwind, sweeping the rice from the bowl into his mouth. Chen Shi's eating ability was enhanced. His mouth was like an abyss, devouring mouthfuls of rice. Whirlwind chopsticks, shovel mouth, cramming it in big mouthfuls.
Eat.
Under such high-intensity eating, a large bowl of egg-fried rice was completely consumed by Chen Shi in a flash. The bowl was clean, not even a single grain of rice left.
Chen Shi licked his lips, still wanting more.
And he faintly felt a surge of power accumulating in his body, looking for a breakthrough. He understood that his ability was about to undergo its second qualitative change.
Second ability mutation.
Chen Shi was filled with anticipation.
He was very likely the first person to complete two ability mutations.
The first ability mutation allowed him to fully master the ability to devour Nightmare Clan members.
This second ability mutation should be a further enhancement based on that foundation.
However, he would still have to explore the specific effects himself. And now, there were two excellent test subjects. As Chen Shi finished eating, the food protection effect had disappeared, and the ghost face cookie's ability had also expired. The surrounding crowd immediately stopped attacking Sun Xuecho and the Nightmare Eater. Without the food protection mechanism and the influence of the ghost face cookie, Chen Shi's blood-colored domain had the highest control over these ordinary people.
Sun Xuechao's blue domain had a lower priority than his, so he couldn't possibly contend with him.
However, Chen Qi's weakness lay in his domain being too small, only able to control people within a dozen meters around him.
Sun Xuechao's domain, on the other hand, could even cover most of the medical college.
Originally, the role these ordinary people could play was limited, and with the difference in the range of the two domains, they basically became useless. Sun Xuechao could control more people, but once they entered Chen Qi's domain, these people would turn against him. Chen Qi could only control a small number of people, and the control distance was only a dozen meters.
The speed of ordinary people simply couldn't compare to top-tier parasites like Sun Xuechao, and they would easily be outrun.
So, the first thing Sun Xuechao did was clear the area. He sent away all the people within his domain, which meant Chen Qi also had no one to control.
The surroundings instantly became empty, clearing a battlefield for them.
During this process, no more parasites came to reinforce them. While Jinghai Medical College had many parasites, Chen Qi had broken in several times and killed an unknown number of them, both before and after. There might be some parasites left, but low-level parasites would only become Chen Qi's blood bags if they got involved. Furthermore, Huang Jihai had taken a few main forces out and they hadn't returned, leaving only 1.5 parasites who could stand against Chen Qi. Sun Xuechao counted as one, and the Nightmare Eater could only be considered half. As a first-generation nightmare, he couldn't even use a domain and only possessed the most basic physical mutation abilities, though they were not weak. Chen Qi's situation was also a bit complex. As a parasite who had just begun to fuse, his potential was far from being truly developed. Moreover, as a nightmare parasite, his combat power would significantly decrease once he left the dream contamination zone and lost the dream's blessing. His current combat methods primarily relied on his abilities as an odd food consumer. Just relying on his previous ability to devour nightmare clan members, coupled with a mini blood-colored domain, 2 ghostface cookies, and a bit of mental interference ability provided by first-generation nightmare, there was basically no hope of defeating the combination of Sun Xuechao and the Nightmare Eater in reality. After all, reality was not like an illusion. In an illusion, he could suppress both of them because the illusion weakened them. In the real world, Chen Qi's biggest hope now was the odd food consumer ability that had just completed its second mutation. Sun Xuechao and the Nightmare Eater exchanged glances, instantly reaching a tacit understanding. Sun Xuechao charged forward, while the Nightmare Eater continuously moved around Chen Qi, like a hyena ready to ambush its prey at any moment. Sun Xuechao's body began to undergo astonishing mutations. His chest cavity automatically opened, revealing his internal organs. Various organs grew on those viscera, including fish-like eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth. And on his heart, ridges resembling ravines swelled up, somewhat like a human brain. Puff! Puff! Those organs popped out of his chest cavity one after another, beginning to piece themselves together. The heart, shaped like a brain, was at the top, below it were the liver and spleen with eyes, lungs with noses, a stomach with a mouth, and a pair of kidneys with ears attached to the sides. The 5 internal organs formed a bizarre human face, with all its features. His remaining body began to turn inside out, as if shedding human skin. His original skin was squeezed into his twisted body, while the flesh from inside his body became his outer skin. This made Sun Xuechao look like a skinned animal. At the same time, his flesh and bones continuously mutated and grew rapidly, reaching nearly 3 meters tall in an instant. He sported a head made of internal organs, with his large intestine as a neck, connecting to his tall, twisted, skinless body below. He no longer looked much like a human. Suddenly, his bizarre head flew towards Chen Qi like a cannonball. The gnarled neck, composed of intestines, instantly stretched out. The twisted large intestine straightened, appearing incredibly resilient. However, the head suddenly stopped about 2 meters away from Chen Qi. It seemed to fear Chen Qi directly devouring its head. Then, from his eyes and mouth, a large amount of green liquid, like stomach acid and bile, spewed out. Chen Qi's original plan was to wait for Sun Xuechao to get close and then eat him in one bite, but Sun Xuechao changed his move at the last minute, and Chen Qi also had a countermeasure. He directly swallowed a pistachio he had held in his mouth beforehand. This pistachio was actually a wild food, one of the few nut-type wild foods Chen-Shi found when he left Jinghai City. After peanut's secondary processing, it carried the ability of peanut's first mutation. Instantly, 2 huge white shells appeared in Chen-Shi's hands. They were exactly the shells of the pistachio. Chen-Shi held half a shell in each hand, like 2 giant shields. He retracted his arms, and the 2 shields fit together seamlessly, protecting him completely. He became like a giant pistachio, the shields were the shells, and he was the kernel, wrapped inside the shells. The stomach acid and bile-like liquids sprayed onto the shells, continuously making sizzling corrosive sounds, and after resisting for a moment, they were corroded through. But it also blocked the first wave of attack for Chen-Shi, and that was enough. Peanut's shell shield ability after his mutation seemed a bit strange, but it was actually quite powerful. Most odd food consumers, after their first ability mutation, have very mediocre combat power, or even no combat power at all, like dabbing in coffee. Peanut's ability, at least, provided very strong defensive capabilities. It's just that when Peanut used it, it was 2 giant peanut shell shields, but when it came to Chen-Shi, it became a pistachio shell shield. Chen-Shi discarded the corroded pistachio shells, forcibly controlled Sun Xuechao's grotesque head with his blood-colored domain, and at the same time quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Sun Xuechao. At this moment, the Nightmare Eater, who had been looking for an opportunity, seized it to launch a sneak attack. He exploded into arrows made of flesh and blood, shooting towards Chen-Shi. His goal was not to attack Chen-Shi, but to fuse with Chen-Shi again. Now is not the time, Chen-Shi thought to himself. He raised a hand, and the arrows of flesh and blood were forcibly controlled, suspended in midair. Looking at the arrows of flesh and blood 3 or 4 meters away from him, a sudden urge surged in Chen-Shi's heart. He felt as if he could easily devour these arrows. Chen-Shi was slightly startled, vaguely understanding something. However, he did not act against the Nightmare Eater, but instead waved his hand, throwing the dozens of flesh and blood arrows that the Nightmare Eater had transformed into to a distance of over 10 meters. And then he turned to face Sun Xuechao, who was even further away from him. Chen-Shi concentrated, his eyes fixed on Sun Xuechao's bizarre head. Instantly, he seemed to lock onto the target, and that urge vaguely reappeared in his heart. Chen-Shi slightly opened his mouth and took a gentle breath. It was just a simple inhaling motion, but an invisible suction force acted on Sun Xuechao's grotesque head. All the visceral tissues on his head were stretched and deformed like rags, flying uncontrollably towards Chen-Shi. Sun Xuechao tried to pull his head back, and the large intestine connecting to his head contracted violently, tensing into a straight line. But the harder he pulled, the faster the visceral tissues making up his head disintegrated, all turning into invisible energy and entering Chen-Shi's mouth. In the end, Chen-Shi let up a little, allowing Sun Xuechao to retrieve his incomplete head. Just as Sun Xuechao and other Nightmare Clan members had repeatedly shown mercy to Chen-Shi before, Chen-Shi could only show mercy to Sun Xuechao. He couldn't actually eat him. He could kill Sun Xuechao, but he couldn't eat him. If he killed him by other means, he could still revive, but if he ate him, he would be truly dead. Chen-Shi still remembered his agreement with Sun Gu. When he had the ability, he would save him. So strong. In his mind, first-generation Nightmare's excited voice rang out. It was indeed strong. Chen-Shi had now figured out the effect of his second ability mutation. After the first ability mutation, his ability to devour Nightmare Clan members was indeed very powerful. It could be said to be a natural counter to the Nightmare Clan. Some parasites whose overall strength was far greater than Chen-Shi's had almost no power to resist once Chen-Shi got close to them. But the drawback was also very obvious: he was short-ranged. He had to be close to attack the target. After all, Chen-Shi's mouth attack range was only the area around him. As long as the enemy could maintain distance from him, he would be helpless. He couldn't extend his neck tens of meters like Sun Xuechao. This attack method was not only prone to being kite but also easily put himself in danger. A short inch is a dangerous inch, and there was nothing more dangerous than using his mouth as a weapon. Even with fists, one punch could at least reach over a meter. Moreover, his mouth was connected to his head, which meant exposing his vital point to the enemy. However, now that his ability had undergone a second mutation, upgrading to the remote suction ability, it instantly compensated for his weakness. This gave Chun-Chi the ability to attack from a distance, directly skyrocketing his combat power. After witnessing Chun-Chi's suction ability, the Nightmare Eater immediately became obedient, no longer daring to approach casually, and keeping a far distance. Chun-Chi actually had no interest in him. Killing the Nightmare Eater was pointless and might even cause him to become weak. Moreover, he still had a use for the Nightmare Eater. Sun Xueqiao on the other side also became cautious, retracting his incomplete head into his chest cavity for careful protection, no longer daring to launch any surprise attacks with his head. Although Chun-Chi had no killing intent towards Sun Xueqiao, he did not intend to let him go just like that. At the very least, he needed to continue weakening him to prevent him from interfering with his next actions. And also to use Sun Xueqiao to test his newly acquired suction ability. Chen-Chi quickly approached Sun Xueqiao, locked onto him, and activated his suction ability again. This time, he was devouring Sun Xueqiao's body, targeting one of his arms for a furious suction. Sun Xueqiao had no good way to counter this. Soon, one of his arms was reduced to just bones, all flesh and blood cleanly removed. He could only continuously retreat like the Nightmare Eater to create distance. Chen-Chi pursued him relentlessly, gradually becoming skilled and adept at the suction ability, and also figuring out some limitations of the remote suction ability. This ability was indeed powerful, but it was not invincible, it also had flaws and shortcomings. First, there was the attack range, with the furthest distance being around 20 meters. Beyond this distance, the suction force gradually decreased. At least, if Sun Xueqiao stood 30 meters away, he could relatively easily resist Chun-Chi's suction ability. Additionally, this ability could only perform single-target attacks. Once a target was locked on, only that target could be attacked, which was not very effective when being surrounded. However, being able to chase a second-generation nightmare like Sun Xueqiao all the way was already powerful enough. Chen-Chi relentlessly pursued Sun Xueqiao to weaken his combat power. Under Chen-Chi's pursuit, Sun Xueqiao continuously sustained injuries. It was at this moment that Chen-Chi's vision blurred, and he suddenly lost track of Sun Xueqiao. It seems he really has no other way to deal with me, so he pulled me into an illusion again. If he couldn't contend with Chun-Chi in reality, he would only be more passive in an illusion. Unless there was absolutely no other way, Sun Xueqiao would never pull Chen-Chi into an illusion. Now, he simply wanted to trap Chen-Chi with the illusion. Be careful, this illusion is of a higher level. It's the highest level rule-based illusion of the Dream Eater clan. First-generation Nightmare warned immediately. Chen-Chi, of course, knew this was an illusion from an S-class contamination source.